Chapter 1 Life Winner System. What's the point of talking to an idiot? Just hang up now. I'm almost suffocating. Why are you in such a hurry? You can't run away anyway, you bad guy. I'm paid more than 2,000 yuan a month, why shouldn't I want the free meal ticket? Following a scream, there was a slapping sound and heavy breathing. Chen Yu held the phone, completely stunned. He was talking on the phone with his girlfriend Su Qian just now, and when he was about to hang up, those voices came. Chen Yu's face turned pale, as if he had been struck by lightning. I just held the phone and listened to the end, experiencing a live broadcast without any pictures. With a loud shout, the show finally ended. Chen Yu finally reacted. Su Qian, what are you doing? Say something. Chen Yu shouted with a red face. Listen, there seems to be a sound? How is that possible? There are only two of us in the room. You don't want to say that Chen Yu is hiding under the bed, do you? What's wrong with hiding it? You can just reveal your identity. You don't need the $2,000. Just kick him out and I'll give you 5,000 a month. Oh my god, I forgot to hang up the phone. Then there was an eerie silence. Chen Yu, you shameless man, you actually eavesdropped on your girlfriend having sex with someone else. Is that satisfying? Is that exciting? You're irritating your mother. You've done something so unfair to me, and you still have the nerve to blame me? Do you think I want to listen? The time was so short that I didn't even have time to react. Chen Yu, watch your words. Do you want to say that you are slow to react, or do you want to say that I am not in good health? Don't you want to pass your performance review this month? Listening to the familiar yet weak voice on the other end of the phone, Chen Yu felt like his whole body was about to break apart. It turned out to be his immediate superior, Lu Mao. Lu Mao is in his 30s, short and fat. Relying on being the boss's nephew, he wanders around the company all day with a big belly, and he likes to sneak a peek at the breasts of pretty female colleagues. A typical womanizer. The last time the company held a team building event, Chen Yu brought Su Qian with him. Lu Mao's little eyes kept staring at Su Qian with ill intent, which made Chen Yu very angry. It's only been a week since the two of them got together. Fuck you, I'm done with this. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yu couldn't help but shed tears. The girlfriend I have loved for 5 years turned out to be such a person. Ding ding ding. The winner in life system locks on the host. 10%, 30%, 75%, 100%. Host information. Name, Chen Yu. Age, 23. Wealth, 1,460 renminbi. Level, LV1. Blessing, 1 yuan second. Experience, 0.1 million. System introduction. You can earn $1 for every second the host exists. Chen Yu was so excited that he was almost going crazy. He had just been cuckolded because of his poverty, and now he was given such a system. 1 yuan per second, 60 yuan per minute, 3,600 yuan per hour, 86,400 yuan per day, 2,592,000 yuan per month, and more than 30 million yuan for a whole year. Although this income cannot be compared with those of the top rich people. But even in the imperial capital, he has surpassed most people. The annual salary of an executive of a listed company is only around 10 million. Su Qian, I really don't know what your expression will be when you find out that I have money. At this time, a phone call came. Chen Yu picked up the phone and frowned. It's Director Wang Feng. This is an extremely powerful woman. She usually works in cahoots with Lu Mao and has made things difficult for Chen Yu. Hey, what do you want from me in the middle of the day? Chen Yu asked. You sound impatient, what do you mean? What time is it now? It will take more than 10 minutes to eat? Why hasn't Manager Lu sent me the PPT that he requested this afternoon? As soon as the call was connected, Wang Feng started scolding her. There is no need to think about it, it must be Lu Mao's grandson who arranged for him to cause trouble. The company stipulates that the lunch break is 1 hour, but you go down for at least 2 hours every day, and you still have the nerve to criticize me? Chen Yu changed his usual timid attitude and shouted loudly. He was so cowardly in the past just to make money for Su Qianhua. It's totally unnecessary now, why should I endure this shit? Okay, you've grown a lot of skills. You dare to talk to me like that? I give you 10 minutes to return to your workstation, otherwise I'll treat you as absent. Having said that, he hung up the phone. Chen Yu sneered and looked up at the Haichuan Technology Building where he had worked hard for 3 years, with mixed feelings in his heart. For 3 years, he worked hard day and night, overcoming all difficulties and challenges in business, but in the end, all the performance was attributed to his grandson Lu Mao, and all he received every month was a meager basic salary of 5,000 yuan. Take a deep breath. Chen Yu went upstairs. He was determined not to endure this humiliation any longer and quit his job directly. Okay, Chen Yu, you still have the guts to come back? Go and pour coffee for everyone. As soon as she saw Chen Yu, Wang Fong immediately shouted in a bossy manner. Chen Yu was unmoved, but went back to his workstation to pack up his things, and said coldly, I'm sorry, I won't serve you anymore. I will send an email to apply for resignation now. When Wang Fong heard that Chen Yu was going to resign, she became anxious. Wang Fong knew Chen Yu's situation very well. In addition to giving more than 2,000 yuan to his girlfriend every month, he also had to pay the mortgage for his married brother in his hometown. After paying the rent, he only had a few hundred yuan left for his living expenses, so he could not leave this job. This is also the reason why Wang Fong dared to bully Chen Yu wantonly. Over the past 3 years, the most core work of the entire department has been assigned to Chen Yu alone, while the others have basically been lying around and wasting their business skills. If Chen Yu really resigned in anger, the entire department would be paralyzed. Wang Fong walked up to Chen Yu in high heels and threatened him, Chen Yu, you better think about it. Once you leave this door, don't even think about coming back. It doesn't matter. I've had enough. Chen Yu sneered and continued to pack his things. When everyone saw that Chen Yu was serious this time, they all lost their composure and rushed over. Calm down. It's normal for colleagues to have arguments. Don't take it too seriously. That's right, not really, really not. Director Wang, what you said just now was indeed a bit too much. Hurry up and apologize to Xiao Yu. I think we should just let this matter go. Wang Fong's face turned red and her eyes widened. Asking her to humble herself and apologize to Chen Yu, a small employee, would be more painful than killing her. Just quit if you want to. It's not me who will suffer the loss anyway. Wang Fong rolled her eyes, still with that sarcastic look on her face. Xiao Yu, don't act on impulse. You've made it through 3 years. If you quit now, won't all your previous efforts be wasted? At this time, a pretty girl wearing overalls and airy bangs at the workstation next to him gently pulled Chen Yu's arm and looked at him sincerely. Why don't you think about it again? You are under so much pressure now. If you suddenly quit your job, where will you find a suitable job in a short time? This girl's name is Tang Rou. She joined the company with Chen Yu and is the only colleague in the department who doesn't bully Chen Yu. She won't throw all the work to Chen Yu and will only ask Chen Yu for help when she doesn't understand something. At this time, only Tang Rou could persuade Chen Yu. Everyone started to persuade him again. That's right, Tang Rou, try to persuade Chen Yu. You are too young and full of energy. How can it be so easy to find a job nowadays? Haichuan Technology is a big company anyway. Young people should know how to cherish it and not regret it when they lose it. Don't worry, I understand your intentions. I have thought about it carefully. I can handle the things in life by myself. Chen Yu put his hand on Tang Rou's arm and said with great emotion. Well, since you're not happy staying here anyway, I won't persuade you. If you have any difficulties, I can lend you some money first. Seeing that Chen Yu was determined to resign, Tang Rou didn't say anything more. Seeing that Tang Rou gave up so easily, everyone wanted to kill her. They can't let Chen Yu go, otherwise who will do the work in the future? Everyone worked together to press Chen Yu down on his workstation, and tried to persuade him with hypocritical looks on their faces. Xiao Yu, don't get excited. You are still so young and your future is still bright. Director Wang is like that. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You know that, right? Manager Lu is still very optimistic about you and often tells us that you are capable. We are all envious when we hear that. It would have been fine if Lu Mao had not been mentioned, but as soon as Lu Mao was mentioned, Chen Yu immediately became furious. Bite. Random task, whether to quit your job. Option 1, listen to your colleague's advice, choose to stay, continue to be exploited, and obtain the title of Ninja Turtle. Option 2, submit your resignation and angrily scold everyone. You will receive a Porsche 718 Cayman 2.0 TNA, Mastery, driving skill reward. Is it necessary to consider such an option? Choose 1. Chapter 2, whose Porsche should be moved? Bite. System rewards are being distributed. The Porsche 718 Cayman 2.0T is expected to be delivered to the host's rental house at 6 p.m. Mastery-level driving skills are being distributed. With a large amount of information pouring in like a flood, Shenyu has already mastered various driving skills. It is indeed a system for winning in life. The system is awesome. Do you want to think about it again? At this time, a smiling face came in front of Shenyu. But in Shenyu's opinion, it was so insidious and cunning. Shenyu pushed the face away without any hesitation and submitted his resignation application with a click of the mouse. Everyone's faces turned pale immediately. Shenyu, you are such a scoundrel, do you know how to be grateful? Everyone thinks highly of you, but you turn your face against us and don't even show any kindness. You are such a ruthless person. We are blind and have misjudged you. When everyone saw that the matter was settled, their true natures were immediately exposed. Friendship? Shenyu sneered, what friendship do I have with you, these treacherous and vicious villains? You know that I can't leave this job, but you take advantage of me and throw all the dirty and tiring work to me. Do you really think I don't know? You regret it now? What were you doing before? We just met by chance, and the most we have is a cup of tea. If you want to talk about kindness with me, then I will return it to you now. There are 18 people sitting here, each of us will have a cup of Starbucks. From now on, we will no longer be friends and will never owe each other anything. Having said that, Shenyu opened the food delivery app, placed the order directly, then turned around and left. Everyone felt guilty, their faces turned red and their necks became thick, and they couldn't say a word. No one expected that Shenyu, who had always been weak, would have such a strong side. This is all forced by life. Wang Fong became anxious and quickly called Lu Mao. Boss, it's bad. Shenyu is leaving. I gave him face. It was just a little trick of playing hard to get. We can't indulge him. There's no need to pay attention to him. I won't resign. No, boss, the resignation application has been submitted. What? Lu Mao's face changed and he almost rolled off the bed. I have been promoted and got a raise in the past few years, and I am highly valued by my uncle, all thanks to Shenyu. What would happen if he really quit? Quick, stop him and give him a promotion and a raise. If you can't keep him, I'll hold you accountable. On the other end of the phone, Lu Mao's voice changed. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely keep him for you. Wang Fong quickly hung up the phone and jogged after him. At this time, Shenyu had already walked to the door with his school bag on his back. Xiaoyu, don't leave yet. I want to talk to you. Wang Fong called Shenyu from behind. Shenyu turned around, his expression extremely cold. Let's go outside and talk. It's not convenient inside. Wang Fong pulled Shenyu out of the door shyly and said with a smile, Xiaoyu, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I just talked to Manager Lu and will give you a promotion and a raise. Please think about it again. Do you want to stay? Shenyu was unmoved by the olive branch extended by Wang Fong. He had a cold face and said nothing. Seeing this, Wang Fong moved forward, then reached out and tugged at her low-cut dress, and said coquettishly, how about we go out for dinner together tonight and watch a movie or something? Whatever you do then is up to you. As she spoke, Wang Fong rubbed against Shenyu with a blushing face. Wang Fong has always been very proud of her looks, and a young man like Shenyu simply cannot resist the temptation of a mature woman like her. Unexpectedly, Shenyu dodged. Disgusting. Shenyu said coldly and turned away. Wang Fong was completely dumbfounded. The development of things was completely beyond her expectations. This stinky loser actually rejected me. And you called her disgusting? Which male colleague in the company would not be friendly to her when seeing her? She had never been so humiliated before. Shenyu, you are so shameless. After realizing what was happening, Wang Fong stomped her feet and screamed like crazy. Shenyu ignored her and walked away. Returned to the rental house. Shenyu lit a cigarette. When I opened my account, I saw that I had already earned a considerable amount of money, and I couldn't help but feel secretly happy. It was at this time. The cell phone suddenly rang. Pick up the phone and take a look. It turned out to be a message from Tang Rou. Shenyu, you were too impulsive today. What are you going to do if you lose your job? You should come back and apologize, and let this matter go. Go back? How is that possible? Now that he has the system, how can Shenyu go back to relying on others? Tang Ro, I appreciate your kindness, but forget it. Right. Let's have a farewell dinner together tonight. I'll treat you. I'll pick you up at the company after get off work. Shen Yu didn't want to see those other villains in the company again, only Tang Ro was a nice person. Okay, but I have to pay for it. You don't have to come to pick me up. After all, taxi fares are expensive. Now that you have lost your job, don't waste money. We'll meet at the old place later. Seeing that Shen Yu was determined to leave, Tang Ro did not try to persuade him any further. Chunjiang Hall. The old place Tang Ro mentioned was of medium quality, about 3 stars. We used to have holiday dinners at the company, so it's quite familiar. This way. After parking the car, Shen Yu went straight to the second floor of the clubhouse. Just as he was about to look around, he saw Tang Ro standing in the booth and waving at him. Shen Yu smiled slightly and walked over. You should be patient. Now that you've lost your job, what are you going to do next? Tang Ro asked worriedly as soon as they sat down. I've endured it for 3 years. I've had enough. Shen Yu said with a smile. Now that Shen Yu has the system, he doesn't need a job anymore. He can earn tens of thousands of yuan every day just by lying at home. But he couldn't tell Tang Ro and could only evade the question. It seems that you have made up your mind to leave, so I won't try to persuade you anymore. Tang Ro said calmly. The two were about to call the waiter to order food. But at this moment. Shen Yu? Why are you here? Lu Mao walked over with Su Qian in his arms, a sarcastic look on his face. Do I need to tell you where I'm going? Shen Yu said indifferently. Shen Yu, do you think I can't deal with you just because you resign? Lu Mao sneered and took out a golden card from his pocket. Look carefully, I'm the gold VIP here. Believe it or not, I can ask the boss to kick you out in a minute. Poor bastard, see? This is the difference between you and me. Your woman is my toy now. When she and I are doing it, you can only listen secretly on your phone, and then you dare not say a word. You can only resign and get out of here. It's the same right now. I don't want you to eat. I only need one word to get you kicked out by the boss, and you won't be able to do anything about it. Lu Mao sneered and looked at Shen Yu provocatively. Since you and Su Qian had a past, I can give you another chance. Shen Yu, kneel down now and crawl in front of me to beg me to take you in. I will let you go back to work in the company and give you a good meal. How about that? Please? Shen Yu sneered, who do you think you are? Why should I ask you for help? Shen Yu, how dare you say that I am a thing? Do you believe that I will ban you? Lu Mao was furious. Ha! Shen Yu sneered and said nonchalantly, you can do whatever you want, as long as you dare. In the past, because he had no money, Shen Yu tried to have less trouble than more and endured it as much as he could. Now, as long as Lu Mao dared to touch his information, Shen Yu would sue him and put him in jail for the rest of his life. Hello, is the Porsche downstairs here? Please move it. Chapter 3. A young girl suddenly appears in the bathroom. As he was speaking, a waiter came over and asked, Porsche? Where is it? Where is it? Su Qian looked excited. He broke free from Lu Mao's arms, ran to the window and looked down. It's really a Porsche. So stylish. Su Qian was very excited. This was the first time she had seen such a luxury car at such a close distance. Chunjiang Club is just a 3-star hotel. Who would drive such a luxury car here? Lu Mao frowned with some displeasure on his face. He walked behind Su Qian, put his arms around her waist again, and looked downstairs. Yeah, I guess the rich guy just parked his car here while doing some business nearby. Honey, look how beautiful that Porsche is, why don't you give me one? Su Qian leaned in Lu Mao's arms and said coquettishly, her voice so sweet that Lu Mao's bones were softened. Are you kidding? The corner of Lu Mao's mouth twitched. The Porsche 718 Cayman costs more than 1 million yuan, which is half a year's income for Haichuan Technology. Good boy, stop dreaming. We can't even hope for that kind of luxury car. Porsche 718 Cayman? Lu Mao never dared to dream of it. He would be satisfied if he could drive a Mercedes or BMW worth 500,000 yuan in his lifetime. Isn't the car owner here? The waiter asked again and prepared to leave. At this time, Shen Yu slowly said, I paid attention to this problem when I parked. The location where I parked should not block other vehicles from entering or exiting. Hello, sir, your car is indeed blocking other cars from passing. The waiter was a little excited when he spoke. He didn't expect that the car owner was really here. Chenyu, we are asking about the owner of the Porsche 718 Cayman, not the owner of the bicycle. Lu Mao said with disdain and sneered. Waiter, why are you wasting time talking to this poor bastard? He was so poor that he had to sell his bicycle. Are you sick? It's not your car, why are you talking? Do you feel good about pretending to be cool? You poor jerk, you're just wasting my time. The waiter said impatiently and turned to leave. Lu Mao looked at Chenyu with a sneer on his face. I won't let a poor bastard like you to bully me. I can play with you in just a few minutes. If you dare to show off to me, I will humiliate you today. Chenyu, do you know how far you are from Porsche? That Porsche 718 Cayman downstairs is nearly 1 million. With your monthly salary of 5,000, you can't afford a tire even if you don't eat or drink for the rest of your life. Oh, by the way, you still have to pay a mortgage for your brother back home, so you probably won't be able to afford it in your next life. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, Lu Mao laughed wildly. At this time, what if I can afford it? Chenyu looked at Lu Mao meaningfully and said calmly. If you can afford a Porsche 718 Cayman, I'll even call you daddy. Chenyu usually can't even afford to order takeout. Why buy a Porsche 718 Cayman? Even a cheap Xiaoli is a dream for him. Okay, remember what you said. Today I will broaden your horizons. Chenyu smiled playfully, then took out the Porsche key and pressed the start switch. Boom boom boom. Downstairs, the Porsche 718 Cayman started up, and the unique roar of the sports car sounded. Lu Mao, Su Qian, and all the spectators present were stunned. You still call him a poor bastard? What a slap in the face. Really? You think you can be so arrogant just because you have a gold VIP card? He drove a supercar to eat here. It's already too reserved for the boss not to come and serve him. You're still dreaming that the boss would kick him out. You really overestimate your own abilities. The spectators around who were just watching the fun started to mock Lu Mao. This is a slap in the face. Lu Mao only felt a burning sensation on his face. How is this possible? How could that Porsche 718 Cayman downstairs be yours? Lu Mao couldn't believe it and stood there in a daze. Son, Dad was just keeping a low profile and didn't bother to pay attention to you. Did I really think you were a big shot? You're just a loser who relied on me to get a promotion and a raise. Tangro, the service here is too bad, let's go eat somewhere else. Having said that, Chenyu stood up and walked downstairs. Chenyu, wait a minute, I realize that I still love you. Su Qian pushed away Lu Mao who was holding her and chased after Chenyu. What the hell did I miss? How could Chenyu be short of money if he could afford a Porsche 718 Cayman worth 1 million? Su Qian felt regretful. She hated herself for following Lu Mao, this disgusting fat man, just for a mere 5,000 yuan. Chenyu, stop. I was just testing you before, how could you not stand the test? Su Qian chased Chenyu downstairs with a look of regret on her face. Chenyu, wait a minute, you've passed my test, let's make peace and go shopping together. Su Qian chased after Chenyu relentlessly, following him to the side of the Ferrari, and grabbed Chenyu's sleeve tightly to prevent him from leaving. Looking at the graceful lines of the Ferrari, Su Qian couldn't help but feel excited. As long as Chenyu reconciles with her, this sports car worth more than 1 million yuan will be hers. And if he can afford a $1 million Ferrari, he can definitely afford other things. Su Qian felt that the mansions, villas, and high-end luxury goods were all beckoning to her. Get out of the way. Chenyu looked indifferent and said indifferently to Su Qian. Su Qian was stunned. She didn't expect Chenyu to be so decisive. After breaking away from Su Qian, Chenyu was about to open the door and get in the car. Qian, don't you understand yet? At this time Lu Mao walked over with a sneer, stretched out his hand and wanted to embrace Su Qian in his arms again. Don't touch me, I only belong to Xiaoyu. Su Qian pushed Lu Mao away like a chaste and heroic woman. You and I know Chenyu best. How could we not know his conditions? How could he afford a sports car? Lu Mao sneered. But he really started the sports car. Su Qian didn't quite understand what Lu Mao meant. As she spoke, Su Qian suddenly thought of something, and her expression instantly returned to her previous harsh look. Brother Lu, are you saying that this Porsche 718 Cayman is not his? Of course it's not his. Lu Mao said firmly. I just didn't react for a moment. This Porsche 718 Cayman must have been rented by Chinyu from a luxury car rental company. I guess he must have known from somewhere that I would bring you here for dinner today, so he did this. As he said that, Lu Mao looked at Chenyu with disdain and said sarcastically, young Master Chen, who is still living in a cheap rental house, am I right? Bite. Chenyu was about to call Lu Mao an idiot when the system prompt sound suddenly came to his mind. Random task, leave or not. Option 1, stay and continue to scold your ex-girlfriend, and get the title, tear up the scumbag. Option 2, leave gracefully and ignore the other party's ridicule. You will receive the Chunjiang Private Club reward and the All-Dance Master level reward. Chenyu knew about Chunjiang Club, one of the most upscale private clubs in the capital. Those who go in and out of there are either rich or noble, so I guess their annual income must be quite high. There is also a reward for reaching master level in all dance styles. Is there any need to think about this? Although it feels good to tear the bad girl apart, it is nothing compared to such a generous mission reward. Chenyu chose the second option without hesitation. Random mission rewards are being distributed. The random task reward has been issued successfully. You have successfully obtained the full controlling stake in the imperial capital Chunjiang Private Club. The system has arranged everything for you. Beep. With a lot of information pouring in, a character profile message popped up on the system page. Name, Xia Ling. Gender, female. Date of birth, February 6, 1995. Position, General Manager of Chunjiang Club. Mobile phone number, 151. The Life Winner system is awesome. Life Winner system 666. This Life Winner system is so powerful that you don't even need to show up to acquire a company. You can just go to the General Manager Xia Ling tomorrow to take over the company. Chenyu suppressed his excitement, his expression remained unchanged, and he looked at Lu Mao indifferently. Sure enough, the thinking circuits of waste people are different from those of normal people. After saying that, Chenyu opened the door, got in the car, and drove away with Tang Rou. After having a simple meal with Tang Rou, Wang Lin returned to the rental house. Crash. As soon as he got home, Chenyu heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. Chenyu was stunned, and then became confused. He was the only one living in the rental house, so how could he be taking a shower? Could it be a thief? Chenyu thought of a weird thief on the internet. Could it be that the thief came to his place and saw that there was nothing to steal, so he thought of taking a shower before leaving? But when he walked cautiously to the bathroom door, he vaguely saw the outline of a girl taking a shower through the glass door. Bang! Chenyu kicked open the bathroom door. Chapter 4, Qin Anju's request. Quiet. The young woman who was taking a bath and Wang Lin looked at each other and were both stunned. At this moment, time seems to have stopped. In front of him, the smooth skin wrapped in white foam was looming. Chenyu quickly closed his eyes and prepared to turn around. Ah! But at this moment, the girl's scream rang out. Then there was a rogue. Bang! The girl came up and slapped Chenyu in the face. In the living room, Chenyu cursed the landlord in a low voice for being so unkind. He actually rented out another single room without notifying me in advance. This girl is really bold. She knew she had a roommate, but she didn't even lock the bathroom door when she was taking a shower. Looking up, Chenyu looked at Yang Yuyan in front of him. She was about 24 or 25 years old, with perfect facial features without any flaws, such as willow-shaped eyebrows, a delicate nose, and red lips, and she had a well-proportioned figure. She is even more beautiful than Qin Anju, the landlord who lives opposite Chenyu's house and is known as the most beautiful girl in the capital. I'm sorry, beautiful lady. I just thought there was a thief. Chenyu said helplessly. Sorry? You just sent me away with a simple apology? You. I don't care. You saw my. You have to compensate me. Reaching out and touching the five-finger mountain on his face, which was still burning with pain, Chenyu said helplessly. You've already hit me, how else do you want me to compensate you? I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I do. Anyway, you must always remember that you owe me. No longer paying attention to Chenyu, Yang Yuyan turned around and went back to her room. What's going on? Chenyu muttered in frustration. Landlord, oh landlord, you really screwed me over this time. Chenyu cursed inwardly. He turned around and went out, knocking on the landlord's door. Boom boom boom. Chen Yu stood in front of the landlord's door angrily, waiting for the landlord to come out and question her. He really wanted to hear how the landlord would explain this matter to him. Shinanju is in his 30s and has a daughter who is in the first year of high school. She has a very beautiful appearance and a great figure. Although she is not as stunningly beautiful as Yang Yuyan, she is more mature and charming. Besides, a single mother in her 30s has her own charm. The single men around her, young and old, are like lost souls when they see her. But no matter how beautiful she was, in Chen Yu's eyes she was just a stingy landlord. Brother Yu, you are here. The person who opened the door was Chinanju's daughter, Li Xiao. Every time she saw Chen Yu, she would call him Brother Yu, and Chen Yu always treated her like a younger sister. Li Xiao is also a beauty. She has inherited her mother's good looks perfectly. She has grown into a graceful young lady at the age of 17. Yao Yao, is your mother at home? Chen Yu asked with a smile. Although Chen Yu doesn't like the stingy and snobbish Chinanju, he likes the very polite and beautiful Li Xiao. I knew you would come. Chinanju shouted in the room. Then she walked over, twisting her waist. Yao Yao, go back to your room and do your homework. Chinanju glared at his daughter. Li Xiao curled her lips, made a playful face at Chen Yu, then turned around and went back to the house. Why did you rent out the room next to mine? I paid the full rent. Chen Yu looked directly at Chinanju and questioned. I didn't go looking for you, but you came to question me. Chinanju's face turned cold and he said. I am officially informing you now that Yang Yuyan will be living at your place from now on. You must pack up and get out immediately. Why? Chen Yu frowned. I don't owe you rent. Rent? Chinanju said disdainfully, with that little money you have, can you rent my 2 rooms? Let me tell you. Miss Yuyan gave me 5,000 yuan. Pack your things and leave immediately, or you can find your stuff in the trash can. 5,000? Chen Yu was shocked. The highest rent in Xingfu City is only 1,500, but Yang Yuyan actually paid 5,000. Does that girl's family have a mine? Or is she also a person with a system like herself? But. Then, Chinanju changed the subject and said. If you don't want to leave, you can accompany me to Chengjian Private Club tomorrow to deal with my ex-husband. No. Chen Yu refused decisively. He has the system, so why would he worry about having no place to live? Then return the remaining rent to me. Chen Yu said lightly. Okay, help me deal with my ex-husband, and I'll give it to you when I get back. Chinanju looked calm, with her arms folded in front of her, holding up her breasts, which were at least D-cup, and looked at Chen Yu quietly. Chinanju has been very stingy since her divorce from her ex-husband. After all, life is not easy for a widow and an orphan. But Chen Yu is even stingier than her. Every time she pays the rent, he calculates every penny clearly to prevent her from taking advantage of him. The two of them belong to the same type of people, and Chinanju is sure that Chen Yu will agree. But Chen Yu's next reaction surprised her. I don't want it anymore. Chen Yu turned and left. Hey! Hey! Wait a minute. Chinanju hurriedly caught up with Chen Yu. Xiaoyu, can I ask you for a favor? Chinanju had no choice but to lower her price and ask Chen Yu for help in solving her ex-husband's problem. Chinanju has always looked down on Chen Yu, thinking that Chen Yu is just a poor loser who was willing to haggle with her over a few cents of water bill. But we have to admit that Chen Yu is still a bit handsome. Although he can't debut as the center, he can still do well. Xiaoyu, you live here with me. I haven't treated you badly. Look, other landlords have raised the rent several times, but I have never raised your rent once. If you do me a favor this time, I'll treat you to a meal later. Chen Yu. Rent increase? Do you feel embarrassed? Ever since Chen Yu moved into the 2-bedroom apartment 3 years ago, Chinanju has not taken care of it anymore, and he has paid for all the repairs out of his own pocket. Oh. Never mind. Anyway, I have to go to Chengjian Private Club to claim my assets. Besides being stingy and snobbish, Chinanju is actually a nice person. Sometimes when Chen Yu has no money to eat, she will invite him to her home for a meal in the name of helping Li Xiao with her guidance. I'll be home tomorrow, come find me. Just as Chen Yu was about to turn around and go back to the house, Chinanju leaned against the door in an extremely seductive posture. You bastard, are you hinting at me? Chinanju threw a coquettish glance and whispered. Chen Yu's body swayed, and he staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, Chinanju held him up. Sister Qin, I'm going back first. After standing firmly, Chen Yu pushed Qin Anju away without leaving a trace and turned back to the rental house. Chen Yu felt a little scared. Fortunately, he escaped quickly. If Qin Anju had used his ultimate move on the spot, even Lu Shaohui, who was able to remain calm, would not have been able to keep his composure. Qin Anju is not like this usually. She looks down on Chen Yu. In her mind, Chen Yu is just a loser who likes to quibble. I don't know what was wrong with me today, but I actually did this to Chen Yu. Chapter 5, Promised Classmate Reunion. Chen Yu. As soon as she returned to the rental house, Yang Yuyan walked out of the room. At this moment she had changed into a beautiful evening dress. Are you going out? Chen Yu looked at Yang Yuyan in confusion. After all, Yang Yuyan's rent was several times higher than his own, and she was also a stunningly beautiful woman. Besides, Chen Yu didn't want to move out of the house he had lived in for 3 years, so he acquiesced to this roommate. Although I no longer have the freedom that I had when I lived alone, I have a goddess-level roommate, so it's still worth it when I think about it. Change your clothes and come with me to the party. Yang Yuyan looked Chen Yu up and down. I don't have any formal wear, just this one. If you feel it's embarrassing for me to follow you, then don't take me with you. Chen Yu walked into the living room and sat directly on the sofa. Although he felt guilty towards Yang Yuyan, Chen Yu still felt uncomfortable when he heard the almost commanding tone. No, you have to come with me. This is it, just pack it up and we'll leave. Let's go. Chen Yu stood up and walked towards the door. He thought about what he had just done. When they got downstairs, Yang Yuyan pulled Chen Yu towards the gate of the community. Are you going to walk to the party? Chen Yu asked. Yang Yuyan glanced at Chen Yu with disdain. Have you ever seen anyone walking to a party in a tuxedo? I don't have a car, and you don't look like you have one either. Instead of going to the gate of the community to take a taxi, are we going to fly there directly? Who said I don't have a car? Chen Yu walked straight towards his Ferrari. Could it be that? Yang Yuyan was just about to laugh at Chen Yu. Then I saw Chen Yu took out the car keys and started the car directly. She was slightly stunned, with a curious expression on her face. But she didn't say much and sat directly in the passenger seat. Imperial Capital, Tianhao Hotel. Tianhao Hotel is considered a very high-end hotel in the Imperial Capital, and most of the people who come and go here are from the upper class. Is this the place? Chen Yu stopped the car and asked Yang Yuyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Yes, it's here. Let's park the car in. Yang Yuyan nodded. Looking at the high-end Tianhao Hotel in front of him, Chen Yu couldn't help but secretly glance at Yang Yuyan beside him. Sure enough, this girl is not the daughter of an ordinary family. When going out, Yang Yuyan was not surprised at all when he saw Chen Yu's Porsche 718 Cayman. Chen Yu was suspicious at that time, and now he is even more certain that Yang Yuyan is not simple. Could it be that this girl's family really has a mine? Chen Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself. The third floor of the hotel, banquet hall. Do you think Yuyan will come? Li Qing asked Shen Su beside her. I think he will come. After all, we agreed when we graduated that the whole class would reunite in the capital 3 years later. Besides, I specifically notified her a few days ago, and she didn't say she couldn't come. Although she said so, Shen Su was still unsure. Yuyan didn't like socializing when she was in college and always stayed in the dormitory. It's hard to say. Li Qing said helplessly. Alas. Shen Su sighed. Mr. Wu is in trouble. He said he would confess to Yuyan today. Li Qing, Mr. Wu is too infatuated. He has been pursuing Yuyan for 4 years in college. I didn't expect that he still hasn't given up after 3 years. I really don't know what Mr. Wu is thinking. I heard that young Master Wu just passed the National Standard Dance Instructor level exam last month. Young Master Wu is rich and talented, and most importantly, he is deeply in love with Yuyan. How come Yuyan is not moved by this? Shen Su said regretfully. Maybe I wasn't sincere enough before, but I will definitely succeed this time. As the two were talking, Wu Tao walked over with a smile. Wu Tao. A native of the imperial capital. Both of his parents are businessmen who run a company in the imperial capital. Although his family is not extremely wealthy, they are barely among the upper class. He organized today's party. Mr. Wu, why are you doing this? Yuyan is not the only beautiful woman in the world. Li Qing was a little jealous and said sourly. Yes, Mr. Wu. Why don't you consider my Ching Ching? She has always had a crush on you. Wu Tao smiled faintly and said nothing. Yang Yuyan is the woman he vowed to get since college. His family is so rich, and he is a dancer, how could he be short of women? In the past 3 years, he has slept with countless women, but he just can't forget Yang Yuyan. Compared to Yang Yuyan, all the women he had slept with were nothing but shit. I believe Yuyan will definitely become my girlfriend today. I have already started preparing for this day 2 years ago. I have specially choreographed a dance for Yuyan, and I have been studying and pondering it for the past 2 years. Some time ago, when I was taking the instructor-level dance qualification exam, I suddenly had a burst of inspiration and completely perfected that dance. Wow, Mr. Wu, you are so romantic. Shensu was almost infatuated with him, and her eyes were shining as she looked at Wu Tao. But Li Qing on the side was not happy. Wu Tao has been pursuing Yang Yuyan for 4 years, and Li Qing has been secretly in love with him for 4 years. She thought this party was an opportunity, but she didn't expect Wu Tao to still ignore her. Look, Yuyan is here. Suddenly, Li Qing caught a glimpse of Chen Yu and Yang Yuyan walking side by side. Seeing that Yang Yuyan came with a male companion, the haze that had accumulated in Li Qing's heart was instantly swept away. They had agreed when they graduated from college 3 years ago that they would bring their male and female companions here 3 years from now. If they came alone, they would have to promise all their classmates not to violate their personal bottom line. Qingqing, it seems that you made the right bet. Shensu smiled and bumped Li Qing's shoulder. Before coming, Li Qing had calculated that Wu Tao would come alone, so she bet that Yang Yuyan would not come or would come with a male companion, so that she could also come alone and form a pair with Wu Tao. Shensu was worried that Li Qing would come alone and be bullied by her classmates. Now it seems that her worries were completely unnecessary. How could a girl with Yang Yuyan's angelic beauty not have a boyfriend after 3 years? Yuyan, we thought you would stand us up like you did in school. Li Cheng and Shensu greeted them with a smile. One family is happy, the other is sad. When Wu Tao saw Yang Yuyan and Chen Yu appear, his face instantly turned gloomy. Boy, who are you to Yuyan? Wu Tao still had some hope, thinking that Yang Yuyan just found a friend or relative to avoid being bullied by his classmates. Of course I'm Yan Yan's boyfriend. Chen Yu smiled and said, didn't you agree to bring your significant other? As he spoke, Chen Yu put his arm around Yang Yuyan's shoulders and pulled her into his arms. Yang Yuyan did not resist, but her face darkened slightly. Kid, take your dirty hands away. How can a poor bastard like you be worthy of being Yuyan's boyfriend? He had already observed Chen Yu long before he saw Chen Yu and Yang Yuyan. Chen Yu was wearing a set of cheap clothes that had even turned pale from being washed. In his opinion, Chen Yu's clothes were only slightly better than those worn by beggars on the street, and were not worthy of Yang Yuyan at all. Who the hell are you? It's none of your business if I hug my girlfriend. Chen Yu's face suddenly turned gloomy. Since it's a show, then do it completely. At this moment, Chen Yu has already put himself into the role of Yang Yuyan's boyfriend. Get lost, and take a piss to look at yourself. Just you? You are wearing clothes similar to those of a beggar, and you are worthy of hugging Yuyan. Wu Tao stretched out his hand and grabbed Chen Yu's collar, wanting Chen Yu to let go of Yang Yuyan. Mr. Wu, today is a class reunion, and everyone agreed to bring their significant other. Do you still want to beat up Yuyan's boyfriend? Li Qing was quick to act and hugged Wu Tao. Although she also looked down on the poor Chen Yu did help her solve her love rival after all. She was still very happy in her heart. Boy, if you are a man, then you can fight me. Whoever loses will never think about Yuyan again in his life. How about that? Wu Tao also realized his own gaffe and pushed Li Qing away. He calmed himself down and looked at Chen Yu provocatively. Okay. Chen Yu said lightly. Compare dancing? It's simply seeking death. He had just won the award for master-level achievement in all dance genres. Chapter 6, Burning the Whole Audience. Mr. Wu, you are too much of a bully. You are a mentor-level dancer. Yuyan's boyfriend is definitely not as good as you. Shensu couldn't bear to watch it anymore and spoke up. Even if Chen Yu is poor, he is Yang Yuyan's boyfriend after all. Wu Tao is such a mean person for competing with others in the field he is good at. But he has agreed. Wu Tao sneered. Yuyan, please persuade your boyfriend not to compete in dancing with Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu is a dancer at the instructor level. Li Qing looked anxious. She had finally waited for the opportunity, and she didn't want to lose it again. Instructor level? It doesn't matter. For Yu Yan, even if he is a master, I will compete with him. Chen Yu sneered. Wu Tao didn't expect Chen Yu to agree so quickly. He was still thinking about how to seduce Chen Yu so that he would agree to fight with him. Snort! You are overestimating your own abilities. Wu Tao sneered. Master? Do you know what master means? So far, there are no more than 10 master dancers in the world, and the late Michael Jackson is one of them. A piece of trash like you wants to battle with a master dancer? You are not even worthy of carrying the master's shoes. Wu Tao sneered. Yu Yan, why did you find such an ignorant poor man as your boyfriend? Does he really know what he's talking about? Strength is not something you can gain by acting on impulse. Li Cheng wanted to help Chen Yu get through this difficult time. After all, only if Chen Yu and Yang Yu Yan were together would she and Wu Tao have a chance. But Chen Yu takes himself too seriously. Yu Yan. Li Cheng wanted Yang Yu Yan to persuade Chen Yu again, but as soon as she said that, Wu Tao looked at her coldly. Li Cheng quickly shut up and swallowed the rest of her words. She helped Chen Yu for Wu Tao, but she didn't want Wu Tao to hate her because of it. Is Yang Yu Yan blind? How did you find such a stupid boyfriend? You are such a poor bastard, yet you still overestimate your abilities and want to compete in dancing with Wu Xiao, a dancer at the instructor level. You are really courting death. Seeing that it was hopeless to stop it, Li Qing could only pray for a miracle to happen. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chen Yu just sneered and said nothing. Kid, you choose the music, don't say I'm bullying you. Wu Tao said with a sarcastic look on his face. Yan Yuyan, you brought me here to prevent him from bothering you, right? Chen Yu asked, looking down at Yang Yuyan in his arms. What's wrong with you? Chen Yu looked down and saw that Yang Yuyan's face looked a little strange in his arms. It's okay. Yan Yuyan said lightly. Then he struggled out of Chen Yu's arms without leaving a trace and stood beside him. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to compete with him. Yan Yuyan said lightly. Chen Yu glanced at Yang Yuyan, his lips curled up slightly, and he said loudly, Don't worry, we live together. When he said this, he suddenly lowered his voice and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, As a roommate, I can still help with this little favor. As he said that, Chen Yu let go of Yang Yuyan and walked towards Wu Tao. A casual dance battle? Come on. Okay, today I'll let you see the level of a mentor-level dancer. Wu Tao said arrogantly. The commotion here attracted the attention of others, and everyone came over. That guy wants to have a dance battle with Master Wu? Is he crazy? No. He's not crazy, he's just stupid. You know that Master Wu is a master dancer, but you still want to compete with him. You are so stupid. When the people who came to the class reunion learned that Chen Yu was going to have a dance battle with Wu Tao, they were all excited. It was a match without any suspense, but he actually used his girlfriend as a barrier. Only an idiot would do such a thing. The music starts. Wu Tao's body danced to the musical notes. He is a national standard dance instructor. His moves are not as exciting as those of street dance, but every movement is very consistent with the music. But even so, he won a great victory. Mr. Wu is so handsome. Mr. Wu 6666. What else is there to compete for? Just admit defeat, idiot, and hand Yang Yuyan over to young Master Wu. More and more people gathered, surrounding Chen Yu, Wu Tao, and the other three. It really felt like a street dance competition. You idiot, now you know how powerful young Master Wu is. Li Qing cursed in a low voice with a gloomy face. Turning her head to look at Chen Yu, Li Qing wanted to know if Chen Yu had been scared to death. But she couldn't see any panic on Chen Yu's face. In fact, Chen Yu's face was full of disdain when he looked at Wu Tao. As the music slowly reached the middle, it was soon Chen Yu's turn. Bite. Chen Yu was just thinking of doing a few slightly difficult moves to defeat Wu Tao. But then the system prompt sound suddenly came to my mind. Random task, do you want to crush your opponent with absolute advantage? Option 1, barely win against your opponent, save some face for your opponent, and obtain the title of Master Style. Option 2, crush your opponent with absolute strength and humiliate him. You will be rewarded with a 5-star Tianhao hotel costing 20 million yuan, as well as, God-level, cooking skills. Oh shit. Isn't this a free mission reward? Chen Yu was secretly delighted. I directly chose the second option. Mission rewards are being distributed. The mission reward was issued successfully. The system prompt ends. At this time, Wu Tao just ended his freestyle with an extremely elegant ending move. SHHHHHH. When it was Chen Yu's turn to play, there was a lot of booing around. At the beginning, Chen Yu just followed the music with a few normal dance steps, and the people around him couldn't bear to watch anymore. What's that dance? Get out! Get out! Chen Yu smiled coldly, and the music just reached the passionate stage at this time. Snap! Chen Yu threw his back hard onto the ground, followed by a set of difficult dance moves. Thomas turn. Big windmill. Knee turn. Soft bone. Lock. The scene was completely silent, and everyone was stunned. It was not until Chen Yu finished with Michael's special skill of tilting 40 degrees that everyone came to their senses. Chen Yu, you are so awesome. At this moment, even Yan Yuyan shouted excitedly. Fuck! That's a magical skill. No one has been able to do it since Michael Jackson passed away. Chen Yu can actually do it. It's amazing. Not only that, brother, that hand of soft bones is even cooler than Bubu's. Fuck, so awesome? Even a group of laymen could see that Chen Yu crushed Wu Tao with his absolute strength. Wu Tao's face was gloomy. He didn't say a word, but just looked at Chen Yu viciously. Are you convinced? Chen Yu said indifferently. How can I not accept this? An absolute crush. Wu Tao knew that he had hit a wall, but he couldn't just give in. In Wu Tao's eyes, Chen Yu was just a poor bastard. Forcing him to bow to Chen Yu would be more painful than killing him. I don't accept it. I dance the national standard dance. Battle is not my strong point. If you have the ability, you can compete with me in the national standard dance. This is Wu Tao's last chance to save face. His ballroom dancing skills are top-notch in the country. Although Chen Yu's battle just now was amazing and exciting, he didn't think Chen Yu could beat him. Forget it, Mr. Wu. Li Qing tried to dissuade him. She didn't want Wu Tao to lose face, and now that he lost, he could still use the different dance styles as an excuse. But if the national standard loses again, it will be a real loss of face. As you wish, do you want to compete with me in doubles or singles? Chapter 7 Qin Anju's ex-husband. You can survive the misfortunes sent by heaven, but you cannot survive the misfortunes brought upon yourself. Since Wu Tao wanted to commit suicide, Chen Yu couldn't stop him. Double, I want to compete with you in doubles, and I want to choose Li Qing as my dance partner. Wu Tao said hurriedly. Wu Tao knew that Li Qing also learned national standard dance in order to pursue him. With his mentor S level, plus Li Qing, he felt that this wave was a sure thing. It's your turn to choose a dance partner. Wu Tao sneered. Well. Li Qing sighed. Even she felt her face burning. She really didn't know what Wu Tao had been through in the past 3 years to have become so shameless. There's nothing she can do about it, she just likes this guy. Chen Yu, admit defeat. I also learned Chinese national standard dance. I am a level 8 Chinese national standard dancer. Even if you are truly a master, you will definitely lose. Li Qing walked slowly to Wu Tao's side and performed a difficult ballroom dance move in an attempt to make Chen Yu give up. Give up? Chen Yu smiled and said, there is no such word in my dictionary. Do you need an 8th level dance partner to compete with me? You're a weakling. My dance partner can beat you even if he is paralyzed. Yen Yen, come here. Brother will help you become a god today. Chen Yu waved to Yang Yuyan. Chen Yu, your battle is very powerful, I admit it. But you are being too pretentious. National standard duet dancing requires coordination between two people. Yuyan obviously has never been exposed to national standard dancing. I'm going to see you embarrass yourself today. Ha! Chen Yu smiled impatiently. Stop talking nonsense. I'm busy. Okay. Since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish. Wu Tao picked up the mobile phone on the ground and started looking for a song. At this time, everyone realized that the music played in the dance battle was the national standard dance music that Wu Tao was good at. Although no one came out to speak about this, Wu Tao's image has changed in everyone's mind. The song is over. Wu Tao collapsed on the ground, his face full of disbelief. Lost. He lost again. This time the defeat was even more complete. He lost to Chen Yu in the field he was best at. Even while dancing, he threw his partner to the ground in panic. Li Qing hasn't recovered from the fall yet. If Shinsu hadn't seen something was wrong and rushed over to help her up, she would probably still be lying on the ground wailing. Look at Chen Yu again. Don't be hurried or anxious, and don't be arrogant or impatient. After this song, he let everyone know what a strong person is and what strength is. Especially the finishing touch at the end. Spin, jump, throw, and pull back. Then, Chen Yu gently embraced Yang Yuyan's waist and let her stick tightly to him, while Yang Yuyan leaned back and faced Chen Yu's limbs in admiration. This scene makes others envious. Yen Yen, let's go. This party probably can't be held. Chen Yu glanced at Wu Tao, then pulled Yang Yuyan out of the hotel. Chen Yu, you poor bastard, how dare you embarrass me? You just know how to dance, right? I'll find someone to break your legs and make you live a life worse than death. You'll never be able to dance again in your life. Wu Tao looked at the departing backs of Chen Yu and Yang Yuyan, clenched his fists, and roared silently. Chen Yu, Chen Yu. Chen Yu, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly heard someone calling his name. He thought he was dreaming and ignored it. Chen Yu, what time is it? Why are you still sleeping? Didn't you promise to help me yesterday? This time Chen Yu heard it clearly, it was the landlord's voice. Sister Qin, why did you come in? Chen Yu woke up suddenly, and quickly grabbed the quilt that he had kicked aside last night and wrapped it around himself. Look at your behavior. I've seen it before. Looking at Chen Yu, who wrapped himself up like a cocoon, Qin Anju twisted her waist and slowly walked to the bed and sat down. Sister Qin, how can you just come into my room? And you're sitting on my bed, what does that look like? Chen Yu moved back, trying to keep himself as far away from Qin Anju as possible. Ha! Qin Anju smiled and said with a wink, we are all adults, there is no need to be so particular. Hurry up and get dressed, the agreed time is almost here. Qin Anju urged. Then why don't you go out? How can I change my clothes if you don't go out? Chen Yu was helpless. He huddled in the corner and looked at Qin Anju cautiously. He looked as if he was afraid that Qin Anju would suddenly do something to him. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. Qin Anju slowly stood up and rolled his eyes at Chen Yu. It's terrible. Not only did he break into his room, but he also sat directly on his bed. Also, what did that look she left when she left mean? Are you saying he's a coward? Are you still saying he's not good enough? Chen Yu, you have a pretty good figure. As they were going downstairs, Qin Anju suddenly turned around and said with a smirk on his face. Chen Yu. It's really good, and I have abdominal muscles. Qin Anju continued. Chen Yu didn't say anything, but secretly decided in his heart that he must lock the door of his room when he went to bed next time. All the way to the gate of the community, Qin Anju never stopped talking and kept teasing. If Chen Yu hadn't considered Li Xiao's face, he would have turned around and gone back. Chen Yu had never let Qin Anju catch him driving back, and he didn't want Qin Anju to know that he had a car. He was just doing her a favor this time, but he was already so enthusiastic. What would happen if she knew that he had a luxury car? Chunjiang Huayu Yi Private Club. Qin Anju, what the hell do you mean? As soon as Chen Yu and Qin Anju got out of the taxi, a handsome man strode over. Without having to guess, Chen Yu knew that the person who came must be Qin Anju's ex-husband Li Weidong. Li Weidong and Qin Anju are of the same age, but their temperaments are completely different. Qin Anju's dress is very ordinary, just ordinary streetwear, while Li Weidong is wearing all branded clothes. Although they are not big brands, it can be seen that he pays great attention to his appearance. Isn't the meaning clear yet? Qin Anju looked at Li Weidong coldly. Want to remarry? You're dreaming. I belong to Chen Yu now. As he spoke, Qin Anju hugged Chen Yu's arm, stood on tiptoes and kissed Chen Yu on the face. You. Li Weidong was immediately furious. Qin Anju, when we first got married, I guessed that you were an undisciplined woman. Sure enough, I was right. Are you so hungry that you're willing to eat anything? Look at what he's wearing. Pretending to be a beggar? No. I think even the beggars on the street are better than him. How horny are you that you can even eat this kind of stuff? Can't you live without a woman for a day? Li Weidong was as arrogant as he could be at this moment, as if he was the boss of Chunjiang Private Club. Today he learned something new. A man could send his wife, who had gone through 10 months of hard work to carry his child, to someone else's bed. Only a beastly person could do such a thing. So you brought your new lover here today to tell me that you have given up the idea of remarrying? Li Weidong glanced at Chen Yu coldly with disdain. Yes, his name is Chen Yu. I found a new father for Yao Yao. I will also let Yao Yao take his last name later. It was not known whether it was to make Li Weidong more convinced or Qin Anju had some evil thoughts again, but while speaking, Qin Anju hugged Chen Yu's arm tightly. Qin Anju's action frightened Chen Yu. He was only in his 20s and full of vigor. How could he bear this? Li Weidong, huh? Sister Qin has her normal life now, please don't disturb her again. While talking, Chen Yu pulled his arm out of Qin Anju's arms and quietly moved to the side. Boy, who do you think you are? Are you qualified to talk to me? I am now a senior executive of Chunjiang Private Club. Li Weidong glanced at Chen Yu with disdain. Chapter 8 Chunjiang Private Club. In Li Weidong's eyes, Chen Yu was just a tool that Qin Anju hired to take the blame. Li Weidong, what do you mean by saying this? Qin Anju's face turned cold and he glared at Li Weidong fiercely. It's okay, I just feel that your vision is really getting worse and worse. And Shu, even if you follow the trend and want to date young girls, you should at least find someone better. Can you handle this kind of stuff? Chen Yu originally just wanted to go through the motions, but Li Weidong's repeated provocations made him very unhappy. Li Weidong, you brought Sister Qin here, are you just trying to argue with her in front of Chunjiang Private Club? Didn't you say you were a senior executive at Chunjiang? Wouldn't you like us to come in and sit down? Chen Yu probably had guessed the purpose of Li Weidong inviting Qin Anju here. It's nothing more than taking advantage of the situation to pressure others, or forcing Qin Anju to do something? If it was before yesterday, Chen Yu might not have had any solution. Now, let alone that Li Weidong is just an executive, he is the general manager of Chunjiang Private Club, and Chen Yu is not afraid. Boy, I don't care whether you are Qin Anju's new lover or not. Listen to my advice, you'd better stay out of our family affairs, otherwise you won't even know how you died in the end. Li Weidong stared at Chen Yu viciously with murderous eyes. Faced with Li Weidong's provocation, Chen Yu just smiled faintly and ignored it. Li Weidong, who are you and your family? Stop talking nonsense. We ended a long time ago. Now Xiao Yu and I are a family. Qin Anju looked angry. Li Weidong didn't expect Qin Anju's reaction to be so big, and hurriedly said. I'm sorry Anju, I was impulsive just now. I love you too much, that's why I feel uncomfortable when I see you walking with that poor bastard. Let's all calm down now. Come on, follow me into the club, we'll sit down and talk slowly. Humph. Qin Anju sneered, love me? If you love me, would you disappear for so many years? If you love me, would you think of sending me to your boss bed when I'm still in confinement? Li Weidong, let me tell you, after being married to you for so many years, I know you too well. Qin Anju smiled coldly. Chen Yu had only heard that Qin Anju's divorce was due to Li Weidong's work style, but he had never expected that Li Weidong would do such a beastly thing. And Zhu, we are married after all. How could you miss me so much? I really want to make up for my past mistakes this time, so I called you here to show you that I have really changed. Li Weidong, do you feel like you can't handle this here? So you want to take us in and ask your helpers to take action? You? Li Weidong's face changed, and he pretended to be very aggrieved and said. And Zhu, no matter what, I am Yao Yao's father. It's inappropriate for you to say that. Father? Qin Anju was so angry that he laughed. Li Weidong, are you worthy of being Yao Yao's father? Have you ever taken care of Yao Yao for even one day? You haven't shown up once since we got divorced. Li Weidong, I know you very well. Just tell me what you want from me this time. Li Weidong lowered his head and remained silent, as if he was weighing something. And Zhu, I know you are very angry now, let's not talk about it now. I came here today because I want you to see that I have changed. I am no longer the same Li Weidong as before. I came back this time just to make up for you and Yao Yao. And Zhu, please, can you give me a chance to make amends? Qin Anju was stunned. Li Weidong's words were too sincere. Okay, I'll go in with you and take a look. Li Weidong's face suddenly showed joy. Li Weidong, I know you might be lying to me again this time. But you just said you wanted to make it up to Yao Yao, so I'll believe you this time. Li Xiao grew up with Qin Anju and has never experienced what fatherly love is. Although his daughter didn't say it, Qin Anju knew that she longed for her father's love. In front of Chunjiang Private Club. Poor bastard, why are you following me? Don't you have any self-awareness at all? Don't you see where this place is? How can a lowly person like you come here? Li Weidong stopped Chen Yu, who was following Qin Anju, and sneered at him. Chen Yu, you go back first. Thank you for coming with me today. Qin Anju looked grateful. Then, she lowered her voice and said, outside, I'm sure he won't dare to do anything to you. Once I enter the Chunjiang private club, I won't be sure. After all, this is my family affair, and I don't want to implicate you. Did you hear me, poor bastard? Get out of here right now. This is not a place for you. Li Weidong looked smug. But Chunjiang private club is mine. Chen Yu said lightly. If there is anyone among the three of us who is not qualified to enter, it should be you. You're? Ha ha ha. Li Weidong felt like he had heard a huge joke. Boy, you said I don't have the qualifications to enter? I'm the supervisor here. Today I will let you learn something new. Li Weidong sneered, stopped trying to stop Chen Yu, and turned to walk into the club. Chen Yu, listen to me and leave quickly. I know Li Weidong well. He is very petty and has a strong desire for revenge. He was already very angry because you came here with me, and now you say you are his boss. He will be even more determined not to let you go. Qin Anju said anxiously. Sister Qin, don't worry, nothing will happen. Chen Yu knew that it was useless for him to explain further, so he didn't say anything more. Looking at Chen Yu's back, Qin Anju felt regretful. Chen Yu, Chen Yu. Is this the time to step forward? Are you the owner of Chunjiang Private Club? You probably don't know what kind of people come to Chunjiang Private Club. Qin Anju was helpless and hurriedly took a few steps to catch up. Chen Yu, just stay with me later. If anything happens, don't worry about me and just run. Qin Anju grabbed Chen Yu's sleeve and whispered in his ear. She called Chen Yu here, and Qin Anju didn't want anything to go wrong for Chen Yu here. Don't worry, Sister Qin, nothing will happen. Chen Yu patted Qin Anju's shoulder lightly. Qin Anju was stunned, staring blankly at Chen Yu. No matter if he was pretending or trying to stand out, Chen Yu gave him a very reassuring feeling today. Boy, you've never seen such a high-end place. Li Weidong glanced at Chen Yu with disdain. Chen Yu ignored Li Weidong and just looked around from time to time. He wanted to see if there was anything unreasonable that needed improvement. But in Li Weidong's eyes, Chen Yu was like a country bumpkin who came to the city for the first time and was curious about everything, which made Li Weidong even more disdainful of Chen Yu. You poor, country bumpkin, you actually want to steal my woman? You really don't know your own limitations. Brother Li. As I was walking, suddenly a man dressed as a waiter came over. Brother Li, is this your relative from the countryside? Do you want him to come to the club to work? Don't worry, just leave your relative to me. I will take good care of him. The waiter had a fawning look on his face and bowed as he spoke beside Li Weidong. It was as if he, Li Weidong, was the owner of Chunjiang Private Club. Xiao Wang, this person is not my relative, he is our boss. Li Weidong smiled coldly, his eyes full of mockery. Brother Li, you are such a joker. Xiao Wang, I'm not kidding. Mr. Chen Yu just said in person that Chunjiang Private Club is his. Besides, they are trying to stop me from remarrying your sister-in-law. Him? He wants to stop Brother Li and sister-in-law from remarrying? The waiter looked surprised, and then looked Chen Yu up and down with disdain. Chen Yu, right? You don't know who Brother Li is, do you? How dare you mess with Brother Li? Let me tell you, Brother Li is the deputy general manager's brother. Don't say you're not the boss here. Even if you are, what can you do? Oh? Even if I'm really the boss here, I can't do anything to Li Weidong and that deputy manager you mentioned? Chen Yu was very curious. According to the information given to him by the system, the manager of Chunjiang Private Club should be Xia Ling, the general manager. How come it became the deputy general manager? All Chen Yu could think of was that Xia Ling had been sidelined. Of course. In Chunjiang Private Club, the highest ranking person is Manager Xia, but the one with the most power is our Vice President Chen. A sneer appeared on Chen Yu's face. At the same time, in the office of the Deputy General Manager of Chunjiang Club, Chen Tianlong suddenly felt cold all over, as if he was being attacked by a wild beast. Chapter 9. Are you really the boss? Chen Tianlong, come with me quickly. Chen Tianlong was wondering if he had offended someone without knowing it, which was why he suddenly had that feeling. At this moment, Xia Ling suddenly pushed the door and walked in. What's wrong? Thank you, manager. Looking at the strong woman Xia Ling in front of him, Chen Tianlong showed a look of surprise on his face. In the eyes of others, Chen Tianlong is the most powerful person in Chunjiang Private Club, but they don't know. Everything Chen Tianlong did was instructed by Xia Ling. What's wrong, Manager Xie? Chen Tianlong hurriedly stood up and respectfully. Yesterday afternoon, the club was fully acquired by a mysterious person. The new boss is coming to take over today. Come with me to greet him. Manager Xie, do you know who our new boss is? Chen Tianlong looked curious. Although Chunjiang Club is not a top-level consumption place in the capital, it is also high-end. Anyone who can acquire this place in full must be a wealthy person. Xia Ling shook his head slowly. I don't know his identity. The information given to me only has a photo and the name of the new boss. It's really mysterious. Chen Tianlong smacked his lips secretly. Stop talking nonsense and follow me. Ding-a-ling. Just as he was about to leave with Xia Ling, the internal phone in the office suddenly rang. Chen Tianlong's brows were tightly furrowed. You answer the phone first. Maybe the new boss has arrived. Xia Ling said calmly. Hello, this is the deputy manager's office. What can I do for you? Chen Tianlong was afraid that the person on the other end of the phone was his new boss, so he didn't dare to speak as carefully as usual. Brother Long, I have an idiot named Chinyu here who says he is the new boss of Chunjiang. A guy who can't even find $100 on him dares to say such things. Isn't it funny? Beep, beep, beep. Li Weidong was still chattering away as if to take credit, but suddenly a busy tone came from the phone. Looking at Chen Yu and Qin Anju who were captured by his men, Li Weidong's face was full of arrogance. Boy, you're done. My eldest brother was very angry when he heard someone pretending to be the boss. He can't wait to come and take care of you. Li Weidong, you will regret what you have done. Chen Yu looked at Li Weidong coldly. Chen Yu thought that Li Weidong might do something bad to Qin Anju. But he just thought that Li Weidong might want to use the power of Chunjiang Club to force Qin Anju to hand over some things, such as a house, money, or the custody of Li Xiao. But Chen Yu didn't expect. Anju, you also said that no matter what, I am Yao Yao's father. Please help me again. As long as you can accompany my eldest brother well, I can be promoted to the next level. From now on, I will have the highest position in Chunjiang Club except for the manager. When the time comes, I will definitely make it up to you and Yao Yao. Believe me, I will definitely do what I say. Even Chen Yu, an outsider, wanted to curse after hearing such words. Ha! Li Weidong sneered and said, regret? There is no such thing as regret in my dictionary. You are the one who should regret it now. You dare to pretend to be Chunjiang's boss? I want to see how you die today. As he was speaking, the door of the private room was suddenly opened. Chen Tianlong and Xia Ling walked in from outside. Boy, did you see that? Even the general manager of Chunjiang is here, and you are still pretending to be cool? Don't you see what kind of character you have? How dare you say anything? Li Weidong, this is between you and me. It has nothing to do with Chen Yu. What he just said was unintentional. Let him go. Leave? Li Weidong sneered, if you had given in just now, I might have let him go, but it's too late now. Brother Long, Sister Ling, that poor bastard in rags said he was the boss of Chunjiang. People like this who dare to tarnish the reputation of our club should be punished severely to teach them a lesson and let them know what regret means. Bang! Chen Tianlong was already trembling with fear. He slapped Li Weidong in the face with his backhand. Brother, why did you hit me? Li Weidong was stunned. It was that guy named Chen Yu who pretended to be the boss. You should beat him up. Chen Tianlong glared at Li Weidong and walked straight towards Chen Yu. Get the hell out of here, you don't want to do this anymore, right? Chen Tianlong pushed away the waiters who were holding Chen Yu. Boss, I was wrong. I didn't teach my subordinates well. Chen Tianlong knelt down in front of Chen Yu. Boss? Brother Long, what are you doing? Even if this guy has some background, you don't have to do this. This is our territory, don't be afraid of him. Bang! You are such a blind man, this is the boss of our Chunjiang private club, my direct supervisor. Xia Ling also looked angry. Since yesterday, he has been thinking about how he should appear in front of the new boss so that the new boss will have a good impression of her. But she never dreamed that it would be such a scene. Boss? Sister Ling's direct supervisor? Li Weidong was dumbfounded. Only then did he remember what Chen Yu had said before. It's over. I actually insulted my big boss? Around them, the other waiters called by Li Weidong also stood there stupidly. Boss, Li Weidong asked us to do this. Boss, we know we are wrong, please don't fire us. When one person admitted his mistake first, others followed suit. Chen Yu did not make things difficult for the waiters and asked them to go to work first. Li Weidong, I told you that you will regret this, what do you think? Do you regret it now? Chen Yu walked slowly to Li Weidong and looked down at Li Weidong, who was lying limp on the ground. Shame is the only feeling Li Weidong has now. Just now he had been talking to his boss as a superior. How ridiculous. Li Weidong felt like a clown. Boss. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, just let me go for Inju and Yaoyao's sake. I can't live without this job. Li Weidong hugged Chen Yu's legs and begged with tears. Sister Qin and Yaoyao? You still have the nerve to mention them mother and daughter? Go away, don't let me know that you're bothering Sister Qin and her daughter again, or I won't let you go as easily next time. Chen Yu kicked Li Weidong away, and walked out of the private room with the dumbfounded Qin Anju, Chen Tianlong, and Xia Ling. Brother Long, you have to beg for me. We have been together for so many years, you won't ignore me, right? Li Weidong grabbed Chen Tianlong and cried. Chen Tianlong was frightened and kicked Li Weidong away. Li Weidong, stop talking nonsense. Who has any relationship with you? You and I are just superiors and subordinates. Why was I so blind to recruit you into the club? Come here, some people, throw Li Weidong out for me. Even after accompanying Chen Yu on a tour around Chengjiang, Qin Anju still found it hard to believe. Chen Yu, what is going on? Qin Anju asked curiously. Chen Yu glanced at Qin Anju, knowing that she would not believe the truth, so he slowly said. I am related to the general manager here, Xia Ling. I just asked her to perform with me. So that's how it is. I was really scared just now. I was wondering why a big boss would rent my house and be so stingy. Qin Anju suddenly realized something. Just now and there, he couldn't understand why Chen Yu became the boss of Chengjiang. When they reached the roadside, they took a taxi back to Xingfu City. But at this moment, Li Weidong appeared at the place where Chen Yu and the others had just stood. So that's how it is. Chapter 10. Is he the one pretending to be wholesale goods? Li Weidong, who was thrown out, did not leave immediately, but thought about whether he could beg Qin Anju to ask Qin Anju to go to Chen Yu and ask him to beg for him, and then go back to work. But he didn't expect that when he wanted to beg for mercy, he accidentally overheard the conversation between the two. Chen Yu, Xia Ling. How dare you play tricks on me? Let me show you how I'm going to deal with you. There are two factions within Chengjiang Private Club. One is the regulatory department headed by Xia Ling, and the other is the operation department headed by Chen Tianlong. The two factions do not interfere with each other on the surface, but they are secretly fighting for power. Hello, Brother Long. Li Weidong came to a corner and dialed Chen Tianlong's number. Li Weidong? Why are you calling me? Why haven't you left yet? Don't call me anymore. Do you know that you almost killed me just now? Until now, Chen Tianlong is still a little scared. Fortunately, Chen Yu did not pay attention to what Li Weidong said at the end, otherwise, just one sentence would have cost him his position as deputy general manager. Brother Long, you think too much. Fire you? Xia Ling doesn't dare to do that. Li Weidong, what do you mean? Li Tianlong was stunned. Boss Chen Yu was here just now. Xia Ling doesn't have the right to fire me, but the boss does. Boss? How can a poor guy like you be the boss of a high-end place like Chengjiang? At that moment, Li Weidong told Chen Tianlong everything about the conversation between Chen Yu and Qin Anju. Xia Ling. I am loyal to you, and I will obey whatever you say. I never thought that you would take this opportunity to weaken me today. Li Tianlong was shaking with anger. Brother Long, should we go confront Xia Ling now? See what she has to say. No. It's not the right time yet. Besides, Chen Yu is gone, so we can't prove it with words. Chen Tianlong sat in his office, lost in thought. Donzi, you have to bear with it for now. When your big brother, deal with that bitch Xia Lin, you can come back and take my place. By then, you and I will be the general manager and the deputy general manager, and Chengjiang Club will be completely under our control. After hanging up the phone, Li Tianlong showed a sneer on his face. Xiaoling, Chen Yu. This is your own fault, so don't blame me for being ruthless. After returning home, Chen Yu was bored. Yang Yuyan hasn't come back yet, which really makes him depressed. I always felt tired from working, but now that I'm not working, why do I feel even more tired than when I was working? Forget it, let's see how much assets I have now, let's go out and have some fun. Life Winner System. Host information. Name, Chen Yu. Age, 23. Wealth, 65,230 renminbi. Level, LV1. Blessing, 2 yuan second. Experience, 15,001 million. Assets, Chunjiang Private Club, Tianhao Hotel. Seeing this, Chen Yu remembered that day at Yang Yuyan's class reunion, he had defeated Wu Tao and won full control of Tianhao Hotel. I have nothing to do anyway, so I might as well take over the hotel and have a meal there. Chen Yu stood up and walked out of the rental house. Chen Yu doesn't know much about the system yet. He is just passively enjoying the surprises the system brings him. Just like blessing points and experience points, he had no idea what they were. When I first obtained the system, the blessing value was 1 renminbi per second, but now it has become 2 renminbi per second. This is obviously related to the 15,000 experience points that I somehow obtained below. What is the proportional relationship between blessing value and experience value? What's the use of experience points? Will there be better rewards after leveling up? Chen Yu fell into deep thought. Tianhao Hotel. Chen Yu thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Drive into the hotel parking lot. Chen Yu was just about to park the car in the parking space. At this time, a Passat accelerated and rushed over, occupying the parking space that Chen Yu originally saw. Fortunately, Chen Yu was not driving fast, otherwise he would have crashed into it. But even so, Chen Yu still braked suddenly and was startled. After opening the door and getting out of the car, Chen Yu prepared to ask the Passat owner what he thought. Other car owners who were looking for parking spaces nearby also stopped and prepared to take advantage of this big melon. Fuck, is the owner of that Passat crazy? You dare to compete with sports cars for parking spaces. You are really living a hard life. That's right, the driver must be a woman, otherwise she wouldn't be so aggressive. A group of car owners rolled down their windows and started talking. At this moment, the owner of the Passat also rolled down the window, revealing a woman's face that Chen Yu was familiar with, and at the same time, a voice from inside the car came out. Wang Feng, are you crazy? That's a sports car. You're competing with others for a parking space. What were you thinking? If you get hit, can you afford to pay for it? Seeing this scene, the person who just mentioned the female driver laughed. See, I was right. I told you that a female driver shouldn't be so aggressive. Look at the male companion of the female driver. His face turned green with fear. Enemies often meet on a narrow road. Yes, the owner of the Passat was none other than Chen Yu's former boss Wang Feng. Wang Feng, come with me and get out of the car and apologize. Please ask the owner of the sports car to forgive us. Jiang Xing unbuckled Wang Feng's seatbelt and was about to get out of the car with Wang Feng to apologize to Chen Yu. Apologize? Wang Feng turned her head and looked at Chen Yu with a sneer. What's there to apologize for when you're pretending to be wholesale goods? Besides, even if there was a real collision, we don't have to pay. If there is any compensation, it should be paid by poor Chen Yu. After saying this, Wang Feng sneered and asked, Chen Yu, am I right? Chen Yu was speechless for a while. He didn't expect to meet Wang Feng here. Chen Yu least wants to deal with people like Wang Feng. Chen Yu? Are you saying that this guy is the one who pretended to be wholesale goods you told me about last night? Jiang Xing showed a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. That's right, who else could it be besides him? Wang Feng said with disdain. As they were talking, the two of them got out of the car. Chen Yu sneered, looked at Wang Feng coldly and said, Wang Feng, are you sick? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Chen Yu already had some grievances against Wang Feng, and Wang Feng deliberately did this. Even a stranger would be very angry, let alone Chen Yu? No. I'm not sick. I just want to cure your pretentiousness. Brother Liu has already told all your colleagues about your rental of a luxury car for the batch. So you can fool others but you can't fool me. Wang Feng sneered. Heh, Chen Yu sneered, how do you know that I rented this car? Ha ha ha. Wang Feng burst into laughter. Chen Yu, you have worked under me for many years, so I don't know what your conditions are. Just you? Still want to afford a luxury car? Even if you sold your kidneys, you still couldn't afford a sports car. At this time, Jiang Xing, who was following behind Wang Fong, also mocked her. Poor bastards are poor bastards, don't pretend to be rich every day. Don't you even look at your own moral character? Go to the street and see if there is anyone driving a sports car who is dressed as shabbily as you are. You are just copying a tiger, do you know that? Next time, remember to dress up in full and change your clothes before you come out to dress up. Listening to the conversation between the three people, the onlookers also looked at Chen Yu with contempt. It turned out that she met an acquaintance when she was renting a car. No wonder the female driver was so arrogant. Indeed, this batch of goods needs to be treated properly. Really? He turned out to be a poor bastard. I really thought he was rich. I was so scared that I stopped the car and dared not move when I passed by him just now. If you pretend to be stupid, you will be struck by lightning. So cherish every moment of your life. Chapter 11, Eating Disturbance. Facing the ridicule from the crowd, Chen Yu didn't say much. He just sneered, shook his head, and turned back to the car. Chen Yu didn't want to explain anything to the onlookers and people like Wang Fong and Jiang Xing. It's useless. Chen Yu is too lazy to say anything. But Wang Fong, Jiang Xing, and the crowd of onlookers didn't think so. As they watched Chen Yu drive away, the disdain and ridicule in their eyes became even more intense. Chen Yu, remember to avoid me when you're pretending to be a badass next time, otherwise I'll expose you every time I see you, until everyone in the capital knows that you, Chen Yu, are a badass. Looking at Chen Yu, who was running away with his tail between his legs, Wang Fong shouted loudly. The onlookers also looked at the direction Chen Yu left with contempt. Hubby, let's go eat. Don't let that poor bastard Chen Yu affect your mood. I haven't eaten seafood at Tianhao Hotel for a long time. You have to let me eat my fill today. After mocking Chen Yu, Wang Fong was in an extremely happy mood. Even her coquettish voice was softer and sweeter than usual. Jiang Xing felt itchy after hearing this. Okay, I'll let you eat as much as you want today. But, you have to behave yourself after dinner. Your shouting is really killing me. If this wasn't in the parking lot, I would have executed you right there. As he spoke, Jiang Xing put his arm around Wang Fong's waist and walked towards Tianhao Hotel. The top floor of the hotel, the general manager's office. Mr. Chen, you are too low-key. You didn't even inform us in advance, so we closed the shop for a day so that all the employees can hold a grand welcome party to welcome you. Zheng Xiang looked at Chen Yu, who was sitting in the office chair with a respectful look on his face. Zheng Xiang was standing beside Chen Yu with his head bowed at this moment, and no matter how Chen Yu tried to persuade him to sit down, it was no use. If I have to say, those who work in the service industry should be like this. If you don't have respect for your boss, how can you serve the gods who come to eat and stay? Old Zhang, I like to keep a low profile. You should stop being so ostentatious. Also, don't always call your boss your boss. We are just colleagues, and we are just developing the hotel together. Before Chen Yu came, Zheng Xiang had been guessing Chen Yu's temper. He originally thought that Chen Yu, who did not even show up when he acquired the hotel in full, must be a cold and unapproachable young man from a wealthy family. But Zheng Xiang didn't expect that Chen Yu's temper was so amiable, which really made him feel flattered. Mr. Chen, don't worry, Lao Zhang, will definitely do my best for the hotel. Chen Yu stood up and patted Zheng Xiang on the shoulder with a smile. Old Zhang, I believe you. The hotel is still operating according to the previous model. For small matters, you decide on your own. For big matters, let me know and I'll decide. Zheng Xiang was so moved by the sudden trust that his eyes turned red and he almost burst into tears. Mr. Chen, don't worry. Old Zhang, will never let you down for your trust. Chen Yu smiled slightly. This was exactly the feeling he wanted. Although he had never won people's hearts before, it was nothing more than a stick and sweet dates. Okay, Lao Zhang, go get busy. I'm a little hungry, let's go downstairs and eat something. After saying goodbye to Zheng Xiang, Chen Yu went straight downstairs to the buffet area. I have heard that the seafood at Tianhao Hotel is famous for its delicious taste in the imperial capital. Chen Yu had no chance before, but now that it has become his own industry, of course he has to have a good meal. Picking up the clamp, Chen Yu clamped the last Australian Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, a clamp just stretched out from the side. Hey, I saw this Tyrannosaurus first. A familiar voice sounded in my ears. Turning his head, Chen was speechless when he saw Wang Feng suddenly appearing beside him. Why you again? Chen Yu said speechlessly. Only then did Wang Feng realize that the person who was competing with her for the last Tyrannosaurus was Chen Yu. As soon as she saw Chen Yu, a smug smile appeared on Wang Feng's face. Chen Yu? You, a guy pretending to be wholesale goods, actually came here? Do you know what the consumption level is here? How dare you come here? Let me tell you, the cost per person here is 2,000. You poor bastard can't afford it. I advise you to get out of here as soon as possible. If you dare to eat a free meal here, you will die. Dine for free? Chen Yu laughed. The entire Tianhao Hotel belongs to him. Would he dine for free? What's more, Chen Yu eating in his own hotel without paying can't be called free dining. At most, I just go home and eat. Bang! Chen Yu picked up the Australian Tyrannosaurus and turned away. It's a complete waste of time to argue with someone like Wang Feng. Hey, how come you, a poor bastard, don't have any self-awareness? Do you think you are worthy of eating the Australian Tyrannosaurus? Bring it back to me. Wang Feng was furious. She put down the clamp and chased after him. Look everyone, this guy is a big shot. He rented a luxury car to travel, and now he comes here to pretend to be a big shot again. Wang Feng caught up, grabbed Chen Yu and shouted loudly. How dare you snatch the Australian Tyrannosaurus from me? Just wait and see how I'm going to kill you. Today I'm going to humiliate you in this Tianhao Hotel. Wang Feng sneered and looked at Chen Yu with complacency. The situation here instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding diners. Among the diners there were some who had seen Wang Feng and Chen Yu arguing in the parking lot just now. Seeing that Chen Yu and Wang Feng had another conflict, they all gathered around. Oh, it's this guy pretending to be in bulk again. Why is he pretending to be in bulk everywhere? He's not pretending to be a big shot, he's looking for death. If he dares to dine for free at Tianhao Hotel, he will be beaten to death. Don't say that. Maybe they were a group of people who came in to eat together? Oh. That's more serious. If we catch him, we won't just give him a beating and let him go. Listening to the discussions of people around her, Wang Feng became even more proud. Chen Yu, did you hear that? Why don't you get out of here before the hotel staff arrives? Wang Feng had a mocking look on her face and reached out to snatch the plate containing the Australian Tyrannosaurus Rex from Chen Yu. But at this moment, a young woman dressed as a waitress came over. The waitress's name was Yang Xiaoli. She was in her early 20s and very pretty. However, generally speaking, in high-end places like the Tianhao Hotel, if you were ugly you wouldn't be able to be a waitress here. But she was still not as pretty as Yang Yuyan in Xinanju. Madam, please pay attention to your behavior. You have disturbed other guests' meals. Yang Xiaoli said coldly. What do you know, little girl? I'm just helping your hotel stop losses, understand? This poor bastard is my former subordinate. He can't even afford to spend money at Tianhao Hotel. Can't afford it? Yang Xiaoli was stunned because she had just come from manager Zhang Xiang. It was Zhang Xiang who asked her to come over and serve Chen Yu carefully. Ma'am, are you kidding me? Mr. Chen is our high-ranking VIP. It doesn't matter if he doesn't pay. Yang Xiaoli said with a smile. If Zhang Xiang had not informed Wang Feng that the new boss Chen Yu was low-key and did not like to show off, she would have insisted on telling Wang Feng that the person standing in front of her was the owner of Tianhao Hotel. Impossible. Chen Yu is just a poor guy. How can he be a high-ranking VIP here? Are you kidding me? Wang Feng said firmly. Bang! At this moment, a scene that no one expected happened. Chapter 12 Free Food and Free Lodging. Yang Xiaoli, the waitress, raised her hand and slapped Wang Feng in the face. Ma'am, I have already reminded you that Mr. Chen is our high-ranking VIP. Yang Xiaoli said with a cold face. Poor guy? How could Yang Xiaoli tolerate someone saying that her boss was poor in front of so many people? You. How dare you, a lowly waiter, hit me? Wang Feng rushed towards Yang Xiaoli like crazy, grabbing her clothes and yelling. You damn waiter, I'm going to find your manager and ask the hotel to fire you. Dismissal? Yang Xiaoli is not worried about this problem at all. If she would be fired for speaking up for her boss, then it would not be worth it for her to continue working at this hotel. To put it another way, even if she was fired for this, she would still leave an impression in Chen Yu's heart. Maybe Chen Yu would feel guilty about it. Then, maybe she could still be with Chen Yu. She won't be fired, Chen Yu said lightly. Yang Xiaoli's sudden move did surprise him, but it also made him feel relieved. Wang Feng has been causing trouble again and again. Even a clay man would get angry, let alone Chen Yu? Chen Yu, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Don't think that just because this blind waitress says you are a high-class VIP, you really are one. You are just a poor bastard, pretending to be a wholesaler. Chen Yu sneered and was about to call Zhang Xiang to reveal his identity and give Wang Li a slap in the face. At this moment, the system sound suddenly rang in my mind. Bite. Random mission, do you want to endure? Option 1, reveal your identity and give a strong slap in the face, so that Wang Feng knows the gap between her and the host and obtains the title of Unparalleled Glory. Option 2, use your wits to resolve the awkward situation without losing your reason or your dignity. You will be rewarded with 20 million renminbi and a instructor level driving skill reward. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled calmly. Although he really wanted to humiliate Wang Feng, who would go against 20 million? Just press option 2. System rewards are being distributed. System rewards were issued successfully. Calculate. Chen Yu was about to hug Yang Xiaoli and said, forget it. There's no need to bother with someone who has never seen the world. It's beneath your dignity. But at this moment, Zhang Xiang came over holding a folder. Mr. Chen. As soon as Chen Yu heard Zhang Xiang speak, he panicked. It was at this moment that the system prompt sounded again. The system detected that the host may have task failure. If the task fails, the system reward will be withdrawn, and as a punishment the system will randomly recover a valuable reward. Oh shit. How can this be? It's not my fault. Old Zhang, Chen Yu called out hurriedly, winking at Zhang Xiang. I am a high-ranking VIP here, and this woman actually said that I would dine and dine for free. Zhang Xiang immediately understood and changed his words. Mr. Chen Yu, the VIP who always comes to our place for a feast, the Super Diamond VIP, you just left your briefcase at my place. Looking at the gradually relaxed expression on Chen Yu's face, Zhang Xiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He exclaimed, that was a close call. It almost made the boss lose his composure. Ma'am, you really can make a joke. Mr. Chen Yu is a top member of our Tianhao Hotel. All his food and accommodation here are free. Hearing Zhang Xiang's words, Wang Feng, Zhang Xing and all the onlookers were stunned. Yang Xiaoli might have admitted her mistake, but Zhang Xiang is the general manager of the hotel, so how could he have admitted his mistake? Suddenly, the mocking voices started again. However, this time the targets of ridicule became Wang Feng and Zhang Xing. A pair of scumbag men and sluts who looked down on others. Just now they were in the parking lot saying that Mr. Chen Yu's Porsche was rented. How ridiculous. That's right. Manager Zhang Xiang said it himself. Mr. Chen Yu is a top member of Tianhao Hotel. His food and lodging are free. Would someone of his status rent a car? That's right. This is the first time I've seen a diamond VIP. I've already spent over 500,000 on Tianhao, and I'm only a gold VIP. I really don't know how much Mr. Chen Yu spent to get a diamond VIP. Gold VIP costs more than 500,000 yuan, so diamond VIP must cost tens of millions, right? The diners around were shocked. People can spend tens of millions on food, so shouldn't it be easy for him to buy a Porsche 718 Cayman worth a few million? No, I also want to get a diamond VIP, so that I can live in Tianhao as my home in the future. After hearing what the diner said, Zhang Xiang was speechless. The top diamond VIP was something he thought of on the spur of the moment. The hotel didn't have it at all. Chen Yu can enjoy this treatment because the entire hotel belongs to him. Not to mention free food and accommodation, he can even tear down the hotel. It's all your fault. Didn't you say that this Chen Yu is just a fake? How did he become a diamond VIP at Tianhao Hotel? Zhang Xing was extremely embarrassed and felt a burning pain on his face. How should I know? Wang Feng was also confused. He was clearly a poor bastard who worked under me before. I'm not kidding. Bang! You stinky woman, you still say that you are embarrassed enough? Zhang Xing slapped Wang Feng in the face and dragged her away. Zhang Xing, what are you doing? I haven't eaten yet. Have a meal? You still have the nerve to eat? Eat poop. As Jiang Xing dragged Wang Fong away, the buffet area returned to calm. When Jiang Xing and Wang Fong arrived at the parking lot, they had an argument. Wang Fong, you bitch, are you trying to trick me? Fuck, didn't you say that Chen Yu was a poor bastard pretending to be a cheap guy? How did he become a high-ranking VIP of Tianhao? When Jiang Xing thought about what happened just now, he felt so angry that his kidneys hurt. Although Jiang Xing was not a well-known figure in the imperial capital, he still had to maintain his reputation. Hubby, I didn't. That Chen Yu is just a poor bastard. No matter how we bullied him or made things difficult for him and the company, he didn't dare to resign because he would have no income if he resigned. You're still being stubborn with me, aren't you? Jiang Xing raised his hand to hit Wang Fong. Wang Fong quickly took a step back and said, Chen Yu must have been lucky enough to win some big prize to become a senior member of Tianhao. Jiang Xing thought about it and felt that this was not impossible. Just imagine, who would spend tens of millions in the same hotel? Besides, he often came to Tianhao Hotel and had never seen Chen Yu. Thinking about it this way, it is possible that Chen Yu really won some big prize while having dinner at Tianhao to become the diamond VIP of Tianhao Hotel. You damn poor bastard, you dare to make me lose such a big person, I will never let you go. Let us talk about Chen Yu. He did not feel unhappy at all because of meeting Wang Fong. Instead, he was very happy because of the reward from the system. Previously, the system rewarded fixed assets, and it takes time to make a profit. This time it was different. With more than 20 million in the account, he felt much more confident even when speaking. After dinner, Chen Yu prepared to buy some clothes first, so that others wouldn't always make comments about his clothes. Although he didn't care much about it, he still felt unhappy when people talked about him all the time. Yang Xiaoli? As soon as he arrived at the parking lot, Chen Yu saw Yang Xiaoli, who was wearing a pink dress, walking towards him. Chapter 13 Yang Xiaoli's Thoughts. Hello, boss. Yang Xiaoli felt a little restrained and greeted Chen Yu awkwardly. Chen Yu nodded slightly and said with a smile, Thank you for helping me out just now. Yang Xiaoli was delighted and thought to herself, Sure enough, my behavior just now really made the boss remember me. Boss, you're too polite. That woman is too uncultured, so I acted like that. Actually, I'm usually very gentle. As if she was afraid that Chen Yu would give her the title of violent woman, Yang Xiaoli hurriedly explained awkwardly. All women are vain, and Yang Xiaoli is no exception. How could a girl living at the bottom of society not have fantasies when seeing such a young and wealthy boss? Boss, where are you going? Yang Xiaoli's mind raced, thinking that no matter where Chen Yu said he was going, she would say that she was going too, so that she could use that as an excuse to ask Chen Yu to take her with him. This kind of opportunity is so rare, she decided to give it a try. What if it works? Then she will be the boss lady of Tianhao from now on. Oh, I'm going to buy a new outfit. As you can see, if it weren't for my clothes, there wouldn't be so much trouble today. Boss, let me go with you. It just so happens that I have nothing to do after get off work, so I can give you some advice or help you carry your bag or something. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment, and then a faint smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, women are like moths in front of money and power. All right. The Aegean Sea Shopping Center. After asking Chen Yu about his shopping needs and level, Yang Xiaoli recommended this place. It is said that the consumption level here is the same as Chen Yu expected, but Chen Yu is not a fool. This shopping mall is obviously prepared for couples. Chen Yu didn't say anything, it didn't matter where you bought it. Just consider it as repaying Yang Xiaoli for her help. The first to fourth floors of the shopping mall sell clothing and accessories, and the fourth floor and above are places for dining and entertainment. Boss, let's go directly to the fourth floor. There are all kinds of first-line high-end foreign brands there. As soon as they entered the shopping mall, Yang Xiaoli couldn't wait to recommend it to Chen Yu. In the past, Yang Xiaoli didn't dare to go to the fourth floor when she came here, for fear that she would be stimulated by the prices of those first-line brands. Now I am thinking of going to the fourth floor to indulge myself with Chen Yu. After all, there is no woman who doesn't like to be the center of attention. Go directly to the fourth floor from the elevator. Yang Xiaoli just glanced at the outermost window and was so frightened that she gasped. A coat costs 130,000 yuan and a pair of trousers costs 200,000 yuan. Are the clothes inlaid with gold and diamonds? Or bulletproof? Chen Yu was also surprised when he saw this. In the past, he had only heard about the lives of the rich, and ordinary people had no idea about them. Now he finally understood. Buying a set of clothes here costs nearly 400,000 yuan, which ordinary people dare not even think about. For an ordinary person, 400,000 is something they may not be able to earn in their entire lifetime. Forget it, let's go downstairs, Chen Yu said lightly. Although he is rich now, he doesn't want to be so extravagant. Hey, isn't this Shelley? What's wrong? You want to buy a high-end item but Kaizi won't buy it for you? Chen Yu was about to go downstairs with Yang Xiaoli when suddenly a sharp and piercing voice came from the side. Chen Yu frowned and turned around to look. At this time, a man and a woman were walking slowly towards them. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, wearing high-end Armani clothes. He looked like a young man from a wealthy family. The woman was about the same age as young Xiaoli, in her early 20s. Her outfit was a bit mixed, with Chanel, Louis Vuitton, LV. It was a bit dazzling to look at. However, this also allowed Chen Yu to see at a glance that the woman was a gold digger. No normal woman would dress like that. Lu Qianyin, please be careful with your words. Yang Xiaoli's face turned cold. What? This AG&C is owned by your family? You won't let people talk? Lu Qianyin looked very proud, and even raised the bags in her hands to her chest in a provocative manner, as if to show off. Oh my, Mr. Li bought me so many clothes from international brands that my hands are sore. Chen Yu was speechless, and suddenly he felt a strong smell of green tea coming over him. But Chen Yu didn't say anything, just watched quietly. Beauty, there are a lot of scammers nowadays. Be careful that someone might take possession of you and disappear from the face of the earth. Liang said at this time. Chen Yu was speechless. He was just being blamed. I can get hurt even if I just stand there and don't say anything. Xiaoli, are your requirements so low now? Look at your outfit, Kaizi, what the hell is that? Did you pick it up on the roadside? As she spoke, Lu Qianyin covered her mouth and nose with her hands. Xiaoli, after all, you work at Tianhao, and you meet celebrities in the capital every day. How come you ended up dating a poor bastard? Even if you can't find a rich young man like Mr. Li who wears Armani, it shouldn't be difficult to find a business elite. Yang Xiaoli couldn't help it. Lu Qianyin can say whatever she wants, but Chen Yu is the big boss of Tianhao and Lu Qianyin cannot humiliate him. Lu Qianyin, do you really think that you will become a phoenix by hooking up with a rich man? Don't forget, you were once a waitress at Tianhao. Yang Xiaoli said coldly. Yang Xiaoli, are you sick? When Lu Qianyin heard Yang Xiaoli reveal her past, she was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She exploded. Mr. Li, don't listen to her nonsense. I have never been a waiter. As she spoke, Lu Qianyin glared at Yang Xiaoli fiercely and pulled Liang away, fearing that Yang Xiaoli would say something unfavorable to her again. Boss, this is a nice outfit, it suits your temperament very well. In a domestic brand clothing store on the third floor, Yang Xiaoli helped Chen Yu put together a set of clothes. It looked very good and the price was very reasonable, just over 50,000 yuan per set. In the past, Chen Yu would not even dare to look at it, but now with 20 million in the account, these 50,000 are really nothing. Good. Chen Yu opened his mouth and was about to say, okay, let's do this. But before he could finish his words, Lu Qianyin and Liang walked in. Waiter, that guy is just a poor bastard, he can't afford it. As soon as she came in, Lu Qianyin started to mock Chen Yu and Yang Xiaoli, and Liang also joined in from time to time. Chen Yu was too lazy to pay attention to passers-by like Lu Qianyin and Liang, but that didn't mean he was so good-tempered that he wouldn't say anything even when being ridiculed like this. You don't know me, are you so sure that I can't afford it? Chen Yu said with a smile. Ha, Lu Qianyin sneered, do you think that changing into high-end clothes from other people's stores can hide your poor aura? Don't forget, the clothes that even a beggar wouldn't wear are yours. Lu Qianyin looked disdainful. Yang Xiaoli, aren't you exposing my secrets? Today I will make you two dogs lose face. What if I can afford it? Chen Yu said calmly. You? If you can afford that set of clothes worth 50,000 yuan, I can buy all the clothes in this store. Chapter 14 Patek Philippe Counter. Lu Qianyin didn't believe at all that Chen Yu could afford it. She had also worked hard at the bottom of the capital, and she knew very well what 50,000 yuan meant to a low-level worker. That might be money that would take 2 or 3 years to save. Come and swipe your card. The password is 8 zeros. Simple and crude, without any frills. The clerk didn't say a word from beginning to end. She had seen many people pretending to be cool but getting slapped in the face. Anyway, no matter who bought from her in the end, she would get a commission. After all, this is just a domestic brand, and there is still a big difference in price between it and the world-class international brands. Ordinary people can afford it if they grit their teeth. The waitress originally thought that Chen Yu bought it just to save face, and she despised him for a while. But when she saw the balance in Chen Yu's account, she was shocked by the long string of zeros. "Sir, this is your bank card, please keep it safe." The waiter felt his hands shaking when he handed the bank card back to Chen Yu. Reaching out to take the bank card, Chen Yu looked at Lu Qianin. "Ms. Lu, isn't it time to fulfill your promise now?" Lu Qianin felt embarrassed and felt a burning pain on her face. "Isn't it just spending 50,000 yuan to buy a set of clothes? What's there to be proud of?" As she spoke, she took out the clothes that Liang bought for her upstairs. "See? Just this one Chanel scarf is enough to buy several sets of your clothes. And this LV leather jacket is 270,000. You've probably never seen so much money in your life." Puff. Looking at the self-righteous Lu Qianin, the waiter almost got internal injuries. She really wanted to know if Lu Qianin would find a hole to crawl into if she knew that Chen Yu's bank card balance was tens of millions. "Aren't you ashamed to bring out a woman who doesn't even dare to acknowledge what she said?" Chen Yu glanced at Liang and said lightly. Then he stood up and walked out of the store. "Hey, wait a minute." Liang grabbed Chen Yu, who was about to leave. "You don't have a watch on your wrist. How about we go to a watch shop and take a look?" As he spoke, Liang showed the Rolex on his wrist. "This Rolex cost only a few $100,000 when I bought it. It is no longer worthy of my current wealth. I plan to change it to a Patek Philippe. Brother, how about we go and have a look together? I also know a little bit about watches, how about I recommend a good one to you?" Liang had a smile on his face, but he sneered in his heart. "If you dare to compare your wealth with mine, today I will let you see what arrogance means." "Okay, I'm looking to buy a watch too," Chen Yu said with a faint smile. Bags for women, watches for men. Since this was something that showed off one's status, Chen Yu naturally wanted to buy one. Patek Philippe counter. "Brother, what do you think of this piece?" As soon as he entered the Patek Philippe counter, Leon pointed to a limited edition Patek Philippe worth 19.88 million and said, "It seems to be an enthusiastic recommendation, but in fact it is just chilling Chen Yu." The implication is as if to say, "Poor bastard, loser. Aren't you pretending to be rich in front of me? Buy this watch if you can." "Not bad," Chen Yu said lightly. At this time, even the clerk at the Patek Philippe counter and Yang Xiaoli felt that Chen Yu was being a bit pretentious. That is a famous watch with only 2 pieces in the world. It has been almost a year since it was released, and not a single piece has been sold. Spending 20 million to buy a watch is a bit of a luxury even for some of the richest people. From what you said, brother, buying this watch is no problem at all, right? Liang sneered. Yang Xiaoli knew that Liang was trying to provoke Chen Yu, so she immediately offered to help Chen Yu out. But before she could finish her words, Chen Yu said calmly, "Of course." "Fuck, is that Chen Yu? I really can't help it. You are so good at pretending. I, Liang, have never lost in pretending, but today I finally got to witness it. You are the only one who wants to buy this top-quality limited edition Patek Philippe watch? Even the top brother in the imperial capital doesn't have this kind of courage. If you can really buy this watch today, I, Liang, will call you dad whenever I see you." Joke. Spending 20 million to buy a watch means either you have been kicked in the head by a donkey, or you have a diamond mine at home, otherwise who would make such a watch? If you ask me to buy it, I will buy it. Besides, I don't want a son as old as yours. You. Liang's face turned red with anger. He pointed at Chen Yu and didn't know what to say. "Humph." Liang returned to normal and snorted coldly. "If you're poor, don't try to act rich. Do you think you can win the heart of a beautiful woman by buying a set of clothes worth 50,000 yuan? Rubbish. Ignorant. Today I will let you know what it means to be arrogant." As he spoke, Liang walked to the counter of a Calitrave classic watch worth 2.8 million and said with a smile, "Waiter, please put this watch on for me." Then Liang looked at Chen Yu with a smug look on his face. "Did you see that? Stupid. Real rich people are people like me. I spend more than 2 million without blinking an eye." "Really?" Chen Yu smiled faintly, pointed at the 19.88 million limited edition watch and said, "I want that watch." "Swipe the card." Having said that, Chen Yu directly handed the bank card to the clerk. Everyone present was stunned. The clerk put the bank card that Liang handed to him aside and took Chen Yu's bank card with both hands. Waiter, swipe now, this poor bastard must be pretending. I just don't believe he can really spend 20 million to buy a watch. Gulp. The clerk was a little bit unbelievable, 20 million. If she really sold this watch, let alone the bonus of hundreds of thousands of small money, even the commission would be enough to help her get out of poverty and live a petty bourgeoisie life. He swiped Chen Yu's bank card with some doubt. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Until a crisp ding sound came from the card machine. Did you hear that? Payment successful. I knew this poor bastard was just pretending to have no money. Wrong. Payment successful? As soon as he finished speaking, Liang was stunned. He had been giving himself psychological hints just now, so he heard payment successful as payment failed. At this moment, the clerk's hands were shaking. Sir, please keep your card. The clerk pretended to be calm and handed Chen Yu's bank card to him. Liang felt that he had lost all his face today. He really wanted to turn around and leave and never appear in front of Chen Yu again. Waiter, please swipe my card quickly. I have something else to do. Liang said with a gloomy expression. Bite. Payment failed. Insufficient balance. Puff. Yang Xiaoli burst out laughing. Mr. Li, is this what you said about spending over 2 million without blinking an eye? No wonder you didn't blink, it turns out you were just pretending. Ha 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 ha. Yang Xiaoli laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward. Even the shop assistant couldn't help laughing. Give it to me. Liang's face turned pale. He snatched the bank card from the clerk's hand and turned away. Bang! As soon as he walked out of the door, Liang slapped Lu Qianin in the face. It's all your fault, you bastard. If you hadn't spent too much money on the 4th floor, would I be so embarrassed? Chapter 15. Young people really know how to have fun. Sir, I'm really sorry that I didn't explain the matter clearly to you just now. Since that watch is a limited edition, all the stocks are at the headquarters. We just put a model here. At the Patek Philippe counter, the clerk looked at Chen Yu apologetically. The reason why she swiped the card first was because she didn't believe that Chen Yu could really come up with 20 million. Chen Yu frowned slightly. When can I get it? Sir, please leave us your phone number and address, and we will deliver the watch to you within 7 days. Although he didn't expect it, Chen Yu could understand it. After all, it was something worth nearly 20 million yuan, and it was not safe to just leave it in the store. The 20 million system reward was spent in an instant. Chen Yu still felt a little uncomfortable, but it was just discomfort. With the system in hand, would Chen Yu still be afraid of having no money to spend? When leaving the AG&C shopping center, Chen Yu used the few tens of thousands of dollars he had left to buy a gift for Yang Xiaoli as a token of his gratitude for her earlier act of generosity. After driving Yang Xiaoli home, Chen Yu also returned to his rental house. Chen Yu, you finally got it. Quick! The toilet is clogged, come and fix it. As soon as Chen Yu walked into the house, Yang Yuyan came over from the bathroom, sweating profusely. After all, it is an old residential area, and toilet blockage is something Chen Yu is accustomed to. In the past, Chen Yu was the only one here, and he solved the problem easily, but Yang Yuyan didn't have that ability. What are you looking at? Solve it quickly. Yang Yuyan was extremely embarrassed at this moment. Miss, I won't talk about the makeup remover cotton pads, but can you tell me why you threw the instant noodle box in there? Seeing the toilet that was completely blocked, Chen Yu was speechless. There were makeup remover pads, soap, towels and a box of 1.5 packs of instant noodles. It would be unjust if this wasn't blocked. Looking at Chen Yu's incredulous expression, Yang Yuyan pouted and muttered, I don't know what can be thrown away? What can't be thrown away? The toilet in our house doesn't look like this. What are you looking at? Do you still want me to come? Yang Yuyan said coquettishly. You are the man of our family. These things are your responsibility. Oh. Chen Yu shook his head helplessly. I can only help Yang Yuyan clean up the mess. Although Yang Yuyan's words may make people think in the wrong way, they are not wrong. Yang Yuyan and Chen Yu now live under the same roof, and can barely be considered a family, so he can also be called the only man in the family. Why are you so stupid? Can't this be stuffed in? Yes, pull it out as hard as you can. Oh, you are so stupid. Get out of the way, let me do it, you help me hold it from below. Listening to Yang Yuyan's angry voice in the bathroom, Qin Anju's face was full of disbelief. Are today's young people really so unrestrained? It's only been 2 days. Qin Anju raised his hand and put it down several times. Although she came to Chenyu for help with something, she encountered this kind of thing, which made her feel indescribable strangeness. After all, she is a woman, and she has been divorced from her husband for so many years. It would be a lie to say that Qin Anju doesn't want it. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Qin Anju shook his head and prepared to turn around and leave. But just as she turned around to leave, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Chenyu and Yang Yuyan came out sweating profusely. Sister Qin? Why are you here? As soon as Chenyu came out, he saw Qin Anju, who was about to leave. Qin Anju narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly, looking at the two with ill intentions, and said, "You two young people should pay attention to moderation, otherwise it will be easy to get pregnant." Chenyu? Yang Yuyan? Chenyu and Yang Yuyan were both stunned after hearing Qin Anju's incoherent words. Chenyu was the first to react and quickly explained. Sister Qin, you're overthinking it. Yang Yuyan and I were just unclogging the toilet. Yang Yuyan, who was standing by, hadn't reacted yet and was wondering. Landlord sister, why haven't I heard that you can get pregnant by unclogging a toilet? Isn't that the only way? At this time, Qin Anju also saw the pile of things in the bathroom that Chenyu and Yang Yuyan had taken out together. Oh, nothing. Qin Anju felt embarrassed. It turned out that she was the one who wanted to do something dirty. Sister Qin, you just said you were here to see me? Chenyu didn't want to continue the awkward topic and quickly changed the subject and asked, what's the matter? At this time, Qin Anju remembered the real purpose of her visit to Chenyu. By the way, Xiaoyu, can you help me pick up Yao Yao from school? I just happen to have something else, so I can't pick up Yao Yao from school today. In the past, Chenyu didn't have a car, so he didn't agree to Qin Anju's request. Now that he has a car, it's just a matter of doing it. Besides, Chenyu also likes Li Xiao, this sensible girl. Okay, go ahead and do your work. I'll go pick up Yao Yao. Chenyu and Qin Anju left one after another, leaving Yang Yuyan alone in the rental house. What the hell? How can you get pregnant by unclogging a toilet? I've never heard of that. She was still struggling with what Qin Anju had just said. Suddenly, she remembered what she had just said, and thought of the scene of Qin Anju standing outside the door. Her pretty face immediately turned red, and she shyly dodged twice on the ground. Imperial Capital, No. 1 High School. When Chenyu drove over, students had already come out of the school gate one after another. Chenyu parked the car on the side of the road, walked straight to the school gate and began to look for Li Xiao in the crowd. Yao Yao, I heard your mother didn't come to pick you up. Why don't you take my car? It's just the right time for my dad to take you home. As soon as Chenyu saw Li Xiao, he was about to step forward, when a guy who didn't look like a good student grabbed Li Xiao's arm. Yan Jun, who told you that no one picked me up? My mom didn't come, but my boyfriend did. Li Xiao broke away from Yan Jun and said in a cold voice. Not far away, Chenyu was speechless when he heard Li Xiao's words. He originally wanted to call out Li Xiao's name, but now he didn't dare to do so. Just now, Li Xiao said loudly that her boyfriend was coming to pick her up, which caused many classmates around to start paying attention to that place. Who made Li Xiao the most beautiful campus girl in the capital's top high school? Chenyu was embarrassed. He was 5 or 6 years older than Li Xiao. If others saw this, they would probably say he was an old cow eating young grass. Brother Yu. Just when Chenyu didn't know what to do, Li Xiao saw him. Brother Yu, you're here to pick me up. Let's go home. Before Chenyu could react, Li Xiao rushed to his side like a swallow and hugged his arms. This scene stunned everyone at the school gate. My friend, this is a bit too shameless. At this time, a middle-aged strong man who looked 70% similar to Yan Jun walked over with a bad look on his face. Chapter 16. Is it your business? Yan Ping has always had feelings for Qin Anju, but at first he was just thinking about her because he had a family. Now that his wife has run away with someone, he has set his sights on Qin Anju. But he and Qin Anju had no common ground. After much thought, he could only create this common ground through his son, who was in the same grade as Li Xiao. Damn you, you dare to ruin my good deeds. Li Xiao is my son's, her mother is mine, how dare you snatch her from me? I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Yan Ping had a fierce look on his face, thinking secretly in his heart. Shen Yu's face turned cold. He originally wanted to explain that Li Xiao was just joking. But when he saw the unfriendly look in Yan Ping's eyes, he snorted in his heart. Is it your business? Shen Yu was too lazy to pay attention to such people. Yao Yao, let's go home. Shen Yu turned around and was about to leave, but Yan Ping grabbed him from behind. What did you say? Are you going to be so aggressive to me again? Shen Yu smiled and protected Li Xiao behind him. What? You want to take action? Seeing that there was no fear on Shen Yu's face, Yan Ping was stunned and quickly let go of Shen Yu's hand. Yan Ping didn't dare to hit anyone. This is the imperial capital, the place with the strictest security in the country. As long as he dares to take action, prison will be beckoning him. Poor bastard, do you think you can learn how to be kept by others just by renting a set of high-end clothes? I advise you to be a decent person and leave Li Xiao. Yan Ping spoke very loudly, immediately attracting the attention of everyone around him. Isn't that girl the daughter of the widow Qin Anju? Yeah. I didn't expect that he would do such a thing at such a young age. This is really the decline of morals. This is the consequence of having a mother giving birth but no father raising a child. Such a good girl is ruined like this. Listening to the discussions around him, Shen Yu's face became uglier. It doesn't matter what others say about him, because he doesn't care. But Li Xiao is still young, and her life has just begun. Shen Yu cannot let this incident leave any stain on Li Xiao. At this moment, bite. Random task, should Yan Ping and his son suffer the consequences of their actions? Option 1, ignore it and leave directly, you will be awarded the title of tolerant as much as possible. Option 2, let Yan Ping and his son suffer the consequences of their actions. You will receive full control of the imperial capital Panshan racetrack and a master-level, driving skills, reward. Shen Yu originally wanted to make Yan Ping and his son pay for what happened, and now there is another random task. Is there anything else he needs to think about? Shen Yu decisively chose the second option. System rewards are being distributed. System rewards were issued successfully. Is it wrong to be rich in today's society? Shen Yu stopped and looked at Yan Ping and the parents who were talking about it. Don't you think it's ridiculous? I think there are many of you who are more than 10 years older than your husbands. And I'm only 24 years old, and there's only a 6-year age difference between Yao Yao and me. Let alone the fact that there's nothing between Yao Yao and me? Even if there is, isn't love between people who are 6 years older normal? Shen Yu's words left the parents speechless. Yes, is there any rule that students can only date classmates in the same school? Besides, in today's society, there are many couples with a 20-year age difference, so a 6-year age difference is really nothing. Who do you think you are? Can you compare with those big guys? Those who can marry young wives are all local tyrants, and you poor bastard want to learn? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Yan Ping wanted to discredit Shen Yu. His idea was that since he and his son could not get Qin Anju and her daughter, he would destroy them and let them leave the imperial capital in disgrace. Of course, he will not let the culprit Shen Yu go. Hearing Yan Ping's words, Shen Yu sneered. How do you know that I'm not a rich man? Yes. Brother Yu is very rich, don't accuse him falsely. Li Xiao, who had been hiding behind Shen Yu, couldn't stand it anymore. After all, this matter was caused by her. Li Xiao, stop explaining for your tenant. Do you really think I don't know who he is? At this time, Yan Jun walked to his father Yan Ping with a sneer on his face and looked at Shen Yu with a sneer. I'm telling you, Li Xiao, I've secretly followed you to your home several times. This guy named Shen Yu is not your boyfriend at all. He is just a tenant in your house. Yan Jun said this with a smug look on his face, but the people around him cast disgusted looks at Yan Jun and his son. Oh, it turns out that girl didn't want to be harassed anymore, so she asked someone to pretend to be her boyfriend. That's what I said. That girl looked nice. How could she do such a ridiculous thing? Yes, Qin Anju is also quite good. She has been raising her daughter by herself all these years. With her conditions, it would be no problem for her to find another one, but she insisted on raising her daughter by herself. Yan Ping never thought that his son's words could help Shen Yu to exonerate himself. He suddenly became so angry that his face turned red. Even if Li Xiao and Qin Anju are not interested in a tenant, who knows if that poor tenant will have bad thoughts about Qin Anju and Li Xiao. This is the imperial capital. A poor worker like him will never be able to buy a house in the imperial capital in his lifetime. But if I can get Qin Anju and Li Xiao, it will be different. Not only can I marry the beautiful women, but I can also get 2 houses for free. What a good deal. Yan Ping sneered again, trying to direct the anger of all the parents towards Chen Yu. Humph. But who would have thought that Chen Yu was simply too lazy to pay attention to Yan Ping and his son? Chen Yu pulled Li Xiao straight towards his Porsche. Does a frog in a well think that what he sees is the whole sky? After leaving these words, Chen Yu drove away with Li Xiao. How is this possible? Yan Ping and his son Yan Jun were stunned. They never imagined that Chen Yu's car was a Ferrari worth more than 1 million. Looking back at his broken Shally, Yan Ping felt his face burning. Wow, is that handsome guy's car a supercar? It's so cool, it must be worth at least 400,000 or 500,000. After seeing that Chen Yu's car was a Ferrari, a parent of a student who had just mocked Chen Yu unconsciously changed his address to handsome guy. 400,000 or 500,000? That car is a Porsche 718 Cayman. The lowest configuration costs at least 800,000. Looking at the wheels of the car just now and the decoration inside the car, it should be the top configuration, at least around 1,200,000. He's young and rich, so even if he's really Li Xiao's boyfriend, it doesn't matter. At this time, all the parents expressed their feelings. Parents who had daughters at home turned their heads and looked at their daughters and complained. Look at Li Xiao, then look at you. Stop hanging out with those unreliable male classmates in school. If you want to find one, learn from Li Xiao. Look how good she is at judging people. While all the parents were scolding their children, Yan Ping pulled Yan Jun to his broken Shally and prepared to drive away with his son. But how could those parents let Yan Ping go? Chapter 17, could it be him? If Yan Ping hadn't been sowing discord between them, how could they have offended a rich man who drove $1 million luxury car with their words? Hey, Lao Yan. You still drive that broken Shally? Didn't you just keep saying that the guy was poor? The poor bastard you mentioned drives a car worth more than 1 million yuan, why are you only driving a shabby Shally? A student's parent walked up to Yan Ping and teased. Yes, old Yan, you just said that the clothes that person was wearing, which were worth tens of thousands of dollars, were rented. Are you going to rent one too? Yan Ping was so embarrassed that he wanted to tuck his head back into his stomach. Old Yan, no wonder your wife ran away with someone else. With someone like you, you'll have to run away with another one too. Yan Ping originally wanted to humiliate Chen Yu, but instead they, the father and son, were the ones to lose face. Brother Yu, what kind of car is this? It's so cool. Looking at the gorgeous decorations inside the car, Li Xiao was extremely excited. Usually at home, Li Xiao is quiet and well-behaved, but after all, she is only a 17-year-old child, so she would naturally be surprised when she sees beautiful things. It's just an ordinary Porsche. Chen Yu said lightly. Li Xiao was speechless. Although she didn't know much about cars, she still knew about Porsche and Lamborghini. Brother Yu, you seem to be showing off. Li Xiao looked at Chen Yu unhappily. Chen Yu was about to speak. But at this moment, a red Ferrari suddenly changed lanes and overtook. Chen Yu was startled. If he hadn't been awarded master-level driving skills in the random mission just now, he would have probably collided with the obstacles on the roadside. Chen Yu's face was gloomy. He looked at the surrounding road conditions through the rearview mirror. When he saw that there were no other vehicles around, he stepped on the accelerator hard. Although the red Ferrari just now was far ahead of Chen Yu still caught up with it in the blink of an eye. Qiling was excitedly testing her newly modified sports car. She just overtook a Ferrari that was exactly the same as hers, and she felt very happy. But just as she was about to use her superb driving skills, she suddenly discovered that the silver Porsche she had just overtaken was catching up with her again, and was getting closer and closer to her. Qiling's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sarcastic smile on his face. You dare to race with me? Why don't you go to the capital to ask how good I am? Qiling is a regular member of the Imperial Capital's non-professional racing team, and her driving skills are second to none in the entire Imperial Capital. However, she had bad luck and met Chen Yu, who had just acquired master-level driving skills. You little brat, do you think you can overtake me by accelerating in a straight line? Childish. Let me teach you what racing is. Qiling had driven this road countless times, and she knew clearly that there would be a series of turns ahead. She planned to use that section of the road with continuous turns to let Chen Yu understand that Qiling, was the woman he could never catch up with. However, just as Qiling was about to slow down a turn, she saw from the rearview mirror that the silver Porsche behind her was still accelerating. Is that guy crazy? Xiling couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Buzz. The sound of an engine roaring flashed by Qiling's side, and then Xiling saw silver light speeding. In just a blink of an eye, the silver Ferrari that had been following her car disappeared directly in front of her. Oh my god! What's going on? Xiling was stunned and unconsciously parked the car aside. She got out of the car to see if she could still see the car, but there was no trace of the car anywhere. This is weird. When did such a powerful master appear in the imperial capital? How come I didn't know about it? Xiling frowned and muttered to herself. Could he have come from another place? Thinking of this, a trace of worry appeared on Xiling's face. No, I have to tell other people about this as soon as possible. Daidu Panshan Racing Circuit. Xiling parked the car and hurried over to his teammates. Oh no, something big has happened. Xiling shouted loudly while running. What's wrong, Lingling? You're in such a hurry. Could it be that someone has overtaken you? Yang Yuyan walked slowly to Xiling and teased. How is that possible? Lingling is our main force. Apart from those professional drivers, who else in the capital can surpass Lingling's car? Song Chao, like Xiling, is also a member of the team. From the time he joined the team until now, he has never beaten Xiling once. He doesn't believe that there is anyone in this small piece of land in the imperial capital who can surpass Xiling's car. If there is anyone, it can only be a professional racing driver. I was actually overtaken, and I'm pretty sure that guy wasn't a professional racing driver. Xiling said helplessly with a serious look on his face. What? When they heard that Xiling was overtaken, the team members around him were all shocked and opened their mouths wide. No way, I was just joking. Yang Yuyan frowned. Although she is not a member of the team, Xiling is her good friend and she is very familiar with Xiling's driving skills. Lingling, you must have guessed wrong. It must be some professional racing driver who is teasing you. Song Chao also tried to comfort her. Since I am confident that the man is not a professional racing driver, I have a basis for that, because he was carrying someone when he passed my car. What? Hearing this news, the people around were even more surprised. At the same time, they also understood why Xiling was so confident. Because professional racing drivers never carry anyone else when racing, including traffic spotters. Lingling, do you still remember the license plate of that car? If we find that person and recruit him to the team, with the two of you, our team might be able to make an appearance in the national competition. It happened in a flash, in a split second. I didn't think too much about it. Xiling sighed. She was just surprised at the time, because no one in the capital could overtake her car before. All I remember is that it was a silver Porsche 718 Cayman. A flash of silver lightning suddenly appeared in Xiling's mind. Apart from the fleeting roar, what shocked her the most was the silver lightning. A silver Porsche 718 Cayman? Song Chao was speechless for a while. There are countless supercars in the capital, and although Ferraris worth $1 million or so yuan cannot be seen everywhere on the streets, there are still quite a few. I didn't remember the license plate. It looks like it will be hard to find it. I can only try my luck later. The other team members also shook their heads in regret. Could it be him? Yang Yuyan frowned slightly, thinking to herself. Probably not. Yang Yuyan thought of Chen Yu, whose car was a silver Porsche 718 Cayman. But she had just ridden in his car the day before, and his driving skills were just average. Yuyan, what's wrong with you? Xiling walked to the side of Yang Yuyan, who was distracted. Yang Yuyan was slightly startled, then smiled and said, "It's okay." Although she denied the possibility of Chen Yu, she still felt a little strange in her heart. The scene of Chen Yu racing always flashes through my mind. Chapter 18, Eating Disturbance. When Yang Yuyan returned home, she happened to see Chen Yu, Qin Anju, and Li Xiao going out. It is better to return in time than to return early. Qin Anju looked at Yang Yuyan, who was walking downstairs, and said with a smile, "Let's go out and eat together." Yang Yuyan was a little confused. She had just returned and knew nothing. I had something to do today and didn't go to pick up Yao Yao. I had to trouble Chen Yu to go. Seeing Yang Yuyan's confusion, Qin Anju explained. It is true that Qin Anju is stingy, but that also depends on the time. She never spends a penny that should be saved, and never saves a penny that should be spent. Were you the one who picked up Li Xiao today? The thought in Yang Yuyan's mind came to mind again. Did you drive your car? She stared at Chen Yu, trying to find the answer on his face. Yu Yen, you overestimate Chen Yu. Chen Yu didn't answer, but Qin Anju spoke first. Chen Yu is just a poor loser. Although he has changed a bit recently, he still can't get rid of the label of being a poor guy. Among the three girls, only Qin Anju had never ridden in Chen Yu's car. Li Xiao was also told by Chen Yu not to tell Qin Anju. Previously, Chen Yu had to explain the matter of Chunjiang Private Club countless times before Qin Anju believed that he only knew Xieling. Sister Qin, you invited me to dinner, as if you were rewarding me. You shouldn't insult me like this, right? Chen Yu was helpless. He knew that Qin Anju had no bad intentions, but anyone would feel uncomfortable hearing such harsh words. You don't have to ask me to say anything, but next time when you pay the rent, don't argue with me about those trifles. You're a grown man, would you mind letting me take advantage of you? Qin Anju gave Chen Yu a blank look, looking very charming. Chen Yu. No, that's a matter of principle. Chen Yu decided to fight the evil forces to the end. Qin Anju already had a good impression of Chen Yu, which made Chen Yu feel very uneasy. He could only use this method to lower his favorability. After all, he had seen Qin Anju use his ultimate move. Even an old man couldn't stand it, let alone a young man like him? Let's go with this one. The four of them stopped in front of a luxurious hotel. Are you sure? Chen Yu was stunned. Inviting everyone to a big restaurant for dinner doesn't fit in with the image of Qin Anju that he has in mind. Chen Yu looked at Qin Anju curiously, wanting to see if she had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Yes, this is the one. Qin Anju was the first to walk into the food stall next to the hotel. Chen Yu. It's Qin Anju Benju, why would I have thought that she would take us to a big restaurant? Chen Yu reflected in his heart and followed him in. Boss, order the food. After taking a seat, Qin Anju shouted towards the kitchen. Half an hour later, the few simple side dishes they ordered had not yet arrived. The four of them couldn't wait any longer. Boss, why is it so slow? Can't you serve just our table? Qin Anju complained towards the kitchen. Why are you rushing me? I just bought the ingredients. A ferocious-looking chef walked out of the kitchen and yelled at Chen Yu and the other three with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. The four of them were speechless for a while. Although it is a bit outrageous to treat customers as gods, at least you should be polite. Forget it, Sister Qin, we are not in a hurry anyway, let's wait a little longer. Chen Yu didn't want to get into conflict with others over such a small matter. It wasn't worth it. But when Chen Yu backed down, the chef became more aggressive. Why are you pretending? Do you think you are a winner in life just by having dinner with four women? A poor loser. If you want it to be quick, do it yourself if you have the ability. Chen Yu's face darkened and he looked a little unhappy. At this time, some people around were also attracted by the sound. Those people are so pitiful. They didn't even bother to ask around before eating. Yeah, that chef just thinks his food is good, so he is arrogant and takes himself too seriously. Rubbish chef, so what if the food is good? He deserves to have no customers with that kind of service attitude. Hearing the discussions of the people around him, Chen Yu laughed inwardly. It turns out he's a guy with a very high opinion of himself. Okay, then I'll do it myself. Chen Yu stood up and said with a smile. The chef was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Chen Yu to respond to him. He has had a bad temper for a long time and has yelled at countless customers. The other guests either endured it or simply got up and left. No one has ever dared to respond to him. Boy, you have to think it over carefully. If you don't have the right skills in my kitchen, you'll pay a heavy price. The chef had a face full of fat and glared at Chen Yu fiercely. If you don't try, how do you know I'm not good enough? Perhaps, the cooking skills that you are so proud of are not worth mentioning in front of me? As he spoke, Chen Yu walked into the kitchen. Boy, why don't you ask around? My cooking skills are among the best in the entire imperial capital. If it weren't for my bad temper, I would have been the head chef of the most luxurious hotel in the imperial capital. Lu Hu was not bragging, he was telling the truth. His cooking skills were recognized, so he was so arrogant and overbearing. Because no matter how bad his temper is, there are always people who come to see him. Chen Yu, forget it. Let's go to another restaurant to eat. Qin Anju wanted to stop Chen Yu. She saw that Lu Hu's veins were bulging and he was obviously ready to teach Chen Yu a lesson. Sister Qin, it's okay. I can't let us suffer in vain. Chen Yu glanced at Lu Hu and said lightly. Lu Hu smiled coldly. Okay. You are a brave boy. If you can make a few decent dishes today, I will apologize to you. Qin Anju was speechless. She didn't expect to encounter such a situation when she went out for a meal. As far as she could remember, Chen Yuka had never cooked. She didn't think Chen Yu could really cook any good dishes. However, the moment Chen Yu put on the apron, it was as if his whole person had changed. Light the fire, heat the oil, chop the vegetables. All the movements were done in one go, shocking everyone present. Even Lu, who was stunned where he was. In just half an hour, 8 dishes and a soup were ready. Moreover, the design was so gorgeous that it was about to blind the titanium dog eyes of everyone present. You must be kidding. Lu Hu was shocked. He had never heard of such a person in the imperial capital's chef world. What a slap in the face, doesn't Lu Hu always brag about his cooking skills? Look, a customer made something better than him. Let's see if he will still be so arrogant in the future. Let's eat. This is my first time making this and I don't know if it will taste good or not. Chen Yu ignored Lu Hu and started fighting with Qin Anju and the other two. At this moment, Lu Hu felt that he had lived in vain all these years. He is complacent about his excellent cooking skills. Now, he was completely devastated. The young man in front of him looked about the same age as his daughter. But this cooking skill has reached perfection. Can I have a taste? Chen Hu asked tentatively. Okay. Chen Yu said lightly. This is exactly the effect Chen Yu wants. Don't you think you are a good cook and think highly of yourself? Then I will defeat you in the field you are best at, and see if you are still arrogant. Master, please accept me as your apprentice. After just one bite of Chen Yu's dish, Lu Hu was completely impressed. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. With just one bite, Lu Hu knew that Chen Yu's cooking skills were far superior to his. No one expected this scene to happen, and everyone opened their mouths in shock. I'm just an ordinary person, how can I accept you as my disciple? Chen Yu said indifferently. Ordinary people? Lu Hu felt ashamed. If an ordinary person could have this level of cooking skills, then these chefs could all go home and become house husbands. Chapter 19. We don't want an apprentice like you. Then cook a few dishes for me to see. In the end, Chen Yu couldn't resist Lu Hu's constant nagging. After all, it is not nice to see a man in his 40s kneeling on the ground with his legs hugged. Qin Anju's face was full of disbelief. She really didn't expect that Chen Yu could actually cook. Li Xiao's eyes were shining, as if Chen Yu was her idol at this moment. Yang Yuyan, however, was indifferent, frowning and thinking about something. In short, Chen Yu has now become the most popular person on this street. In the kitchen, Lu Hu was carefully cooking his best dish under the watchful eyes of Chen Yu. But at this moment, a beautiful figure walked in from the door of the food stall. The sun rose from the west today? Why is there so many customers in my store? Lu Qianyin couldn't believe it. Normally, it would be great if the restaurant could have one table of customers who could tolerate her father's bad temper, but today the restaurant was actually full. This is so weird. Walking out of the kitchen, Lu Qianyin saw 2 people standing in the kitchen and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh! Dad, have you finally come to your senses and accepted a disciple? That's what I told you. I told you to take in an apprentice sooner rather than later. You can stay behind the scenes, so that customers in the store won't be scared away by you." In the kitchen, Chen Yu felt that the voice sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Just as he was wondering, Lu Qianyin appeared in his sight. "It's you!" Lu Qianyin widened her eyes in shock. Then, a sly smile appeared on his face. "I knew there was something fishy about what happened last time. How could Yang Xiaoli find a rich man who would throw out 20 million without blinking an eye?" As she said that, Lu Qianyin walked into the kitchen and grabbed Lu Hu. "Dad, this guy has a very bad character. You can't teach him your cooking skills." Lu Hu was cooking wholeheartedly, wanting Chen Yu to taste his cooking skills so that he could give him professional guidance. Unexpectedly, my daughter suddenly grabbed me. The other onlookers looked at Lu Qianyin as if she were a fool. You know, Lu Hu knelt down and begged for a long time before Chen Yu agreed to give him some advice. Now Lu Qianyin actually thought that Lu Hu was teaching Chen Yu how to cook. This is so ridiculous. "Girl, get out quickly," Lu Hu said casually without having time to pay attention to Lu Qianyin. But how could Lu Qianyin go out obediently? She and Chen Yu are enemies, so she will naturally not let Chen Yu go easily. get out of the store. My family doesn't want an apprentice like you with bad character. Lu Qianyin glared at Chen Yu. Chen Yu shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence in the world. That's what you said. Yes, that's what I said, get out now. Lu Qianyin just wanted to embarrass Chen Yu and relieve her hatred. Girl, what are you talking about? He wanted to concentrate on making his specialty dish, but his daughter's repeated disruptions forced him to stop. Get out of here. Didn't you hook up with a rich man and live a good life? Lu Hu glared and roared. Lu Qianyin was stunned. Dad, I am your daughter. This guy is just your new apprentice. How dare you say this to me just for him? Lu Qianyin looked incredulous. Since I'm not welcome here, I'll leave. Shen Yu didn't want to stay any longer, so he left with Qin Anju and the other two. Lu Hu knew that it was useless to ask for help. He slapped Lu Qianyin in the face with his backhand. Bang! Get down on your knees, you little bitch. Dad, you actually hit me for an apprentice? Lu Qianyin looked at Lu Hu angrily. Although Lu Hu had a bad temper, he had never touched her since she was a child. But today he actually hit her. Lu Hu's face was gloomy. Which eye of yours saw that the master was an apprentice? They are guiding me. Lu Qianyin couldn't believe her ears. Dad, are you talking nonsense? How old is he? How can he cook better than you? Not only is he good, he's miles better than your father. At this time, a bystander jeered. If your father hadn't begged on his knees for so long, people wouldn't have paid any attention to your sick father. What? Lu Qianyin was stunned. She finally knew why her father beat her. Dad, you're such a great cook, you don't even need that guy's advice. Besides, that guy is a liar. He must have used some method to deceive you. Even though everyone said so, Lu Qianyin still didn't believe how powerful Chen Yu was. Because the fact that Chen Yu is a liar has been deeply rooted in her mind. Maybe this is my fate. Lu Hu smiled bitterly. Girl, you were right before. I'm just a poor cook, how can I be so arrogant? I decided to close the store and go to Tianhao to be the head chef. Maybe that's where I should be. Shen Yu and the other three were unaware of the conversation between the Lu family father and daughter. But after what happened just now, Qin Anju and the other two felt that Chen Yu was more and more extraordinary. Especially Qin Anju, who was so enthusiastic along the way. Shen Yu directly suspected that if Li Xiao had not been present, she would have done something. Xiao Yu, I didn't realize you can cook. Why don't you live with me from now on? Qin Anju looked at Chen Yu with a sly smile. Chen Yu. Mom, what are you talking about? Li Xiao said angrily. Li Xiao also knew that it was not easy for her mother to raise her, but she really didn't like what Qin Anju said to Chen Yu. She felt like her mother was trying to snatch something important from her. Fortunately, Qin Anju still cared about Li Xiao, so he was not too enthusiastic towards Chen Yu. But she would occasionally throw a charming glance at Chen Yu, which still made Chen Yu helpless. This also made Chen Yu decide not to get too close to Qin Anju anymore. Bite. Chen Yugong made the decision to stay away from Qin Anju. The system prompt sounded in my mind. The mysterious mission of the stimulation system: conquer women's taste buds. Task requirements: the host needs to conquer the taste buds of 10 beauties with scores above 90. Task reward: mysterious gift pack reward. Chen Yu was stunned. In the past, he only accepted random missions, which he could refuse, and the mission rewards were also clear, but this mysterious mission that suddenly appeared was the first time it appeared. And he also wanted to know what the mysterious gift package was. Shen Yu thought that this mysterious gift package must be better than the mission rewards he had received before. Looking at Qin Anju and the other two girls, Shen Yu could only shake his head helplessly. Such a good resource cannot be wasted. Forced by the task, Shen Yu had no choice but to compromise. The next day, Shen Yu cooked another table full of delicious dishes in Qin Anju's kitchen. Increased the progress of the task to %30. The remaining 70% can only be completed by him finding beautiful women. Where can I find 7 beauties at once? Shen Yu said helplessly. Let's go to Chengjiang for a private meeting. Shen Yu thought of Xiaoling. She must be a beauty with a score of more than 90 points, and she also has a very queen-like aura. After driving to Chengjiang, Shen Yu wanted to take Xiaoling out for a meal and complete 10% of the task progress. But just when Shen Yu was about to leave Chengjiang with Xiaoling, who was confused, they were stopped by Chen Tianlong. Boss, yeah, where are you going? Chapter 20. You will regret it.
Chen Tianlong didn't even look at Chen Yu, but looked directly at Xia Ling.
Chen Tianlong, you don't want your position as deputy general manager anymore? How dare you ignore Mr. Chen? Xia Ling didn't know what Chen Tianlong was thinking.
Normally Chen Tianlong is very good at dealing with people, but today, he made a mistake that even a newcomer in the workplace would not make.
Ha ha. Chen Tianlong sneered, Boss, yeah, you are the one who doesn't want to do this.
Chen Yu and Xia Ling were stunned when they saw Chen Tianlong like this.
What do you mean? Xia Ling asked with a gloomy face. Chen Tianlong sneered and said, Boss, yeah, you really disappoint me.
Before, I listened to you and did whatever you told me to do, but you acted with an outsider to weaken my strength.
As he spoke, Chen Tianlong's voice suddenly increased. Xia Ling, you are really amazing. You hired someone to pretend to be your boss. Do you really think I, Chen Tianlong, am stupid? I know all your plans.
I didn't expose them before because I was waiting for today.
Donzi, come out. Your chance to turn things around has come. Chen Tianlong waved towards the distance. Li Weidong ran over here with a proud look on his face. Chen Yu, I didn't expect that. We meet again.
Li Weidong's appearance surprised both Chen Yu and Xia Ling.
Chen Tianlong, what's wrong with you? Shouldn't Li Weidong be fired? Xia Ling asked angrily. Xia Ling, how long are you going to act with me? Chen Tianlong, watch your attitude, I don't know what you are talking about. Oh, really?
Since you want to deny it, I will tell you about the dirty deeds you and poor Chen Yu did. Chen Tianlong felt indescribably excited when he thought about Xia Ling being fired. He is the second in command now, and once Xia Ling leaves, he will be the number one. At that time, coupled with his control over Chunjiang, he will be the actual person in charge of Chunjiang, apart from the boss.
It makes me happy just thinking about it. Chen Tianlong, do you think your job is too boring and want to find some excitement? Chen Yu said indifferently. Poor bastard, do you have the right to speak here?
Chen Tianlong felt uncomfortable when he thought about the last time he was cheated and actually called this poor boss.
Ha ha. Chen Yu sneered. Since you are seeking your own death, there is nothing I can do. Seeking your own death? I think you are the one seeking your own death. How dare you, a poor jerk who lives on a few hundred yuan rent, come here and pretend to be the boss of Chunjiang? Chen Tianlong looked at Chen Yu with a sneer. Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang? Chen Tianlong, you will regret talking to Mr. Chen like this. Xia Ling's face was gloomy. Regret? You are the ones who should regret it. Xia Ling, do you really think that besides you, no one else in Chunjiang has the boss's contact information?
As he spoke, Chen Tianlong looked through his address book. Look carefully, I also have the boss's contact information.
I haven't called yet. I've been waiting for this moment.
I want to see how you, Xia Ling, will explain this to the big boss later.
Looking at the contact information on Xia Tianlong's phone, Xia Ling shook his head and sneered. How could she not know that contact information? That was the contact number of the previous boss.
It was he who told Xia Ling in person that Chunjiang was fully acquired by Chen Yu. The commotion here was quite loud, and instantly attracted all the other staff members in the club.
Of course, there are also some distinguished guests. You are just a poor bastard, and you dare to call yourself the boss of Chunjiang? That Xia Ling is too bold.
He actually dared to join forces with a poor guy to weaken the deputy manager's strength.
He is really too insidious. That's right. He doesn't even look at his own character. He even dares to pretend to be the boss of Chunjiang. Doesn't he know that Chunjiang is Lao Son's private club?
There was a lot of discussion around. Xia Ling, and you poor bastard, just wait for Boss Song's wrath.
Chen Tianlong had a sinister look on his face and directly pressed the dial button. Beep beep.
At this moment, everyone in the field became nervous and held their breath.
Hello, over there?
Soon, the call was connected. A strong voice came from inside.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Song? Chen Tianlong asked cautiously. It's me, who are you? Boss Song, I'm Chen Tianlong, the deputy general manager of Chunjiang. Chunjiang?
The voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little confused. Yes, it is your Chunjiang private club.
Chen Tianlong, right? I think you are mistaken. Chunjiang is no longer my property. Didn't Xia Ling tell you that Chunjiang was wholly acquired by Mr. Chenyu? Snap. Chen Tianlong just felt dizzy. What? Chunjiang was fully acquired by Chenyu? That's right, don't call me again.
After saying that, Boss Song on the other end of the phone hung up. At this moment, Chen Tianlong felt like a big fool.
Chenyu had clearly given him a chance last time.
But he actually believed Li Weidong's lies. You can survive the misfortunes sent by heaven, but you cannot survive the misfortunes you bring upon yourself.
Chen Tianlong, go to the HR department and resign. Chenyu was now anxious to complete his task and had no intention of paying attention to Chen Tianlong. Thank you, Mr. Chen.
Chen Tianlong was also a smart man, and he knew that after something like this happened, there was no way he could stay. Moreover, Chenyu had already granted him a favor by asking him to go to the Human Resources Department to handle his resignation procedures. If something like what happened today happened to other bosses, they would have been furious a long time ago.
Why would they give him the opportunity to resign? Snap. Watching Chenyu and Xia Ling leave, Chen Tianlong slapped Li Weidong in the face. Li Weidong was dumbfounded.
He didn't expect that Chenyu was actually the boss of Chunjiang.
Brother Long, I was wrong, please forgive me.
Li Weidong knelt in front of Chen Tianlong with a plop.
He knew Chen Tianlong's temper, and he was afraid that Chen Tianlong would beat him half to death before stopping. Regret. Regret.
If he had not been obsessed with looking for Qin Anju at the beginning, the things that happened later would not have happened.
This is what it means to be greedy. Mr. Chen, where are you going? Following behind Chenyu, Xia Ling was somewhat confused. Xia Ling, I think you are too tired from managing Chunjiang, so I want to reward you.
As your new boss, in order to encourage you to work well for me in the future, I am going to personally cook you a meal as a reward.
Swish. Xia Ling's pretty face turned red instantly. Are all the rich second generation so flirtatious now? Cook? This is so romantic.
Xia Ling was 27 years old and had never had a boyfriend. She had countless suitors, but none of them caught her eye. As a strong woman, Xia Ling has always felt that men are dispensable. However, at this moment, she was moved. Faced with this handsome and wealthy new boss, Xia Ling fell in love with him.
What's wrong? You look so red.
Nothing, I just jogged a few steps and I feel a little hot. Even Xia Ling herself didn't believe what she said.
Oh. Chenyu just said oh lightly and didn't ask any more questions. If following normal procedures, Chenyu should have shown concern and care.
But Chenyu did nothing, which made Xia Ling confused for a moment.
Chapter 21, Tianhao is also yours? Tianhao Hotel.
Chenyu could only bring Xia Ling here. It's inconvenient to have Yang Yuyan in the rental house, and it's not good to bring Xia Ling home rashly.
It's the same when going to Xia Ling's house. After all, she is his subordinate. As a boss, how can he take the initiative to go to the house of a female subordinate?
So after much thought, the only option was to come to Tianhao Hotel.
Mr. Chen, why did you bring me here?
Xia Ling's voice was trembling a little.
She felt that Chenyu was a good person. But this is too fast. Aren't you going to cook? Why did you come directly to the hotel? Men are really pigs.
Xia Ling was worried and didn't know what to do for a moment. However, just when Xia Ling didn't know what to do, Chenyu actually took her past the front desk and went directly to the dining area.
What's going on? Do I really have to cook for myself? This is Tianhao Hotel. Would they let an outsider into the kitchen? Are you kidding?
Not to mention Tianhao Hotel, even an ordinary 3-star or 4-star hotel would not allow outsiders to work in the kitchen.
Mr. Chen, this is not good.
In order to avoid embarrassment, Xia Ling grabbed Chenyu.
What's wrong? Manager Xie. Chenyu was stunned. Mr. Chen, if you really want to reward me, just treat me to a meal. Why do you have to cook for me? Joke.
Chenyu wanted to complete the task, so he cooked for Xia Ling.
Otherwise, why would he be so bored as to cook for his subordinates? It's okay, just eat it peacefully. Chenyu smiled slightly and took Xia Ling to Tianhao's kitchen again. Why is Mr. Chen so stubborn? Doesn't he understand the ways of the world at all? Or is it that the second generation of rich people simply don't know these things anymore?
Unable to figure out Chenyu's thoughts, Xia Ling had no choice but to follow Chenyu.
Xia Ling has already thought about it. If Tianhao's people come out to make things difficult for her, she will bring up Chunjiang. Chunjiang's rank in the imperial capital is higher than Tianhao's, so I don't think the supervisor of Tianhao would say anything unpleasant. Who are you? Get out now. As soon as Chen Yu and Xia Ling walked into Tianhao's kitchen, a man dressed as a chef came over. Sure enough. Xia Ling was speechless for a while. What she thought of finally happened. Chen Yu was also stunned for a moment, then he realized that he had not informed Zhang Xiang. He always thought that the hotel belonged to him, and it was natural for him to cook in his own hotel kitchen. But Chen Yu didn't expect that his boss was elusive all day long. Apart from Zhang Xiang, only Yang Xiuli knew him in the entire hotel. Great God? Linny was just about to tell the chef to contact Zhang Xiang. Suddenly, a surprised voice was heard behind me. Chen Yu turned around and saw Lu Hu, who looked surprised, behind him. Chen Yu didn't expect to meet Chen Hu here. What he didn't expect was that after Chen Hu saw it was him, he actually hugged his thighs. Master, I was wrong last time. I have deeply realized that I was wrong. Please give me a chance and guide me. After coming to Tianhao, Lu Hu deeply understood the gap between him and Chen Yu. He watched Chen Yu prepare the table of dishes that day. Later, he also imitated Chen Yu's cooking methods and styles. But what he made was completely different from what Chen Yu made. Chen Yu was confused, Xia Ling was confused, and so were all the diners in Tianhao's kitchen and dining area confused? What's going on? What's wrong with the chef? Why is he clinging to a young man's thigh? Oh my God, isn't that Lu Hu? He is famous in the capital for his bad temper. He won't serve anyone. Even if the rich second generation wants to eat his cooking, it depends on his mood. Am I dazzled? Lu Lao who actually knelt down? Lu Hu is very famous in the imperial capital's culinary world. Because of his eccentric temper, he is more famous than other first-class chefs. Lu Hu, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Chen Yu couldn't stand it anymore. After all, Lu Hu was a rough man in his 50s, and holding his thigh like that made Chen Yu very uncomfortable. He still prefers being hugged like this by a woman, but not by a rough man. I won't let you go. If you run away again, I won't be able to find you. Chef, do you know this gentleman? The young chef who had just stopped Chen Yu felt guilty. I feel that my behavior just now was too abrupt. He is my master. From now on, you can call him master whenever you see him. Chen Yu. Lu Hu, when did I ever say I would accept you as my apprentice? I don't care. If you don't accept me today, I won't let go. Seeing Lu Hu, who was in his 50s, acting like an unreasonable child, Chen Yu was speechless. Let go first, we can talk slowly. Chen Yu said calmly. I won't. What if you run away as soon as I let go? I can't run away. Tianhao is my property. Chen Yu had no choice but to say this. Tianhao is also Mr. Chen's property? Xia Ling was stunned. She didn't have the slightest doubt about Chen Yu's words. How could a person who could fully acquire Chunjiang be willing to lie? Yes, otherwise why would I bring you directly to Tianhao? Xia Ling, Mr. Chen is awesome. Mr. Chen 666. Only then did Xia Ling understand why Chen Yu had directly dragged her to the Tianhao kitchen. So it seems that she is going back to her own kitchen. Oh my God, no wonder Lu Lao knelt down. It turns out that young man is the boss of Tianhao. It's not that simple. Who is Lu Lao Hu? If he knew how to curry favor with the rich, why would he end up being the chef at Lai Tianhao? That's right. Those who have similar cooking skills to him are all doing very well. Even those rising stars in the culinary world who are much weaker than him are doing better than him. Listening to the arguments of the people around him, Chen Yu realized that Lu Hu was actually a celebrity in the culinary world. Are you really the boss of Tianhao? Lu Hu let go of Chen Yu doubtfully. Lu Hu didn't care whether Chen Yu was a boss or not. He only cared that if Chen Yu was the boss of Tianhao, then he could stay in Tianhao and Chen Yu could teach him. Mr. Chen, I was so busy that I didn't see you coming. At this time, Zhang Xiang hurried over, looking very nervous and frightened. Zhang Xiang's appearance confirmed Chen Yu's identity, and everyone around him was amazed. Young and rich, what's the need for a pendant on the legs of a rich man? You're being too blunt, look at me. Rich, me. Soft and cute girl, easy to push over. What do you mean by that? Look at me, handsome guy, do you want to be buried together? Chen Yu. Zhang Xiang, go and do your thing. I just want to use the kitchen to cook a meal.
Cook? Zhang Xiang was stunned. But Lu Hu's eyes were shining.
Mr. Chen, you are the boss, how can I let you cook? Just ask Master Lu to cook whatever you want. Master Lu is a famous culinary master in the imperial capital. Boss Zhang, I am only qualified to be an assistant in front of Boss Chen.
Although these words did not sound like they came from the mouth of a master chef, Zhang Xiang saw longing in Chen Hu's eyes.
He looked as if he couldn't wait to help Chen Yu. Zhang Xiang was confused.
Xia Ling was confused.
Everyone was stunned. Chapter 22. We at Tianhao can't accommodate you. Fuck, is it possible that Mr. Chen, who is young and rich, is also a master chef? Maybe. Didn't you hear Lu Hu begging to be Mr. Chen's apprentice? Are the second generation rich nowadays so frugal? They can even cook? And they're even better than Lu Hu? Everyone secretly gave Chen Yu a thumbs up in their hearts. Just call it awesome. Okay, Zhang Xiang, if you have nothing to do, stay here and try my cooking later.
They are all managers under him, so Chen Yu cannot favor one over the other.
Having said that, Chen Yu turned and walked into the kitchen. Master, let me tie your apron for you.
Lu Hu was like an apprentice who had just entered the kitchen. Seeing the sincerity in Lu Hu's eyes, Chen Yu smiled slightly. He could see that Lu Hu was a cooking fanatic, and in his eyes cooking skills were above everything else.
Lu Hu, come here and help me. Chen Yu said lightly.
Lu Hu is also his employee, and Chen Yu is not so stingy as to hide things from his employees.
Yes, master. Lu Hu couldn't wait to walk to Chen Yu's side.
In half an hour, a large table of delicious dishes was ready. Xia Ling and Zhang Xiang opened their eyes wide in shock. Lu Hu had a look of satisfaction on his face.
The diners around were drooling with envy.
Zhang Xiang, Xia Ling, you guys try it. I specially prepared this table of dishes today to reward you. Zhang Xiang was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He had served his boss for most of his life, and he never expected that today he would get to eat a meal cooked by the boss himself. Looking at Chen Yu without any pretense, Zhang Xiang secretly swore in his heart that he must do good things for Chen Yu in this life.
Chen Yu?
At this moment, a discordant voice sounded.
So that's how it is.
I was wondering how a poor bastard like you could suddenly become a high-ranking VIP of Tianhao. So, you are the cook here.
Hearing the sound, everyone turned their heads to look. It was none other than Wang Fong and Jiang Xing.
Wang Fong and Jiang Xing had just arrived and had no idea what had just happened here.
They just saw Chen Yu wearing a chef's apron and thought that Chen Yu was Tianhao's chef.
Besides, this would also explain what happened last time.
Who are these two idiots?
Everyone looked at the two of them as if they were sand sculptures. How dare you say that the boss of Tianhao Hotel is a poor bastard?
You still dare to come? Chen Yu also looked helpless.
He thought that after what happened last time, Wang Fong and her lover Jiang Xing would not dare to come to Tianhao again, but he didn't expect to run into them again today.
Chen Yu, you poor bastard humiliated me last time. Today I will make you kneel down and beg me. Ha ha.
Chen Yu laughed. Okay, I want to see how you want me to kneel down and beg you.
Then just open your eyes and see clearly. Jiang Xing sneered. Wang Fong was also gloating over the other's misfortune. Manager Zhang, I am your member. Now I want you to fire this cook. Otherwise, I will cancel my card and never shop with you again.
Poof! The people who had eaten nearby couldn't help themselves.
Ha ha ha.
There was a burst of laughter.
Is that guy an idiot? He actually threatened the manager to fire his boss?
Fuck, I've never seen such a pretentious person, but it's a pity that he's pretending in the wrong place. This guy's brain must have been in his mother's stomach when he was born. There was a lot of discussion around, and Wang Fong and Jiang Xing looked confused.
What's going on? Why did those people say that Chen Yu is the boss of Tianhao? Jiang Xing was stunned and turned to look at Wang Fong. I don't know. He was just a poor employee of mine. Manager Zhang.
Jiang Xing wanted revenge so much that he ignored the voices of the people around him and threatened Zhang Xiang again.
Bang!
Zhang Xiang slapped Jiang Xing in the face.
They say the customer is God. Do you really think you are God? Roll. Do you think that our Tianhao can't survive without a customer like you? Jiang Xing was confused. He thought that with the tens of thousands of dollars he spent at Tianhao every month,
he could get Jiang Xiang to fire Chen Yu. But what Jiang Xing didn't expect was that Jiang Xiang slapped him directly and said,
"Aren't you going to cancel your membership, grandson? I'm going to retreat now. If you dare to step into Tianhao again, I'll break your dog legs."
Jiang Xing looked horrified. He was just pretending to be cool, and the membership card in his hand was not his at all, but the company's. It was just that he was the one who entertained the clients, so the card was kept with him.
"Don't, Mr. Jiang. I was just joking, why did you take it so seriously?"
Jiang Xing hastily apologized with a smile. He didn't dare to actually cancel the card.
If the company knew that he was forced to cancel his card because he offended Tianhao, he would lose his current job. Our bosses are what you call poor bastards. We at Tianhao can't afford to entertain rich people like you.
Jiang Xiang glared at Jiang Xing and snatched the membership card from his hand. Jiang Xing looked depressed, he knew that his job might be lost.
However, at this moment, Xia Ling on the side spoke up.
"I remember you seem to have a membership in our Chunjiang as well.
What I want to say is the same as what manager Zhang Xiang said. You dare to insult our CEO, Chen?
Chunjiang can't afford to receive guests like you."
Plop. Jiang Xing's legs went limp and he sat down on the ground.
He never imagined that the Chen Yu he mentioned was not only the behind-the-scenes boss of Tianhao Hotel, but his colleague was also the boss of Chunjiang. If he lost his hotel membership card, he could still think of other ways to make up for it, but Xuanzhang's membership card was obtained by the company at great expense and with the help of countless connections.
There was no way he could make up for it. "Boss, are you fed up with Chunjiang?" Zhang Xiang looked surprised. "Calm down, isn't it just a Chunjiang? I bought it a long time ago." Zhang Xiang. Boss V587. The boss is awesome.
That's tens of millions of dollars worth of assets, but Chen Yu made it sound like it was a toy worth a few $1,000s. After sending Xia Ling back to Chunjiang, Chen Yu looked at the 40% task completion rate on the system panel and felt annoyed. Now that he has fleeced all the people he knows, he has no idea what to do with the remaining 60% of completion.
Hello, are you Mr. Chen Yu?"
When Chen Yu arrived at Tianhao and had just parked his car, he heard someone calling him from behind.
"Who are you?"
Turning around, Chen Yu discovered that he did not recognize the woman behind him.
"Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Chen Ting, the organizer of the Imperial Capital Cooking Competition.
I just saw your superb cooking skills, so I would like to invite you to participate in our cooking competition."
Chen Yu. "Mr. Chen, I also know this is very abrupt.
Originally, I came to ask Master Lu Hu to be our judge, but Master Lu Hu said that he had not yet completed his apprenticeship and he did not dare to embarrass his master, so he refused."
"Then, you came to find me?" Chen Yu asked calmly.
Chen Ting nodded. "Mr. Chen, you may not know that the performance of our country as chefs in international competitions in recent years has not been very ideal. We are holding the God of Cookery contest this time to find talents who can represent the country and showcase our cuisine abroad. Although I didn't get to eat the food you cooked, judging by how respectful Master Lu Hu was to you, your cooking skills must be amazing.
Are there any beauties in your God of Cookery competition?"
Chen Yu thought that he could complete the task through the competition, so he asked with interest.
Chapter 23 Panshan Racing Circuit.
"Of course." Chen Ting said proudly, "Either our organizer's staff or the judging panel will invite some beauty bloggers to attend every year." Chen Yu nodded with satisfaction.
"Okay, I'll join. This is like giving someone a pillow when they are sleepy."
A second ago, Chen Yu was still worrying about where to find a beautiful woman, and then Chen Ting came. After saying goodbye to Chen Ting, Chen Yu drove directly back to the rental house.
"Hey, Chen Yu. Are you busy today?" As soon as Chen Yu got home, Yang Yuyan walked out of the room. "What?" Something happened. Chen Yu had an indescribable feeling towards Yang Yuyan.
Every man likes beautiful women, but Yang Yuyan's aura is too strong, which always makes Chen Yu feel uncomfortable. "If you have nothing to do, please accompany me to the Imperial Capital Panshan racetrack."
Yang Yuyan looked at Chen Yu calmly and said lightly. Chen Yu refused without even thinking about it.
It wasn't that he had something to do, he just couldn't stand Yang Yuyan, who always spoke to him in a commanding tone, seemingly in a negotiation. At this time, he thought of the Panshan racing track.
Wasn't he at the reward given by the system last time? Why should I go with you? I'm sleeping alone at home, doesn't it smell good?
Even so, Chen Yu did not agree directly. He wanted to see how Yang Yuyan would look when she begged him.
There's a competition over there, I want to go and see it, you come with me. Yang Yuyan explained. In Yang Yuyan's opinion, explanation was her biggest concession. But Chen Yu didn't buy it at all. I told you I'm going to sleep at home. A complicated look appeared on Yang Yuyan's face. Then you can lend me your car. Chen Yu shrugged and said with a smile, Miss Yang, don't you know the rule that only women and cars cannot be easily lent out? Although we are roommates, I don't think we are close enough for me to lend you my car. Chen Yu smiled slightly, turned around, and walked towards his room. That silver Ferrari downstairs is so cool. I wonder if Sister Chin has ever cared about who the owner is. I guess the owner of a Porsche must be very rich. Chen Yu. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, Yang Yuyan drove Chen Yu to the racetrack. Along the way, Chen Yu always wanted to know what was going on in Yang Yuyan's mind. Yang Yuyan always gives Chen Yu the feeling that she is a scumbag. Either ignore it or keep a distance. Wow, a Porsche 718 Cayman worth $1,000,000 dares to come? Don't you know where this is? This is the largest racing track in the capital. The cheapest car that comes here costs $5 million. How dare you drive a car worth $1 million? That's right, you're overestimating yourself. Before I even got off the car, mocking voices were already heard. Listening to the conversation between the two women, Chen Yu felt ashamed. When did Ferrari become substandard? You know, this is a luxury car. But think about it, in the eyes of real rich people, 1 million is actually about the same as 100 yuan. Yang Yuyan got out of the car without even looking at the two women standing at the door. Taking Chen Yu, he walked straight into the racetrack. Hey, didn't you hear us? Really? When did Panshan Racetrack become a place where anyone can come? The two women didn't seem to want to let Chen Yu and Yang Yuyan go in like this, and stopped them at the door. Chen Yu took a look at the two girls and felt that they looked familiar. It seems that I have seen them on a short video app. What are you looking at, poor bastard? Haven't you seen a beautiful internet celebrity in person? They are just two second-rate internet celebrities, but they actually think of themselves as stars. Chen Yu really didn't know where this kind of person's sense of superiority came from. I still don't like the Porsche 718 Cayman that costs 1 million. For a small internet celebrity like this at the lowest level, tourists can call him daddy if they give him a tip of 100 yuan. At this moment, he was actually looking down on a Ferrari worth more than $1 million. This is really funny. Did you hear that? Two poor bastards. This is not a place for you to come, get out of here. Seeing that Chen Yu and Yang Yuyan didn't say anything, the two female internet celebrities became even more arrogant. Get out of here. I don't have the heart to deal with garbage right now. Yang Yuyan glanced at the two women and said coldly. What did you say, damn woman? You actually said we are trash? We were summoned by Master Song. Does Mr. Song know? He is the young master of Yuanzhong Group and a big shot worth over 100 million. Get out of here now. If young Master Song sees poor bastards like you, he will definitely be very angry if he sees you here. Chen Yu had heard of Song Chao from Yuanzhong Group. He was a well-known playboy in Kyoto. But the imperial capital is different from other places. The imperial capital is the power hub of the entire Yanxia, and what it lacks the least is rich people and people in power. There are countless playboys. People like Song Chao, who have just earned over 100 million yuan, can't even be considered as little brothers. Really? Then find Song Chao and let me see if he has the guts to chase us away. Yang Yuyan's words immediately left Song Yan and Zhou Ying speechless. She also knew in her heart that Song Chao called them over just to add to the fun. Moreover, they were not eligible to enter the racing track at all. Otherwise he wouldn't be waiting at the door. People like them come here to join in the fun, just to try their luck. If some young man takes a fancy to me, I won't have to worry about the rest of my life. Ha ha. Zhou Ying sneered, looked at Yang Yuyan complacently and said, who do you think you are? You still dream of meeting young Master Song? Get out of here now, don't pollute young Master Song's eyes. The two girls were impatient and waved their hands to drive Chen Yu and Yang Yuyan away, as if they were chasing away flies. Yuyan, why did you come just now? We have been waiting for you for a long time. At this time, Song Chao walked out slowly. As soon as Song Chao appeared, Song Yan and Zhou Ying left Chen Yu and Yang Yuyan and went to meet Song Chao. But Song Chao ignored them and walked straight towards Yang Yuyan. Chen Yu's mouth corners slightly raised. This woman is indeed not a simple character.
She can even make a rich second generation like Song Chao go out to greet her.
Mr. Song, I'm Zhou Ying, the internet celebrity you called. Have you forgotten?
Zhou Ying looked straight at Song Chao with shining eyes, trying to impress him with her charm. In this way, she can marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. But she never expected that Song Chao would push them away and walk straight towards Yang Yuyan and Shen Yu. It turned out that the two people they had called poor guys for a long time were actually Song Chao's friends.
It's all over now. Isn't it because of the people you called who blocked us? Otherwise I would be late? Yang Yuyan gave Song Chao a displeased look. What?
Song Chao's face turned cold and he glared at Zhou Ying and Song Yin. Just a glance was enough to make Zhou Ying and Song Yin feel the fear coming.
Song, Mr. Song, we didn't know these two were your friends.
It was all a misunderstanding.
Chapter 24. This is our boss. Bang!
Song Chao slapped him in the face with his backhand.
Who do you think you are? How dare you stop Yu Yin?
The two female internet celebrities were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they dared not make a sound. In the eyes of rich second generations like Song Chao, internet celebrities are just playthings that come and go at will.
They only dare to show off in front of ordinary people.
When they are in front of these rich second generations, they don't even dare to speak loudly.
Go away. Don't let me see you again. Song Chao waved his hand impatiently.
Song Yin and Zhou Ying felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from them and left in a hurry, not daring to stay for a moment.
Yu Yan, Ling Ling and the others must be waiting impatiently, let's go in quickly.
Good. Having said that, they walked towards the stadium together.
Hey, who the hell are you?
As they were walking, Song Chao saw Chen Yu following behind him, so he frowned and shouted. Just now, he thought Chen Yu was just a passerby, but he didn't expect that he was following them at this moment.
Chen Yu glanced at Yang Yuyan and smiled faintly. Me? I live with Yang Yuyan, who do you think I am? Girl, I've let you threaten me every day, let me see how you're going to explain it to your friends this time. Chen Yu just wanted to see Yang Yuyan's embarrassed look. But Yang Yuyan didn't seem to care at all. Boy, what the hell are you talking about? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll cut off your tongue, believe it or not? Ha ha.
Chen Yu sneered and said, I really don't believe it.
Nonsense. The Huanshan racing circuit is Chen Yu's property. In his own territory, would Chen Yu be afraid of Song Chao?
Fuck. Song Chao stretched out his hand to grab Chen Yu. But at this moment, Yang Yuyan turned around and looked at him.
He's right, I do live with him. What?
Song Chao was shocked, his face full of disbelief. Chen Yu was even more surprised than Song Chao. He didn't expect that Yang Yuyan not only did not explain, but responded directly.
This kind of operation is not something that ordinary women can do.
But, come to think of it, Yang Yuyan is not an ordinary girl.
Spending $5,000 to live in a house that costs less than $1,000, is that something a normal person can do? Song Chao looked at Chen Yu and looked him up and down. Poor bastard, you are also a man, how can you be a gigolo? Also, I'm warning you. You can't control Yu Yan, otherwise you won't even know how you died in the end. Get out of here.
Song Chao looked at Chen Yu coldly.
Is this racetrack yours? If anyone is going to leave, it should be you.
Chen Yu looked at Song Chao calmly.
Ha 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 ha.
Song Chao laughed as if he heard a joke.
Poor bastard, this racetrack may not be mine, but it's almost like mine. I'm a super member here. If I tell you to get out, you have to get out. Do you understand? Really?
Shen Yu sneered, then you can try and see if you can get the stadium manager to kick me out. At this moment, a group of more than 10 people walked towards them. Seeing the person coming, Song Chao showed a proud look on his face.
Okay. Song Chao smiled coldly, poor bastard, today I will let you see what power is. See those people coming over there?
They are the stadium officials you mentioned. And the first one to walk in is Qilan, the manager of the Panshang competition venue. Looking up, Qilan, who was wearing a blue dress, came into view.
Chen Yu was stunned for a moment.
He didn't expect to meet a woman here whose appearance was as beautiful as Qinanju.
Moreover, her temperament seems to be better, and she looks quite heroic. Is this the manager of my Panshan racing circuit? Interesting.
Chen Yu looked at Qilan, who was walking towards him with great interest.
He now owns 3 properties, Tianhao Hotel, Chunjiang Private Club and Panshan Racing Circuit.
In Chen Yu's opinion, the persons in charge of these three industries each have their own strengths.
Zhang Xiang is well versed in the ways of the world and is eloquent.
Xie Ling is thoughtful and good at coordinating the overall situation. Qi Lan in front of him doesn't look like a mediocre person. Poor bastard, Sister Lan has a bad temper, you'd better get out of here before she comes over. Otherwise, you can just wait to be punished by Sister Lan.
On the side, Yang Yuyan didn't say anything, just watched quietly.
She brought Xinyu here today to let Xie Ling see if it was him she met that day. After all, Xi Ling is her best friend, so she has to help if she can.
Why don't you get out of here? I think you are really looking for death.
Seeing that Xinyu remained unmoved, Song Chao became even more angry.
Sister Lan. Song Chao walked straight towards Qi Lan.
Sister Lan, there's an idiot trying to run wild on your territory, you have to take care of him.
Dare to cause trouble in Panshan parking lot? I want to see who is so bold.
Qi Lan had a bad temper and shouted angrily. However, when Qi Lan walked up to Xinyu, she found that this handsome boy seemed to have been seen somewhere before. But, I couldn't remember it for a moment.
You want to pick a fight with me?
Qi Lan frowned slightly and looked directly at Xinyu.
It's not like I'm looking for trouble. I just came to take a look. Boy, let me tell you. You may be a successful person in the eyes of others, but in our eyes, you are nothing, understand? Song Chao sneered and looked at Xinyu with disdain. You really don't know how to live or die. Don't you see where this place is? I'm going to see how you die this time. Mr. Chen? Are you Mr. Chen?
When Song Chao was thinking about how Qi Lan would deal with Xinyu next, he actually saw that his attitude towards Xinyu had changed. Just now he looked ferocious and determined to give Xinyu a good beating. Now it has turned 180 degrees.
Yes, I am Xinyu. Xinyu said lightly. Mr. Chen, why didn't you inform us in advance of your coming? It's hard to see what misunderstandings have arisen. Xinyu did not blame Qi Lan, but just nodded slightly. Didn't I tell you? I just came to take a look.
Xinyu and Qi Lan were chatting and laughing, and from time to time Qi Lan would cover her mouth and chuckle, which made Song Chao dumbfounded.
Sister Lan, what's going on?
Why are you still chatting with this poor bastard?
This guy is just a poor bastard. He came to the game just to find trouble.
Qi Lan's expression changed for a moment and he glared at Song Chao.
Song Chao, what did you say?
Song Chao misunderstood and thought that Qi Lan was angry because she didn't want to hear the swear words.
Sister Lan, don't be angry.
What I mean is that this guy is just an outsider and is not worthy of entering the competition venue at all.
Song Chao, you are just an outsider in front of Mr. Chen, do you know that? The person in front of you is the boss of our Panshan racing circuit.
What? Song Chao was stunned. Even Yang Yuyan, who was standing by, had an incredible look in his eyes.
Panshan racing circuit is different from the Ferrari worth 1 million yuan at the entrance. Assets with a market value of over 1 billion are no joke. This is only the case in the imperial capital.
If it were in other small cities, it would also be considered a hegemon.
So, am I qualified to enter the competition?
Xinyu looked at Song Chao with a smile.
Chapter 25 Get Out. Although Xinyu was smiling, it looked so eerie and scary to Song Chao. Boss Chen, you're joking.
This is your territory now, so of course you have the right to come here.
Song Chao was embarrassed to death.
My face felt hot, as if I had been slapped twice in the face.
I just told my boss to get out.
This is just a joke.
Brother Chen, I was wrong just now.
Please don't take it to heart.
Song Chao said with a smile. Okay.
I'm the boss of this racetrack, and I'm what you call a poor bastard.
So naturally, my racetrack can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. So, get out now.
Xinyu is not a saint, and he cannot be completely free of temper.
Damn, I call you Brother Lin, do you really take yourself seriously? You think you are the boss of the stadium and you act like a coward in front of me?
Song Chao had a look of disdain on his face, and his expression was no longer the same as before, it became ferocious.
You rubbish, you probably don't know who you're talking to.
It's just a stadium, worth a few $100 million at most, not even as much as my monthly pocket money.
Xinyu turned around and looked at Song Chao coldly. What's the matter? I'm asking you to get out now. No one expected things to turn out like this.
Qi Lan was even more speechless. On one side was his new boss, and on the other side was a friend he had known for many years. Mr. Chen, we are all friends, don't make things so awkward. Xilan hurried over to smooth things over and whispered in Chen Yu's ear.
Boss, these people are our gods of wealth.
If you offend them, our income from the stadium will be greatly reduced. Although Xilan spoke in a low voice, Song Chao still heard it.
Rubbish, you hear me? I am your god.
If you kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistakes, I may forgive you if I am happy. At this time, other people around also began to say.
What's so cool about a lousy boss?
How dare you tell Brother Chao to get out?
Why are you pretending to be so arrogant?
That's right. Without us, your stadium revenue will be reduced by at least half. Hurry up and apologize to us, or you won't be able to run your stadium anymore. With the support of his teammates, Song Chao became more confident.
See? Rubbish. Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, your stadium will be closed down. Snort. Chen Yu looked at everyone with disdain. Just you guys? You can't shake my game. Ha ha ha.
Song Chao and others burst into laughter as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world. Rubbish, you should ask the situation clearly before you speak.
Ask Sister Lan, if we weren't there to boost popularity, would anyone come to your stadium? Your competitions can boost popularity, so if I compete, wouldn't all the drivers in the capital come? Chen Yu's words stunned everyone.
Then there was another burst of laughter.
Just you? Don't make us laugh. We are from the Imperial Capital Racing Team. Do you think your driving skills are better than ours? No. 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 Chen Yu shook his index finger.
Seeing this, arrogance appeared on Song Chao's face.
You are quite sensible and know your own worth.
Chen Yu smiled slightly and said slowly, don't get me wrong, I mean your driving skills are shit in my opinion.
What the hell did you say?
Chen Yu's words directly angered Song Chao and others. When they first met, Xilan felt that Chen Yu was a nice person, but he didn't expect that Chen Yu had such a bad temper and didn't take these rich second generations in the capital seriously at all.
Rubbish, since you feel so good about yourself, how about we make a bet? If you lose, kowtow to me and apologize. Song Chao looked at Chen Yu with a sneer.
He wanted to see if Chen Yu had the courage to accept his challenge. Okay, if I lose, not only will I apologize to you as you said, but I'll also give you this Panshan racing track.
How about that?
Song Chao was delighted. He felt that Chen Yu was a big idiot for giving him this parking lot worth hundreds of millions of dollars for nothing.
You said it, don't regret it. Song Chao is ready to go and can't wait. What if you lose?
Chen Yu looked at Song Chao and said calmly.
Me?
He seemed to have heard the biggest joke of the century.
Rubbish, I'm telling you, there's no way I, Song Chao, will lose to you. In the Imperial Capital, besides Lingling, I'm the ceiling for amateur racers. Racing with yourself? Song Chao felt that Chen Yu was just asking for trouble. Don't be so confident. What if you lose? If I lose, I'll give you my favorite Aston Centennial sports car. I spent a lot of money to buy that car. Now it is out of stock and is my most proud collection. Okay. It's settled. Chen Yu said with a faint smile. Bite.
At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Random tasks: be fierce when slapping someone in the face, be ruthless when pretending to be cool. Option 1, defeat your opponent, let him know that there is always someone stronger than you, and become the brightest guy on this street. Option 2, strongly crush and burn the spoils to get a super sports car, a Hennessy Viper GT, and a God-level driving skill reward. This was the first time that a new random task was triggered before the previous task was completed, which surprised Chen Yu. However, what excites Chen Yu the most is that the system rewards are becoming more and more powerful.
Chen Yu knew about the Hennessy Viper GT.
In fact, anyone who likes supercars knows about it.
Limited to 10 units worldwide, the domestic price is 47 million.
It was even once rated as the fastest sports car, and even helicopters are no match for it under certain circumstances.
I choose 2. Chen Yu said without hesitation.
What a joke, an Aston Martin Centenary model, the highest price in China is just over 10 million, it is not even in the same league as the Hennessy Viper GT.
Come on, let's see how good the drivers of your teams are.
As he spoke, Chen Yu threw his Ferrari keys to Xilan. My car is the Porsche 718 Cayman at the door.
Have someone drive it in for me. Okay.
Xilan waved helplessly and called a staff member. But when Song Chao heard Chen Yu's words, he became even more disdainful.
You want to beat me with a Porsche 718 Cayman? You are too naive.
My Dino is worth more than 7 million, plus tens of millions of dollars for later modifications.
You want to beat me with a grocery shopping cart worth a few $100,000?
The people around also looked at him with contempt. But Qi Ling and Yang Yuyan frowned tightly.
It can't be such a coincidence, right?
Qi Ling prayed silently in her heart that Chen Yu was not the person she met that day, but at the same time, she felt a little bit of expectation in her heart. Yang Yuyan's mood at this time was rather strange. He wanted Chen Yu to suffer a loss, but he also wanted Chen Yu to win. As for Song Chao, she didn't care about him at all. She only came here for Qi Ling.
Boom, boom, boom. The sports car enters the arena and the battle is about to begin.
However, when Qi Ling saw Chen Yu's car, he stood up excitedly.
Chapter 26. Please enjoy the beautiful scenery. Chen Yu, since you are so generous, I will accept the competition venue without hesitation. I've thought about it. Once I beat you, I'll turn Panshan Racetrack into our team's exclusive training base.
Before the starting line, Song Chao was full of confidence and was already thinking about how to improve the track.
It's over. It's over. It's over.
Qi Ling looked regretful and sighed.
What's wrong, Ling Ling? Li Ruotong beside Qi Ling asked curiously, are you feeling sorry for Chen Yu?
Of course, not. I feel sorry for Song Chao.
He has to give away a limited edition Aston Martin of the 100th anniversary edition. Li Ruotong frowned slightly, why? Ling Ling, do you think Song Chao can't run faster than Chen Yu?
Qi Ling nodded and said, that guy was the one who overtook my car.
Although I didn't see his face, I recognized the car. Li Ruotong's eyes widened, what should we do? Should we stop Song Chao? It's too late.
As soon as Qi Ling finished speaking, the game on the field had already begun. At the beginning, Song Chao was left behind by Chen Yu by a car body. This was hard for Song Chao and the rest of the team to believe. The hardware is there, and the horsepower and torque of Song Chao's Aston Martin are simply incomparable to those of the Porsche 718 Cayman. Logically, Song Chao should have left Chen Yu far behind from the beginning and not given him any chance, but now the situation is the opposite.
It's okay. Corners are Song Chao's strong point. Once we enter the middle section, there will be no chance for Chen Yu. Yeah. Who can't accelerate in a straight line? Even a novice can go fast by just stepping on the accelerator. The onlookers whispered.
Only Qi Lan's face was filled with surprise. She was the person in charge here, and she knew very well that Chen Yu had never been here before, so he was not familiar with the road conditions at all. But even in this situation, he still crushed Song Chao, which made her feel unbelievable. When not familiar with the road conditions, even professional racing drivers would not dare to do what Chen Yu did, unless they wanted to die.
Look, it's turning.
Chen Yu and Song Chao entered the road with continuous bends one after another.
Is that Chen Yu crazy? Yeah, he didn't even slow down when entering the turn, does he want to die? Everyone found it hard to believe.
They had never seen a driver, including professional ones, enter a corner without slowing down.
He's dead.
At this speed, he'll fly straight out once he enters the curve.
Sister Lan, I think we should call an ambulance right away, otherwise that kid will die today.
As he was speaking, the team members suddenly stood up.
How is this possible? He just went straight past without slowing down? The people around also looked horrified. Even Qi Lan couldn't help rubbing his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. But what happened next made everyone open their mouths in shock and exclaim impossible. Chen Yu did not slow down during the 7 consecutive bends, and he took them all gracefully.
The race was just halfway through when Song Chao parked the car on the side of the road. He no longer had the heart to compete. Chen Yu's driving skills are simply amazing, even world-class professional drivers don't dare to be like him. He used a 1 million original car to win against a modified car worth tens of millions.
What kind of godly strength is this? Is Chen Yu cheating? How is it? Are you convinced? Chen Yu returned to the audience and looked at Song Chao with a smile. Song Chao didn't say anything, but his face turned pale and blue. I'll give you the car if you admit defeat.
Song Chao threw the car keys in his hand to Chen Yu, then turned around and walked out.
He lost, completely. Song Chao felt like a big idiot. How could Chen Yu be a newbie when he already bought a car? Wait. Chen Yu called out to Song Chao. I've already given you the car, What else do you want to do?
Chen Xiao turned around and shouted angrily, tears already visible in his eyes. That limited edition Aston was his favorite sports car, and he never expected that he would lose it to Chen Yu. Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything to you, I just want to invite you to see a beautiful scene. As he spoke, Chen Yu walked to a box of gasoline, picked it up and threw it towards Song Chao's car. Then he took out a lighter from his pocket, lit it and threw it over.
Boom!
The fire rose up instantly, dyeing the sky above the parking lot red.
You! Song Chao was so angry that he couldn't catch his breath and fainted. That's all? You still want to compete with me? Your mental quality is too poor. Chen Yu said disdainfully.
At this time, the system prompt sounded again.
System rewards are being distributed. System rewards were issued successfully.
Hennessy Viper GT has been distributed to the parking space in Xingfu City, and the car key is in the trunk of the Ferrari. With a slight smile, Chen Yu looked at Yang Yuyan.
Leaving? If you don't leave, I will. Yang Yuyan stood up without hesitation.
She came here to watch the fun, and now that the excitement is gone, she naturally doesn't want to stay any longer.
Ling. I'm leaving now for the next appointment. Wait a minute.
Just as the two were about to leave, Ling caught up with them from behind. Ling caught up with her, and Yang Yuyan was not surprised. After all, she had finally found the person who had overtaken her car.
How could she let Chen Yu go so easily? What? You want to compete with me too, and then let me burn your car too?
Looking at the cold expression on Chen Yu's face, Ling's heart was pounding.
No, I raced against you once on the road before, and I was defeated by you, so I want to invite you to join my team. I wonder if you are interested. Not interested. After leaving these words, Chen Yu drove Yang Yuyan away. What the hell? Do you think you can look down on others just because you are a good driver?
Li Ruotan walked to Ling, put her arm around her shoulders and spoke to comfort her.
Ling, there are many powerful drivers in the world. Let's go find someone more powerful than him.
Then we'll see if he's still as crazy as he used to be. Ling smiled bitterly and said slowly, Tong, it's too difficult to find another person in the world whose driving skills are comparable to Chen Yu.
We have watched many professional competitions. Have you ever seen anyone with driving skills comparable to Chen Yu?
Looking at the direction where the silver Ferrari disappeared, Ling secretly made a decision in his heart. She didn't know Chen Yu's identity before, but now that she knows that Chen Yu is Yang Yuyan's friend, it is impossible for her to give up just like that. In the car, Yang Yuyan supported her chin with one hand and looked at Chen Yu curiously.
I didn't realize you were so good. Not only can you dance and cook, but you can also drive so well. What's the big deal? I know a lot more.
Brother is a genius, he's just a low-key person. Chen Yu glanced at Yang Yuyan in the passenger seat with the corner of his eye and smiled faintly.
Yang Yuyan rolled her eyes.
I told you were fat, but you're still panting. Don't forget, no matter how great you are, you're still my roommate in this shabby house.
Why are you showing off?
Although she said this, in her heart, Yang Yuyan already wanted to rip open Chen Yu's head to see what else he could do.
Back in Xingfu City, Chen Yu prepared to park the car.
But I found that the parking spaces downstairs were surrounded by people.
Chapter 27, 8 Heroes of the Imperial Capital. What kind of car is this? It's so cool.
Yeah, this doesn't look cheap, at least several million.
Millions? Are you kidding? This car is the Hennessy Viper, which is a very cool car in the movies.
It is limited to 10 units worldwide and is sold in China for 47 million.
I'm afraid there is only this one in the entire capital. Hiss. This is too expensive. 47 million can buy a big house in the capital.
A group of people gathered around a yellow supercar, talking a lot. Although surrounded by a crowd of people, Chen Yu still saw the cool-looking Hennessy Viper from afar.
The system is indeed powerful.
Chen Yu said to himself and drove over.
Boy, you dare to park your car here, are you crazy? Didn't you see what car was next to you? If it got bumped, can you afford to pay for it? Do you think you're awesome for driving a Ferrari?
Their car could buy dozens of yours. As soon as Chen Yu stopped the car, the onlookers began to mock him.
Chen Yu was too lazy to pay attention to those people. He closed the door and went upstairs. Don't leave. Park your garbage truck farther away.
It's disturbing me from watching over the car. A young man in his 30s grabbed Chen Yu and said coldly. This guy is called Wang Jia, and he lives downstairs from Chen Yu. The two of them have often quarreled over trivial matters. At this time, he became jealous when he saw Chen Yu driving a Ferrari.
I can stop wherever I want. It's none of your business. Chen Yu pushed Wang Jia away and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Chen Yu, do you think you're awesome just because you drive a Ferrari? Do you really think you're so awesome? Look, this is what we call a luxury car. Your junky car is not even worthy of being parked next to it. Wang Jia's words made everyone around him sigh. Ferrari is a broken car? Then Toyota, Hyundai and Volkswagen will all be thrown into the scrapyard. Is it your business whether I'm powerful or not? Besides, this Hennessy is also mine. Is there anything wrong with me parking two cars together?
Chen Yu turned around and looked at Wang Jia coldly.
Ha ha.
Wang Jia looked at Chen Yu with disdain.
You can only rent a Ferrari worth a few $100,000. This is the Hennessy Viper GT. There are only 10 of them in the world.
Even if you took out both your kidneys, you still can't afford to rent it. Chen Yu didn't waste any time, took out the Hennessy car key from the trunk and started the car directly.
Being poor will limit your imagination. I don't blame you. Just remember to stay away from my car in the future. Turn off the car again and lock it. Chen Yu walked straight towards the rental house. Wang Jia and other onlookers stood there in a daze. It feels like a dream. In the corridor, Yan Yuyan looked at Chen Yu curiously. You are so rich, why do you live here? Is it true that he is having an affair with Sister Qin?
That's right, a sexy and attractive mature woman like Sister Qin is irresistible to you men.
Chen Yu. I live here just to keep a low profile. It's not as dirty as you think. Who says that if you are rich you have to live in a mansion?
Yan Yuyan curled her lips and muttered.
Stop pretending to be a fool.
I think you did it for Sister Qin. Don't think I don't know that you two must have messed around in various positions while Yao Yao and I were away.
You are such a genius. Chen Yu was speechless. He really didn't expect Yan Yuyan to say such a thing.
The next day, Chen Yu was so bored staying at home that he drove his Hennessy to Panchon parking lot. On the way, Chen Yu opened the system panel and looked at his current data.
Life Winner System. Host information. Name, Chen Yu. Age, 23. Wealth, 3,265,235 renminbi. Level, LV1. Blessing, 8 yuan second.
Experience, 8000001000000. Skills, God level, driving skills, master level, all-round dancing skills, God level, cooking skills. Industries, Tianhao Hotel, Chunjiang Private Club, Daidu Panchon Racing Circuit. Vehicles, Hennessy Viper GT, Porsche 718 Cayman. He had used up almost all of his savings when purchasing that limited edition Patek Philippe, but now, in just a few days, his wealth had accumulated to several million. Looking at his millions of savings, Chen Yu happily accelerated towards the parking lot, wanting to try out the fastest speed of Hennessy.
However, at this moment, a red Bugatti Veyron rushed towards them. Squeak! Squeak!
The sounds of two emergency brakes rang out at the same time.
Chen Yu braked suddenly and stopped at the side of the road.
The Bugatti did the same, but its posture was even more embarrassed than Chen Yu's.
Fuck, are you crazy? You dare to bump into Jiang Xiao?
As soon as Chen Yu stopped, 5 or 6 expensive supercars surrounded him.
It looks like he wants to have a fight. The scene just now scared Jiang Chen a lot.
In the past, they had never encountered any vehicles when walking on this road at this time. But this happened today, just as I came out of Panchon parking lot.
Jiang Chen got out of the car and walked towards Chen Yu with a grin.
He wanted to get back at Chen Yu, but when he saw Chen Yu's car, he suddenly lost his composure.
Oh shit. Hennessy? Jiang Chen stared straight at Chen Yu's Hennessy Venom. As one of the 8 heroes of the imperial capital, his car, the Bugatti Veyron, is considered top-notch in the imperial capital, but it is still inferior to the Hennessy Duran in front of him. What do you mean? Chen Yu opened the door and got out of the car. Even when facing 7 or 8 people, Chen Yu was not panicked at all. Looking at Chen Yu, Jiang Chen frowned tightly. He grew up in the imperial capital, and in this small piece of land, there was no aristocratic family child who was on par with him that he didn't know. But he had never seen Chen Yu in front of him. This made him not know what to do. My friend, I'm really sorry. I was driving against the flow just now. I'm fully responsible. Can you check if the car is okay? If it needs repairing, I'll take care of it. Jiang Chen walked up to Chen Yu with a smile. His action scared the other rich second generations around him. Who is Jiang Chen? The emperor. He was a man who could walk around the imperial capital with ease, but today he actually apologized to a minor character. This is truly unprecedented. It's okay. I was distracted just now. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. Chen Yu didn't intend to pursue the matter. He got into the car and left. Brother Jiang, what's going on? Did you take the wrong medicine? You're actually apologizing to a nobody? Sun Hao looked at his elder brother in disbelief. Not up to standard? Jiang Chen glanced at him unhappily. Who told you that? You know what that good guy's car is? Hennessy Duran. When it was released, I used all my connections but couldn't buy one, but others are still driving it. You think that someone with stronger connections than me can be a lowly and insignificant character? Sun Hao was stunned. How powerful must someone be if he has stronger connections than Jiang Chen? He couldn't even imagine it. TSK tisk, it's Hennessy again, so damn cool. Looking at Chen Yu, who was gradually going away, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Brother Jiang, that direction is Panchon parking lot. Should we go and meet them? A hint of anticipation flashed across Sun Hao's face. Jiang Chen is the most awesome person he has ever met, and now someone even more awesome than Jiang Chen has appeared. Okay, let's find out the bottom of this. As he spoke, Jiang Chen and his group turned the car around and headed towards the Panchon parking lot. When Jiang Chen and others arrived at the parking lot, Chen Yu was already test driving the car. The roaring sound like that of wild beasts never ceases. Chapter 28 Money Ability. Brother Jiang, that guy is so cool. In the stands, Sun Hao was stunned. Chen Yu's driving skills have overturned their cognition. The Hennessy Viper keeps flying on the winding mountain road like a lightning. All they saw was a beam of light. Is this still a human being? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He already thought he was a very good driver, but he was nothing in front of Chen Yu. Brother Jiang, you are right. That guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Sun Hao felt a little scared. If Jiang Chen hadn't stopped him, he would have had a conflict with Chen Yu. Sun Hao was frightened when he thought that he almost offended someone more powerful than Jiang Chen. Young Master Jiang? Why are you back again? Suddenly, a clear female voice was heard from behind. Jiang Chen and Sun Hao turned around and looked. Lan Lan, you're here. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Then, he pointed at Hennessy speeding on the winding mountain road and asked. I haven't seen him before. Who is that brother? He drives really cool. Qilan smiled proudly. So, my boss's driving skills are bad? When Chen Yu started running, Qilan was also frightened. She found that Chen Yu's driving skills had improved again, much better than when he competed with Song Chao yesterday. She even suspected that those top international drivers might be nothing but trash in front of their boss. Your boss? Jiang Chen was no longer calm. A few days ago, he heard from Qilan that Panchon Racing Circuit was bought by a mysterious tycoon for 1 billion yuan. At first he didn't believe it. Would anyone be willing to pay 300 million to buy a racing track worth 700 million? Now, looking at the Hennessy galloping through the mountains, he believed it. Jiang Chen is not a man who is short of money, but he would never spend 1 billion to buy Panchon parking lot. In his opinion, it is not worth it. But Chen Yu bought it, which shows that 10 billion is nothing to Chen Yu. Lan Lan, what's your boss's background? So arrogant. Jiang Chen asked tentatively. Qilan shook his head and curled his lips. How would I know? He is not an ordinary person anyway. Yesterday I drove a Porsche 718 Cayman with Song Chao, but today I drove a Hennessy. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and began to think. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't find anything about Chen Yu in his mind. Let's go. Let's go back. Jiang Chen turned around and prepared to leave. Brother Jiang, now that you're here, don't you want to get to know me? Sun Hao asked puzzledly. Forget about it today. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Jiang Chen took the lead and left, followed closely by Sun Hao and others. On the winding mountain road, Chen Yu was racing at full speed with ecstasy.
At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. After parking the car, Chen Yu took out his cell phone and found that it was an unfamiliar number.
Hello, is this Mr. Chen Yu? As soon as the call was connected, a female voice came. It's me, who are you?
Chen Yu felt that it sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment.
Master Chen Yu, I'm Chen Ting, the one who invited you to participate in the God of Cookery competition a few days ago. Only then did Chen Yu remember the owner of the voice. Is there something wrong? Chen Yu asked calmly. Well, could you come to the square this afternoon? Chen Yu frowned slightly and asked in confusion, isn't there still 3 days before the competition?
Master Chen, I'm really sorry, the number of participants this time exceeded expectations, so we have to start the competition earlier.
Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yu thought for a moment.
Originally, he was unwilling to participate in such things, but for the sake of the mysterious mission, he had to go. If the competition is really as Chen Ting said, the mysterious mission can be completed in the competition. Half an hour later, Chen Yu drove to the largest open-air living plaza in the imperial capital.
Silver Deer Square.
The eye-catching yellow Hennessy immediately became the brightest spot in the parking lot as soon as it entered the parking area. All the cars around stopped and no one dared to move again.
Why did you stop? In a G-Class, the female companion looked at the male companion in confusion and asked. Let the car go. Give way to other cars? Are you stupid? There are only so many parking spaces, and you can't even grab one. See that yellow car? The male companion pointed at Chen Yu's Hennessy and asked. The female companion looked puzzled and said unhappily, I'm not blind, of course I saw it. Look around that car, does anyone dare to move?
After hearing what her male companion said, she realized that since the yellow car entered the parking lot, the other vehicles around it had stopped moving. They were all waiting for the yellow car to park before moving.
What's going on? Why aren't they moving? The game is about to start. The woman was confused, she didn't understand what was going on.
That car is a supercar, and its domestic selling price is nearly 50 million.
Who dares to compete with him for a parking space? 50 million? The female voice was shocked.
In the past, she felt that a G-Class worth more than 2 million yuan was already a good car, but compared with the luxury car in front of her, it was nothing. Looking at the motionless vehicles around him, Chen Yu smiled. This is the power of money, that is, he drives a Hennessy. If he drove a broken Xiaoli, no one would pay attention to him. In the distance, inside a Volkswagen, Wang Jijie felt quite uncomfortable when he saw the scene.
What the hell, you're a bunch of idiots. Just a modified car, look how scared you are. It's not a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, so why should I be afraid of it? Although he really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, the competition was about to begin, so Chen Yu spotted a parking space and was about to park. At this moment, Wang Jijie stepped on the accelerator and directly grabbed the parking space that Chen Yu had taken a fancy to. Chen Yu braked hastily and stood there in a daze. What's going on? Chen Yu was about to get out of the car to check. The door of the Volkswagen opened first, and a man in a gray suit walked out. He has a shiny slicked-back hair and wears a watch of unknown brand on his wrist. He is as pretentious as he can be. Humph. Wang Jijie snorted coldly, you think driving a crappy modified car is so great? Do you think everyone has to follow you? I won't tolerate them.
Chen Yu, who was about to get off the car, shook his head speechlessly after hearing this. I ignored it and parked the car in another parking space.
He is indeed a pretender. Wang Jijie sneered.
He had some doubts before, but now seeing Chen Yu leaving, he confirmed his thoughts in his heart.
Don't you like to show off? Today I'll let you show off enough. Wang Jijie said to himself.
He strode directly to Chen Yu's car, then pretended to slip and fell on Chen Yu's car. At the moment of pouncing, a hint of viciousness flashed in Wang Jijie's eyes, and he deliberately used the sharp buttons on his clothes to scratch the front cover of Chen Yu Hennessy. When they were fighting for the parking space just now, Chen Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him, but now he is actually taking advantage of him, which makes Chen Yu very angry.
Is it fun?
Chen Yu got out of the car and walked to Wang Jijie with a frown.
Wang Jijie sneered and said hypocritically, sorry, my friend, I slipped just now.
There was no apology on Wang Jijie's face, and his eyes were full of provocation.
It looked like he was saying, I scratched your car, what can you do to me?
Chen Yu was not blind, he can see that Wang Jijie did it on purpose. Chen Yu knew there was nothing to talk to this kind of scoundrel. Without saying a word, he took out his cell phone and called the traffic police.
Hey, why did you call the police? I didn't mean to do that. It's just a small scratch. Is that a big deal?
This sentence sounded as if Chen Yu was making things difficult for him.
Let's wait until the traffic police arrive, Chen Yu said calmly. He didn't want to say a word to Wang Jijie at all. Chen Yu really didn't expect to meet such an idiot when he went out today.
I have something else to do, so I don't have time to wait here with you for the traffic police.
Here's 1,000 yuan, enough for you to touch up your paint job. Chapter 29. Do you have face?
Wang Jijie acted as if he had plenty of money and directly put 1,000 yuan on Chen Yu's car.
Chen Yu wanted to laugh.
He knew that the man in front of him might be a little ignorant, but he didn't expect that he could be so ignorant.
Want to settle it privately? That's fine.
I bought this car for 47 million. If you scratch it now, I'll have to repaint it completely, which will cost almost 2 million.
Chen Yu said calmly. 2 million? Why don't you just go and rob? You're crazy because of poverty, you poor bastard.
I just scratched your car with a scratch the size of a fingernail, and I gave you $1,000 too much.
Also, do you really think your modified car is a luxury car? It's 47 million, why don't you say it's a Bugatti?
Don't think you can pass it off as a luxury car just by changing its appearance to look cool.
It's just $1,000. If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, forget it.
Wang Jijie's face was full of disdain and contempt. Poor bastard, I advise you to take the money and get out of here, otherwise if the traffic police come and see you modifying the car without permission, you will be arrested.
As soon as Wang Jijie finished speaking, a traffic policeman came over. What's going on? The traffic police asked with a frown.
Brother traffic policeman, I accidentally fell and scratched his car, and this person held me and wouldn't let me go. He even blackmailed me, saying that it was just a small scratch and he wanted me to pay 2 million yuan. Before Chen Yu could say anything, Wang Jijie spoke first and turned the tables, saying, Also, traffic police brother, this guy also modified his car privately. His car looks cool, but I don't know if it was modified from a garbage truck.
The traffic police saw Chen Yu's Hennessy from a distance. Wang Jijie didn't recognize it, but the traffic police knew it very well.
It was the Hennessy Viper, which had appeared in American blockbusters. Sir, 2 million is not a lot.
The car you scratched is a limited edition Hennessy sports car.
The traffic police was speechless and felt that Wang Jijie was an idiot for actually saying that the Hennessy Duran was a modified garbage truck.
You really dare to say that? Even if it's a real sports car, I only scratched it a little bit. How could he have to pay so much? His car is not a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. Wang Jijie panicked.
He didn't expect that Chen Yu's car was actually a sports car.
Wang Jijie's words made the traffic police want to laugh.
You only scratched it a little, but this is a sports car, so the whole thing needs to be repainted.
This kind of paint is not available in China.
You have to order it from the original manufacturer.
According to the current price, it is about 300 yuan.
Add the shipping fee and other miscellaneous expenses and it will cost about 350 yuan. This car is not a Ferrari, nor a Lamborghini, but I can tell you clearly that Ferrari and Lamborghini are nothing compared to this car.
The traffic police's words left Wang Jijie dumbfounded. He just wanted to show off. No way, it's just spray painting. How can it cost so much? It's not like I've sprayed before. Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. The traffic police felt a headache.
If it was an accident, it would be too much to pay so much.
Out of humanitarianism, just a little token of your appreciation will do. But the car owner will definitely not agree. The traffic police looked at Chen Yu, wanting to negotiate.
After all, 3.5 million is really too much and an average family simply cannot afford it.
Brother traffic police, I have a dashcam in my car, you can take a look.
Chen Yu didn't want to waste any more time and directly handed the dashcam to the traffic police. The system is user-friendly and they even knew to install a dashcam in the car. Otherwise, Wang Jijie would insist that he fell down, and Chen Yu would not be able to force him to pay compensation. If that's the case, it would be intentional damage to other people's property.
If you don't settle it privately, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. The traffic policeman looked serious and coldly at Wang Jijie. Life imprisonment? Wang Jijie turned pale with fear. He was just pretending. Why did he pretend to be sentenced to life imprisonment?
In an instant, Wang Jijie felt his legs go weak and he collapsed to the ground.
I have something else to do. I'd like to trouble the traffic policeman to help me handle this matter. If he has money, let him take it. If he doesn't have money, I don't care.
Anyway, I don't need the 3 or 5 million. Just let him go in and wait for the waiting number. When he heard the first half of the sentence, Wang Jijie thought Shen Yu was going to let him off, but the second half directly sentenced him to death.
Brother, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I beg you. Wang Jijie knelt in front of Shen Yu and cried bitterly.
He was really scared. He is regretting it so much now.
Bang!
Wang Jijie slapped himself in the face.
I'm not a human being.
I shouldn't be jealous of you just because you drive such a nice car.
Please forgive me.
Shen Yu squatted down and looked at Wang Jijie coldly.
Forgive? Why should I forgive you?
If apologies work, what are the police for?
Having said that, Shen Yu was about to get up and leave.
Wang Jijie's face also turned as pale as paper.
Shen Yu?
At this time, a man came over with a look of surprise on his face. Shen Yu heard the voice and turned to look. Zhang Song, Shen Yu's former colleague at Haichuan Technology, often made things difficult for him when they were in the company.
Old Zhang, do you know each other?
Seeing Zhang Song, Wang Jijie stood up directly from the ground with a look of ecstasy on his face.
Quick!
Lao Zhang, please plead for me and ask this brother not to hold me responsible, otherwise I will be finished.
Zhang Song was stunned for a moment. He had just arrived and didn't know what was going on.
However, Shen Yu was his former colleague, and he listened to him so much in the company, so it should be easy to get Shen Yu to give him face.
Shen Yu, although I just arrived and don't know what happened between you, this Mr. Wang Jijie is my friend. Just for my sake, let this matter go. Zhang Song was very pretentious.
He never thought that as a small employee in his company, there would come a day when he would have to help others.
Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face?
Shen Yu looked at Zhang Song coldly.
Originally I gave him 2 options. Since you've pleaded for him, I'll cut off the option of paying the money. Now I don't need him to pay compensation, I just want him to bear criminal responsibility. Dumbfounded, Wang Jijie sat on the ground in a daze.
Although 3.5 million was not a small amount, he could still get it if he tried hard. Now, it's useless even if we get the money together, because people don't care about the 3.5 million at all.
Ignoring the 2, Shen Yu walked straight towards the open-air square competition venue. This is Shen Yu.
As soon as he squeezed into the crowd, Shen Yu saw Chen Ting waving at him not far away.
Shen Yu smiled slightly and walked over. Boss, the director of the organizing committee did not accept your love, it must be because of that boy. It looks like he's here to participate in the competition as well. Should we teach him a lesson later?
When Shen Yu walked towards Chen Ting, a group of 2 people were whispering among the contestants. These 2 people are also here to participate in the God of Cooking competition, and they are the first seeds. Their names are Bai Quan and Chai Chi respectively. You bastard, if you dare to snatch my woman from me, I will make sure you never come back today. Chapter 30. The competition begins. Brother, that guy is just cannon fodder. He is courting death if he dares to snatch a woman from you, boss. Chai Chi sneered with a flattering look on his face.
Need I say that? I graduated from New Oriental.
He is nothing but a piece of trash in front of me. Wait till I kill him in the game later.
Bai Quan is very confident.
He has a sturdy build and strong arms. Shen Yu is thin and it is obvious that he is not the type to be a big shot.
Brother, that guy doesn't look like a cook. Why did the organizer invite him here?
Chai Chi was very curious and stared at Shen Yu.
Who knows? I guess it has something to do with the investors, so they come here to gild themselves. Anyway, this cooking competition is very valuable. If I can get a good ranking in this competition, I won't have to worry about finding a job in the future. What a pity. If he hadn't offended us, maybe he could have won the MasterChef contest. While Bai Quan and Chai Chi were talking, Shen Yu had already arrived in front of Shen Ting. Where are the beauties you promised me? Why can't I see any of them? Shen Yu was very direct and started questioning as soon as he opened his mouth. He looked around but didn't see the beauty Chen Ting mentioned. Shen Yu didn't come here for the God of Cooking competition. He wanted to use it to complete his system task. Chen Ting felt embarrassed. He didn't expect Shen Yu to be so direct.
Master Chen Yu, don't worry, I won't lie to you if I say so. I hope so, otherwise you are cheating.
Chen Ting, others are rushing to come.
Chen Yu, on the other hand, wouldn't come even if he begged.
And she has to be a beautiful woman. Hurry up and get ready, the preliminaries are about to begin.
Chen Ting urged.
Okay, since you said so, I'll believe you this time.
Chen Yu said lightly, then turned and walked towards the competition venue.
Brother, look, that boy is coming.
As soon as Chen Yu left, Chen Ting, Bai Quan, and Chai Chi came over.
Boy, are you related to Director Chen?
Bai Quan stretched out his hand to stop Chen Yu and said rudely.
What's my relationship with Chen Ting? Is it your business? Oh, you're quite arrogant. Bai Quan sneered. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. You want to come to the competition to get some experience so that you can get a better career in the chef industry, right? Chen Yu sneered and was about to leave.
But Bai Quan reached out to stop him again.
I advise you to be obedient, otherwise, you will be ruined in this competition. You are an idiot, aren't you? Who told you that I am here to gild myself?
Chen Yu was helpless and wanted to ignore these two idiots.
But they just want to die. Stop pretending, kid.
You're not here to gild yourself, are you here to pick up girls?
You're right. I'm here to find beautiful women. Chen Yu pushed Bai Quan away impatiently. Get out of the way now, don't delay me from finding a beautiful woman. Shen Yu ignored the two and left. How dare you ignore me? Just wait for me. I won't let you go.
Bai Quan had an angry look on his face, staring straight in the direction where Chen Yu left. Brother, since that kid refused to accept our toast, let's give him a good show and let him know what the consequences are for offending us.
The game begins.
With a loud shout from the host, the preliminaries officially began. The topic of the preliminary round, it is noodles and it is not noodles.
Otherwise, how can we say that this god of cookery competition is of high quality? The topic of the preliminary round alone is enough to scare many people off. It's noodles and it's not noodles, what does it mean? What else could it mean? It's just making other food with noodles. This is the god of cookery competition, how can it be so simple?
At the beginning, the contestants did not rush to the food area, but started discussing. However, after only a few minutes of discussion, a large number of participating chefs rushed to the food area. This god of cookery competition is open to the whole country, with as many as 1,800 contestants. This is the largest number of participants in all history, in one competition.
Many participating chefs rushed to the food area like a swarm of locusts. Many ingredients were swept away, especially the pasta section.
I want to make some big steamed buns, just give me the noodles.
Steam your grandma's legs, I want to make cat ears, and white flour buns are also qualified to participate in the competition?
Only the special delicacies of our Basha land can be used as entries. Then, the contestants started fighting.
There are more than one such scenes in the pasta area.
The organizers also tried to stop them, but there was only so much food and scramble was inevitable. But when everyone's attention was focused on the food area, there were still a dozen people in the competition area with their eyes closed in deep thought.
This includes Chen Yu. Hey, look! What are those people doing? Why haven't they moved yet? Are they planning to give up the game?
At this moment, an audience member suddenly noticed Chen Yu and others standing motionless on the competition stage.
I don't think so.
Look, that hot red-haired beauty, she is the proud disciple of Basha food Saint Chen Yun, Lan Ruoyan. And the young man over there with the white forehead protector is Luo Tianyu, who comes from a pastry-making family in northern Shaanxi.
The rest are also descendants of famous culinary families. The person who was speaking was named Sun Nan, a food review blogger. It was because of this that he knew the people on the stage.
But at this moment, Sun Nan suddenly saw Chen Yu and frowned slightly. I have never seen that young man in plain clothes. I guess he is also a disciple of a certain master. Bullshit, he's trash. As soon as Sun Nan finished speaking, a discordant voice came from the side. As a food blogger, Sun Nan has great respect for chefs. When he heard someone swearing at him, he immediately felt unhappy.
How can you talk like that? Do you have any moral integrity?
Even if that young man is not a disciple of a certain master, you don't have to curse him.
What kind of character is that?
Beauty, I don't mean to disrespect the chef, otherwise, I wouldn't come to watch the competition.
I just can't stand that rubbish.
That rubbish is called Chen Yu. He is my former colleague. He can't even cook. He came to participate in the competition. It's just to disgust people. The person who spoke was not someone else, but Zhang Song, a former colleague Chen Yu had just met in the parking lot.
Disgusting? No way.
He should know that the competition is broadcast live nationwide. If he really did that, he would be bringing disgrace upon himself. Sun Nan was a little unconvinced and shook his head. In today's society, some people are crazy about being famous.
Being famous for being ugly is one of them.
That guy just wants to be famous for being ugly and then use the opportunity to make money. He is just trash among trash. Zhang Song felt hatred towards Chen Yu because of what happened in the parking lot. He is also in the circle, so he knows Sun Nan. He just wanted Sun Nan to criticize Chen Yu on her blog, which has tens of millions of fans. Make Chen Yu notorious, and even better, mobilize fans to investigate him, so that Chen Yu can't even live a normal life.
Chapter 31. Chen Yu is directly eliminated. But Sun Nan is not as ruthless as Zhang Song.
She is a blogger herself and occasionally does live broadcasts. She knows very well how hard it is to be famous. It is impossible for a person without great perseverance and great faith to become famous. You say others are trash, but I think you are the trash.
Don't you know that it's better not to talk about others behind their backs?
You said he was someone's former colleague, but you slandered him behind his back. You are worse than trash if you can do such a thing. What the hell did you say? Zhang Song was so angry that he suddenly stood up and glared at Sun Nan.
I said, you are a mean person who talks about others behind their backs.
What?
Was I wrong?
Sun Nan also stood up suddenly and did not give in at all. Although Sun Nan doesn't know Chen Yu, she just won't allow others to slander the sacred chef in her mind.
Nan, stop arguing. Look, some of the other contestants have already finished, why aren't they moving yet?
If we don't start now, there won't be enough time. At this time, Sun Nan's companion Dong Jiao grabbed Sun Nan and said. Sun Nan glared at Zhang Song and sat back in his seat. Just at this moment, Chen Yu and others on the competition stage moved.
Look, they're moving. Everyone in the field was excited.
Except for Chen Yu, the rest of the people were well-known rising stars in the culinary world. They were the highlight of this competition.
What are you all excited about? What's the point of moving now? All the food has been snatched away.
Zhang Song said in a cold voice with a look of disdain on his face. His words aroused public anger.
In an instant, hundreds of eyes were focused on him.
Hiss.
Zhang Song took a breath of cold air and said quickly.
I'm talking about the only piece of trash that was walking towards the fish pond. Look, the other gods all went to the meat and vegetable areas, but that one went to the fish pond.
I'm talking about him. Chen Yu is not like other people, he thinks that no one will protect him. But his eccentricity also attracted everyone's attention. Lan Ruoyan walked to the meat section and stood directly next to half a piece of bison meat. Luo Tianyu went to the vegetable area and picked potatoes. The remaining people were either in the vegetable area or in the meat area. That guy wants to make noodles with fish meat? How naive. There's less than half an hour left. How is he going to remove the fish bone?
Besides, fish meat doesn't have the slightest bit of willfulness, so all you can cook out of it is a pot of fish soup. Lan Ruoyan glanced at Chen Yu, shook her head helplessly, and sighed secretly in her heart. Then, in full view of everyone, she grabbed the 2 legs of half a bison with both hands, and then exerted force suddenly, and carried the half bison meat directly on her shoulders. The fish pond and the meat area were just opposite each other, and Chen Yu saw this scene clearly.
Oh my god! Is that still a human being? Half a bison, weighing at least 200 pounds, was carried away by a woman with just her arms? Chen Yu exclaimed in his heart, awesome. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Lan Ruoyun is big and fat, which is acceptable. However, she looked to be no more than 120 or 130 centimeters tall, with most of her weight being on her front and back. This is also the most difficult thing for Chen Yu to accept. He really couldn't believe how those straight legs that most men would want to play with for years could support 200 kilograms of bison meat. Shaking his head, Chen Yu didn't think any more about it. He caught 2 catfish and a big squid from the fish pond and returned to his seat. Bai Quan and Chai Chi, who wanted to take the opportunity to mock Chen Yu, hurriedly threw away the food they had prepared and ran to the vegetable area after seeing the actions of the masters. There is no time to mock Chen Yu. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Yu and a dozen others. Watching them make fruits, beans, and meat into noodles, I finally understood the meaning of the title.
It turns out that the title "It's Noodles and It's Not Noodles" means that it is noodles, but not pasta. It is not what others think, pasta, not noodles. Chen Yu did not spend time and effort to remove the fishbone as Lan Ruoyun had expected. He didn't even remove the scales, but just took out the fish's internal organs and began to hammer the two catfish frantically with a rolling pin.
No one was puzzled, including the chefs who were sitting on the judges' panel. What is that guy doing? He wants us to eat fish scales and fish bones?
That's ridiculous.
A big boss frowned and scolded.
Next to him, another big shot curled his lips and said in disgust,
"This is so disgusting.
I'm going to pour the food he made on his head in front of everyone."
However, Lu Hu, who was sitting in the middle, glanced at the two of them with disdain. "You know nothing. My master certainly did that with purpose. A bunch of low-level people who have never seen the world."
Lu Hu had seen Chen Yu's cooking skills, so naturally he would not look down on him. Instead, he began to think about Chen Yu's intention. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone else. He wanted to watch Chen Yu slap those people in the face. Soon, the game came to an end. Except for Chen Yu and a dozen others, and a few other contestants who came to their senses, the remaining chefs who insisted on their own ideas were all eliminated.
This is the most brutal qualifying round in history.
After the preliminaries, it will be possible to directly proceed to the competition for the top 24.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the remaining 28 contestants completed their entries one after another.
Now please ask the host to serve Miss Lan Ruoyun's lava beef noodles to the judges' table. Lan Ruoyun used a knife to cut the bison meat into noodles, and then used the unique cooking method of basha to make a spicy beef noodle dish. The reason why this bowl of noodles is called lava beef noodles is because its soup base is as red as magma solution.
As expected of Master Ayun's favorite disciple, this bowl of beef noodles is simply delicious. It is absolutely rare in the sky and unparalleled in the world. In the end, the judges all gave a score of 9 points, which was also the judging rule for the first dish. This is to prevent unfairness when something more delicious becomes available later, so a little room is left. Next was Luo Tianyu, who also received a score of 9 from all 10 judges. The last one is Chen Yu.
He no longer cares about the game. He was looking for Qin Ting throughout the audience. The only person on the judges' panel was Qin Yun, who looked to be about 37 or 38 years old and could still be considered a pretty middle-aged woman.
The rest are simply unsightly.
They are all old men and women in their 50s and 60s.
Now it's the turn of our last contestant.
Please ask the host to bring his entry to the judges' table. Director Qin Ting shouted excitedly. But at this moment, a senior judge stood up indifferently. There's no need to present his work.
Just eliminate it. Chen Ting was embarrassed and didn't know what to do.
She knew Chen Yu's strength, but others didn't.
Yes. Master Lu Hu. She thought of Lu Hu and looked over there. Chapter 32, First place in the qualifying round.
Seeing this, Lu Hu smiled evilly and thought to himself.
You lowlifes, go and regret it. I ate the chef's delicious food by myself.
If Chen Yu hadn't stopped him with his eyes just now, he would have gone on stage to massage Chen Yu's legs and shoulders. Girl, bring all of this contestant's works to me.
Everyone was surprised.
Lu Hu's cooking skills are beyond reproach in the chef world.
Even if they are not the best, they are not bad either. Otherwise, he would not be sitting in the middle seat. Lu Lao Hu, are you blind? Didn't you see that guy didn't remove the bones or scales of the fish? Lu Hu glanced at the man, said, "Idiot," and started eating.
After taking the first bite, Lu Hu showed an expression of disbelief on his face, and then he began to frown and think. But he didn't pause at all, and started to take the second and third bites. Seeing Lu Hu enjoying himself, Chen Yun, who was sitting next to him, felt jealous. He reached out, picked up a bowl of Chen Yu's creation, and started eating. His facial expressions and movements are almost identical to Lu Hu's. Until the end, when she finished the soup and was about to lick the bowl, she said,
"Delicious. Very delicious, I give it a 10.
Chen Yun is Lan Ruoyun's biological master, but her own apprentice only gave her 9 points.
The other judges couldn't sit still anymore.
First, Lu Hu wolfed down the food, and then even the culinary goddess Chen Yun ignored her image.
How delicious must this noodle be to be like this? Lu Lao Hu, give me a bowl. A judge who was sitting a little further away stood up awkwardly to ask for it. Lu Hu didn't give any face and said directly, If I don't give it to you, won't you say I'm blind for not eating my master's cooking?
As he said that, Lu Hu took the rest into his arms.
Everyone else's attention was on the surface and they didn't pay any attention to what Lu Hu said.
But Chen Yun, who was sitting next to him, heard it carefully. She looked at Lu Hu in disbelief, and then began to look at Chen Yu seriously. Chen Yu is still searching at this time, and he wants to hold Chen Ting accountable.
Although his task progress increased by 10%, this is completely different from what he thought, okay?
Chen Yu thought that all the judges should be fair-skinned, beautiful, and have long legs, but now, his eyes were completely blinded. If it weren't for Chen Yun, he would have gone crazy.
Hey, can I try some of your cooking?
At this time, Lan Ruoyun came over. Chen Yu was stunned, then he felt happy.
Lan Ruoyun is even more enchanting than Qinanju, she is definitely a 90-point beauty. Sure, it's made to be eaten by people.
Chen Yu regained his composure and said lightly. Lan Ruoyun had a cold expression on her face, and her heart was filled with resentment. She didn't believe that Chen Yu's cooking was better than hers. But she couldn't ignore Chen Yun's rating, so she wanted to taste Chen Yu's noodles herself. Lifting the lid of the pot in front of Chen Yu, only the soup base was left.
Lan Ruoyun looked at Chen Yu and said, "Let me eat it. I don't want to drink the soup base."
Chen Yu replied casually, "Okay, I'll give you something to eat." It was a pure exchange that made the other contestants around them unable to hold back their laughter.
Hey, you guys are getting wild too.
Even though that position can be blocked by the stove, this is a competition. Chen Yu understood immediately, an embarrassed look on his face, and lowered his head to start. However, Lan Ruoyun did not pay attention to other people, but was just looking forward to Chen Yu's appearance. A few minutes later, Lan Ruoyun drank up the soup in the bowl and looked at Chen Yu seriously.
Yours is indeed delicious. I am ashamed of myself. Forget about it today. Next time, I'll let you eat my pussy. Chen Yu waved his hands quickly. No. 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 No, you must eat it. Next time, my food will definitely taste better than yours.
Lan Ruoyun said firmly. Having said that, she turned and left. At this moment, someone suddenly said, "Beauty, it's fishy, don't make it difficult for that brother, let me do it."
Puff. Chen Yu almost choked to death on his saliva.
What kind of vicious words are these?
Can you even say this?
This time Lan Ruoyun heard it clearly, and thinking back to the conversation just now, her pretty face flushed.
Walk up to the person who is speaking. Okay, I'll call you next time.
Lan Ruoyun gritted her teeth and said, then raised her hand and slapped the stove. Although it was built temporarily, it was made of concrete and it cracked with a single palm strike.
No. No thanks.
The contestant was frightened and turned pale.
When Lan Ruoyun asked Chen Yu to step down, the judges' seats became a mess.
It has not calmed down until now. The man who had said before that he would pour the noodles on Chen Yu's head performed extremely well and drank 2 full bowls. But the one who said that Chen Yu should be eliminated directly is not the same.
I just grabbed 2 noodles and 3 bowls of soup.
He tried his best, otherwise he wouldn't even have the chance to lick the plate. In the end, Chen Yu won first place with a full score of 100 points.
Lan Ruoyun and Luo Tianyu tied for second place.
Chen Yu originally wanted to complete the system task, but just when the host announced that Chen Yu won the first place, the system prompt sounded.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the achievement reward.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for winning the first place in the preliminary round of the God of Cooking competition.
The prize is a set of special titanium alloy diamond inlaid knives. System rewards are being distributed.
The system reward has been issued successfully and has been sent to the Hennessy trunk.
Chen Yu felt very happy.
At first there were only random tasks, then a system task was introduced, and now there are achievement tasks.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Click on the Properties panel. Life Winner System. Host information. Name, Chen Yu. Age, 23. Wealth, 3,665,235 renminbi. Level, LV1. Blessing, 8 yuan second.
Experience, 8500001000000. Skills, God level, driving skills, master level, all-round dancing skills, God level, cooking skills. Industries, Tianhao Hotel, Chunjiang Private Club, Daidu Panshan Racing Circuit. Vehicles, Hennessy Viper GT, Porsche 718 Cayman. Achievement, Chef, 1-4 completed. System task, invite 10 90-point beauties to have a meal together, progress %50. Chunyu made a rough calculation and concluded that even if he did not complete the system task in the Cooking God contest, he could still be promoted to level 2. Although Chunyu was looking forward to the mysterious grand prize of the system task, he thought that the upgrade reward should be more generous.
The second match will be held in 3 days to determine the top 8.
As soon as the host made the announcement, Chunyu left the stadium directly.
For the sake of activating the achievement task, I won't bother Chen Ting. Chunyu was in a good mood. He put his hands behind his head and walked slowly to the parking lot. Behind him, Bai Quan and Chai Chi followed closely.
Brother, that kid is a great cook.
What should we do? Chai Chi asked with a frown.
Bai Quan sneered and said coldly, it was just luck, I'll kill him in the next round. As he spoke, an idea flashed through Bai Quan's mind.
Let's go.
Bring our rented Range Rover over here and show that poor bastard what it means to be a winner in life. The two of them smiled wickedly at each other, and Chen Yu's envious and jealous look already appeared in their minds. Brother, that poor bastard will be so jealous.
Chapter 33 Meeting Xia Qian again. Hey, isn't this the first place? Let's go out and get a taxi. You can't get a taxi now. You'll have to walk.
In the Land Rover, Bai Quan and Chai Chi spoke sarcastically.
Chunyu glanced back and said to himself, idiot. Then he ignored it. Chunyu, walking is tiring. I'll give you a chance. How about calling my brother's dad twice and letting you ride in our car?
Chunyu stopped and shook his head helplessly.
I envy you guys for being able to drive a $700,000 Land Rover. I can't do that. I can only drive a $47 million Hennessy Viper. Sigh. It's so annoying. As he spoke, Chunyu pressed the key switch. The Hennessy's gull wing door slowly opened. Fuck. Bai Quan and Chai Chi couldn't help but swear and stood there in a daze. What the hell? You are so rich now, why do you still want to be a chef? Are you here to play? They were right. Chunyu was indeed here to have fun and was just completing a mission on the side.
Under the envious and jealous gazes of Bai Quan and Chai Chi, Chunyu sat in the Hennessy.
You too, I can't afford your big Range Rover, so I can only drive my shabby Hennessy. Chunyu turned around and said with a look of regret.
If Bai Quan and Chai Chi hadn't known that Chunyu was pretending, they might have really thought that Chunyu was expressing regret just by looking at the expression on his face.
What the hell, you're such a show-off. Isn't it just a 4,700 sports car? I want to open it too.
Bai Quan and Chai Chi were so angry that they felt their blood pressure was high. They originally wanted to show off and slap someone in the face, but they didn't expect that the final result was that they stretched their faces in front of Chunyu and were slapped by Chunyu. Chunyu was about to close the door and leave when Lan Ruoyan suddenly sat down in. I didn't expect that not only is your bottom delicious, but you're also a wealthy man. As soon as she got into the car, she began to look around curiously. She had never seen a luxury car worth 4,700 yuan. The car she drove in her hometown was just a Lexus LS worth 1.1 million yuan. Looking at the hot-tempered and carefree beauty in front of him, Chunyu couldn't help but tease.
What? Do you want me to eat your bottom? Forget it, I'm not used to it. You say that again? Do you believe I will strangle you to death?
Lan Ruoyan glared at Chunyu and strangled him with her arms. Chunyu didn't expect that this beautiful woman he just met would be like this.
I didn't say anything. Lava beef noodles are so spicy. How can a northerner like me get used to it? Hurry. Let go, are you going to drown me with your milk? Hearing this, Lan Ruoyan's pretty face turned red and she quickly let go.
Just now, I didn't think much about it. I just reached out to strangle Chunyu's neck because I was very ashamed and angry, but I didn't expect that the atmosphere became more ambiguous.
I'm going to kill you. What are you thinking about all day?
Lan Ruoyan glanced at Chunyu unhappily.
Chunyu looked innocent and pouted, Sister, you are too tough, okay?
Oof. Lan Ruoyan snorted and sat in the passenger seat.
Send me to the Four Seasons Hotel as atonement for what happened just now. Chunyu. What did you do just now? Atonement. Atonement for what?
Although he thought so, Chunyu still drove Lan Ruoyan to the Four Seasons Hotel.
Why do you live here? You are a well-known new chef, can't you live a little better?
Although it is a Four Seasons hotel, the one in front of me is indeed a bit shabby.
If not here, where should I live? Lan Ruoyun said unhappily. Live in Tianhao. It's so comfortable there. Chen Yu said casually. Lan Ruoyun. Are you kidding? That's a 5-star hotel. No matter how famous we are just cooks. How can we afford to stay in such a high-end place? That's fine. If you want to stay, just go ahead and mention my name. It'll work. Living here is totally inconsistent with your status. Although the relationship between the two has unknowingly become closer, this is still the first time they meet. No, we are not important people, it's fine to live here. Having said that, Lan Ruoyun opened the door, got out of the car, and walked towards the hotel. Chen Yu was also ready to start the car and leave. Hey, how about you? Come up and sit down? Lan Ruoyun suddenly stopped, turned around and asked Chen Yu. A scene from a TV series suddenly flashed through Chen Yu's mind. Forget it. We are alone and it's not good. Chen Yu could see that Lan Ruoyun was not a casual person, but it was not good for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room. Why are you acting like a woman? I'm not afraid, so why are you afraid? As she spoke, Lan Ruoyun walked back a few steps and pulled Chen Yu out of the car. Helpless, Chen Yu had to compromise. Chen Yu? However, as soon as he entered the hotel, Chen Yu heard a shout. He turned around and saw Xia Qian checking into a hotel with a young man. What a coincidence! Chen Yu said with a smile. He had completely let it go. At this moment, Xia Qian was just a familiar stranger to him. What? Know each other? Lan Ruoyun asked softly. Ex-girlfriend. Chen Yu answered indifferently. How could I possibly encounter such a ridiculous plot? Lan Ruoyun shook her head speechlessly. Sister will do a good deed today and help you. As she spoke, Lan Ruoyun put her arm around Chen Yu and held him in her arms. Excellent men are always sought after. In the preliminaries, Chen Yu showed such superb cooking skills that Lan Ruoyun looked at him differently. You, is this your friend? Lan Ruoyun asked, sticking close to Chen Yu. It looked like it was asserting its sovereignty. Chen Yu. There's no need for that. She and I have long been strangers. Chen Yu gently pulled his arm out. At this time, Xia Qian also walked over with her arm around the young man. Oh, I haven't seen you for a few days. You found a new love. That's not bad. Xia Qian teased with a smirk on her face. Aren't you the same? Chen Yu said lightly. He didn't explain there was no need. Chen Yu, are you still driving that Porsche you rented, pretending to be rich? You are so low. I am glad that I broke up with you. Otherwise, I would not have met my Prince Charming, Mr. Huang. As she spoke, Xia Qian leaned on Huang Yu and looked at Chen Yu provocatively. Qian, is he your ex-boyfriend who rents a Porsche and shows off everywhere? Huang Yu looked at Chen Yu with disdain and a sneer. Yes. Mr. Huang, you have no idea how disgusting he is. He actually rented a Porsche to deceive me and wanted to get back together with me. Fortunately, I saw through his conspiracy at a glance, otherwise I would have been fooled by him. Xia Qian pretended to be pitiful, as if Chen Yu had really deceived him. Seeing this scene, Chen Yu shook his head helplessly. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen anyone more shameless than Xia Qian. Poor bastard, what's your attitude? What? Do you still want to deny it? You dare to deceive Qian. I think you are tired of living. Huang Yu took a step forward, walked in front of Chen Yu and said in a cold voice. Chen Yu was too lazy to pay attention to Xia Qian and the others, but Lan Ruoyun beside him couldn't stand it. She had a hot temper to begin with, and when she saw the scene, her anger suddenly surged out from the bottom of her heart. He walked forward to argue with Xia Qian and the others. Chen Yu hurriedly stopped him. He didn't want Lan Ruoyun to get involved. Chapter 34. This is my brother Chen. Lie to her? Chen Yu sneered, I don't have the time for that. Also, her ex-boyfriend is Lu Mao, and I am her ex-boyfriend. Didn't she tell you this? Chen Yu didn't want to pay attention to Xia Qian, but Xia Qian insisted on coming to him again and again, bringing humiliation upon herself, and there was nothing he could do. Huang Yu frowned slightly and glanced at Xia Qian. Indeed, he didn't know about this. Maybe Xia Qian was afraid that Huang Yu would know that she had dated such a person, so she couldn't bring herself to say it. Want to sow discord? I won't fall for that. I'm telling you, Qian is my woman,
you'd better be sensible and don't make yourself miserable.
If I find out that you harassed Jianqian again, I'll break your legs.
Huang Yu looked arrogant, as if he was the boss in the imperial capital. The commotion here attracted the attention of the surrounding guests.
They gathered around.
That poor boy, is he looking for excitement? How dare he provoke young Master Huang? Yeah, you don't even look at your own weight, you're really courting death.
He's probably from outside. Aren't there a lot of chefs from other places staying in the hotel? He's probably a chef.
Listening to the discussions around him, Huang Yu became even more proud. Poor bastard, I'll give you a chance, kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, I'll send you to the hospital and put you in the ICU for a few days.
Huang Yu was arrogant and looked like he had Chen Yu in his grasp.
Chen Yu sneered and shook his head, took out his cell phone and was about to contact Zhang Xiang.
He really didn't want to dirty his hands.
But at this moment, a contemptuous voice sounded from behind the crowd.
Hey, who is it? Why are you so arrogant?
If you don't know, you might think it's the 8 heroes of the imperial capital. Hearing the voice, the onlookers turned around to look, wanting to see who dared to speak like that.
Here comes another one who is looking for death.
If you dare to say that to Master Huang, you are dead for sure. There are strange things every year, but there are especially many today.
Young Master's son?
While everyone was enjoying the show and making fun of the situation, Huang Yu saw the person coming.
It was none other than Sun Hao, who had met Chen Yu once before.
Huang Yu, you are quite amazing. You even call yourself Master Huang. Sun Hao, with his hands in his pockets, walked over slowly. They are the ones who are shouting nonsense.
How can I be qualified to do that?
Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned.
Is this still the generous and arrogant Huang Xiao? This is clearly a grandson. It's good to know. Don't let anyone call himself a young master. You are not worthy of it, do you understand?
Sun Hao looked at Huang Yu coldly. Huang Yu was so scared that he was shaking all over and cold sweat began to break out on his forehead. Normally, he only dared to show off in small places like this, for he was afraid of encountering such a situation.
Unexpectedly, I still couldn't avoid it.
Suddenly, Huang Yu's heart moved and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Young Master's son, I just met a group of people pretending to be wholesale goods and wanted to suppress them, so I didn't stop them from shouting like that.
As he spoke,
Huang Yu looked at Chen Yu who was standing beside him.
Chen, brother Chen?
At this time, Sun Hao saw Chen Yu in the crowd, his face full of disbelief. Although Jiang Chen said that there was no need to deliberately make friends with Chen Yu, he also said that he must not be offended.
The hidden meaning is that if you can make friends, you should try to make them. And now is the best time to make friends with Chen Yu. Bang! Sun Hao didn't say anything and slapped Huang Yu in the face. Who the hell are you saying is pretending to be wholesale goods?
This is my brother, kneel down and apologize to me right now. Huang Yu was stunned on the spot, his eyes full of difficulty in executing the plan.
Fuck, I was wondering why people looked down on Huang Yu, it turns out Dio is here. Who is that young master's son?
He is so arrogant that he dares to slap young Master Huang in public.
Doesn't he know that young Master Huang's assets are worth over 100 million? Shut up now, don't draw fire from you. He is the prince of Dihao Entertainment. His status in the imperial capital is second only to the 8 heroes. Huang Yu is nothing in front of him.
Hiss.
Upon learning Sun Hao's identity, the crowd of onlookers gasped.
Dihao Entertainment is the largest entertainment company in the entire imperial capital, and it has few rivals across the country.
What? You want me to do it?
Seeing that Huang Yu didn't move, Sun Hao shouted again in a cold voice.
Huang Yu was frightened and fell to his knees with a plop. There is no comparison between their family and the Sun family.
Huang Yu knows in his heart that with just one word from Sun Hao, their company will go bankrupt.
Brother Chen, I was wrong. Please show mercy and let me go.
Huang Yu said this sincerely. He was really afraid that Sun Hao would take action against his company.
Go away. Chen Yu waved his hand impatiently.
Hearing this, Huang Yu felt relieved.
He stood up and quickly pulled the dumbfounded Xia Qian away.
At this moment, Xia Qian's heart was in turmoil. She kept asking herself in her heart whether it was right to break up with Chen Yu. But now, no matter whether it is right or wrong, there is no chance to turn back. From the moment she climbed onto Lu Mao's bed and cuckolded Chen Yu, there was no chance for her and Chen Yu.
Chen Yu no longer paid attention to Xia Qian and the others.
He nodded to Sun Hao and was about to leave.
Brother Chen, wait a minute.
Sun Hao grabbed Chen Yu. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment and looked at Sun Hao in confusion.
Anything else? Brother Chen, this is what's going on. Brother Jiang is going to open a bar in a few days, so let's go and have some fun when we have time. According to Chen Yu's personality, he would not go.
But just now, Sun Hao helped him out of trouble after all.
Okay, I'll definitely come and show my support then. Then, the two exchanged WeChat messages and Sun Hao left. Why are you looking at me like that?
Ever since Sun Hao left, Lan Ruoyun has been staring at him. This made Chen Yu feel very uncomfortable.
Are you really a cook? Lan Ruoyun asked doubtfully. Chen Yu shrugged and spread his hands. I never said I was a cook. But you are such a good cook, so what else can you be if not a chef? So you are a rich second generation and are experiencing life? Chen Yu didn't answer, but just smiled.
All Seasons Hotel, room 3120.
Xia Qian, you almost killed me just now, do you know that?
Huang Yu looked at Xia Qian angrily. If he hadn't hit a home run yet, he would have really wanted to beat her up.
Didn't you say that Chen Yu was just a poor loser? How did he get involved with young Master Sun?
Xia Qian was also confused. If she had known that Chen Yu was so capable, she would not have cheated in the first place.
Mr. Huang, I really don't know about this. He never mentioned it to me before.
I've been with him for so long, and I've never seen young Master Sun look for him. Speaking of this, Xia Qian suddenly thought of a possibility.
Mr. Huang, Chen Yu might be a distant relative of Mr. Sunday. We just met him today. We can't ignore him, or we won't be able to explain to our family. Normally, Mr. Sun would definitely not pay any attention to him. Otherwise, how come I haven't seen young Master Sun when I've been with him for so long? Huang Yu nodded. This is very possible. Otherwise, why didn't young Master Sun greet him right away?
Damn it, damn Chen Yu, you dare to embarrass me so much, I will kill you sooner or later.
Chapter 35, The Ignorant Fool.
When Huang Yu thought of what happened just now, he couldn't help but curse loudly. If Chen Yu himself was really awesome, he wouldn't say anything. But Huang Yu thought that Chen Yu was just lucky today and met Sun Hao here, otherwise it would be Chen Yu who knelt down to apologize.
Mr. Huang, calm down. Don't be so angry. He can't escape from the imperial capital anyway. If you want to deal with him, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future.
When she saw Huang Yu pointing his spearhead at Chen Yu again, Xia Qian couldn't help but feel happy.
Yes, I am not done with him.
Next time I see him, I will make him kneel down and kowtow to me.
Huang Yu stopped thinking about Chen Yu.
He turned over, hugged Xia Qian, and started making love with her. Chen Yu just sat in Lan Ruoyun's room for a while, talked to her about cooking, and then left.
Arriving at the parking lot, Chen Yu was about to leave.
Unfortunately, he met Xia Qian and Huang Yu here again.
This is really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. God is watching over us. This poor bastard hasn't left yet.
Huang Yu also saw Chen Yu, and a sinister look immediately appeared on his face.
Chen Yu, you poor bastard, stand there.
Huang Yu held Xia Qian with one hand and cursed at the same time. Chen Yu raised his hand to check the time and said with a smile, 10 minutes.
Did you go upstairs to have a cup of tea?
Just now he saw Xia Qian and Huang Yu go to get a room, but now they came out, which made Chen Yu feel funny.
Huang Yu felt awkward and even more embarrassed than before. What the hell, do you need a poor bastard to take care of this? Don't you forget? This is your woman, and now I'm playing with her.
Chen Yu's face darkened and he said coldly, Huang Yu, the louder you speak, the more it proves that you are a second man. For a man, it is a great shame and humiliation to be said like this.
You, say another word?
Huang Yu was so angry that his face turned red and he had trouble breathing.
Mr. Huang, don't be angry. He is not much stronger than you. He has only been here for more than an hour.
Xia Qian, who was standing by, spoke to comfort her. But it would be better if she didn't say this to comfort him.
More than an hour, that's 100 times his. Fuck, Xia Qian, who the hell are you helping?
Huang Yu looked at Xia Qian angrily. Xia Qian realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly changed her words. Mr. Huang, no matter how capable he is still a poor bastard.
No one wants to follow him. Yeah, you're just a poor bastard, why are you showing off? Is it fun to be with the fifth girl every day?
Huang Yu regained his confidence and put on his previous arrogant expression again. But at this moment, a young woman with ordinary looks but wearing gold and silver jewelry came over.
Handsome guy, are you really that great? Come with me, and I will buy you a sports car and a villa.
Chen Yu and the other two were speechless at the same time.
Sorry, sister, I'm not short of money. I'll contact you when I'm short of money, Chen Yu said tactfully. After all, he did nothing wrong, he just came here to ask.
Tisk.
Xia Qian sneered, not short of money? Chen Yu, you're still so pretentious. Are you planning to show off your rented Ferrari again? Listen to my advice. Since this blind sister has fallen in love with you, it is your blessing. Just burn incense at your ancestral graves secretly and stop pretending to be a fool. Huan Yu beside her also looked at Chen Yu with a sneer. See? Even though you two are separated, Shanqian is a kind girl. She still hopes you're well.
As he spoke, Huan Yu looked at the woman who wanted to support Chen Yu and sneered. I'll make the decision for Chen Yu.
You can take him away.
Remember to use the pot scrubbing ball to serve him, otherwise he won't feel anything.
Ha ha ha.
Huan Yu felt so happy that he finally got his revenge, and he laughed out loud. There are idiots every year, but there are especially many today. Chen Yu said this to himself and was about to leave. He really didn't want to waste his time accompanying two mad dogs any longer. He felt that going home and watching Teletubbies would be more interesting than this. Chen Yu stretched out his arm, took out the key to Hennessy from his arms, opened the door, got in the car, and left directly.
Huang Yu and Xia Qian didn't know Hennessy, but they were still shocked by the cool appearance. What kind of car is that? So cool. Huang Yu couldn't help but praise.
Xia Qian curled her lips and said disdainfully, it's probably just a modified car. Chen Yu must have been unable to rent a Ferrari, so he got a crappy modified car and showed off. Poor bastard, just poor bastard, can't even pretend to be cool, yet he has to buy a junky car to fool people.
Rubbish. Put. The rich woman couldn't help laughing when she heard what the two said. A broken car?
She looked at Xia Qian and laughed, you are really rich. You actually said that a Hennessy Duran worth 4,700 is a broken car.
It seems that the worst car you have is a Lycan or Bugatti Veyron. What? That car is 47 million?
Xia Qian was stunned, her eyes full of disbelief.
What's wrong with 47 million? He must be renting it just to show off.
Xia Qian suppressed the shock in her heart, pretended to be disdainful, and said in a cold voice.
Rent? Are you kidding?
There are only 8 of that car in the world, and that gentleman's is probably the only one in the country.
Impossible. He is just a poor guy, how can he have such an expensive luxury car?
Although Xia Qian already believed it in her heart, she didn't want to admit that she was wrong.
Poor bastards? You are the ones.
You two fools who have never seen the world, do you know that the gentleman just now was wearing a limited edition Patek Philippe watch? There is only one in the world, and it is worth 19.88 million. Having said that, the rich woman looked at the two of them with disgust, then turned and left. Only Xia Qian and Huang Yu were left there in a mess.
Xia Qian, what the hell is going on?
Huang Yu was stunned and looked at Xia Qian coldly.
That woman must be a stooge hired by Qing Yu. Xia Qian argued. Bang! Huang Yu slapped him in the face. I think you are a shill. Xia Qian, I'm unlucky to have met you. Just pray that my family is okay.
If anything goes wrong at my house because of what happened today, I'm going to kill you, you bitch.
Huang Yu no longer paid any attention to Xia Qian and drove away. Mr. Huang, you can't do this. You said you wanted to marry me. Fuck you, get out.
I feel sick just by looking at you. Leaving these words behind, Huang Yu's car disappeared from Xia Qian's sight.
Chen Yu, it's all your fault. If you don't let me live well, then we can't live together anymore.
Xia Qian went completely insane. She no longer thought about whether Chen Yu was really rich.
Xingfucheng Community. Chen Yu parked the Hennessy at the original location of the Ferrari.
And the Ferrari had been parked by him at the Panshan parking lot. After parking the car, Chen Yu was about to go upstairs when he was bumped by a woman walking towards him.
Are you blind? Why do you walk without eyes? Before Chen Yu could say anything, the woman started cursing first. Chapter 36, The Stupid Little Internet Celebrity. Hey, it was you who bumped into me, okay? Chen Yu said helplessly. What happened today? Why do I always run into people like this? Chen Yu was speechless and couldn't help but complain in his heart.
He just went back home, but he encountered such a thing.
It's you? This is really a narrow road for enemies to meet.
At this time, the two saw each other's appearance. Chen Yu just felt that the other person looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was.
But then, the woman's words made Chen Yu remember.
It was you and that witch who made me lose face at the Panchon parking lot and caused me to lose the chance to marry into a wealthy family.
Today, I must let my fans condemn you. The woman's name was Lu Ku, a third-tier internet celebrity.
She went to the Panchon Stadium that day and wanted to take the opportunity to make friends with Song Chao and others, but she was driven away because of Yang Yuyen.
She has always been resentful about this incident.
As he said that, Luca took out his mobile phone and was about to start the live broadcast.
Fuck you, you dare to ruin my good deeds? Today, I will let my 200 fans beat you to death. Is it that serious?
Chen Yu rolled his eyes. Chen Yu really couldn't understand what this little internet celebrity was thinking, as he only had 200 fans and he was still embarrassing himself. Soon Luca called the live broadcast. There were very few people in the live broadcast room, only about a dozen. Brothers and sisters, this guy is one of the ones who ruined my plans last time. If it weren't for them, I would have met the local tyrants in the imperial capital.
Today, I really met my enemy on a narrow road.
Today, I will make him lose face on the entire internet.
Chen Yu.
He just has a few fans, but he still wants to embarrass himself in front of the whole internet.
Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? I have to go home now. I don't have time to chat with you. Chen Yu walked around Lu Ku and went upstairs.
But Lu Ku would not let Chen Yu go just like that. He reached out and grabbed Chen Yu's arm.
Why? Are you scared now? It's over.
I'm telling you, it's you who made me lose the chance to marry into a wealthy family.
You have to compensate me.
Chen Yu really wanted to tell Lu Ku clearly that she was dreaming.
And marry into a wealthy family?
In the eyes of Song Chao and other rich second generations, she is just a doll, the kind that can be exchanged at will.
Are you done yet? Chen Yu was a little annoyed.
Not to mention Chen Yu, anyone else would have been annoyed a long time ago.
Not done yet. I just said it, I am not done with you today.
Unless you compensate me with a chance to marry into a wealthy family.
Lu Ku held Chen Yu tightly and refused to let go. This left Chen Yu at a loss for a moment.
After all, she is a girl, so he can't be too radical.
Okay. I'll compensate you. Isn't it okay for me to compensate you? Chen Yu said helplessly. He was totally out of ideas. Seeing Chen Yu's sincere look, Lu Ku was ready to let go.
But at this moment, barrages of comments started flying in her live broadcast room.
Xiao Ku, don't believe him. He's lying to you. If he wants to meet a rich guy, would he live in such a crappy neighborhood? Damn it, you liar, you dare to deceive the innocent Xiaoke, you are done. There are not many barrages, just a dozen or so. But this also strengthened Lu Ku's belief. My fans said you're a liar and I can't let you go.
Those fans said that Lu Ku was simple, but in Chen Yu's opinion, she was just stupid.
It's so stupid. Chen Yu really wondered how she became a host. How long have you been a host? Chen Yu asked. Lu Ku was startled and frowned. More than a month. Lu Ku was originally a college student.
After graduation, he couldn't find a suitable job, so he followed the advice of his classmates and became a small anchor.
It is said that there is a high probability that you can marry into a wealthy family and become a phoenix. 1 month, that's really lucky. Chen Yu glanced at Lu Ku.
At first, Chen Yu was annoyed with Lu Ku, but now when he looks at her, he feels a sense of silly cuteness.
Maybe it's because of preconceived notions that make Chen Yu feel that anchors are not good people. What are you talking about? Lu Ku asked puzzledly. Chen Yu looked at Lu Ku and said calmly, Lu Ku, right? What I mean is that you are so lucky that you haven't been sold out after running a live broadcast for a month. Also, I advise you to go back and find a job. Your IQ is not suitable for being an anchor. Lu Ku understood these words.
The man in front of her not only lied to her, but also scolded her.
I'm telling you, I'm not done with you today. You actually called me stupid. I'm going to fight you. As he said that, Lu Ku pounced on Chen Yu. Chen Yu didn't expect that Lu Ku would suddenly attack him.
He was not paying attention and was pushed and staggered.
Snap.
Hennessy's car keys fell out.
Boom boom. A roar sounded and Lu Ke was stunned. You are so hopelessly stupid, Chen Yu said unhappily. He picked up the keys, turned off the car, and went upstairs. Chen Yu left, and Lu Ke's live broadcast room also exploded. Fuck, that's the Hennessy Duran GT. It's sold for 47 million overseas. It must be a sky-high price in China. That little brother just now turned out to be a rich man. He is too willful. It seems that there are local tyrants among the people. Such a shabby community has such local tyrants living there. I think there should be quite a few local tyrants in the village. Seeing Chen Yu's Hennessy, some fans in Lu Ke's live broadcast room began to praise him. Of course there is lemon essence too. Isn't it just a luxury car? Maybe it's rented. Stupid, that's the Hennessy Duran. There are only 8 of them in the world. Go rent one and try. As soon as the sour girl opened her mouth, she was criticized crazily. I don't know if I saw it wrongly, but I just took a quick glance and the watch that young man was wearing seemed to be a limited edition Patek Philippe. There is only one in the world. At this moment, someone suddenly said this, and the live broadcast room exploded instantly. The few fans were talking about it, but Lu Ke just stood there stupidly. Yes. At the Panchon Stadium, Chen Yu went to find Song Chao and others. Song Chao is a rich second generation, so how could Chen Yu be ordinary? Looking at Chen Yu's back as he left, Lu Ke said foolishly. Fuck, another lost opportunity. After returning home, Chen Yu was preparing to take a shower and go to bed. He was taking off his clothes when Yang Yuyan pushed the door and walked in. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and Yang Yuyan would usually be asleep at this time. Shen Yucai didn't lock the door. But he didn't expect that Yang Yuyan didn't sleep, and... Don't you know how to knock before coming in? Shen Yu hurriedly put on the coat he had just taken off. I thought Yang Yuyan would be shy, but unexpectedly she curled her lips and said, Didn't you see it? Besides, you look at me once, and I look at you once, that's fair. Shen Yu. What kind of logic is this? He didn't do it on purpose last time, okay? You're still waiting for me so late, what's the matter? What else? I'll rub your back? Come out with me tomorrow and protect me from the bullets. Shen Yu was stunned and thought to himself, are you so direct now? At least be more tactful. Blind date? Shen Yu asked. That's about right. Having said that, Yan Yuyan turned and left. She didn't give Chen Yu a chance to refuse, it was as if she was just coming to inform him. Shen Yu felt that his relationship with Yang Yuyan was becoming increasingly strange, as if he was Yang Yuyan's subordinate. You little bitch, you're ordering me around. Sooner or later, I'll take you down and make you kneel before me and call me daddy. Chapter 37, Shielding Yang Yuyan. Muttering something, Chen Yu locked the door and started taking a shower. After a dreamless night, Shen Yu was woken up early in the morning. Don't talk nonsense later. Look at my eyes and act accordingly. Got it? At the entrance of Qianxiang Pavilion, in the Hennessy car, Yang Yuyan looked at Chen Yu and spoke slowly. Okay, you're beautiful. I'll do whatever you say. Shen Yu rolled his eyes. Yang Yuyan is very mysterious. Although Chen Yu is her roommate, he doesn't know anything about her. Yang Yuyan seems to always be surprised. If it were someone else, if they found out that their roommate had a Hennessy, they would be surprised, if not shocked. However, Yang Yuyan looked calm, as if it was supposed to be that way. The Anxiang Pavilion is not very big, but it is one of the best in the imperial capital. The decoration is antique, giving the feeling of an ancient official banquet hall. Yang Yuyan and Shen Yu walked in side by side. Yuyan, you're here. As soon as I entered the door, a handsome man in a black suit walked over. Shen Yu took a look and saw that he was wearing Armani and a Longines watch, and he looked like a kid from a wealthy family. The young man's name is Li Liang. He is the eldest son of the Jiangzhou Li group and also a top figure in Jiangzhou. Who is this? At this time, Li Liang also saw that Chen Yu, who was beside Yang Yuyan, suddenly showed vigilance in his eyes. Hello, I'm Yuyan's boyfriend, Chen Yu. The moment Chen Yu said he was Yang Yuyan's boyfriend, a hint of anger flashed in Li Liang's eyes. Although it was fleeting, Chen Yu still saw it. It seems that there will be no peace today. Shen Yu sighed secretly. Come on, go in first, I have reserved a seat. Li Liang seemed not to hear and said with a smile. As they were walking, Li Liang suddenly turned around, looked at Chen Yu and said with a smile. Brother, where are you from in the imperial capital? He asked about family background right away. Chen Yu really wanted to ask Li Liang if he was here for a blind date. Not from any family. I'm not from the imperial capital, Chen Yu said lightly. A hint of viciousness flashed across Li Liang's eyes, and he thought to himself. Fuck, you're looking for death. You poor bastard, dared to snatch my woman? However, he did not immediately attack Chen Yu, but sneered and said, this Anxiang pavilion is also unique in the imperial capital. I believe you should come here often. Anxiang pavilion is located in the imperial capital. Although it is not a top-notch hotel, it is the most difficult to make a reservation at. Even this private room for today was booked by Li Liang, who used a lot of his connections. Come here often? Are you kidding? I'm not that free. Chen Yu lives on the East 5th Ring Road, and Xianxiang Pavilion is on the inner 3rd Ring Road. It takes several hours to go back and forth, so he would never come here to eat. If you have that much time, go to your own Tianhao and eat it. Isn't it delicious? I don't think it's because I don't have time, it's because I don't have money. Li Liang changed the subject and his words became much sharper. At this time, the three of them had already arrived at the private room. It is called a private room, but it looks more like a hall, at least 120 square meters. A large round table was placed in the middle, occupying a large area, and even 20 people could sit on it without feeling crowded. When 3 people walk together, there must be one big light bulb. Originally, this was already very embarrassing, but Li Liang insisted on booking such a large private room. Isn't this just asking for dog food? After taking their seats, Li Liang proudly sat in the main seat, while Chen Yu and Yang Yuyan sat diagonally opposite him. The distance was so far that even if Li Liang wanted to say anything to Yang Yuyan, he couldn't. Sir, would you like to serve the food? The waiter asked with a smile. The waiters here are also very distinctive, all dressed in ancient costumes, giving people a feeling of time travel. Li Liang, the corner of his mouth twitched. He really wanted to move to the hall and sit at a small table, so that at least he could face Yang Yuyan. Although we are face to face now, we are a world apart. Without the glasses, I can't see the person. Go ahead, Li Liang said coldly. Brother, you are not from a famous family, so do you think you are qualified to date Yuyan? Li Liang was not going to endure it anymore. He wanted Chen Yu to face reality and break up with Yang Yuyan. Why? Love is free now, the government can't control it, and you still want to control it? Besides, I was able to hold on to Yuyan's big white legs because of my strength. If I'm not qualified, then who is? You? Chen Yu didn't indulge Li Liang either. You. Li Liang was speechless after hearing what Chen Yu said. After a long while, he slowly said, it is important for a person to know himself. Brother, I advise you to be more sensible, or you will die without knowing how. Threaten? Chen Yu sneered, know your place? I don't understand, and I don't need to understand. I'm not like you guys, who have big families and can squander as much as you want. I started from scratch and can only rely on myself to fight. In my eyes, knowing what's right is an obstacle. Li Liang was really helpless, he simply couldn't win the argument with Chen Yu. Stop talking and eat. I have something else to do later. Yang Yuyan, who had been sitting next to Chen Yu without saying anything, suddenly spoke. Sorry, I'm going to the bathroom. Li Liang suddenly stood up. When Chen Yu saw Li Liang go out, he thought he was angry. Li Liang walked out of the private room, went to a secluded place, and dialed a number. I'm in trouble here, bring a few people to help me. In front of Yang Yuyan, Li Liang couldn't do anything to Chen Yu, but he could find someone to teach him a lesson. In the private room, Yang Yuyan glanced at Chen Yu. Didn't I tell you to listen to me? Why are you talking so much? Chen Yu said seriously, as your man, I am angry when I see someone else thinking about you. Otherwise, why would I be so angry with him? As he spoke, Chen Yu slowly moved closer, and the tips of their noses almost touched. Chen Yu could even feel the delicate texture of the skin. What are you doing? Yang Yuyan stepped back a little. Chen Yu did not want to let go of this opportunity to tease Yang Yuyan, so he took a step forward. You're going to die. Yang Yuyan stretched out her hand and pushed Chen Yu away. Still not satisfied, he pinched Chen Yu's face. Chen Yu knew that Yang Yuyan would resist, but he didn't expect her to resist in this way. You're my girlfriend, this is right, right? Chen Yu protested. Yang Yuyan rolled her eyes at Chen Yu and was about to speak when Li Liang came back. At this time, Chen Yu and Yang Yuyan's body positions were very ambiguous.
Chen Yu almost laid his entire body on Yang Yuyan, while Yang Yuyan held Chen Yu's chest with one hand and pinched his face with the other. This scene almost made Li Liang die on the spot.
Yang Yuyan is his goddess, but he saw this scene.
I'm sorry, Yuyan insisted that I kiss her, and when I disagreed, she forced herself on me.
I'm sorry to embarrass you. As he spoke, Chen Yu looked at Yang Yuyan in a reproachful tone and said, Wait until we get home, we can even have sex, but there are outsiders here, so don't make a fuss. At this moment, Yang Yuyan wanted to kill Chen Yu. Doesn't this ruin her reputation?
Li Liang, who had just come in, was even more angry. If his eyes could kill, Chen Yu would have been left with no trace. Li Liang closed his eyes and suppressed the anger in his heart.
Poor bastard, do you really think that by being with Yuyan, you can reach the pinnacle of life? Dream on. This is just the beginning of your nightmare. I will slowly kill you and let you know that there are some people who cannot be desecrated. Crash.
Li Liang had just returned to his seat when a group of 7 or 8 people walked in. They were all dressed gorgeously, and all the clothes they wore were international brands.
Hey, this girl is pretty good. Come have a drink with us guys. Chapter 38 Jiang Chen arrives. As soon as those people walked into the private room, they looked at Yang Yuyan.
These people were hired by Li Liang.
He wanted to use them to beat Chen Yu up. He then acted like a hero saving a beauty to win Yang Yuyan's favor. Chen Yu and Yang Yuyan did not move, so Li Liang spoke first. Who are you? Get out.
Chen Yu glanced at Li Liang and complained in his heart, this play is too fake.
Yang Yuyan also shook her head helplessly. Fuck, who are you? How dare you talk to us like that? Are you tired of living? I like this girl today. Let her have a drink with us. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Those people pretended not to know Li Liang and cursed him viciously. Is this girl yours? Those rich second generations looked at Chen Yu.
Chen Yu shrugged and said nothing. Although the other side had more people, Li Yu didn't take it seriously. The worst that could happen is just a fight, so Chen Yu isn't that scared. At this time, there was a noise coming from the door again. A group of more than a dozen people filed into the private room.
Seeing the person coming, Chen Yu couldn't help but smile.
The person who came was none other than Jiang Chen, who had met Chen Yu once before.
Old Chen, why are you here?
Jiang Chen was very outgoing and greeted Chen Yu with a smile when he saw him. Chen Yu was not too surprised when Jiang Chen called out his identity. After all, he is one of the 8 heroes of the imperial capital. If he doesn't even have the ability to investigate Chen Yu, then he is just a waste of his reputation.
Having dinner with my girlfriend, Chen Yu said with a smile. Only then did Jiang Chen see Yang Yuyan beside Chen Yu.
Chen Yu saw it clearly. The moment Jiang Chen saw Yang Yuyan, his pupils suddenly contracted.
But things returned to normal in an instant. Master Jiang, why are you here?
The young masters who had come to cause trouble earlier were frightened when they saw Jiang Chen's arrival, especially when they saw the relationship between Jiang Chen and Chen Yu, they began to tremble. Seeing them, Jiang Chen frowned slightly.
What's wrong with you?
Jiang Chen is a top young master in the imperial capital, and they are nothing compared to him. He dared not stay any longer, and quickly bowed and said,
It's okay, we'll go now. Li Liang was shocked.
As a playboy from the Jiangzhou faction, he was well aware of Jiang Chen's strength in the imperial capital.
There have always been conflicts between the imperial capital faction and the Jiangzhou faction. He says he can't do it, and he says he can't do it. Anyway, no one is willing to give in to anyone else.
But the imperial capital is a hub after all, and the playboys in Jiangzhou, no matter how rich they are still slightly inferior to them.
Who are you? Jiang Chen looked at Li Liang.
Li Liang was terrified. He was not even considered a top playboy in Jiangzhou, let alone in the imperial capital.
I'm here to eat. Li Liang stuttered. He never thought that Chen Yu actually knew Jiang Chen. And judging from their addresses, they seemed to be very close. Are you here to eat too? Chen Yu looked at Jiang Chen. Yes, do you want to share a table? Forget it, we've finished eating and are about to leave.
Li Liang has already been frightened, so there is no point in having this meal, and there is no point in staying any longer.
After bidding farewell to Jiang Chen, Chen Yu drove Yang Yuyan away from Qianshan Pavilion.
On the way, Yang Yuyan was always there, looking at Chen Yu curiously.
Do you still know Jiang Chen? Yan Yuyan couldn't help but ask. We met by chance. Chen Yu said lightly. You really make me more and more curious.
You too, Jiang Chen is actually afraid of you, which means you are more powerful than him.
Just a few simple words expressed their curiosity about each other. In Yang Yuyan's eyes, Chen Yu is already a treasure boy.
In Chen Yu's eyes, Yang Yuyan is a mysterious and extraordinary woman. There was no conversation along the way, and Chen Yu drove Yang Yuyan back to the rental house.
Yang Yuyan got home, closed the bedroom door and never came out again.
Chen Yu was very bored, so he drove to Panshan Racing Circuit.
Boss, why are you in the mood to come here today?
As soon as I walked into the parking lot, Qilan came to meet me.
Qilan today is more charming than last time.
The last time he came, Qilan was wearing a racing suit and wrapped himself tightly. Today, Qilan wore a wrap skirt, and it was very short. It was so short that when Chen Yu saw it, he started to have wild thoughts.
I missed you, so I came to see you. Chen Yu joked. I don't believe you. Qilan rolled his eyes.
But she was very happy in her heart. The Hennessy has been scratched.
Find someone to repaint it.
I'll drive the Ferrari away later. Hearing Chen Yu's words, Qilan thought to herself, sure enough, he wasn't here to see her at all. Although Chen Yu is not extremely handsome, he is still very charming, especially during the last competition.
In Qilan's eyes, he was already perfect. Boss, do you want to come to the office and check my work?
Qilan twisted her waist, walked to Chen Yu's side, and said in a tender voice. Chen Yu shuddered, his hair standing on end.
At this time, Qilan's killing power is stronger than Qinanju. No need, I trust you. Chen Yu looked at Qilan with a smile. But I'm not confident. I'd better ask the boss to come and give me some guidance.
Qilan hugged Chen Yu's arm. The soft touch made Chen Yu's brain go blank. But in a flash, he returned to normal. Oh, by the way, I have something else to do, so I'll have to trouble you at the parking lot, Sister Lan. Chen Yu broke away from Qilan and ran towards his Ferrari as if escaping.
He left in a flash.
Watching Chen Yu leave, Qilan's face showed no trace of loss, but instead a hint of relief.
Not bad, it looks like I can't leave.
What happened just now was Qilan's test of Chen Yu. She just wanted to see if Chen Yu was a boss who would take advantage of his subordinates.
The answer is obvious, Chen Yu is not.
Qilan was very happy that Chen Yu passed the test, but for some reason, she felt a sense of loss in her heart.
Time flies.
It's almost time for the second round of the MasterChef contest to start.
The top 24 will compete to determine the top 18 today. Chen Yu came to the competition venue early in the morning.
He was looking forward to seeing what kind of rewards he would get from the system today.
The qualifying round is a test of brains and reactions. The competition after that will be about real cooking skills. Each contestant brought a knife that suited their needs.
This is also a must for a good chef. A truly good chef will have his own set of knives. Chen Yu didn't have one originally, but the system gave him a set as a reward last time.
Chen Yu, we meet again.
Before the game started, Bai Quan and Chai Chi came over.
What? Did you miss me after not seeing me for a few days?
No, I'm only interested in beautiful women.
Chen Yu teased.
After the last game, Chen Yu made the two of them lose face. Today, they came for revenge.
Fuck you, who missed you?
We wish you would get hit by a car when you go out.
Bai Quan looked angry and glared at Chen Yu.
Then you guys should burn incense and bless me.
If anything happens to me, it must be you who did it.
Chen Yu's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Bai Quan and Chai Chi and spoke calmly.
Chapter 39, Be the Strongest.
Although Bai Quan and Chai Chi are good cooks, they are from small places after all. In terms of knowledge, he can't compare with Chen Yu, a veteran in the imperial capital.
Shut up to your uncle, what has happened to you got to do with us?
The first thing Bai Quan did was to greet Chen Yu as his uncle, but Chen Yu was not angry because his uncle was indeed not a good person.
Why is it okay? You just said it yourself, and the evidence was captured on video.
As he spoke, Chen Yu pointed at the camera above his head. Bai Quan and Chai Chi were suddenly speechless, looking at Chen Yu and not daring to say a word.
You.
Chai Chi wanted to say something else, but Bai Quan stopped him.
Don't waste your words on him. This guy is very cunning. You never know when it will trick us.
Having said that, Bai Quan hurriedly pulled Chai Chi back to his competition area. He wanted to rebuke Chen Yu, but he was rebuked back and he was unable to utter a word.
Chai Chi and Bai Quan were extremely frustrated. Humph.
Bai Quan snorted coldly and said sarcastically, a rich second generation, still pretending to come to the competition. I really don't know what he is thinking. Is he trying to humiliate himself? Bai Quan slowly took out a black leather suitcase from his package. Chen Yu, my brother and I admit that we are no match for you in terms of financial resources, but when it comes to cooking skills, you are a piece of trash. Don't think that you are great just because you got first place in the qualifiers by chance.
Let me tell you, you are trash. You are nothing in front of us.
The more Bai Quan spoke, the more excited he became, thinking that he had finally gotten the chance to scold Chen Yu.
Let me tell you, Chen Yu, the first place we have won is far beyond your imagination. Take this for example.
Bai Quan slowly opened the black leather box in front of him. This set of fine steel knives was given to me by the school as a reward when I won first place in the new Oriental season. Bai Quan's face was full of pride, his mouth was wide open with joy, and his ears were stretched to the brim.
How about it, Chen Yu, are you convinced? I'm afraid you don't even have your own set of knives.
Chen Yu shook his head helplessly. He felt that the brothers Bai Quan and Chai Chi were too childish. He ignored the two of them and took out the set of knives rewarded by the system and began to wipe them.
You're just pretending. Do you think that just buying a set of knives can compare with my fine steel knives? Dream on. Bai Quan looked at Chen Yu with disdain.
At this moment, a strong light came, and the dazzling beam of light made the two unable to open their eyes.
What?
Bai Quan quickly closed his eyes.
Brother, it looks like the knife used by Chen Yu. Chai Chi looked at Chen Yu with envy.
Hiss. Seeing the knife in Chen Yu's hand, Bai Quan and Chai Chi both took a breath of cold air.
Brother, that kid's knife seems to be made of titanium alloy inlaid with diamonds. Chai Chi stammered.
Bai Quan was not blind, so he naturally saw it. He took out his set of fine steel knives just to show off in front of Chen Yu.
But Chen Yu casually took out a set of titanium alloy diamond-studded knives. Titanium alloy.
Not to mention whether it is inlaid with diamonds or not, just a pure titanium alloy knife is more valuable than his set of fine steel knives. Not to mention, the diamonds on Chen Yu's knives are as small as rice grains.
The rich are inhumane. Is it a big deal to be rich? Can you do whatever you want if you have money? Bai Quan couldn't help but whispered. But the fact is, if you have money you can do whatever you want.
Just like now, Lan Ruoyun has already gone straight into Chen Yu's arms.
What a beautiful knife.
Lan Ruoyun's eyes lit up as she stared at the knife in Chen Yu's hand.
Hey, beautiful lady, how can you force yourself into someone's arms like this? Chen Yu looked helpless. He quickly put down the knife in his hand and took a step back. Lan Ruoyun didn't pay any attention to Chen Yu at all.
Her eyes were always on the set of gorgeous knives. This set of knives consists of 7 knives, collectively known as the 7 magic knives, each named after a different magical beast. Evil Phoenix, Demon Dragon, Taowu, Xiangqi, Chaos, Taotai, and Black Unicorn. There are 7 knives, each one more gorgeous than the other.
They are no longer knives but works of art. Rich man, let's be friends. I don't ask for much. I don't want a car or a house. Just give me this set of knives.
Caressing the knives lovingly, Lan Ruoyun turned her gaze to Chen Yu. For a chef, a good set of knives is really important. Chen Yu could also see that Lan Ruoyun really liked this set of knives.
You are not mine, how can I just give you something? Chen Yu joked.
He just wanted to tease Lan Ruoyun. He was not a cook, and there was no use for him keeping the knife. But who would have thought that Lan Ruoyun would throw away her moral integrity for this set of knives?
Hubby, I'm yours from now on, so you have to be responsible for me. Chen Yu's eyes widened in shock, somewhat unable to believe it. Okay, I'm yours now.
What's yours is mine. I'll take this set of knives.
Lan Ruoyun moved quickly, stuffed the knives into the box, and walked away with it. Chen Yu was speechless. Hey, if you take all my knives away, what am I going to use to compete?
Hearing this, Lan Ruoyun felt embarrassed.
She was just thinking about taking the knife away and didn't think too much about it. You can use my method. Lan Ruoyun gave her set of knives to Chen Yu.
For some reason, Lan Ruoyun always felt that this was like exchanging a token of love. Her pretty face turned red, and she didn't even dare to look at Chen Yu.
Chen Yu didn't care. He was very confident in his cooking skills.
Even if he used ordinary knives, he was confident that he could win the championship.
The game will begin soon. The theme of this competition is gorgeous. There is no limit on the type or cuisine, what we want is something fancy.
The 20 or so people on the field fell into deep thought after seeing the question. Chen Yu, on the other hand, went straight to the noodle area. Seeing Chen Yu walking towards the noodle area, the other contestants all showed disdain on their faces.
That idiot, does he want to win with steamed buns? Or does he want to make a different kind of noodles? That guy's qualifying championship really came by chance.
It is really sad for us that a piece of trash who doesn't even know the basics can share the stage with us.
All the contestants criticized Chen Yu verbally and pensively. Even Lan Ruoyun's face showed regret.
Gorgeous dishes are of course carved, and when it comes to carving, one naturally has to choose food that is easier to carve.
For example, various kinds of melons.
Pasta can also be made into something very gorgeous, but it requires quite a high level of skill to master.
Noodles are not like melons.
They look the same as they are carved. Pasta needs to be steamed and cooked, so no matter what shape you need the dough into, it will be deformed as long as it goes through those two processes. But Chen Yu chose the most difficult one.
Chapter 40. Is that guy here to cause trouble?
He came to participate in the Chef God competition to win the championship, otherwise he would not be able to get the system reward.
Either don't do it, or do it to the best of your ability. Soon after Chen Yu walked towards the noodle area, other contestants also walked towards their favorite ingredients.
On the judges' podium, the judges also began to discuss.
What on earth does that kid named Chen Yu want to do?
Chen Yun frowned and fell into deep thought. Ever since the preliminaries, when Chen Yu made that bowl of noodles, Chen Yun no longer believed that Chen Yu was here to play.
But she couldn't understand why Chen Yu chose pasta.
Although this question does not restrict the types of cuisine, any discerning person should know that this test is about the carving skills of the participating chefs.
I think that guy is here to cause trouble. He got first place in the preliminaries by accident.
Next to Lu Hu, an old man in his 70s shook his head.
The old man's name is Luo Hui, and he is Luo Tianyou's grandfather. He is also the best pastry chef in the world today. Since Lao Luo has said so, how can there be any objection?
He has been dealing with face-to-face all his life.
A 50-year-old man next to Luo Hui said with a smile.
Nonsense, even the pastry chef Wan Luo Hui can't do anything about it. What is possible for a little guy who hasn't even fully grown his hair? Lao Luo, it's not that I look down on you, but with your level, don't come out and embarrass yourself.
At this time, Lu Hu, who was sitting in the middle, suddenly spoke.
Lu Hu's words made all the judges frown. No matter what, they, the judges, are the top chefs in the country. They were very unhappy that Lu Hu said Luo Hui was not as good as Chen Yu. Although there is a saying that a disciple is better than his master, Chen Yu did not learn from a famous master. How could he compare with these big guys who have been famous for a long time?
Lu Lao Hu, I don't agree with what you said. Are you trying to say that we old guys are already old? The 50-year-old man stood up and looked at Lu Hu with a frown.
Lu Hu just glanced at him with disdain and didn't say much. It was Chen Yu who repeatedly told him to do so, otherwise he would have to tell his old friends that the young man on the stage was his master.
Lu Lao Hu, you are very optimistic about that young man. Could he be your new disciple in recent years? Luo Hui looked at Lu Hu with curiosity. If Chen Yu was really Lu Hu's apprentice, then it would be different.
Although Chen Hu has a strange temper and is arrogant, he has the capital. The fact that Lu Hu can sit in the main seat in the middle says it all. I don't have the ability to teach such an outstanding apprentice.
Lu Hu quickly spoke.
This left the other judges around puzzled.
Since Chen Yu is not Chen Hu's apprentice, why does he trust Chen Yu so much? This explanation doesn't make sense. Okay, stop arguing and focus on watching the game.
As the only beautiful judge, Chen Yun's words are still very effective.
The judges said no more and looked towards the contest stage.
At this time, all the contestants have already started moving.
And at the same time, Xingfucheng community. Mom, look, is that brother you on TV?
Li Xiyo was changing channels out of boredom and accidentally switched to a local channel.
Coincidentally, the camera gave a close-up of Chen Yu.
Yao Yao, what are you talking about? Even if Chen Yu is better than before, he is still a useless worker.
How can he be on TV? Xinanju didn't believe at all that Chen Yu was on TV.
However, when he walked in front of the TV and saw Chen Yu kneading dough on it, he was stunned on the spot.
Oh my, it's really that bastard. I didn't expect him to be on TV. Shi Nanju's face was full of disbelief. Yao Yao, what is your brother you doing at this time? Shi Nanju, sitting next to Li Xiao, asked curiously. It seems like some kind of god of cooking competition, just to see who can cook the best meal. Li Xiao frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and spoke slowly. Li Xiao's words made Shi Nanju lose interest immediately. TSK, I thought he was a star. Having said that, Shi Nanju was about to leave. At this moment, another sentence from Li Xiao made Shi Nanju completely confused. Mom, the one competing with Brother Yu is the best chef in the country. They are competing for the top 12. Shi Nanju sat back down. This was too surprising. Competing with nationally renowned chefs is not something that most people can do. Yao Yao, how many people has your brother Yu eliminated? Shi Nanju asked curiously. It says several thousand people. What? Thousands more? Shi Nanju was stunned, but then he was ecstatic. I never thought that Chen Yu actually had this ability. When he comes back, I must discuss this with him. If he has this ability, why would he still work in a weird class? Shi Nanju was already thinking about where to open a restaurant to make money. At this moment, the game on the field is in full swing. First, Lan Ruoyun used a few carrots to carve out a lifelike phoenix. Immediately afterwards, Luo Tianyu also used a large winter melon to carve an ancient tripod. The ancient tripod looks simple and elegant, but the surrounding areas of the Donghua ancient tripod are carved with pictures of sea dragons making rain. This kind of carving skill is not something that ordinary people can do easily. They have only carved out a rough outline, which still needs to be polished before it can be completed. Chen Yu, however, is still kneading the dough. But he divided the noodles into several colors, which made many people confused. Does he want to steam a pot of rainbow buns? Everyone was wondering in their hearts. What on earth is he doing? He's not really here to play, is he? You can tell at a glance that this is definitely a mess. Look at what the other contestants are doing. What is he doing? In the audience, more and more people were beginning to be dissatisfied with Chen Yu. The one who's kneading the dough, stop embarrassing yourself and go home and make steamed buns for your mother. Get out of here. Watching you cook is really annoying. Don't disgust us. It's just steaming buns. Who can't do it? There were curses from the audience. Bai Quan and Chai Chi were so happy. They wished that the audience would throw rotten eggs at Chen Yu. This is a competition after all, and the organizers will not let that happen. After cursing, everyone's attention shifted to the other contestants. Even the cameraman stopped giving Chen Yu a shot. Time passed slowly, and there were only a few minutes left before the end of the game. The game is over, stop. Following the referee's shout, all the contestants stopped what they were doing. 5 contestants who failed to complete their works within the specified time were asked to leave the stage. Chai Chi was also eliminated because of a mistake. Now there are only 20 people left on the stage. The judges and the audience only need to eliminate 6 more people out of these 20. The first person that everyone thought of was Chen Yu. Chapter 41, stunning the audience. But when everyone looked at Chen Yu, they discovered that a huge steamer had appeared next to him at some point. That little guy wouldn't really want to steam a pot of rainbow buns, would he? The 50-year-old man burst out laughing. Just now everyone was looking at other people, even Shen Yun was no longer paying attention to Chen Yu. But Lu Hu's eyes never left Chen Yu. Just wait and be scared to death. Lu Hu glanced at the 50-year-old man and said with a smile. Oh? Everyone looked at Lu Hu curiously. Tiger, how about we make a bet? The 50-year-old man looked at Lu Hu unconvinced. Okay. Lu Hu said with a smile. Then tell me what to bet on. Lu Hu looked at the 50-year-old man and asked. We're playing a game, what are we betting on? At this time, Shen Yun spoke again. But this time, no one seems to buy it. How about this, Lu Laohu, if he wins, we old guys will each give him a precious item and let him enter the finals directly. If he loses, how about you tell everyone in front of the TV that your cooking skills are not as good as ours and quit the cooking world? The person who spoke was Luo Hui. No one expected that he would be so cruel as soon as he opened his mouth. Even the 50-year-old man who had proposed the bet earlier did not expect this to happen. Lao Luo, isn't it a little big? Yeah, we're all friends, why bother? Others spoke out to dissuade him.
However, Luo Hui didn't even have the slightest intention of taking back his words.
Okay, old man Luo, this is what you said, don't regret it later.
Lu Hu did not show any worry on his face, instead he looked very excited.
I will never regret it,
Luo Hui said firmly. The scoring began and the judges took to the stage.
Start scoring the contestants' works. First of all, there is Luo Tian USC Dragon Rain Winter Melon Cauldron. This is a dish of porridge that is second to none in terms of appearance, color, aroma, and taste.
After tasting the food, all the judges gave it a score of 9, and some even gave it a score of 10. Although it was a bit against the rules, no one said anything. Because his work deserves this score. The next one is Lan Ruoyan, and the name of her dish is Phoenix Shining in the Ninth Heaven.
It is a cold dish.
Similarly, her score was also excellent, only 0.5 points lower than Luo Tianyu.
Lao Luo, Chen Yun, you two have successors now.
After tasting the works of Lan Ruoyan and Luo Tianyu, all the judges cast envious glances at Luo Hui and Chen Yun. Although they are both top chefs, they have trained even more outstanding apprentices while they have not, which makes them feel superior.
Although the appearance of the next few dishes was acceptable, the taste was much worse.
Finally, everyone walked up to Chen Yu, wanting to see what kind of steamed buns he had made. Luo Hui and the 50-year-old man both revealed mocking looks in their eyes. Just waiting for Chen Yu to lift the lid of the steamer and start making sarcastic remarks.
Chen Yu, it's your turn now. You can take out your entry now,
Luo Hui said coldly. Others around also began to whisper. You are so pretentious, you actually want to win with just a basket of steamed buns.
You really overestimate your own abilities. Young people nowadays are becoming increasingly ignorant.
If we continue to sit in the well and watch the world from the bottom of our hearts, the domestic culinary industry will be finished. At this time, Lu Hu's words made everyone shut up.
Master, you have such a good temper. I am almost mad at these old men. Please show them your works and let them have a good look. Lu Lao Hu, what did you call him just now?
The first person to react was Chen Yun. Previously, when she was on the judges' panel, she heard Lu Hu whisper this once, and she thought she had misheard. Hearing it again at this moment confirmed the doubts in her heart.
You are the only one who talks too much, Chen Yu blared at Lu Hu.
In everyone's mind, Lu Hu, who has a bad temper, would definitely get angry when he heard what Chen Yu said. But what they imagined did not happen.
Lu Hu did not get angry at all.
Instead, he shrank his neck like a child.
This scared everyone. My work is finished, so I won't keep you in suspense. Swish. Chen Yu lifted up the steamer in front of him. Everyone guessed wrong.
They thought Chen Yu was steaming several baskets of steamed buns, but Chen Yu only had one steamer. Yes, the steamer, which is as tall as a person, has only one layer.
The moment Chen Yu opened the steamer, everyone was stunned.
So beautiful,
Chen Yun exclaimed.
Gulp. The others, however, couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Chen Yu's work is a person, or to be more precise, a person made of dough. She was a fairy in ancient costume, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. She didn't become swollen at all because of the steam. Instead, she looked even more fairy-like. She looked just like China in the Moon Palace.
Eh? Mom, do you think that the fairy made by brother Yu looks a lot like sister Yu Yan?
In a building in Xingfucheng Community. Li Xiao frowned and looked at her mother Qin Anju and asked.
Qin Anju pinched his chin and looked at him carefully. Really?
I knew these two little guys must be having an affair. It turned out just as I expected. On this side of the stadium, everyone at the scene had recovered from their shock.
Looking at the scene in front of him with surprise. Oh my god, this is amazing.
Lan Ruoyun was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped to the ground.
What do you think? I just want to ask you whether you are convinced or not. Lu Hu was very proud of himself this time.
Looking at the surprised eyes of his old friends, he was so happy.
How is this possible? Luo Hui's eyes were full of disbelief.
He has been making pastries all his life, but his skills are not as good as those of a young man. This was hard for him to believe, it felt like a dream.
Wake up, Lao Luo, this is no longer our era.
Lu Hu smiled and patted Luo Hui on the shoulder. It looked like fairy pastry, as if it was made by him.
Humph. Luo Hui glanced at Lu Hu and said coldly, what are you so proud of? What's the use of just looking good? The key is still the taste.
As he said this, he reached out to grab the fairy statue.
Did I say I wanted to eat it? Chen Yu stepped forward, stopped Luo Hui, and said coldly. He could see that Luo Hui was jealous and wanted to destroy his work. What do you mean? Luo Hui pushed Chen Yu away and looked at him coldly. If the pastries we make are not for eating, are they just for looking at? Chen Yu pointed at the fairy's dragging hands and said calmly, that's for eating. Previously, everyone's attention was attracted by the fairy herself, and no one noticed that she was holding a golden bun in her hand. Chen Yu winked at Lu Hu and asked him to put the buns on the plate. He doesn't trust anyone else, only Lu Hu is his man. Chen Yu had spent a lot of effort to create this female fairy, so he thought of transporting her back to Tianhao and freezing her for storage. It can also be considered a kind of commemoration. In the audience, everyone was looking on eagerly. They also hoped to see the fairy up close. Come and have a taste of my master's cooking. Chapter 42, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Lu Hu's eyes lit up and he spoke excitedly. However, he was alone and occupied almost all positions, like a tiger guarding its food. Chen Yun was stunned, staring at the big golden bun. She picked up the knife on the table and was about to cut the bun. However, the moment the tip of the knife touched the bun, the golden bun suddenly let out a cry. This scared all the judges. Chen Yun was so frightened that she screamed and fell to the ground. The name of this work is Soul Calming Buns. Chen Yu, standing aside, spoke slowly with a smile on his face. Not to mention whether it tastes good or not, just this one move is enough to make people feel it is a miraculous skill. After this commotion, no one dared to take action, so Chen Yu had to cut the soul-calming buns himself and distribute them to the judges. Wow, it smells so good. Just the smell of the tempting aroma emanating from the soul-soothing buns was enough to make everyone mesmerized. They unconsciously put it into their mouths and started chewing. The moment the soup flowed down their lips and teeth and into their mouths, everyone felt as if they were sublimated. At this moment, there were only two words in their minds: delicious. Without any surprise, everyone gave it a score of 10. The same was true for the jealous Luo Hui. Bite. The system prompt sound also sounded at this time. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the finals. The system reward is Lanshan number 1 Villa. God of Cookery Achievement Mission Progress 3-4. Lanshan number 1 Villa? Chen Yu was completely stunned. Lanshan Villa Complex is a top-notch villa complex that was recently completed in the imperial capital. Although it is called a villa complex, there are actually only 12 villas, which are built according to the directions of the 12 zodiac signs. I heard that the cheapest one among them costs over 100 million. Not to mention villa number 1. Chen Yu left the follow-up matters to Lu Hu and Zhang Xiang. And he couldn't wait to come to the Lanshan Villa complex. Chen Yu? Before he got closer, Chen Yu saw an acquaintance. Lu Mao. Yes, this person was Chen Yu's former supervisor Lu Mao. At this moment, he was following a young man. The young man was wearing a white Louis Vuitton suit, Gucci casual leather shoes of the same color, and a Vacheron Constantin watch. It was obvious at first glance that he was a young man from a wealthy family. Are you here to interview for the security guard position? Lu Mao said with disdain. He walked up to Chen Yu. Chen Yu looked at Lu Mao with a smile. Logically speaking, Chen Yu should be very angry since Lu Mao cheated on him. But Chen Yu didn't feel anything at all. It seems that he feels it's not worth it for someone like Xia Qian. Is it your business? Chen Yu said indifferently. You rented a Ferrari, and you really think you're a human being? Chen Yu, I tell you, you are trash. Chen Yu doesn't cause trouble, but he's not afraid of it either. The expression on his face suddenly turned gloomy. Lu Mao, since you have chosen to be a dog, be a good dog and don't cause trouble for your sister and master. Do you understand? Chen Yu ignored Lu Mao. In his eyes, he was just a summer insect. Chen Yu looked at the young man in white, as if to say, keep an eye on your dog. Lu Mao, come back. I don't have time for little people. I'm here to look at the house today. The young man in white glanced at Chen Yu indifferently and said in a cold voice. Lu Mao did not dare to neglect him, and hurried back to the young man, flattering him. Mr. Zhao, I just thought that this rubbish here would affect your mood when viewing the house, so I wanted to drive him away. I've already said it's garbage, why bother with it? The young man looked at Chen Yu with disdain, turned around and walked towards the Lanshan Villa complex. It seemed as if he really treated Chen Yu as a piece of street trash. Chen Yu was not angry, he felt it was not worth it. It's just like a mad dog on the street barking at you, but you don't go back to answer it. It's the same principle. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Mr. Chen, have you arrived yet? A respectful voice came from the phone. Yes, send the things to Villa number 1. I'll wait for you there. Chen Yu replied indifferently. After saying that, he hung up the phone and walked towards Lanshan number 1 Villa district. Chen Yu did not go there, but took his time to appreciate the scenery along the road. The green trees rustle and the water gurgles. Lanshan is worthy of being the most luxurious villa area in the imperial capital. The scenery on the mountain alone gives people a feeling of being in a paradise on earth. Especially when he reached the top of the mountain and saw the huge private hot spring pool behind Villa number 1, Chen Yu had the illusion that this place was a fairyland. The system's reward this time is really generous. Chen Yu felt happy both physically and mentally, and couldn't help but thank the life winner system in his heart. Whether it is Tianhao Hotel or Chunjiang Club, the market value is only tens of millions. Only the Panshan racing track can barely be compared with Lanshan number 1 Villa, but there is still a gap. Chen Yu stepped into the villa and found that there was another world inside. Compared with the scenery of Lanshan, it is much better, like a fairy palace. From architecture to decoration, everything is done with great care and the materials used are all top-notch. Hey! Hey! Who are you? Who let you in? As soon as Chen Yu entered the gate of Villa number 1, he heard a shout from behind him. A man dressed like a salesman strode over. What's wrong with you? Why are you wandering around here alone? Do you know how expensive Lanshan number 1 Villa is? If you break something, you can't afford to pay for it even if you lose everything you own. The salesperson looked Chen Yu up and down and said with disdain. Leave now, this is not the place for you to come. What a joke. A poor guy wearing shabby domestic brand clothes dares to come and see Villa number 1. Villa number 1 is a top-notch luxury house with a market value of 2 billion. In the entire imperial capital, probably only the 8 heroes can afford it. The salesperson secretly complained in his heart. This is my home. If I can't come, who can? Chen Yu had a speechless expression on his face and frowned. What? The salesman's eyes widened and he stammered in disbelief. You said you bought Villa number 1? The salesperson felt regretful and blamed himself for speaking too much. Being able to afford Villa number 1 means that the young man in front of him is definitely a big shot. Salespeople like him are simply not to be offended. Sir, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you had bought Villa number 1. I was wrong just now. Please forgive me. Chen Yu was not a petty person. He waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. Salespeople are often people who say one thing to one person and another thing to another person. She was wearing a niche brand but appeared in a 2 billion mansion. It was normal for the salesperson to say those things. Chen Yu, you are really good at showing off. Why don't you say that the Panshan racing track in the imperial capital is also yours? Chen Yu was about to turn around and walk into the villa when Lu Mao's pig slaughtering voice came from behind him again. Absolutely. You are everywhere. Chen Yu burst out laughing, feeling that he and Lu Mao were really enemies. The road is narrow wherever you go. Chapter 43 Lanshan number 1 Villa. Old Su, don't listen to that poor bastard's nonsense. He used to be my employee and couldn't even afford to rent a house. How could he be the owner of Lanshan number 1? The salesperson's name is Su Lin, and he is Lu Mao's friend. The reason he appeared here was because Lu Mao brought Zhao Wei to see the house and asked him to be the shopping guide. That's what I was saying. How can a rich person be so low-key? He has already bought Lanshan number 1, but still wears clothes from a niche brand. Get out of here right now. As he spoke, Su Lin walked a few steps to Chen Yu, grabbed him, and pulled him out of the villa. You will regret believing Lu Mao's words. Chen Yu pushed Su Lin away and gave him an unpleasant look. Poor bastard, you are quite good at pretending. Do you really think of yourself as a low-key rich man? I'm telling you, get out of Lanshan Villa district right now, or don't blame me for being rude. Su Lin was very rude. He felt that Chen Yu had just deceived him, so he started scolding him. Chen Yu burst out laughing and shook his head speechlessly. Okay, very good. As he spoke, Chen Yu stepped out of Lanshan Villa number 1. He has already made an appointment with the manager here and he should be here in a few minutes. Then, Su Lin will cry. Chen Yu, a poor bastard is a poor bastard. No matter how much you pretend, you will never become a rich man. It's fine that you drive a rented Ferrari all day, but now you dare to come to Lanchan Villa District to show off. You are really looking for trouble. Lu Mao sneered and looked at Chen Yu complacently. At the side, Zhao Wei also looked at Chen Yu with disgust, then turned his head to look away. Although his status in the imperial capital was not as high as that of the 8 heroes, he was only one level lower and could be considered a child of a wealthy family. In his eyes, Chen Yu was just like an ant. Lu Mao, clear away that pile of garbage and don't interfere with my house viewing. Zhao Wei covered his mouth and nose with his hands and said with disgust. Lu Mao had wanted to deal with Chen Yu for a long time, so he couldn't wait any longer and reached out to grab Chen Yu. Although Chen Yu had never learned martial arts, he was a master of all kinds of dance, so it was easy for him to deal with Lu Mao, who was hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Chen Yu grabbed Lu Mao's outstretched arm and said coldly. Lu Mao, I didn't want to deal with you, but you insisted on seeking death, so I can only take advantage of my free time to get rid of you. Lu Mao's face was filled with horror and disbelief. He actually felt an overwhelming intimidation from Chen Yu. Even Zhao Wei doesn't have this kind of domineering temperament. It's really weird. I haven't seen him for just a few days, and this kid has become so amazing. Lu Mao felt cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Gulp. Lu Mao didn't know what to do. However, at this moment, Zhao Wei spoke. Boy, you dare to touch my dog, you are so brave. Don't you know that when you beat a dog, you have to look at its owner first? Indeed, Zhao Wei's Zhao family is not something Chen Yu can deal with now. Chen Yu didn't want to confront the 8 heroes of God so early. Then keep an eye on your dog. Chen Yu pushed Lu Mao away. Lu Muru felt as if he had been relieved of his burden and hurriedly retreated, shouting as he retreated. Chen Yu, you are looking for death. How dare you do this to me? I will not let you go. Bang. However, Lu Mao was only focused on looking at Chen Yu and forgot that Zhao Wei was standing behind him. It bumped into Zhao Wei. From the beginning till now, Zhao Wei has been acting pretentiously, pretending to be a successful person. Now that he was bumped into by Lu Mao, he became furious. Lu Mao, are you a pig? If you can't even handle a piece of garbage, what use is there for me as a dog like you? Zhao Wei kicked Lu Mao and scolded him angrily. Lu Mao did not expect this to happen, and hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. Zhao Wei is one of the 8 heroes, a good brother of Sun Shang, and a top playboy in the imperial capital. And Lu Mao, who was just the nephew of a small company boss, was nothing in front of Zhao Wei. He had finally managed to get this support and thought it would help him become successful, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. Chen Yu. Lu Mao hated Chen Yu at this moment. I wish I could pounce on him and bite him to death. Lu Mao couldn't understand. When they were in the company, Chen Yu obeyed him and never resisted no matter how he insulted him. But now Chen Yu seemed to have changed completely. Salesman Su, this person is an eyesore and has affected my shopping experience. Get him out. Zhao Wei had just witnessed Chen Yu's methods and knew that he was no match for Chen Yu. He wanted to embarrass Su Lin and drive him away. Su Lin couldn't wait any longer. Lu Mao is his friend, and now he has been harmed so badly by Chen Yu, he will certainly not let Chen Yu have an easy time. Security, security, come to Villa number 1, there is a disturbance here. Su Lin took out the walkie-talkie and called the security guard. Then, he looked at Chen Yu proudly. Poor bastard, the security will be here soon, let's see how you can still act so cool. If you dare to offend young Master Zhao and old Lu, I will have the security guards give you a good beating later. At this moment, Su Lin looked like a typical villain. After threatening Chen Yu, he turned around and looked at Zhao Wei flatteringly. Mr. Zhao, don't worry. I will ask the security guards to give this poor bastard a good beating later. As he was speaking, a group of security guards rushed over here. Su Lin became more confident and even walked up to Chen Yu and wanted to take action. In his opinion, now that the security guards were here, Chen Yu wouldn't dare to do anything. But what he didn't expect was that Chen Yu didn't care at all and kicked him to the ground. You dared to hit me, you're done. Su Lin looked at Chen Yu angrily, then turned and shouted at the security guard. Can you guys hurry up, can't you see I got beaten? After saying that, Su Lin looked at Chen Yu viciously. It looked as if Chen Yu was already a lamb to be slaughtered. However, when the security guards arrived, they did not surround Chen Yu as he had expected. Instead, they surrounded him. Why are you surrounding me? The poor bastard named Chen Yu is the one who caused the trouble. Su Lin said angrily. I asked them to do it.
A majestic voice came from behind the security guard, and then a sturdy middle-aged man walked out.
Manager? Why are you here? Su Lin looked at the person who came in disbelief. Wang Wei is the sales manager of Lanshan Villa District. He is the person Chen Yu contacted before. He appears here at this moment, of course, to give Chen Yu the property certificate and keys. Bang! Wang Wei slapped Su Lin in the face so hard that he was dazed. Why am I here? If I hadn't come, you would have asked the security to attack our VIP. Wang Wei narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Lin coldly. He looked as if he wanted to skin Su Lin alive. Wang Wei was the person in charge of Chen Yu's Villa No. 1, which means that he was the one who got the commission for Villa No. 1. With a transaction price of 2 billion, the commission alone would make him financially independent. But Su Lin wanted to take action against Chen Yu. Wouldn't that cut off his source of income? Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing his parents. How could Wang Wei let Su Lin off easily? Chapter 44. This is the owner of Villa No. 1. What are you talking about, manager? He is just a poor bastard, how can he be our VIP? You must have made a mistake. Su Lin said firmly. Su Lin and Lu Mao have known each other for many years, and he doesn't think Lu Mao would lie to him. Hello, I'm Lu Mao from Haichuan Technology. I can testify that this Chen Yu is here to cause trouble. He can't be a rich man. He lives in the cheapest rental house. There is no way he can afford to buy a house in Lanshan. Seeing that something was wrong, Lu Mao hurriedly spoke. He was puzzled. How could a poor guy like Chen Yu be a VIP of Lanshan Villa District? Manager Wang, this Chen Yu used to be a small employee of Haichuan, and he worked under me. He is of equal value to the garbage. It's impossible, your honored guest. Mr. Lu, please be careful with your words. I, Wang Wei, am not blind. I know better than you whether Mr. Chen is our VIP. Lu Mao is not like Su Lin. He is not an employee of Lanshan, and Wang Wei has no right to punish him. Mr. Lu, this is private territory. Please move somewhere else. If you want to buy a villa, do it as soon as possible. If you don't want to buy it, leave immediately. What did you say? Before Lu Mao could say anything, Zhao Wei at the side couldn't stand it anymore. Wang Wei, are you questioning my financial resources? You're actually driving me away just for a poor bastard? Zhao Wei's eyes widened as he glared at Wang Wei. Wang Wei, as if he had just seen Zhao Wei, said strangely. Hey, isn't this Mr. Zhao? Why are you here? Buying a house? The expression on Wang Wei's face was as fake as it could be. Chen Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Fatty Wang, don't f***ing think that you can talk to me like that just because Zhang Qin is backing you up. Believe it or not, I can kill you in a minute. Wang Wei smiled wryly. Really? I really can't do that. Zhao Wei, Lanshan is the Zhang family's territory. Not to mention you, even your master's son Shang Lun-Ti dare to act recklessly here. Zhao Wei was speechless. He knew that what Wang Wei said was true. It is possible that when Sun Sheng comes, he will have to call Wang Wei Uncle Wang. Wang Wei, do you think I'll be scared if you move the Zheng family out? This poor bastard named Chen Yu must be your relative, right? If Zhang Chen knew that you abused your power and offended my Zhao family, would he break your legs? Ha ha ha. Wang Wei laughed as if he had heard something incredible. You all say that Mr. Chen is a poor bastard, but you don't know that you are the poor bastards who have no vision. You know what? Mr. Chen bought Lanshan No. 1 villa in full. 2 billion, all in one payment. What? Zhao Wei and the other two were all stunned. Even for the Zhao family, it is very rare to come up with 2 billion yuan to buy a house at once. But Chen Yu actually paid the full amount in one go. No way. This is impossible. Lu Mao shook his head like crazy and shouted. If he's so rich, why would he rent a cheap shared house? Chen Yu's mouth showed an arc, and he said lightly. Is it not okay for me to keep a low profile? Do you think everyone is like you, barking like a mad dog? You. Zhao Wei, who was standing by, came to his senses after hearing what Chen Yu said. You just ignored me. You think I'm a mad dog, right? Zhao Wei asked through gritted teeth. He had a glimmer of hope that Chen Yu would not dare to offend him, so he asked this question. Mr. Zhao, huh? You're pretty good, and you know yourself. Chen Yu still had a smile on his face, looking at Zhao Wei quietly. You. Zhao Wei felt dizzy and was so angry that he couldn't speak. Manager Wang, I don't like noisy noises. Please clear these things away.
Chen Yu ignored Zhao Wei and the others and reached out to take the cowhide bag handed to him by Wang Wei.
Walk straight into Lanshan number 1 villa.
Chen Yu, just wait.
I'll let you know what happens if you offend me, Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei shouted angrily. He even wanted to rush in and beat Chen Yu up.
But Wang Wei had already asked the security guards to surround the three people. Su Lin, go to the HR department to get your salary now, and don't let me see you in Lanshan again.
Manager, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance.
Su Lin was stunned. He had gotten this job with great difficulty and couldn't just give it up like that.
An employee like you who looks down on others will only bring trouble if he stays in Lanshan.
You have offended Mr. Chen this time, but who knows who you will offend next time.
Wang Wei looked at him coldly and spoke decisively, not giving Su Lin any chance.
Mr. Zhao, Mr. Liu, after what happened, I don't think you will be in the mood to look at houses again. After dealing with Su Lin, Wang Wei turned his attention to Zhao Wei and Lu Mao.
Humph.
Zhao Wei glared at Wang Wei and said coldly, Manager Wang, I, Zhao Wei, will remember what happened today.
I will definitely get it back in the future. This is not the first day that Wang Wei has come out.
He is not afraid of Zhao Wei's threats at all, because the entire Jiang family is behind him.
He doesn't even take the Zhao family seriously. I'm always waiting for you, Mr. Zhao.
Wang Wei said with a smile. After seeing off Zhao Wei and Lu Mao, Wang Wei came to Villa number 1 again.
Mr. Chen, I'm the supervisor here.
I'm in charge of both property and sales.
If you need anything, just call me anytime.
Chen Yu had just finished touring his new home and was about to experience the feeling of the hot spring when he saw Wang Wei walk in.
Chen Yu still has a good impression of Wang Wei.
Besides, you'll be living here in the future, and we'll see each other every day, so it's natural that we'll have to get along well with each other.
Okay, Manager Wang, don't worry, I won't be shy.
Chen Yu said with a smile. Wang Wei was stunned for a moment, feeling a little bit unbelievable. In his opinion, the second generation of rich people all have bad tempers. Especially, a young man who takes out 2 billion at once must be very arrogant.
That's what happened to Zhao Wei just now. But he didn't expect that Chen Yu was so kind and approachable. On that day, Chen Yu did not return to the rental house. Instead, he comfortably enjoyed the feeling of living in a luxury house. The next day, Chen Yu slept until noon, then washed up and left Lanshan Villa. The most important thing at the moment is to continue to complete the task.
The progress is now 50%.
He must find 5 more 90% beauties and let them eat the delicious food he cooks. After thinking it over, Chen Yu couldn't come up with any good solution. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone suddenly rang.
It was Qi Lan calling.
Looking at the incoming call reminder, Chen Yu had a faint smile on his face. How could I forget about the beautiful Qi Lan?
Thinking of this, Chen Yu hurriedly answered Qi Lan's call.
Boss, your Hennessy is ready. Come and drive it when you have time.
As soon as the call was connected, Qi Lan's beautiful voice was heard.
Qi Lan, where are you now? Chen Yu ignored Hennessy's affairs and asked impatiently.
Qi Lan was slightly startled and asked tentatively.
What? Are you trying to seduce me, boss? Do you want me to wash myself and wait for you in bed?
As he spoke, Qi Lan showed a sly smile on his face.
Chen Yu. Chapter 45 Dinner with Qi Lan. Sister Lan, we've only met twice, okay? Can you not be so explicit?
Chen Yu said helplessly. He could also tell that Qi Lan was mostly joking. But he is, after all, a young man full of vigor and vitality. It would be easy for him to lose control in the face of such temptation.
And the office and the open air are really exciting. Is it explicit? I don't think so.
Qi Lan said with a wicked smile.
Chen Yu, stop talking nonsense. Are you in the parking lot? I'll come over now.
Okay, boss. I'll be waiting for you in the office, you must come. Chen Yu felt the hairs on his body stand up and he couldn't help but shudder.
What kind of people do I know? Absolutely. Chen Yu hung up the phone and couldn't help but complain.
If Chen Yu didn't want to complete the task as quickly as possible and win the mysterious grand prize, he would definitely not provoke Qi Lan. Driving to the Panshan Stadium, Chen Yu saw Qi Lan waiting at the door from afar. When he came, Chen Yu was still worried that Qi Lan would be like that day. But today, Qilan has returned to the way she was when I first met her. Wearing a racing suit, he looks very cool.
Boss, let's pick a spot and have a good dive.
As soon as Chunyu stopped the car, Qilan walked over with her waist swaying. Qilan and Qinanju belong to the same type, but Qinanju exudes a more mature charm. Qilan's every frown and smile was charming, and there was also a seductive aura flowing between her brows.
One look at it gives one a sense of fantasy. Stop it.
If you tease me again, I'll deduct your salary. Shenyu rolled his eyes.
Is there a place to cook at the stadium? Boss, I will cook for you myself as a reward.
Shenyu got out of the car and stood in front of Qilan.
Qilan didn't react for a moment and was stunned. What is this operation? Boss, are you going to capture my stomach first and then get me?
Qilan looked at Shenyu with interest.
No need, boss. Just say the word and I'll climb into your bed right away.
Qinanju alone was already a headache for Shenyu, and now there was Qilan. Although Shenyu could see that Qilan was teasing him, he still felt speechless.
Stop being so joking and tell me whether it is or not. Of course not. This is a racetrack, not a hotel.
Qilan could see that Shenyu was already a little angry, so he stopped talking.
I just happened to be going home for dinner, let's go to my house.
Qilan looked at Shenyu sincerely, without the charm she had just had.
Shenyu thought about it and finally nodded. Good. Today I will let you see my cooking skills, boss.
Qilan looked at Shenyu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, with curiosity. She is now very curious about this boss who is only 1 year younger than her.
It feels a bit unpredictable. She thought Shenyu wanted to treat her to a meal as a reward. Cooking by myself is simply impossible. But when she drove Shenyu to the hotel near the parking lot,
Shenyu shook his head helplessly and said, "Don't doubt my sincerity.
I really want to cook for you."
Although she still didn't believe it, Qilan still took Shenyu to the market where she often bought vegetables.
Boss, since you can cook, buying groceries shouldn't be a problem.
Qilan said with a smile, looking like he was waiting to see Shenyu make a fool of himself.
That's natural.
As he spoke, Shenyu stepped into the market. Qilan must be a frequent visitor and she is pretty, so as soon as she entered the vegetable market, someone greeted her.
Lan Lan, it's time to get off work. Come over and take a look at Auntie's dishes. They just came in and are super fresh.
Miss Lan, I just peeled the green onions this morning. Qilan didn't expect that so many people would greet him, and he felt a little embarrassed for a moment.
Okay. I'll go over and take a look later.
There was no choice but for Qilan to respond one by one.
Shenyu shook his head helplessly. Do you often come here to buy vegetables? Well, those uncles and aunts are so enthusiastic towards me, can't you see it?
Qilan's eyes were full of pride, and he spoke in a boastful tone. They are quite enthusiastic, but I feel that they are so enthusiastic because they think you are easy to deceive.
Boss, you are wrong to say that.
Those uncles and aunts are all simple farmers.
Ha ha. Shenyu sneered, just them? And they call themselves farmers? Don't be silly, do you really think that just because you are wearing farmer's clothes, you are a farmer?
They are all professional vegetable vendors, and they are the kind with black hearts.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have used the leftovers sprayed with water to trick you. Qilan. Am I that stupid? Can't I even tell the difference between leftovers and fresh food?
Qilan didn't believe it and strode to the vegetable stall of a middle-aged woman.
Auntie, are these fresh vegetables from today? Or are they leftovers from yesterday?
Of course it's today's fresh vegetables.
Auntie, can I sell you the leftovers? See?
They're all fresh vegetables.
Qilan said proudly.
Shenyu shook his head, picked up a handful of vegetables from the vegetable stall, and asked,
Are you sure these are all fresh dishes today? Shenyu stared at the middle-aged woman. Of course, the food in my home is absolutely fresh. The middle-aged woman assured, patting her chest. Shenyu didn't waste any words.
He quickly untied the rope and spread out the vegetables in his hand.
How could this happen? Qilan asked in surprise.
She used to buy this kind of vegetable often, but when she came back to look for it, the stall owner would tell her that it was because she didn't eat it in time that it became like this. And in order to verify it, all the vegetables on the stall would be opened for Qilan to confirm. Maybe this is the only one like this, the others are all good. In order to prove what he just said, Qilan began to speak for the stall owner.
Shenyu shook his head again and opened a few more bundles. The situation is the same as before. Did you see that?
These dishes are different, some are fresh and some are rotten. Good, fresh vegetables, they will sell to savvy people because they know they can't be cheated. This kind of thing, which is good on the outside but rotten on the inside, is prepared for fools like you.
With just a few words, Chen Yu revealed the darkness hidden in this vegetable market.
Vegetable stall owners rely on this method to sell leftover and rotten vegetables. But Chen Yu decoded it for them with just a few words.
How can they do business in the future? Young man, you look okay, but why are you so mean?
The smile on the middle-aged woman's face froze instantly, and was replaced by a resentful expression. We are all small vendors, working from dawn to dusk to make a little money. You white-collar workers are so rich, why do you have to argue with me?
You don't need those few dollars anyway.
The middle-aged woman pretended to be pitiful and put herself among the vulnerable groups. It was as if he was saying, I'm a vegetable vendor, you stupid white-collar workers should just give me money for free.
Chapter 46. You are so rich, you should give us. You work hard from dawn to dusk, but their money just comes from the wind?
Chen Yu said with a serious expression, pointing at the customers who were buying vegetables.
Yeah, you guys are so despicable. You actually treated us like fools for so long.
Chen Yu's words instantly resonated with the surrounding customers.
Boss, things seem to be getting serious. Shi Lan was stunned.
She just brought Chen Yu to buy some vegetables, but it turned out like this.
Let's go. I won't come here to buy groceries anymore. After something like this happened, who would dare to continue buying groceries?
A large number of customers left one after another.
Shi Lan also hurriedly pulled Chen Yu outside.
She found that there was something wrong with the way those vegetable vendors looked at them.
Shi Lan, we are so nice to you, but you actually brought people here to ruin our business.
Before Shi Lan and Chen Yu had taken 2 steps, a group of vegetable vendors surrounded them.
What? You want to leave after you ruined our business?
A butcher, shirtless, stopped Chen Yu. He was holding a butcher knife in his hand, and looked very scary. Shi Lan was frightened and her face turned pale. As a little girl, she had never seen such a scene before.
It's obviously your own problem, why blame us?
Shi Lan argued with the vegetable vendors with a trembling voice. If they still have a conscience, they won't do that.
These people have been blinded by money.
Chen Yu stretched out his hand and protected Shi Lan behind him.
Tell me, how do you want to solve it?
Facing dozens of people, Chen Yu remained calm and composed, without any worry on his face.
Simple, it's you who left us with no business. Just give each family some resettlement allowance.
We don't ask for much, just 1 million per family. There are more than 30 vendors here, each with 1 million.
That's more than 30 million.
You guys are really ruthless.
I was just passing by today and wanted to remind you. That's all. Since you want to solve it completely, then let's solve it completely. A sneer appeared on Chen Yu's face. Then stop talking nonsense and give me the money quickly. Chen Yu didn't move, just waited quietly. What the hell do you mean? Are you going to give it to me or not?
Seeing that Chen Yu didn't move, the vegetable vendors began to get anxious. At this moment, a whistle sounded and a team of official city managers appeared outside the vegetable market.
What are you doing? You guys? As soon as they got off the car, the officials saw the situation in the vegetable market.
They hurriedly gathered around. The vendors were confused.
You actually dared to report the case.
A middle-aged man who was buying groceries looked at Chen Yu viciously.
But that didn't make sense.
They were all staring at Chen Yu and Shirt didn't even touch his phone. You guys acted like this, but anyone with a conscience would report it to the police.
Ignoring the vendors, Chen Yu pulled Shi Lan and left the market. Song Yun Community. Shi Lan's home. Interesting, really interesting.
Shi Lan stared at Chen Yu who was busy in the kitchen.
What happened at the vegetable market made Shi Lan even more curious about Chen Yu.
In Shi Lan's mind, Chen Yu should be a pampered young master, but she didn't expect that Chen Yu could really cook, and dared to confront those vendors alone. You know, Shi Lan was frightened just now, but Chen Yu never showed any fear from beginning to end.
What an interesting boss.
She thought of the scene where Chen Yu protected her from behind. A sweet smile suddenly appeared on her face.
Got up and went to the kitchen. Boss, what delicious food are you going to make for me?
Shi Lan deliberately moved closer to Chen Yu and spoke softly.
Well.
Chen Yu sighed and put down the vegetables in his hand. He pushed Qilan out of the kitchen with disgust. Just wait patiently, or your salary will be deducted if you make trouble again.
If you don't want to go, then don't go.
Who cares? Qilan pouted and mumbled.
The evil capitalists will scare me by deducting my salary.
At the beginning, Qilan just wanted to test Chenyu. Afterwards, she felt that teasing Chenyu was quite fun, but after what happened in the vegetable market just now, she found that she was actually somewhat attracted to Chenyu. Soon, Chenyu had finished everything. Looking at the delicious dishes in front of him, Qilan was stunned.
Boss, I have an immature idea. I don't know if I should tell you or not.
After taking a bite of the delicious food on the table, a strange light flashed in Qilan's eyes.
Speak, Chenyu said lightly.
I guess Qilan must think it's delicious and is going to praise him. But Chenyu didn't expect that Qilan's next words almost choked him to death.
Boss, let's live together.
I'll provide my body and you'll provide your skills.
From now on, we'll be partners. Qilan's eyes were even shining as he spoke. Get lost.
Chenyu rolled his eyes in annoyance.
Chenyu is a very serious person.
For some reason, when he was with Qilan, he gradually became not serious. Boss, seriously, a rich second generation like you who is rich, handsome, and can cook is simply a precious national treasure.
If I miss it, I will regret it for the rest of my life.
Qilan was talking excitedly, but Chenyu picked up a chicken leg and stuffed it into her mouth.
Eat yours.
The task progress has reached 60%, and Chenyu got up and left.
There is quite a feeling of being ruthless in dressing.
However, when he reached the door, Chenyu stopped.
After get off work, don't cook at home. You can't even buy groceries. I don't know how you are still alive.
Chenyu reached into his arms, took out a black card from his wallet, threw it on Qilan's sofa and said,
This is Tianhao's Supreme VIP card. Let's go to Tianhao for dinner from now on.
After saying that, Chenyu turned around and left. Qilan was stunned, and then a happy smile appeared on his face.
Are you showing concern for me?
I'm still very attractive.
Qilan lay narcissistically on the sofa, enjoying himself.
At the same time, Chenyu, who had just left Qilan's house, received a call from his old classmate Yang Shua.
Yang Shua is Chenyu's best friend in college. They live in the same dormitory, surf the internet together, and go to bars together every day. They are as close as one person.
After graduating from college, the two rarely saw each other. After all, everyone has to fight for their own future.
Old Chen, you're so mean. You didn't even say a word after breaking up? As soon as the call was connected, Yang Shua started to lecture him.
Although the words were not nice, Chenyu could clearly hear the concern in them.
What is there to say? I was cuckolded, and I'm going to go out and tell everyone about it? Chenyu said unhappily.
Yang Shua on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. You kid, you've always been that bad.
Why don't you tell me what's going on?
If I hadn't seen someone talking about it in the class group, I wouldn't have known about it until now. We haven't seen each other for a long time.
Let's meet at the old place later. After a brief chat, the two hung up the phone.
The old place that Yang Shua mentioned is a food stall in the university town of the imperial capital.
Chapter 47 Flirting? The two of them spent money there frequently when they were in school. Even after graduation, they still often go there to get together.
After hanging up the phone, Chenyu drove his Hennessy straight to the university town.
The food is delicious. Still the same location, still the same taste. After parking the car on the side of the road, Chenyu walked into the food stall. Sat in the seat they usually sat. Xiaoyu, come and get together again?
Seeing Chenyu coming in, the boss greeted him warmly.
Chenyu smiled and nodded. Well, I haven't been here for a long time. I miss this.
Indeed, Chenyu has been in the capital for quite some time, but he still feels that the food at this food stall is the most authentic.
Soon, Yang Shua also arrived. Boss, it's still the same old three. Okay.
The three traditional delicacies Chen mentioned are lamb heart, lamb liver, and lamb kidney.
Not expensive, but very delicious.
It is also the signature dish of this food stall.
Yuzi, what's going on? Haven't you and Xiaoqian been together for a long time? After sitting for a while, Yang Shua couldn't help but ask. Hey, you think I don't have money?
Nowadays, only those with money can be considered the boss. I participated in a team building event with him and got together with my leader.
Chenyu said indifferently. Chen Yu really let it go. Yang Shua thought he was just holding on. Come on, cry if you want to. Daddy won't laugh at you. Yang Shua put his arm around Chen Yu's shoulders. Chen Yu rolled his eyes and pushed him away. Get lost, Dad is not that kind of person. After a few jokes, the two seemed to be back in college. Honestly, if Xia Qian is in good terms with your leader, then she will definitely make things difficult for you every day, right? Yang Shua showed worry on his face. I quit a long time ago. I'm not stupid. I'm not looking for excitement for no reason. The years he spent at Haichuan can be said to be the darkest time in his life. In order to earn that 5,000 yuan a month, I endure humiliation every day. Yang Shua frowned slightly, but then relaxed his brows and said with a smile. That's right. If I can't stay here, I'll find another place that will. We don't care about that crappy company. As he spoke, Yang Shua showed a curious look. Boss Chen, where are you making your fortune now? Now that you are rich, don't forget your little brother. Looking at Yang Shua's mean expression, Chen Yu was speechless. I'm not going to get rich, I'm unemployed now. Enjoy the best moments now. So you're going to keep going like this? As Chen Yu's best brother, Yang Shua naturally didn't want to see Chen Yu fall into such a state. How he wanted to say at this moment, it's okay, brother, come to my place. But his situation is similar to Chen Yu's. He also belongs to the bottom of the company and has no such rights at all. Okay, don't think too much. It's not like I don't have a solution. I've made up my mind. In a few days, I'll set up a stall in the university town to sell fried rice. I'll definitely earn more than working in the company. Chen Yu could see that Yang Shua was worried about him, so he said it casually. Yang Shua glanced at Chen Yu speechlessly and said nothing more. Come and drink. It's getting harder and harder to get into companies nowadays. They always ask for 5 years of experience. We just graduated, how can we have that much experience? The two were drinking when two girls came in from the door. Each one is beautiful. Yuzi. Yang Shua called out and raised his eyebrows at the two beauties. Go up and tease her? The expression on his face was as lewd as it could be. Chen Yu turned his head and took a glance, and his eyes lit up. But he still shook his head slowly. Not interested, I just want to have a few drinks with you today. Chen Yu said calmly. As he said this, he raised his hand and drank up the wine in the cup. I'm afraid you don't dare. Yang Shua said excitedly. Ha! Chen Yu sneered, don't you dare? Isn't it just chatting me up? It's not like I haven't done that before. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Chen Yu stood up and walked over. Boss, serve these two beauties 20 skewers of lamb kidneys. Chen Yu sat down next to the beautiful woman and shouted to the food stall owner. The two beauties sitting opposite each other were startled at the same time. His brows furrowed slightly. Puff. Yang Shua had just taken a sip of wine and hadn't even swallowed it when he was shocked by Chen Yu's actions. Oh shit. Is it so direct? Invite a beautiful lady to eat lamb kidneys? But that's nothing. What Chen Yu said next was a classic. Beautiful ladies, your complexion is so pale, it must be because you are not getting enough nutrition. Eat more lamb kidneys to replenish your body, it will definitely make you look radiant. The two girls, one named Lin Meng and the other named Linya, are famous sisters at the Imperial Capital University of Finance. The two are in the same year in class, both are seniors. They just went for an interview at a listed company today and were very angry. I originally wanted to have a big meal to calm down. But unexpectedly, he met Chen Yu. Are you sick? We don't even know each other, why are you sitting next to me? Lin Yacheng frowned and looked unhappily at Chen Yu, who suddenly sat next to her. What's wrong with not knowing each other? I'll treat you to lamb kidneys, so you'll know each other, right? Chen Yu said with a smile. Linya closed her eyes, exhaled, and clenched her fists tightly, trying to suppress the anger in her heart. I don't need your invitation, and I don't want to get to know a jerk like you. Now, please leave immediately. When Chen Yu saw that something was wrong, he stood up and left. Come on, I won't invite you anymore. Chen Yu originally just wanted to flirt with her, and now that his goal had been achieved, he stood up and returned to his seat. Brother, that's awesome. Yang Shua was full of admiration for Chen Yu's actions just now. I shouted 6666 in my heart. But on the other side, Lin Meng and Linya were gritting their teeth in anger.
At this time, the owner of the food stall came over with 20 skewers of lamb kidneys.
Xiaoyu, what's going on? Which table should we put it on?
The boss just saw the situation here and didn't know which table to serve.
Superior. Yu opened his mouth and was about to talk about him.
But Linya snatched the tray from the boss's hand. There's no way a man would take back what he gave away.
Of course he gave it to us.
Linya looked at Yu with a wicked smile on her face.
It looked like a provocation. Yu shook his head, picked up the cup, and didn't want to pay any more attention to it. Bite. Just then, the system prompt sounded.
Random task, get the other party's contact information. System rewards, 8848T mobile phone titanium M6 private customization, a gold lizard skin 5G high-end mobile phone.
Yu smiled, stood up and said, if you want to eat my food, you have to add WeChat. Or I'll be at a loss.
As he spoke, Yu snatched the tray from Linya again, with a playful smirk on his face.
The two of them looked like two children fighting. I'll add it. Am I afraid of you?
Linya seemed to be arguing with Yu and took the tray back. Then he took out his cell phone and wanted to add Yu on WeChat.
Sister. Lin Meng shouted and tried to stop Linya.
She could see that Linya was deliberately competing with Yu.
Chapter 48, Rich and Inhumane. It's okay, Xiao Meng. I'll block you after I add you. Linya also smiled playfully and looked at Yu. It's like she's saying, you're just pretending, aren't you? I'm going to make a fool of you today.
Without paying any attention, Yu opened the WeChat QR code and waited for Linya to add him.
Yu didn't care whether he was blocked or not. All he wants is the system reward.
It just so happened that he was considering changing his phone during this period, so the system made arrangements for him.
DD.
Linya had just added Yu and was about to block him in front of Yu. At this time, two young men dressed as students walked in.
School beauty Lin, what's going on? Did you get flirted with by a little scoundrel? You're interested in this kind of stuff?
As soon as the young man entered the door, he saw the situation here. He walked towards me with a ruthless step. Both of them must have some money at home, one is wearing Adidas and the other is wearing Nike. The watches he is wearing are Casio GS Heart of Steel and Reming's Deep Diver, priced at $4,700 and $7,600 respectively.
A poor bastard wants to seduce our Lin University campus beauty? You really don't know your own limitations.
The person who spoke was Fang He, who was wearing Adidas.
Do you think that since you have a job, you can afford to come to the university town to pick up girls? Don't be stupid, poor bastard. See?
This Deep Diver 7600 of mine, I'm afraid you'll have to go without food or water for a few months to be able to afford it. Fang He showed disdain on his face and deliberately revealed the Deep Diver on his wrist.
Yu smiled.
He didn't want to show off, but someone wouldn't let him keep a low profile.
As for watches, I think I have one too.
As he spoke, Yu showed off his Patek Philippe, a century-old collection watch.
Fuck. Xiaoyu, is this the one you sold at the Patek Philippe counter not long ago? It's worth 19.88 million yuan, a century-old collection watch?
The food stall owner came over with shining eyes. Originally, it was impossible for a small trader like the boss to know about such precious watches. But at that time, when this watch was sold, it became a hot topic. All netizens are guessing which rich person bought this watch, which is the only one in the world.
Bags for women, watches for men.
Although the boss is old, he is still a man after all. When he saw the news, he paid special attention to it.
It seems so.
I was just anxious to check the time and bought one without paying much attention to it.
Yu said indifferently. Everyone had a speechless expression. Especially Linya, who couldn't help but complain in her heart. A watch worth less than 20 million, just bought it casually? Do you think that's a cabbage? Fang He was so embarrassed that he couldn't even speak. Cut. There are so many high-quality imitations nowadays. Who knows if the one he is wearing is genuine?
Maybe he bought it at a street stall for just a few dozen yuan. Wei Jiang, who was wearing Nike, saw his brothers getting into trouble and quickly stepped in to help.
But everyone present knew it. Even if what Yu was wearing was a high-end imitation, it couldn't be bought for just a few dozen bucks.
The imitation is so exquisite that it cannot be purchased without hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I didn't see that phone wrongly. It's a piece of junk worth a few hundred yuan.
You used that kind of junk phone to ask for the contact information of the campus beauty of Lynn University. I really don't know what you, a poor bastard, were thinking. Wei Jian looked at the shabby cell phone in Chen Yu's hand and sneered. Do you think you can pretend to be rich just by wearing a fake watch? Poor people will always be poor people. No matter how hard you try, you will never become rich. Wei Jian was very impolite and took out the Apple phone worth more than 10,000 yuan from his pocket. See? We rich people all use Apple. You rubbish, if you can't pretend to be rich, just go back to being poor. Excuse me, who is Chen Yu, Mr. Chen? Wei Jian was talking non-stop with sarcasm when a female voice suddenly came from behind him. Seeing the person coming, Chen Yu knew that the system reward had arrived. I'm Chen Yu. Hello, Mr. Chen. This is the customized phone you ordered at our 8848 flagship store. All the hardware, software, and system have been upgraded to the world's top level according to your requirements. Even the leather used for the outer shell is made from rare golden lizard skin from Africa, specially made for you. Chen Yu smiled playfully. Really? Then I have to see if it's the style I like. Chen Yu took the handbag and took out the mobile phone from it. Indeed, high-end products are different and you can feel it as soon as you get them. How much did I pay for this phone? Chen Yu asked with a smile on his face, pretending to be puzzled. Mr. Chen, your advance payment is $200,000, and your request is to create the world's most advanced and luxurious customized mobile phone. The phone you are using uses our newly developed 4.0 system, which is 2 generations ahead of the market. As I mentioned earlier, the outer shell is made of unique golden lizard leather, and the body is inlaid with 108 diamonds in total. Hiss. All the diners at the food stall gasped in shock, feeling that Chen Yu was truly a rich and inhumane person. It's just a mobile phone, but he spent $200,000, which is more than 1 million RMB when converted. Okay, I'm satisfied, thank you for your hard work. The staff member who delivered the phone nodded with a smile and left the food stall. Oh, it's really frustrating. I ordered a custom one, but it broke accidentally. I can only buy one on the street first. I was actually ridiculed. I guess I need to prepare a few more in the future, just in case. Then let's order one in each color: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. It's true that he is so rich and inhumane. This must be more than 10 million. Spending more than 10 million to buy a mobile phone, is this something a human being would do? Everyone turned their eyes to Wei Jiang. It's really embarrassing. He dares to show off to the rich with just a 10,000 yuan phone. I don't know who gave him the courage. That's right. I hate people who act like a big shot just because they have a little money. Look at the super rich, wearing a Patek Philippe worth 19.88 million, using a custom-made mobile phone worth $200,000, and eating at a food stall. How down to earth. Look at those two. They look down on this, and that just because they have a little money. I don't know where their sense of superiority comes from. Wei Jiang's face was flushed red, and he felt as if he had been slapped dozens of times. Don't think you're great just because you have a little money. This is a university town, just wait for me. Wei Jiang didn't stop, grabbed Feng He and walked out. Look at how cowardly those two are. It's so funny. The sight of the two running away in a panic made everyone laugh. Even Linya couldn't help laughing out loud. She already disliked Wei Jiang and Feng He, and she didn't say anything just now because she wanted to use them to teach Chen Yu a lesson. But she didn't expect that Chen Yu was actually a super rich man. What's wrong with having money? Does having money allow you to flirt with girls at will? Chapter 49: Helpless Single Mother. Linya could only comfort herself in this way. But her heart had changed silently. The finger that wanted to block Chen Yu was suspended in mid-air. Finally, he turned off the screen of his phone and put it in his pocket. I didn't think about blocking Chen Yu anymore. Chen Yu didn't tease her again. Yuzi, we've almost finished eating, let's retreat. At this time, Yang Shua stood up and went to pay the bill. He didn't even think about asking Chen Yu to treat him just because he saw that Chen Yu was rich. Chen Yu didn't hesitate. Given his relationship with Yang Shua, there was no need to be polite. After leaving the food stall, Chen Yu put his arm around Yang Shua's shoulders and asked with a smile. Shuozi, don't you want to know how I suddenly became so rich? Yang Shua rolled his eyes. Why would I want to do that? Looking for excitement? Anyway, it's not that you won the lottery, it's that your parents are very rich and they came back to find you. Besides these two things, I can't think of any other ability you have that has made you suddenly rich.
Chen Yu. Fuck, can't I start my own business and become rich? You? How could I not know what kind of person you are? Yang Shuo looks serious.
From junior high school to college, we were like conjoined twins.
I know better than you how capable you are.
Brother, wake up.
Starting a business is too difficult for you.
Isn't it just starting a business?
How difficult is that? I'll start a business tomorrow and show you. Yang Shuo.
Are you going to start a business and set up a street stall?
I recommend you to come to the university town. It doesn't matter whether you can sell your stuff or not. The key is that there are a lot of girls there. Maybe one of them will be blind enough to follow you.
You fucking.
As he spoke, Chen Yu laughed. Yang Shuo also smiled at each other.
After just a few words, the two realized that neither of them had changed because of Chen Yu's change.
Okay, I feel relieved knowing that you are okay. I have to go to work early tomorrow. I'll be home first. Having said that, Yang Shuo stopped a taxi and left first. Chen Yu also returned to his Hennessy.
After thinking about it, Chen Yu also walked to the side of the street, ready to take a taxi back and drive the car away the next day. After all, it is very unsafe to drive yourself after drinking. It was almost dawn when I took a taxi back to my rental house.
Chen Yu turned on his phone and prepared to go upstairs.
The apartment he rented was on the top floor. Because there is no attic, there is a half staircase leading directly to the roof.
Chen Yu was about to open the door and enter the house.
At this moment, a very slight sobbing sound was suddenly heard. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment and realized that the sound came from above.
Is it haunted in the middle of the night?
Chen Yu shuddered. But then, he smelled a familiar fragrance. Chen Yu was very familiar with this smell.
That was the landlord Qinanju, and the fragrance on his body.
Chen Yu walked up and saw Qinanju, who was sitting alone on the stairs sobbing.
Qinanju was lying on his knees and did not notice Chen Yu's appearance.
Still holding back her voice, she cried quietly. Seeing this scene, Chen Yu felt inexplicably sad.
Yes.
No matter how strong a woman is, she is still just a woman after all. She also has her breakdowns.
Chen Yu stood there without saying anything.
He didn't know what to say to comfort this strong single mother.
Xiao Yu? Qinanju suddenly looked up and saw Chen Yu.
He quickly wiped away the tears from his face.
You kid, you're standing there without making a sound. Do you want to scare me to death? Also, why did you come back just now? What time is it? You thought you lived alone?
I'm telling you, if Yu Yen moves out because of you, you have to pay her rent. Chen Yu didn't say anything, but slowly walked to Qinanju and sat down. He knew that Qinanju said so many words at once just to divert Chen Yu's attention.
Don't wipe it, I saw it all. Tell me, what happened? Chen Yu understood Qinanju's character. This woman would not cry over trivial matters.
In the past 3 years, Chen Yu had only seen Qinanju cry twice, both because of Li Xiao.
Did Yao Yao run into trouble again at school? Chen Yu asked calmly. Nothing, I'm just free. Qinanju said with a smile.
Qinanju tried to smile as naturally as possible, but the more she did so, the more forced her smile seemed. Maybe it was because he drank some wine, or maybe it was Qinanju's helpless look just now, which aroused Chen Yu's desire to protect her as a man. He pulled Qinanju into his arms.
Women are women. Don't treat yourself like a man all the time. How are you going to live after you tire Yao Yao to death? Chen Yu's words made Qinanju collapse instantly.
The pain that had been pent up in my heart for years suddenly burst out.
Yes.
She is a woman and she also needs a man's protection. Although she had forgotten that feeling. But at this moment, she felt that Chen Yu's arms were a warm haven. She lay in Chen Yu's arms and burst into tears.
It was as if I wanted to cry out all the tears I had stored up over the years in one go. Chen Yu didn't say anything, but just kept stroking her back. That night, Chen Yu took Qinanju back to Lanshan Villa No. 1. She told Chen Yu the reason why she was crying. After that, some unspeakable things happened between the two. Maybe it's because I'm too tired. As a result, Chen Yu didn't wake up until noon. Mature women are strong. Oh my god, those 40 skewers of lamb kidneys I ate last night seem to be wasted. Until now, Chen Yu's mind is still full of Qinanju's madness last night.
Chen Yu stood up, put on his clothes and was about to take Chin Anju back to the rental house. But he found the bed was empty and Chin Anju was gone. There was a message on the bedside. "You little rascal, you already have a mansion, but you still rent my sister's house. Tell me, are you going to take advantage of my sister's body? I was on guard day and night, but I didn't expect you, a little rascal, to take advantage of the opportunity and sneak in. However, you are very capable and have made your sister feel the good of being a woman. You can't run away from now on. I made breakfast for you, remember to eat it, I'm going back now." At the end of the message, there is a red lip print. There is no need to think about it, it must have been left by Chin Anju. I casually put the message in the bedside drawer. Chen Yu simply washed up and ate the breakfast Chin Anju prepared for him. Xingfucheng Community. Hennessy is in the university town and Ferrari is at the racetrack, so Chen Yu could only take a taxi back. I went back to the rental house and saw that Yang Yu Yen had indeed gone out. Chen Yu turned around and knocked on Chin Anju's door. The two agreed last night that they would deal with Chin Anju's affairs today. The reason why Chin Anju hid and cried late at night last night. It was because he found a training class for Li Xiao and was cheated out of all his money. A single mother who encounters such a thing will inevitably feel helpless and emotionally break down. "The door is not locked, come in." Soon, Chin Anju's voice was heard. Shen Yu didn't think much about it and opened the door and walked in. "Yao Yao went to school?" Shen Yu asked while looking at Chin Anju who was busy in the kitchen. "Yeah." Chin Anju responded. At this time, Shen Yu had already arrived at the kitchen door. Chin Anju was wearing a thin one-piece nightgown and her hair was wet, obviously she had just taken a shower. Chapter 50 Don't seek death or you will die. Just as he was about to go in to help, Shen Yu discovered that Chin Anju was actually in a vacuum. This made him stunned for a moment. "It's not right to go in, and it's not right not to go in. You're such a jerk. You saw everything you should and shouldn't have seen last night, and now you're being reserved again?" Chin Anju rolled her eyes at Chen Yu and said with a coquettish voice. That look, full of charm, made Chen Yu's heart suddenly ripple, like a little deer fluttering in his heart. Unconsciously, he stepped closer and put his arms around her seductive waist. Chin Anju leaned on Chen Yu. Look up and look at his handsome face. At this moment, she felt very at ease. She put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands, turned around and put her arms around Chen Yu's neck. Standing on tiptoe, she stamped Chen Yu's mouth. Faced with such a beauty, Chen Yu completely collapsed. 2 hours later, the two walked out of Happy City with little interest. He didn't feel anything last night, but this time Chen Yu had a different feeling that he couldn't express. Yinghua Professional Training. Chin Anju was cheated here. The supervisor here claims to be a professor at Imperial Capital Normal University. I organized this training class during my spare time. Chin Anju just wanted to help Li Xiao improve her grades as much as possible, so he was fooled. Chen Yu had just sent the information of the so-called professor from the training institution to Xia Ling. After investigation, it was found that there was no such person in the Imperial Capital Normal University at all. Chin Anju had been here before, and she took Chen Yu straight to the supervisor's office with ease. They pushed the door and walked in. The sudden arrival of Chin Anju and Chen Yu startled the supervisor. But when he saw that the person coming was Chin Anju, a sneer appeared on his face. "Miss Chin, I've told you before that we can't refund the 80,000 yuan tuition fee. Either you pay another 100,000 yuan and send your daughter here, or you report it to the police. Anyway, this is a formal training institution." Chen Yu originally thought that he would just get the money back, after all, he was not a good man. But the supervisor's arrogant look made Chen Yu angry. "Are you sure that your training institution is formal?" Chen Yu pulled up a chair and sat opposite the supervisor, a playful smile on his face. "I am a professor at the Imperial Capital Demonstration School. Are you questioning the Imperial Capital Normal School?" The supervisor slammed the table and stood up, looking as if he had really been wronged. Chen Yu scratched his ears and frowned. Just because the voice is loud, it makes sense? Even if you scream to the heavens today, you will never become a real professor. The supervisor's face changed, but soon returned to normal. "I advise you to get out of here right away, or don't blame me for being rude." Chen Yu smiled and said coldly, "Okay, I really want to see how you are going to be rude to me." Security, quickly get these two guys out." The supervisor stood up and shouted loudly to the outside of the door. "Humph." The supervisor snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "I tell you, I am a liar, but so what?
No one can control me here.
Even if the police come, it will be useless.
It seems that you are a repeat offender.
Chen Yu remained unmoved and continued to look at the supervisor quietly.
That's right. Money from students' parents is the easiest to earn.
As long as I tell them that I can help their children improve their grades, they will give me the money obediently.
Chen Yu sneered and shook his head, saying, "You are exploiting the professor's image in the parents' minds." Ha ha ha. The supervisor burst into laughter, as if he had heard a very funny joke. It's none of my business. I'm not some shitty professor. It's the parents who are stupid. They are willing to give me the money. What can I do? The supervisor was extremely arrogant and showed no remorse at all. Security, security. Are you all dead? Hurry up and get up here.
When the supervisor found that the security guard had not come up yet, he shouted a few more times toward the door.
Crunch.
The door was opened, but the people who came in were not the security guard, but Xia Ling and a gray-haired elder.
The supervisor frowned and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" He was completely confused now.
He had called security twice, but the people who came were two people he didn't know.
At this time, Chen Yu slowly stood up. "Of course it's your captor. Didn't you claim to be a professor at Imperial Capital Normal University? I've found the president of Imperial Capital Normal University for you. What you will face now are accusations from Daidu Normal University and the parents of the deceived students." The supervisor was dumbfounded, his face full of panic. But then, an idea flashed through my mind. At most, I just exaggerated the commercial promotion. I didn't do anything illegal.
The worst that can happen is that I have to compensate Imperial Capital Normal University for some money.
What can you do to me?
Chen Yu took out a recorder from his pocket and sneered.
I thought you would say that. This is the conversation we just had. Now, do you have anything else to say? The supervisor widened his eyes, somewhat unable to believe it.
Then, he knelt in front of Chen Yu with a plop.
"Brother, I know I was wrong, please let me go. I am a bastard, I am a son of a bitch, please be magnanimous and let me live. I'll give you your money back. I'll give you your money back now."
Only then did the supervisor realize that he had offended the wrong person. If you had done this earlier, maybe everything would be fine, but now it's too late.
Having said that, Chen Yu turned and walked out the door. The supervisor kneeling on the ground had a changing look in his eyes. Like making a decision.
Then, a vicious look appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly stood up and rushed towards Chen Yu. But at this moment, two uniformed policemen stopped him.
The supervisor's face turned pale as paper in an instant.
He knew that he was finished this time. With the supervisor being taken away, this fraudulent training institution announced its closure.
"Hello." Chen Yu looked at the gray-haired principal of the Imperial Capital Normal University.
Although the principal did not say a word from beginning to end, it was his presence that made the arrest so smooth.
"Thanks to you today. If you have time, can I treat you to a meal?" To be honest, Chen Yu just has the support of the system. When it comes to connections, he can't compare to Xia Ling and Qi Lan, and maybe even Zhang Xiang.
Xia Ling is the general manager of Chunjiang Club.
He comes into contact with tycoons and business celebrities from all walks of life every day.
Qi Lan knew all kinds of young men in the imperial capital, even someone like Song Chao, who would call her sister Lan when they saw her. It was also thanks to Xia Ling that we were able to invite Zhao Zhengliang, the principal of the Imperial Capital Normal University, this time.
"Boss Chen, you are too polite.
I have heard from Xiao Xia that Chunjiang's new boss is a promising young man. I was a little skeptical, but today I see that he is indeed a young talent. After all, Chen Yu is the boss of Chunjiang, and Zhao Zhengliang is a frequent visitor to Chunjiang.
Chen Yu was treating him, so how could he not give him face?"
This time Chen Yu did not go to Tianhao, but just found a high-end hotel nearby.
Chapter 51 Encounter with Fang Yi. One reason is that this place is indeed a bit far from Tianhao.
Furthermore, Zhao Zhengliang is the principal after all, and it would have a bad influence for him to go in and out of luxury hotels. So they decided to have a simple meal and ask Zhao Zhengliang to help solve Li Xiao's tutoring problem. Not to mention that the relationship between Chen Yu and Qin Anju has undergone subtle changes.
Even if the two of them didn't do that, Chen Yu would still help. After all, Chen Yu liked Li Xiao, that obedient and well-behaved child, very much. After entering the restaurant, Chen Yu took Zhao Zhengliang and went straight to the private room on the second floor. It's really a narrow road for enemies.
At this time, several young men and women were sitting in the central booth in the lobby on the first floor.
The person who spoke was Fong He, whom Chen Yu met yesterday in the university town. What's wrong, Ah He?
A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses sitting opposite Fong He asked.
I met an enemy.
Fong He stared at Chen Yu and said gloomily.
Enemy? Is there anyone who dares to cause trouble in the university town? Ah He, tell Uncle Lu who is so bold. Uncle Lu will help you get revenge.
The Uncle Lu who was speaking, whose full name is Lu Song, is a leader in the student affairs office of the university town.
He is also the dean of studies at the normal university. Uncle Lu, that guy might not be a student. He looks a bit old. You can't control it.
Fong He also wanted revenge, but he didn't think Lu Song had the right to control Chen Yu.
Where did you get into trouble with him? Lu Song asked with a frown.
If Chen Yu was not a student of the university town, he really couldn't do anything about it.
But the words have been said. If I can't do it, wouldn't it be embarrassing?
In the university town, I saw him bullying a female classmate, so I went up to him and said a few words, and the result was. Fong He naturally wouldn't say that he was trying to show off but ended up getting slapped in the face.
In that case, it will be easy.
Lu Song showed a sneer on his face. If he dares to cause trouble in the university town, today I will let him know who he cannot afford to offend.
Ah He, tell uncle that it was that blind thing. Just at this moment, Chen Yu came down from upstairs. Uncle Lu, that's the guy. Fong He quickly stood up and pointed at Chen Yu. Ah He, just wait here. Uncle Lu will teach that guy a lesson for you.
Having said that, Lu Song strode over with big strides.
He has the aura of a big shot making his debut. Hey, kid, did you cause any trouble in the university town yesterday?
Coming behind Chen Yu, Lu Song grabbed his shoulders and questioned him coldly.
Chen Yu was stunned, looking a little unhappy.
Chen Yu was not without temper, but being suddenly grabbed by the shoulders by a stranger and questioned in a sarcastic tone would probably make anyone unhappy.
My friend, you've got the wrong person, Chen Yu said with a smile.
He still had things to do, so he suppressed his annoyance.
Don't want to waste time here. But Lu Song still held Chen Yu tightly. See that guy over there? You were in the university town yesterday. Did something unhappy happen between you and him?
Lu Song pointed towards Fong He. When he saw Fong He, Chen Yu finally understood the current situation. So, the little brat who failed to show off yesterday and got slapped in the face instead, told his parents.
Are you his father? Chen Yu asked with interest. That's not the case. I'm the head of the student affairs office in the university town. I came here specially to see you. You bullied my students yesterday. I want you to go over here right now and apologize to my students. Otherwise, I will call the police to arrest you. Call the police? Do the police care about pretending to be cool? Chen Yu wanted to laugh. Even if the police really care about pretending, they should arrest Fong He. Sorry, I don't have time to joke with you. If you really want to call the police, then go ahead.
Chen Yu suddenly broke free from Lu Song and tried to go upstairs.
At this time, Fong He came over. What, you rubbish, you still want to run away? Let me tell you, this is Manager Lu from our university town. He not only works in the student management office, but is also the dean of teaching at the normal university. The dean of studies at the normal university? Chen Yu felt that things were getting interesting. Yes, this is Director Lu. Are you scared now? I won't make it difficult for you. Just kneel down here and kowtow to me to apologize, and I will forgive you. Fong He had a smug look on his face, like a little rooster that had won a battle, and was extremely arrogant. Puff. Chen Yu couldn't help but laughed. Ha, you are probably sick, right?
I am not a student of the university town, let alone a student of the normal school.
Why should I be afraid of him? Haven't you heard that the people don't fight the rich, and the rich don't fight the officials? Do you really think that having a few lousy bucks is a big deal? Do you believe it? Director Lu only needs one phone call to send you to the police station.
Fong He looked very proud, as if he had Chen Yu in his grasp.
I really don't believe this,
Chen Yu said lightly with a smile on his face. Not to mention that he is just the director of the teaching department, even if he is the principal Zhao Zhengliang, he cannot be sent to the police station for no reason. What's more, the person Chen Yu invited to banquet today was Zhao Zhengliang, the president of the normal university, who was also Lu Song's direct supervisor. Therefore, Chen Yu felt like he was listening to a joke when hearing Fang He's threats. Okay, you rubbish, you really think you're great just because you have a few bucks, right? As he spoke, Fang He turned his head and looked at Lu Song. Uncle Lu, call the police. I don't believe he can still be so arrogant after being in the police station. Lu Song, boy, listen to others' advice and eat your fill. Since you don't listen to my advice, I can only use my connections to keep you in the police station for a few days. Lu Song, like Fang He, had a smug look on his face. As he said this, he picked up his phone to call the police. At this moment, Zhao Zhengliang came down from upstairs. Director Lu? Seeing Lu Song appear here, Zhao Zhengliang frowned slightly and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Hearing the voice, Lu Song also saw Zhao Zhengliang. He was slightly stunned, with a hint of panic in his eyes. At this moment, he should have been in school. Fang He said he would treat him to a big dinner, so he changed his class and went out with Fang He. Principal Zhao, it's great that you're here too. The panic was fleeting and Lu Song immediately thought of a way to deal with it. I just received a report from a student saying that there are idle people in society looking for trouble in the university town, so I came to take a look. Principal Zhao, this guy is the one causing trouble. I'm just about to call the police to arrest him. What did you say? Seeing Lu Song pointing at Chen Yu, Zhao Zhengliang showed a hint of anger on his face. Who is Chen Yu? He is the owner of Chunjiang Private Club. Would a big boss go to a university town to cause trouble like a street thug? No matter how he thought about it, it was all nonsense. Director Lu, you have to be responsible for what you say. Zhao Zhengliang said coldly. Principal Zhao, everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, ask Fang He from the University of Finance. He can testify. That's enough. Chapter 52 I said he was, and he was. Zhao Zhengliang shouted loudly. Do you know who this Mr. Chen is? He is the big boss of Chunjiang Private Club. What do you want to say? Mr. Chen, did you go to the university town to harass female classmates? Upon hearing Chen Yu's identity, Lu Song and Fang He were dumbfounded. They knew very well what it meant to be the owner of Chunjiang Club. To be able to open a club in a place like the imperial capital, one must have powerful connections. What's more, Chunjiang is one of the top ones in the imperial capital. It was a joke to say that Chunjiang's CEO went to the university town to cause trouble. Not to mention harassing female classmates. Does anyone need it? Not necessary at all. As long as he reveals his identity, those women will rush into his arms. Mr. Chen, I just said something wrong. I want to apologize to you here. Lu Song panicked. He just thought that Fang He's family had some money, and if Fang He helped him, he would definitely not let him help for nothing. But he could never have imagined that Chen Yu had such a powerful background. Principal Zhao, this is your internal matter, I won't say anything more. Chen Yu glanced at Lu Song and said calmly. In this case, there is no need for me to remind you. Zhao Zhengliang was able to reach the position of principal not by luck, but by relying on his skills and climbing up step by step. Of course he could see that Lu Song had violated school rules by coming out to eat with students without permission. This involves work style issues, so Zhao Zhengliang will naturally not let Lu Song go. Director Lu, you have been suspended. I will send the relevant information to the education department. From today on, you just wait at home and follow the arrangements from above. Lu Song was completely dumbfounded. It took him more than 10 years to climb to the position of director. But today, he was dismissed. Principal Zhao, please give me another chance because of my hard work for the school over the years. Lu Song fell to his knees with a plop. Although he was only suspended, Lu Song knew his situation. Once the education department investigates him, he will not simply be expelled. Over the years, he accepted bribes from students' parents, amounting to at least hundreds of thousands, if not 1 million. Moreover, he had also engaged in secret operations and impersonation several times. If all this were to be discovered, the rest of his life would be ruined. I'm afraid I'll have to keep eating free government meals. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. After saying this, Zhao Zhongxiang never looked at Lu Song again. He turned around and went upstairs with Chen Yu. Zhao Zhengliang followed the school procedures when he was released, so there was no need to worry at all. The meal took nearly an hour. During this time, Chen Yu briefly introduced Li Xiao's situation to Zhao Zhengliang. Zhao Zhongliang also agreed readily and said that he would take care of the matter.
After the meal, Chen Yu and others parted ways with Zhao Zhongliang. Qi Nanju still had to go back to cook for Li Xiao, so he went back first. Chen Yu followed Xia Ling to Chunjiang. After all, it is his own industry, so Chen Yu has to go and take a look no matter what. Alpaca, what the hell did you say? As soon as he entered Chunjiang Club, Chen Yu heard a noisy quarrel. This voice sounds very familiar. Following the sound of the quarrel, Chen Yu and Xia Ling walked over. In front of a private room, two groups of people were arguing. Interestingly, Chen Yu knew the leaders of these two groups. One is Sun Hao and the other is Zhao Wei. Brother Chen? Sun Hao saw Chen Yu first. What's going on? Chen Yu walked up to Sun Hao and asked. Sun Hao and Chen Yu had only met a few times, but Sun Hao had helped Chen Yu out of trouble. Chen Yu had a good impression of him. Brother Chen, we have already reserved this private room. Zhao Wei, this grandson, came over and said that he was a member of Chunjiang and had the right to choose the private room first. They're going to drive us away. I, Sun Hao, am not a pushover. If I give in like this, I will have no face to stay in the capital. At this time, Zhao Wei also recognized Chen Yu and said coldly. Chen Yu, this is between me and Sun Hao, just stay out of it. Zhao Wei knew that Chen Yu had bought Lanshan No. 1 villa in full. He didn't want to provoke Chen Yu. At least, he didn't want to do this before investigating Chen Yu's identity. Sun Hao is my brother, his business is my business. Aren't you a member of Chunjiang? Now Sun Hao is a top member of Chunjiang. He can choose any private room in Chunjiang Club, and all expenses are free. What Chen Yu lacks now is connections. Sun Hao calls Chen brother when they meet. Naturally, Chen Yu is also happy to make friends with this top young master in the imperial capital. You are such an idiot. This is Chunjiang, not your Lanshan No. 1 villa. Do you think it's your territory and you can do whatever you want? Zhao Wei looked at Chen Yu with a sneer. He didn't expect Chen Yu to say such childish words. Sun Hao on the side also frowned slightly. He was not familiar with Chen Yu, but Jiang Chen had said that he should try to make friends with him. That's why he respects Chen Yu so much. Brother Hao, who is this friend of yours? Why does he seem like a psychopath? A younger brother beside Sun Hao asked in a low voice. Shut up. Sun Hao scolded. He didn't believe Chen Yu, but he believed Jiang Chen. Sun Hao didn't think that anyone Jiang Chen asked him to make friends with was a psychopath. I'm sorry, Chunjiang does belong to the boss. So, whatever the boss says is what it is? At this time, Xia Ling came out and spoke slowly. As Xia Ling from Chunjiang Private Club, both Sun Hao and Zhao Wei knew her. What? He's the boss of Chunjiang? Zhao Wei's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Sun Hao was also shocked. He knew that Panshan Racing Circuit belonged to Chen Yu, and he also knew that Chen Yu had a Hennessy Durin. But he didn't know that Chunjiang also belonged to Chen Yu. Zhao Wei seemed to have said just now that Lanshan No. 1 villa was also bought by Chen Yu. At this moment, Sun Hao called Jiang Chen awesome in his heart. After only meeting him once, he could tell that Chen Yu was no ordinary person. Sure enough, the boss is the boss, his vision is really sharp. When he thought about it, he had an argument with Chen Yu when they first met. Sun Hao felt a little scared. Yes, Mr. Zhao. Mr. Chen is the big boss of Chunjiang Club. Hearing Xia Ling's firm answer, Zhao Wei's face turned pale and blue. He knew that he had fallen into Chen Yu's hands again. Let's go. Zhao Wei knew that if he continued, he would only bring humiliation upon himself. He decisively took his men away. Now, the group of people brought by Sun Hao were happy. Mr. Zhao, weren't you so awesome just now? Why are you so weak now? Zhao Wei, if you dare to show off to Brother Hao, you are asking for trouble. Zhao Wei, remember to keep your tail between your legs and take a detour when you see us next time, or else we'll hit you in the face. Zhao Wei was already very angry, and after being stimulated by this, he almost fell to the ground and fainted. Sun Hao is not like those younger brothers behind him. He considers more. Chapter 53 Waiting for the beauty to arrive. He knew that this was a critical moment to get closer to Chen Yu. Brother Chen, are you busy? How about we play together? As he spoke, Sun Hao pointed at several girls in the crowd. Those are the influencers I found. They are very popular on the short video platform. Brother Chen, if you like any of them, take them back and I guarantee they will do a good job. Chen Yu. He used to watch short videos and fantasize about beautiful female internet celebrities. Now, it's different.
After having the system, his mentality has gradually changed.
Next time, I have something else to do today, you guys play. What do you want to eat? What do you want to play? Just give me a call. I'll be over first.
Chen Yu politely declined Sun Hao's kindness.
First of all, he knew Sun Hao, but they were not familiar with each other, so it would be awkward even if they played together. Secondly, he did have something else to do. Now that I'm here, I naturally have to check the bill.
It's not that he doesn't trust Xia Ling. He did this because he wanted to give Xia Ling some recognition for his work. After saying goodbye to Sun Hao, Chen Yu took Xia Ling and went straight to the office on the top floor.
Brother Hao, who is that brother Chen? Why do you respect him so much? Besides Sun Hao, a younger brother looked at Chen Yu who was leaving and asked in a low voice. I don't know either. Anyway, he is quite powerful. Even brother Jiang said he couldn't see through him.
As he spoke, Sun Hao looked at his younger brothers.
Remember this, everyone. Call me Brother Chen from now on. If you dare to offend Brother Chen, I will peel off your skin. I understand, Brother Hao.
Nonsense, even a big shot like Zhang Chen can't see through this person.
How dare I offend these little minions?
The next morning, Chen Yu woke up from his sleep. Yesterday, I was supposed to go to University City to pick up the Hennessy.
However, he was delayed by Qin Anju's incident. So I got up early and prepared to go to the university town to drive the car back.
Because he was too busy, Chen Yu hadn't looked at the system panel for a few days. While washing up, Chen Yu opened the system panel.
Life Winner System. Host information. Name, Chen Yu. Age, 23.
Wealth, 13,265,635 renminbi.
Level, LV1. Blessing, 8 yuan second.
Experience, 8000001000000. Skills, God level, driving skills, master level, all-round dancing skills, God level, cooking skills. Industries, Tianhao Hotel, Chunjiang Private Club, Daidu Panshan Racing Circuit.
Vehicles, Hennessy Viper GT, Porsche 718 Cayman. Achievement, Chef, completion 3-4.
System task, invite 10 beauties with scores of 90 to have a delicious meal together, progress percent 60. Everything went well for the chef achievement, except for the final. The last system task, however, made Chen Yu feel distressed. He used all the beauties around him, but he was still short of 4. This made him very helpless. I had a simple breakfast and put this matter behind me for the time being.
Chen Yu took a taxi and headed straight to the university town. Wow, what kind of car is this? Why have I never seen it before? This is so beautiful. Yes. Yes. It looks super expensive.
I wonder which rich guy drove this car.
Need I say more? It must be Mr. Feng's.
Last time, Mr. Feng drove a Lamborghini worth more than 3 million yuan.
This one must be his as well.
When Chen Yu came over, his Hennessy was already surrounded by people. There were men and women, all with shining eyes. Among them, there are also some beautiful ladies with good looks.
This gave Chen Yu an idea.
As the saying goes, there are tens of thousands of beautiful women in the world, and half of them are in university towns.
He thought about the joke he made with Yang Shua that night. Maybe selling fried rice in the university town would be a good idea. Just do it when you think of it. Nothing in the world is difficult for those who set their mind to it. Besides, Chen Yu is a person with superpowers. With a balance of more than 10 million, the entire fried rice stall would be like a piece of cake. In an hour, with the help of the food stall owner, Chen Yu set up a fried rice stall. The location is right at the entrance of the food stall. The boss knew that Chen Yu was just having fun. Why would someone like him, wearing a watch worth nearly 20 million, need to set up a stall to make money? Sure enough, when Chen Yu wrote the price list, the boss called Chen Yu a man who knows how to have fun. Fried rice is 500 per serving, and the beauty is free. Of course, Chen Yu's pricing is completely reasonable. He asked Zheng Xiang to transport his ingredients from Tianhao. Sea cucumbers and abalone are common ingredients.
Chen Yu's fried rice is made with sturgeon roe sauce, camel hump, scallops, etc. In short, he uses whatever is expensive.
Fuck. Fried rice for 500, is this robbery?
At this time, the students who were watching the car had already come over one after another. Naturally, I also saw the fried rice stall that suddenly appeared. Of course, they were also shocked by the price. Boss, you are crazy because of poverty. A plate of fried rice costs 500. You might as well go rob people. A classmate who wanted to buy some fried rice cursed on the spot after seeing Chen Yubiao's price. Chen Yu simply replied, if you want to buy, buy. If you don't want to buy, leave. I'm not forcing you to buy. The classmate was stunned. Indeed, the price is clearly written on the label. It's not like you're raising the price afterwards. Anyway, you are a black-hearted boss. After leaving these words, the classmate ran away. Chen Yu. It's really sick. It's expensive, but you didn't buy it. At this time, another classmate came over, a girl. Boss, is it true that beauties are free? Chen Yu, yes, it's true. Girl, give me one. Chen Yu's face darkened, and he said slowly, Big sister, with your weight, I'm afraid you can only be called a beauty in the Tang dynasty. This girl's height and width are almost equal. Chen Yu really didn't know how strong her mental qualities were to make her think of herself as a beauty. Boss, you are not keeping your word, are you? Didn't you say that beauties are free? The girl persisted. I didn't break my promise. I said beauties are free. But the final say on what constitutes a beauty is mine. And you, obviously, are not. Ignoring the girl, Chen Yu leaned back comfortably on the recliner. Seeing this, everyone laughed. In the eyes of those students, Chen Yu was just making trouble. It's not business at all. At this time, the sound of motor vehicles roared from far away. Wow, look, it's Goddess Qingyu. How beautiful. Hearing that there was a beautiful woman around, Qingyu became interested. He stood up and looked in the direction where the roar came from. A black light was rushing towards us from a distance. It was a girl riding a motorcycle. Because he was wearing a helmet, Chen didn't know whether the girl was really beautiful. But Chen Yu knew that the motorcycle was really expensive. Dodge Midnight Spirit, domestic price is 86 million. The car is 2.3 meters long, about 65 centimeters wide, 1.2 meters high, has 10 cylinders, a total displacement of 8,000 cubic centimeters, a power of 500 horsepower, and a maximum speed of 600 kilometers per hour. I don't know whether this girl is beautiful or not, but she is definitely a rich woman. A motorcycle that is more expensive than the Hennessy given to him by the system. In Chen Yu's opinion, this is the inhumanity of the rich. Boss, give me some fried rice. Just as Chen Yu was stunned, the motorcycle stopped in front of his stall. Chapter 54 Angelic Face, Devilish Body. Chen Yu was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Are you going to do business or not? The girl asked angrily. As he spoke, he took off the black helmet on his head. Gulp. Chen Yu claimed that he was immune to beautiful women, but at this moment, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. That's really a beautiful woman. The jet black hair cascaded down from the helmet like a black waterfall. The high nose bridge, exquisite makeup, and the tight black leather jacket made her breathtakingly beautiful. Even compared to Yang Yuyan, he is slightly better. The phrase face of an angel, body of a devil might have been created specifically for her. Yes, of course. There's no reason not to do business if you set up a stall. In order to avoid losing his composure, Chen Yu quickly retracted his gaze. With Chen Yu's cooking skills at the level of a gourmet, the fried rice he makes is naturally extraordinary. Besides, his ingredients are all top-notch. After a while, the pleasant aroma of rice wafted out from the wok. Oh my god, it smells so good. I've never smelled fried rice this good before. Yeah. I think I'll have one too. The foodies nearby were already wiping their saliva. Of course, where there are many people, there will always be some sour people. When the foodies were praising him, the sourpuss also started to say, what's the use of smelling good? Does it mean it tastes good? Besides, he sells it at such a high price, he is clearly a profiteer. Yes, it's hard to say whether the food made by this unscrupulous businessman is edible. Chen Yu seemed not to have heard it at all and focused on making fried rice. The mission completion rate is now 60%, and with this beauty it will be 70%. Chen Yu felt indescribably happy physically and mentally when he thought about completing the task soon. Okay, here's your fried rice, take care. Chen Yu handed over the packaged fried rice. The leather-clad beauty took it and looked at Chen Yu curiously.
he left 500 yuan and left.
This time the onlookers were furious again. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Qingyu, she is generous. She spends 500 yuan to buy a plate of fried rice.
No one else can afford it.
I also want to be born into a wealthy family, so I don't have to struggle.
Wake up, stop dreaming.
Ouyang Qingyu's purchase of fried rice for 500 yuan did cause a sensation, but it did not arouse the purchasing desire of others. Chen Yu also knew that anyone who was willing to spend 500 yuan to buy fried rice on the street was either a wealthy man like Ouyang Qingyu, or had his head stuck in the door. Not to mention other people, even if Chen Yu himself saw a serving of fried rice being sold for 500 yuan on the street, he would stay away from it. When he opened the system panel, he found that the task completion rate had not increased, which made Chen Yu very depressed. I think it must be because it was takeout. Ouyang Qingyu hasn't eaten it yet, so the completion rate has not increased.
Boss, do you think I'm a beauty?
While Chen Yu was stunned, a seductively dressed girl walked over.
Chen Yu looked it up and down and found it to be okay. Then he nodded and said, okay. Really? Then can I get it for free?
The girls were excited.
Of course, I keep my word. Having said that, Chen Yu started to get busy.
Chen Yu wanted the girls to finish their meal before leaving, but his stall was just a small one after all, and there was only one place for him to sit. If the customers stayed to finish their meal, there would be no place to sit at all. The food stall owner allowed Chen Yu to set up the stall in front of the store out of a sense of personal relationship. If Chen Yu were to occupy someone else's dining space, that would be too unkind. In this situation, Chen Yu could only wait.
Eh?
At this time, a light exclamation came from the crowd.
Isn't this the local tyrant brother?
Why are you selling fried rice at a stall?
Could it be that the local tyrants have come to experience the sufferings of the world? When he heard the voice, Chen Yu knew who it was.
Although they had only met once, Chen Yu still remembered it clearly. The owner of this voice was none other than Linya, whom Chen Yu had teased last time.
Oh, what a coincidence! Would you like some fried rice?
Chen Yu looked at the sisters Linya and Lin Mang with a smile. These two are great beauties, Chen Yu doesn't want to miss them. He had already given away dozens of points for free. With this base number, even if our luck is bad, we should be able to complete the task.
Linya looked at the price and an exaggerated look appeared on her face. Big Tycoon, do you think everyone is like you?
A watch costs less than 20 million, and a mobile phone costs hundreds of thousands.
We are all students. Don't you feel guilty for selling a serving of fried rice for 500 yuan? Chen Yu looked down again. Linya looked puzzled and then looked down. Beauty for free?
Linya said to herself.
Then give me 8 or 10 of them. I just happened to come across this opportunity, so I'd better take advantage of it. Are you an animal?
Even if you and your sister eat 8 or 10 portions together, you won't be able to finish them. Linya smiled proudly. If you can't finish it in 1 meal, then 2 meals. If that doesn't work, then 3 meals. There will always be a time to finish it.
Chen Yu, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I've never seen you so good at taking advantage of others.
You're catching a sheep and trying to pull it to death. Lin Meng smiled evilly. I've already treated you to the lamb kidneys, but you can't bear to part with a dozen servings of fried rice? Chen Yu was just about to close his stall, so he simply took the order.
You again?
As the saying goes, enemies often meet on a narrow road.
I met Feng He while having dinner yesterday. I met Wei Jiang here again today. Xiaoya, how can you eat this kind of rubbish fried rice?
If you want to eat, I'll treat you to see cucumber fried rice. No matter how good-tempered Chen Yu was, he couldn't help it. Last time, they were the ones who ran faster, but Chen Yu saw that they were still students and didn't show any mercy. This time Wei Jiang came to him again on his own initiative, so Chen Yu naturally would not easily bypass him.
Wei Jiang, huh?
I have no problem with you chasing after beautiful women, but please don't get in the way of my business.
Get out of here. Wei Jiang was stunned, a sinister look on his face.
Well, you rubbish, you dare tell me to get out. Today I will make it impossible for you to stay in the university town. Having said that, Wei Jiang turned his head and looked at the crowd of onlookers.
Classmates, this guy is trash and a liar. Don't be fooled by him. He came to the university town just to cheat us students. Did you see the watch on his wrist? It's a Patek Philippe Centennial Edition, worth 19.88 million. It's obvious that it's a fake watch. If he could really afford a 20 million watch, why would he be selling fried rice here? Wei Jiang's meaning was very clear.
He was saying that Chen Yu had ulterior motives and pretended to be a rich man to abduct ignorant girls.
Rubbish! You're such a good pretender. You must have never seen a rich person before, yet you're pretending to be rich. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Get out of here right now. The crowd that had eaten was immediately excited.
There are only so many resources, and some of them were taken away by the real rich.
And then be taken away by the school hunk and the handsome boy again. There is nothing left.
Now here comes another scammer who wants to compete for their resources.
How can those boys in the university town sit still?
Brothers, come with me to drive this liar out of the university town and smash his stall. Seeing that the atmosphere had been created, Wei Jiang came up and kicked the stall over.
Chapter 55. The stall was overturned. Chen Yu's face was gloomy. Wei Jiang really pissed him off this time. Wei Jiang, are you sick? Does it matter if I give you someone's fried rice if I want to eat it?
Linya stood up with an angry look on her face. Even if Chen Yu was really a liar, she didn't feel that Chen Yu had any ulterior motives. When they met for the first time, Chen Yu treated her and her sister to lamb kidneys. This time it was free, and they were given more than a dozen servings of fried rice, which already made her very embarrassed. Now Wei Jiang destroyed Chen Yu's business because of her.
How could Linya feel comfortable with this? Wei Jiang said with a mocking look, "You rubbish, are you letting a woman stand up for you? If you're a man, just show me your skills. Today I'm going to let you know that it's not easy to get along in a university town." Chen Yutsai disdains to do things like fighting. That's something only low-class people would do.
You two, stay out of the way, go get in the car and eat the fried rice.
Chen Yu pulled Linya aside.
Then, he took out Hennessy's car keys and opened the car door. Looking at the Hennessy's gull-wing door not far away, it slowly opened.
Everyone in the field was stunned. Fuck, who said he was a fake rich man? Could it be that even the rich can't afford a 4,700 yuan car? So is that your car?
Chen Yu's car was parked there for a day and a night, and Linya and her sister naturally went to see it.
And they were very careful to take a photo together. But they never thought that the car would belong to Chen Yu. It's not mine, how can I open it? I drank that night, so I didn't drive away. Chen Yu said calmly. Are we really going up? Linya asked cautiously.
Although their family conditions are not bad, they are still far from owning luxury cars.
The distance is so far that it may never be reached in a lifetime.
Go ahead, and remember to eat all the fried rice before you come down.
Chen Yu did this because, firstly, he wanted to complete the system task quickly, and secondly, he didn't want to let a woman stand up for him as Wei Jiang said.
Seeing the two sisters Lin Meng and Linya getting into the driver's seat, the girls in the crowd all showed envious expressions.
Wei Jiang, who kicked over Chen Yu's stall, was even more frightened.
If he can even drive a 4,700 yuan car, then the 20 million yuan watch must be real.
TSK. Just because I have the key, does that prove the car is his? If he was really rich, why would he come here to sell fried rice?
That supercar must have been rented by this poor bastard.
Wei Jiang was stunned for just a moment before he thought of this possibility. Are you an idiot?
At this time, there were mocking voices from the crowd.
That's the Hennessy Duran, limited to 8 units worldwide, and there may be only one in China.
You big idiot, you actually said that other people's cars are rented, it's really funny.
Wei Jiang's face turned green.
But he still didn't believe that Chen Yu was really rich.
Then how do you explain him selling fried rice here? Wei Jiang continued to ask. Need I say that? They must be here to experience life. Do you think all the rich people only know how to hang out in bars and hang out in places?
After knowing that Chen Yu was a wealthy man, the attitudes of the onlookers changed instantly.
You kicked over the stall of the rich, how can they experience life? Pay the money. Pay the money quickly. Wei Jiang's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, isn't it just a broken fried rice stall?
I can afford the compensation. As he spoke, Wei Jiang took out a few red bills from his wallet and threw them on the ground, thinking he looked very cool. Here's 1,000 yuan, enough to compensate you for a broken fried rice stand. After saying that, he looked at Chen Yu with a smug look on his face.
What's wrong with the rich?
If you dare to challenge me, I will still deal with you.
Let us see how proud you can be this time. Wei Jiang sneered. Waiting quietly for Chen Yu to pick up the money.
He had thought it all out. As long as Chen Yu bent down to pick up the money, he would mock him again and humiliate Chen Yu. What he didn't expect was that Chen Yu didn't even look at it.
1,000 yuan is not enough,
Chen Yu said lightly with a smile on his face. All my ingredients are imported, and the cost is conservatively estimated to be at least 5 million.
Chen Yubai gave away so many copies, but he didn't care. But now that I have the chance, how can I miss it? At least we have to get the cost back. 5 million, you're robbing?
How can a shabby fried noodle stall be worth 5 million?
Wei Jiang widened his eyes and looked at Chen Yu angrily.
Chen Yu smiled faintly, pointed at the pile of minced meat on the ground and said,
"That's hump meat."
Then he pointed to another pile. "Those are deep sea mussels." Listen to Chen Yu introduce the ingredients on the ground one by one.
Everyone present was shocked.
No wonder the rich people's fried rice costs 500 yuan, it turns out it's made with top quality ingredients. At this time, everyone realized that Chen Yu was not asking for an exorbitant price,
but selling at a loss. Fuck, I regret it so much.
I could have bought all those delicacies for 500 yuan, but I didn't buy them.
Did I get my head stuck in the door?
Many of the onlookers regretted the incident so much that they felt their intestines turning green. This may be the only chance in their lives to eat those top quality ingredients. But they missed this opportunity in vain.
Don't scare me, who would use those top quality ingredients to make fried rice? You are clearly blackmailing me. Wei Zhang's family has some money, but 5 million is a lot for his family. It might even drain all his family assets.
Well, call the police.
The authorities are authoritative.
Chen Yu did not argue, slowly took out his cell phone and was about to report the case.
Chen Yu's attitude frightened Wei Jiang. It is obvious that what Chen Yu just said is true. Otherwise, how could he report the case? Brother, I was wrong. I am blind and have offended my elder brother. I am a big idiot. Please, don't make me pay for it. I don't have that much money.
Wei Jiang fell to his knees. At this point, he no longer cares about his face. He just hoped that Chen Yu would not let him pay compensation, and then he would be happy.
Hey, what's going on? Why is it so lively?
A curious voice suddenly sounded outside the crowd. Hearing this voice, Wei Jiang jumped up from the ground.
Fuck, my big brother is here. You dare to blackmail me?
I will make sure you can't leave the university town today.
Wei Jiang, who had just looked remorseful, suddenly became arrogant again.
A ferocious look appeared on his face and he looked at Chen Yu coldly.
It looked like it wanted to eat Chen Yu. Chen Yu smiled and shook his head.
At that moment he did feel soft-hearted, because Wei Jiang was just a student after all.
He also kowtowed and admitted his mistake. Chen Yu thought about not asking him to pay the money.
But before he could say anything, this happened.
Mr. Feng, Mr. Feng. Wei Jiang walked towards a classmate who was dressed gorgeously.
Seeing that person, Chen Yu frowned slightly.
It feels a bit familiar, as if I've seen it before, but I can't remember where I've seen it before. Mr. Feng, I was beaten, you have to stand up for me. Chapter 56 Mission Rewards.
Wei Jiang looked like he had suffered a lot of injustice, as if Chen Yu had beaten him up for no reason.
Who is so bold? You dare to touch my people? You are really tired of living. Feng Yangxing's expression gradually turned cold, revealing a hint of anger. Mr. Feng, you must help me. Beating my kid is really crazy.
He is not from the university town, but he comes to the university to harass female students. I couldn't stand it, so I said a few words, and the guy beat me up and threatened to extort 5 million from me.
Wei Jiang looked like a grandson complaining to his grandfather, and he was almost crying while holding Feng Yangxing's thigh. Don't worry, Wei Jiang, you are my dog. I will definitely stand up for you. Tell me, who beat you up?
Mr. Feng, he's the one selling fried rice. Wei Jiang looked excited and looked at Chen Yu with a vicious look.
Like, boy, you're dead. Feng Yangsheng was born into a wealthy family in the imperial capital, and his family owns several high-end shopping malls in the imperial capital.
With a market value of over 10 billion, in Wei Jiang's opinion, no matter how powerful Chen Yu is, he can never be a match for Feng Yangsheng.
Feng Yangsheng was also very close to the 8 heroes of the imperial capital. Even Wei Jiang's father and grandfather would be very respectful when they met Feng Yangsheng. Chen, brother Chen?
Just when Wei Jiang was waiting to see Chen Yu's miserable appearance, he heard Feng Yangsheng calling him brother Chen. Wei Jiang was startled and looked at the crowd with a serious expression. Those who Feng Yangsheng can call brother are all top young masters in the imperial capital. He had to be careful with his words and actions. If he offended someone, he would be finished.
After looking around, Wei Jiang did not see the young master with an overwhelming aura.
He asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Mr. Feng, is there a friend of yours here?"
Feng Yangsheng is the most powerful person Wei Jiang has ever seen.
He simply cannot imagine what someone more powerful than Feng Yangsheng looks like. The next moment, when Feng Yangsheng walked up to Chen Yu with a respectful look on his face and called out, "Boss Chen," Wei Jiang was completely dumbfounded.
"Mr. Feng, you got the wrong person. He's just a nouveau riche selling fried rice."
Wei Jiang couldn't believe that an old man of Feng Yangsheng's level would actually call Chen Yu big brother.
Bang!
Before Wei Jiang could finish his words, Feng Yangsheng slapped him in the face.
"Just shut up, man. This is my brother Chen, who do you think you are?" I was dumbfounded.
Wei Jiang just felt that his mind was empty and he had lost the ability to think about problems. He never dreamed that the person he had offended was even more powerful than Feng Yangsheng.
The group of onlookers nearby also widened their eyes with expressions of disbelief. "Do you know me?" Chen Yu frowned and asked lightly. "Brother Chen, you probably forgot. Last time in Chunjiang, I followed Brother Hao and met you." Having said that, Chen Yu did have some impression.
I was wondering why he looked familiar. He must be Sun Hao's friend. As he spoke, Chen Yu looked at Wei Jiang.
"Is this guy yours?"
"Feng Yangsheng, he's just a dog that hangs out with me."
"That's easy, he overturned my stall."
"You need to compensate me 5 million.
"I'll leave this matter to you."
"If you want the money, just give it to Xiaoling."
Feng Yangsheng dared not neglect Chen Yu's order, and hurriedly said respectfully,
"Brother Chen, don't worry, I will definitely get things done for you." Originally, Chen Yu was preparing to close the stall.
After something like this happened, there was no need to continue. After saying hello to the food stall owner, he went into Hennessy and left.
Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind.
"Bite.
Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the system task.
Reward, Han Yun Group market value 2 billion. Reward, 1 billion renminbi. Reward, God-level pharmacist skills proficient in Chinese and Western medicine." Looking at the generous system rewards, Chen Yu was extremely happy.
Although he didn't know who contributed the last beauty spot, Chen Yu thought it was most likely the motorcycle beauty.
Click on the character information panel. Life winner system. Host information. Name, Chen Yu. Age, 23. Wealth, 1,008,603,020 renminbi. Level, LV1. Blessing, 9 yuan second. Experience, 999,998 1 million.
Industries, Tianhao Hotel, Zhenjiang Private Club, Panshan Racing Circuit, Han Yun Group.
Skills, dancer of all dance types master level, cooking skills god level, driving skills god level, medical skills god level. Achievement, kitchen master 3-4. Fuck. What's going on? Just 2 experience points?
When Chen Yu saw the upgrade experience points, he cursed. This system is really annoying, either it should be a little worse, or it should be upgraded directly. It's almost 2 o'clock now, and Chen Yu is feeling itchy. But the most important thing is that he still hasn't figured out how to get this experience value.
He only knew that he would be rewarded by completing tasks, but tasks appeared randomly. This is really annoying.
Forget it, let us go check out Han Yun Group first.
Chen Yu decided to take over Han Yun Group first. Han Yun Building.
In Kyoto, it is just an inconspicuous building, but if it were placed in a first or second tier city, it would be a big deal. It has a total height of 34 floors, with a fully bulletproof glass exterior wall, and is top-notch.
That is in the imperial capital. If it were placed somewhere else, it would definitely be a landmark building. On the way here, the CEO here had already called him.
He just needed to come over and sign his name, and he would be under his command. At the same moment, Chen Yu went to the underground garage to park his car.
Interview room of Han Yun Group. "Hello, I'm Linya, and I'm here for an interview for the financial coordinator position."
Yes, the company that the twin sisters Lin Meng and Linya interviewed was the Han Yun Group that Chen Yu had just obtained.
This interview is already their 3rd interview.
As long as they pass this round, the two sisters will be able to get their dream jobs.
"I'm sorry, Ms. Linya,
our finance department is already full. Linya, who was originally excited, felt her heart instantly turn cold when she heard these words.
Mr. Interviewer, are you kidding me? I've passed 3 rounds of interviews, and you're telling me you're not hiring anymore? Aren't you just making fun of me?
Linya was very angry and felt that all her previous enthusiasm had been wasted. Ms. Lin, please watch your words, or I'll call security.
The interviewer's face darkened and he said in a cold voice. I'm so unlucky to come to your company for an interview. I was about to graduate and it was hard to find a job in the capital, and now I had wasted so much time in Han Yun Group. It is almost impossible for her to find a suitable job that she likes. Xiao Meng, let's go.
Linya walked out of the interview room angrily and was about to leave, pulling her sister Lin Meng. Lin Meng looked confused and had no idea what was going on.
Hey, aren't these the 2 beauties from the Lin family? What? Didn't pass the interview?
At this time, a woman dressed seductively came over, twisting her waist. In terms of appearance, this woman is far inferior to the Lin sisters. But she dressed well, wearing revealing clothes, with red lips and rosy cheeks. At first glance, she is the kind of charming fairy.
Sun Wei? Why are you here? Chapter 57. I'm the boss. Linya asked doubtfully.
Sun Wei was in the same school, department and class as the 2 sisters Lin Meng and Linya. But her grades were far inferior to those of the Lin sisters. The Lin sisters graduated from school with the best grades. However, Sun Wei failed every subject, and the school had given her a backdoor in her graduation. Otherwise, with Sun Wei's grades, she would not be able to graduate.
I'm here to report, financial coordinator.
Sun Wei knew that the Lin sisters wanted to apply for the position of financial coordinator of Han Yun Group. He said this on purpose to piss off the 2 sisters.
What did you say? Are you here to report? Or are you here to coordinate finances? Sure enough, when Linya heard it, she was furious.
She and her sister Lin Meng started the first round of interviews half a month ago, and only reached the final round today.
But Sun Wei did nothing.
During this period, she was hanging out in bars and drinking with her bad friends. But she actually said that she passed the interview of Han Yun Group.
Yes. Interviews and such are too easy. Just have a drink with the financial director, take a nap, and everything will be okay.
When she heard Sun Wei's shameless words, she was overturned in her worldview.
Linya felt like she was going to explode on the spot.
She and her sister worked so hard for the interview, but they were rejected just like that. Linya, I've said before that it's useless to be good at studying.
You won't be able to survive in society. Now you believe it. Let's go quickly, it's too late and we won't be able to catch the bus back to school. Sun Wei looked very proud and arrogant.
Looking at the beautiful campus belle who used to crush me in every way at school, now she is being stepped under my feet. Sun Wei was indescribably happy and proud.
Yeah? That's not necessarily true.
Just when Sun Wei was feeling proud, a male voice suddenly rang out.
Tyrant, why are you here?
Linya shouted excitedly.
The person who spoke was none other than Chen Yu.
I came here to do something and happened to see a beautiful woman being bullied, so I thought about being a hero and saving her.
I just don't know if these 2 beauties are willing to let me save them?
As he spoke, Chen Yu walked over to Linya and Lin Meng.
Chen Yu heard everything the 3 women said clearly. To be honest, this is the first time I come to the company and hear such a thing. Chen Yu was really angry. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you still want to stand up for the Lin sisters?
Why don't you just take a piss and look at your own virtue? This is Han Yun Group, not a place for a little jerk like you to run wild. Sun Wei didn't know how powerful Chen Yu was, but Linya and Lin Meng knew it.
How could a man who drives a sports car worth tens of millions be an unknown person? Tyrant, are you the prince of Han Yun Group? Linya asked in a low voice. Chen Yu was so young that Linya didn't dare to think of him as a boss. In Linya's opinion, Chen Yu is most likely a rich second generation. TSK, him? And the prince of Han Yun Group? Linya, are you joking? I have met the prince of Han Yun Group.
Besides, this guy is wearing such low-end clothes that are worse than domestic products.
How did you think he is the prince of Han Yun Group?
Before Chen Yu opened his mouth, Sun Wei said with disdain.
Yes, I am indeed not a prince. I am the boss of Han Yun Group. What? Everyone present was stunned. Ha 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 ha. Sun Wei burst into laughter.
Even the other interviewees at the side were laughing and talking in low voices.
That guy wants to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Has he gone mad?
He actually dared to say that he is the CEO of Han Yun Group.
It's really hilarious. Yes, the CEO of Han Yun Group is well known in the imperial capital, and this idiot actually pretended to be him. I can only say that this guy is too low level. He doesn't even know that the CEO of Han Yun Group is so famous, so he said that he is the boss. Such a stupid thing.
The discussions among the crowd made Linya and her sister feel a little embarrassed.
How can you make such a joke, rich man?
Chen Lin, the CEO of Han Yun Group, is a famous person in the capital and is known as the youngest medical scientist in the country.
Chen Yu was neither surprised nor frightened, but showed an expression of I see. I see. I was wondering why the system rewarded me with a god-level medical technology. Chen Yu said to himself.
In the past, when the system gave rewards, most of them were random rewards.
Chen Yu really didn't expect that Han Yun Group is a pharmaceutical group, so the system rewards god-level medical skills.
But think about it, after all, scientific research companies are different from ordinary companies.
For most companies, as long as they have money, they don't care who the boss is. It's different for scientific research companies. You not only need money, but also technology. Otherwise, you will be a fool in front of your employees. Tyrant, please explain quickly. We know you are rich.
But this is Han Yun Group's territory, so we'd better keep a low profile. Linya was afraid of Chen Yu because she had a grudge with Han Yun Group. Although she also wanted to deal with Han Yun Group, she didn't know how confident Chen Yu was and whether he was as powerful as Han Yun Group. No matter what, the two sisters have some friendship with Chen Yu and don't want to see Chen Yu suffer a loss in Han Yun Group.
Han Yun Group is my territory, why should I keep a low profile? Chen Yu said in surprise. Linya. Hey, local tyrant, stop joking. The CWO of Han Yun Group is Dr. Chen Lin, how could it be you? I didn't say I was a CEO. Can't I be the big boss behind the scenes?
Chen Yu said with a smile. Linya was stunned, with a strange look on her face. What Chen Yu said makes sense, but Chen Yu is too young, so this is a bit unrealistic.
Just you? And the boss behind the scenes? I think you are a psychopath. You are not here to attract attention just because you want to pursue Linya. It's such a shoddy show.
At this time, Sunwei on the side laughed. As she spoke, her face was full of contempt and disgust, as if Chen Yu was really a psychopath.
Sunwei, what nonsense are you talking about?
This rich man is my friend. If you dare to speak rudely to me again, don't blame me for being rude.
Ha 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 ha. Sunwei burst into laughter, as if she had heard a huge joke. Linya, how do you want to be rude to me? Don't forget, I just stole your job. You've been working hard for half a month to interview for this job. Linya's face darkened and her expression froze instantly. Yes.
They are no longer students, and Linya is just as powerful as ever in school.
There is nothing you can do to Sunwei.
Security, come and get these 3 lunatics out who are disrupting the company's order. Sunwei smiled and waved to the security guard at the door with a joking look on her face. She is already a member of Han Yun Group and has the right to ask security to eliminate troublemakers in the company.
Ms. Sunwei, are you talking about this gentleman and these 2 ladies? The security guard walked over quickly and asked Sunwei. Sunwei nodded and sneered. Yes, these are the 3 psychopaths. Please throw them out immediately.
After saying that, she clasped her hands in front of her and waited to watch the show.
Chapter 58. You want me to kick out the boss? Other people around also laughed. That guy is really weird. Not only did he pretend to be Han Yun's CEO, but he also offended Han Yun's internal staff. He is finished today. Needless to say,
a clown dares to come here and act wildly.
He really overestimates his own abilities. Do you think he will be thrown out?
Of course, what else is there to say? However, the security guard's next words shocked everyone present.
Ms. Sun, although you are an employee of the group, you have the right to ask us to drive away the troublemakers in the company. But you asked us to drive away the big boss. What do you think? If you don't want to do this anymore, just leave. Don't drag us down. We have no grudges in the near future. Hiss. What did you say, he's the big boss? Sunwei couldn't believe it and thought she was hallucinating, so she hurriedly asked. The security guard glanced at Sunway and said calmly, "What else?"
Then he reminded me, he is a real big boss who even the CEO should treat with respect.
Sunway was dumbfounded and stood there blankly.
The other interviewees showed expressions of horror.
What did they just do? Taunting the future boss. Is there anything good about this? Not to mention whether you can pass the interview if you offend your boss.
Even if I pass, I'm afraid my life in the company will not be easy in the future.
Two beauties, are you interested in accompanying me around Hanyun Group?
Whether it was the interviewees or Sunway, they were all insignificant in Chen Yu's eyes.
Chen Yu would not argue with them. Of course, Chen Yu would definitely take back the position that Sunway obtained through improper behavior. He doesn't want any parasites in the company. Of course, it's an honor.
The expressions on the faces of the Linya sisters at this moment were so wonderful. They had already been kicked out and were about to go back to school to grieve, but the appearance of Chen Yu helped the two sisters turn the tide. This feeling is so indescribable, let alone how excited I am.
Student Sunway, it seems that your little tricks are a little vulnerable in the face of real strength.
Linya walked up to Sunway and said with a smile.
Then he followed Chen Yu and went upstairs. Are you Chen Yu, Mr. Chen?
After walking a few steps, a woman in professional attire came towards him.
Who are you? Chen Yu asked. It was his first time at Hanyun Group and he didn't know any of the employees.
Although the woman in front of him was dressed in a professional suit, Chen Yu thought that she was not Chen Lin. According to Linya, Chen Lin is a PhD student and should not wear professional attire, as that would limit her flexibility and prevent her from fully performing her experiments.
Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Mr. Chen's assistant, Lu Shan. Chen Yu nodded and looked him up and down. It's a good name. Take me to meet your CEO Chen.
Lu Shan is good looking, but she is not Chen Yu's type because she has too much worldly air. I think Chen Lin's ability to secure the position of Hanyun CEO is closely related to her assistant.
Just now Chen Yu was still wondering how a doctor of pharmacology could become the CEO? Shouldn't she stay in the lab all day? How could she find the time to manage the company's affairs? As expected. Following Lu Shan to the laboratory, Chen Yu met the legendary genius Dr. Chen Lin. Boss Chen, Mr. Chen is here.
Chen Lin just responded indifferently and there was no further action.
Chen Yu didn't say much, just watched quietly. Chen Lin is more beautiful than Chen Yu imagined.
She has the temperament of a queen, and she is dressed very casually, just a loose sportswear with a white coat on the outside. She probably wears it like this for the convenience of the experiment. At this moment, she was concentrating on looking at a recipe sheet, her eyebrows tightly furrowed. She must have encountered a difficult problem.
You might as well add some Tiangxianzi in it. Chen Yu suddenly said.
Chen Lin, who was originally deep in thought, suddenly lost her train of thought.
She was a little angry and glanced at Chen Yu. But then, a thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. Who are you? Who let you in? This is the laboratory of our Hanyun Group. No outsiders are allowed to enter.
A man in his 30s came over. He was wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses. He looked gentle, but a little fat. His walking posture was very arrogant, as if he didn't care about his relatives.
Shan, what's wrong with you? How could you bring strangers into the laboratory? Hurry up and get them out of here.
They are affecting our experiments.
The man's name is Ding Zhaoqiang, and he is the leader of Experimental Group 1.
He has some abilities and a sharp mind, but he doesn't use them in the right places. All day long he wasn't thinking about how to overcome the difficulties in the experiment, but was thinking about how to win over Chen Lin, the beautiful, rich and white boss.
Lu Shan's face froze, not knowing what to say.
Chen Yu was right in front of her, and even if she wanted to remind him, she had no chance.
Besides, Lu Shan doesn't like Ding Zhaoqiang. Team leader Ding, this is Mr. Chen, our new financial sponsor and big boss. Ding Zhaoqiang's face changed slightly, but returned to normal in an instant. What's wrong with the boss? Can the boss interrupt our experiments at will? Ding Zhaoqiang still looked very arrogant and didn't take Chen Yu seriously at all.
Come to think of it, talents are the hardest to come by in today's society, and those doing scientific research are even rarer. No wonder Ding Zhaoqiang takes himself so seriously.
Mr. Chen, you don't need to come to the lab. You won't understand it anyway. You just need to transfer the research funds we need to us in a timely manner.
Chen Yu found it very funny that as a boss, he did not have the right to visit his own company's laboratory.
Team leader Ding, huh? Then I want to ask, what ability do you have to take research funds from me? If you want me to give you money, you have to show me something.
Chen Yu said slowly with a blank expression on his face. Ding Zhaoqiang was stunned, obviously not expecting Chen Yu to say that.
Boss Chen, I have something to show you, but the premise is, can you understand it?
There was a hint of sarcasm in Ding Zhaoqiang's eyes, but he didn't dare to be as blatant as he had just done.
Then go look at your stuff, maybe I can understand it? Good.
I also hope that you can understand it, Boss Chen, but what we are studying is very professional.
People like you who have not learned professional knowledge will definitely not understand it.
As he spoke, Ding Zhaoqiang took Chen Yu to an experimental area. After taking a quick look at the experimental data, Chen Yu's face darkened.
Is this what you are researching? Chen Yu asked.
Yes,
we have been working on this project for 2 years and we are about to complete it. So, Boss Chen, you should give us more funding so that we can speed up the progress and complete the experiment. Bang!
Chen Yu slammed the data in his hand on the table. The sound was so loud that other researchers also noticed the situation here.
Instead of giving you funds and letting you waste them, I would rather donate the money to charity. Chapter 59 Show Your Strength. Chen Yu was really angry.
Ding Zhaoqiang was so arrogant that Chen Yu thought he was researching something amazing.
What do you mean? Do you think you can yell at me just because you're the boss?
I'm telling you, if it weren't for Mr. Chen's sake, I wouldn't even bother with your crappy company.
Okay, then you can leave now. Chen Yu said lightly. Boss, this isn't a good idea.
Lu Shan was terrified.
She didn't expect Chen Yu to be so tough.
As soon as he arrived, he fired a team leader.
There's nothing wrong with it. I have no right to control what happened to Han Yun Group in the past. Now that I'm the boss, I won't allow anyone who's not qualified to do the job to be in the team.
Chen Yu said solemnly with a serious expression.
You're saying I'm just filling in the gaps? What do you know, a layman? Can you understand my experimental data? Chen Yu smiled disdainfully and said slowly, it's just a supplement. Are you proud of it?
I tell you, any old Chinese doctor in the village who prescribes a prescription is more valuable than what you are researching. As he spoke, Chen Yu picked up a pen and a piece of paper. Just like that, he started writing in full view of everyone.
This new boss seems unusual.
A researcher whispered.
Tisk, it's just bluffing. Our team is the best in the country. He's a second-generation rich man, how can he compare with us? Members of each group said disdainfully.
But as Chen Yu wrote more and more, the researchers in the laboratory all whitened their eyes.
Even Chen Lin came over without knowing when.
What Chen Yu wrote was exactly the part that Ding Zhaoqiang had never been able to overcome. Their entire group spent more than 2 years trying to solve this problem but still failed. But Chen Yu solved it easily.
How is this possible? How is this possible? Ding Zhaoqiang couldn't believe this was true. He didn't believe that Chen Yu, a rich second generation, could be better than him. You must have bought this from somewhere. You must have done some research in advance, just to give us a warning? I'm telling you, you can't scare us like this. We are all professional medical researchers. We are not comparable to local tycoons like you. Don't think you can intimidate us by buying some data with money. Suppress you? Chen Yu sneered, do I need to suppress you? I'm the boss, shouldn't you listen to me?
As he spoke, Chen Yu looked at Ding Zhaoqiang.
Team leader Ding, what do you think?
Indeed, Chen Yu is the boss and the financial sponsor who provides them with research and development funds, but scientific researchers have always been arrogant. Ding Zhaoqiang didn't think Chen Yu dared to touch him, and he also firmly believed that the experimental data that Chen Yu had just written down were all bought with money.
Can't you afford to just because you have money?
If you are really good, go and solve Mr. Chen's difficult problem.
Otherwise, stop talking nonsense.
The difficult problem that Chen Lin is trying to solve is what all medical scientists in the world are trying to solve today.
This is a problem that countless medical scientists around the world have been unable to solve. Ding Zhaoqiang doesn't think Chen Yu can do it.
And at this moment, Chen Lin, who had been silent, spoke. My boss has helped me solve that problem.
What? That's impossible. Everyone showed a look of disbelief.
They simply couldn't believe that Chen Yu could solve a world-class medical problem.
Boss Chen, you must be kidding. How could he, a second-generation rich man, have such cutting-edge knowledge in the medical field? Ding Xiaoqiang was stunned and looked at Chen Lin blankly and asked.
But he knew that Chen Lin never joked. That means Chen Yu really helped her overcome the difficulties.
Boss Chen, I think Ding Xiaoqiang has a problem with his work attitude. For the sake of the lab, you'd better consider whether you want to use him anymore. Don't let a bad apple spoil the whole barrel.
Chen Yu said calmly, then turned and walked towards the experimental area of other groups.
What the hell did you say? How dare you fire me? Let me tell you, I have a very high status in the laboratory. Believe it or not, I can take away everyone in the laboratory with just one word. Ding Xiaoqiang shouted loudly towards Chen Yu's back.
At this time, the two sisters Lin Meng and Linya were already scared silly.
Is this still the funny rich second generation they know? This person is obviously a scientific research expert. Why would such a capable guy go to the university town to sell fried rice? Is he really free? Is he going there to experience life?
The two little girls' admiration for Chen Yu was like the overflowing water of a river, which was out of control.
You can try it if you can take away all the researchers in the laboratory.
Then I will close down Hanyun Group and just consider it as I threw away several billion for nothing.
Chen Yu didn't even look back. He didn't think that after he showed his strength, those scientific researchers would follow Ding Xiaoqiang and leave. It may not be possible to win over those scientific researchers with money. However, if you impress them with technology, they will definitely follow you wholeheartedly. Okay, so you think you're great just because you have some filthy money, right? Today I will let you see how capable I am in the laboratory. As he spoke, Ding Xiaoqiang walked to the front of the crowd. Everyone has seen what happened just now.
A poor second-generation rich man actually dared to look down on us scientific researchers.
You want to fire me now? No problem. I'm not afraid.
I have contacted Chunaway Pharmaceuticals some time ago.
Is there anyone willing to go with me now?
I promise you that when you come to Chunaway, the treatment you will receive will definitely be better than that in Hanyun.
Ding Xiaoqiang was full of confidence and looked at Chen Yu proudly.
In his opinion, as long as he raised his hand and called, all scientific researchers would follow him. After all, he has worked with them for many years, but Chen Yu just arrived today. In comparison, I will definitely choose him who is more familiar to me.
Moreover, Chunaway Pharmaceuticals' position in the pharmaceutical industry is extremely important. Although its scientific research capability is not as good as Hanyun's, its reputation is many times more famous than Hanyun.
Therefore, Ding Xiaoqiang thought that no one would be willing to stay.
However, the opposite happened.
No one at the scene responded, even the members of Group 1 were silent.
Don't you believe me? Everything I say is true. I have already talked to Chunaway. I used to be the manager of the test department. If you follow me, will I treat you unfairly?
Ding Xiaoqiang looked stunned and found it a little unbelievable. He thought that someone would be reluctant to leave, but that didn't happen, and no one responded to him.
Yes, you won't treat us unfairly, you will treat us badly.
At this time, each member of the group spoke in a low voice. Seeing this, Chen Yu shook his head helplessly. He was thinking of crushing Ding Xiaoqiang with his own strength, but he didn't expect that it was all in vain.
Ding Xiaoqiang's reputation in the laboratory is really bad. Chapter 60, God will punish you for your crimes.
Not to mention embezzling scientific research funds, he also always signed the experimental results of his team members as his own. It can be said that all his achievements over the years came from his team members.
Otherwise, he would have been fired long ago.
Okay, you are no longer a researcher at Hanyun Group.
Please leave the laboratory. Chen Lin looked at Ding Xiaoqiang and said coldly.
She also knew what Ding Xiaoqiang had done over the years. The reason why I didn't touch him was that I felt he still had some strength. Now that she has seen through his character, Chen Lin no longer has any regrets. Imagine a working scientific researcher contacting a hostile company.
What behavior at this time? That's treason.
Maybe, Ding Xiaoqiang had already given Hanyun Group's research results to Chunaway Pharmaceutical.
Okay, let's go.
At this point, Ding Xiaoqiang knew that he could no longer stay in Hanyun.
You guys, and you, the ignorant rich second generation. You will regret what you did today. I will let you know what a wrong choice it was to drive me, Ding Xiaoqiang, away.
After saying that, he turned and left.
When he reached the door, he turned around and glanced at Chen Yu, his eyes full of viciousness. Brother Chen, that guy doesn't seem convinced. Lin Yu walked up to Chen Yu and spoke quietly.
She is not a member of Han Yun Group yet, so it is difficult for her to say much.
So he quietly reminded Chen Yu. Now Chen Yu is her idol.
All the stars and singers should step aside.
Only Chen Yu is the most powerful.
In the next half hour, Chen Yu looked at the research results of other scientific research teams one after another.
To be honest, he was a little disappointed. But it's not bad. Compared with Ding Xiaoshan, the other personnel are much better. Chen Yu didn't want to be too dazzling.
But he felt that wasting time was wasting life.
He spent several more hours solving all the problems in the laboratory. Then he wrote down one prescription after another.
These prescriptions are hard to find in the world.
I want you to verify them.
But this matter is too important. If the prescription is leaked, I will suffer a great loss. I will now give the prescription to Chen Lin and ask her to keep it until you sign a confidentiality agreement.
I'll give you these prescriptions again. When I apply for a patent, I will also fill in your names. Chen Yu's strength has shocked all the researchers. Now they just want to follow Chen Yu and study hard, and don't think too much about it. Now I heard that Chen Yu would fill in their names in the patent. They felt so happy that they were about to take off. Thank you, boss. Chen Yu's promise is much more sincere than giving them a raise.
In this way, they can not only gain fame, but also get a considerable share of the patent profits.
This is just the beginning.
They believe that as long as they follow Chen Yu and work hard,
you will definitely be able to make a name for yourself in the imperial capital. Mr. Chen, I'll leave this to you to finish.
Chen Yu handed the prescription in his hand to Chen Lin without any hesitation. It was as if they were already very familiar with each other.
Do you trust me that much?
Chen Lin looked at her new boss curiously.
Ever since Chen Lin graduated, I haven't admired anyone. Today she was shocked by Chen Yu's strength.
She always believed that even if she was not the top medical researcher in the country, she was definitely one of them. But the strength shown by Chen Yu overturned her cognition.
It's simply a demon-like existence. Yes, that's how much I trust you. Chen Yu looked at the beautiful CEO with a smile. I trust you so much, don't you have to show it?
Chen Lin frowned slightly, not understanding what Chen Yu meant.
Indicate? Indicate what? Chen Lin asked puzzledly. Of course I promised myself to you.
Chen Yu showed a sly smile on his face and slowly approached Chen Lin. Of course, he was joking. He just felt that it was not good for Chen Lin to always have a stern face, so he wanted to tease her.
Who knows?
Sure, you're so talented and rich.
I couldn't ask for more.
He reached out, grabbed Chen Yu, and walked out.
Let's go get the certificate. I'll pay for it. What the hell? The style of painting is wrong. Shouldn't you just yell hooligan and then take action?
Chen Yu had already made all the arrangements, and now he was just going to figure out how to make Chen Lin laugh.
Now that the script doesn't match, he's confused and doesn't know what to do. Cough, cough, cough. Boss Chen, I'm just joking with you, don't take it seriously.
Chen Yu hurriedly pulled Chen Lin to stop.
I know.
Chen Lin let go of Chen Yu and said lightly, I was just kidding you.
Chen Yu.
It turns out that you can't joke with smart people, otherwise you will be in trouble in a minute.
Boss, I think you'd better stop joking with me in the future. Maybe one day, I'll take your joke seriously. Chen Yu. I just want you to smile.
You'll look ugly if you keep a straight face all the time.
He. Chen Lin gave a smile that was uglier than crying. Chen Yu, then just be casual. If you don't want to laugh, don't laugh. Puff.
Looking at Chen Yu's speechless expression, Chen Lin burst out laughing. She was so beautiful that even the Lin sisters standing by were stunned by her beauty.
This is so beautiful.
Chen Lin is beautiful even when she doesn't smile, and she is even more beautiful when she smiles.
Chen Yu was stunned by what he saw. Sure enough, money is popularity. As long as you have money, you will meet more beautiful women. You've seen it too, I'll take you to other departments next. Chen Lin and Lu Shan took Chen Yu and the Lin sisters out of the laboratory. Boss Chen, don't worry about me. Go and sort out the confidentiality regulations first. This way our experiments can proceed faster.
I don't want the lab to shut down, because that would be a huge loss for me.
Of course, Chen Yu had another idea. That means a surprise inspection.
From Sunway, Chen Yu already knew some information about the financial department. If I go with Chen Lin, I won't be able to see anything. If I go there myself, those supervisors won't know me and more problems will be exposed.
Okay then, call me if you have anything. Chen Yu and Chen Lin left each other their numbers.
Taking advantage of this time, the Lin sisters also hurriedly exchanged their numbers with Chen Yu. The Lin sisters were so happy to get Chen Yu's number.
Ding-a-ling.
Just as he was about to go on a secret visit, Chen Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. I took out my cell phone and saw that the person calling was Yang Yuyan, whom I hadn't seen for a few days.
So what? Chen Yu answered the call and asked helplessly. If it were in the past, Yang Yuyan would have started training long ago.
This time there was no response from the other end. Chen Yu was stunned, his brows tightly furrowed.
At this moment, a burst of sobbing suddenly came from Yang Yuyan's side. What's wrong with you? Chen Yu asked. This time Yang Yuyan was no longer silent, but choked up and said. Chapter 61 Yang Yuyan's Call. I'm at the Menglei bar, can you come and keep me company? Okay, just stay where you are and don't move. I'll be there right away.
Chen Yu could tell that Yang Yuyan was already drunk, and the noise over there was very noisy. Chen Yu didn't dare to think about what would happen if a drunk girl stayed alone in a bar. Lin Meng, I have a task for you. Now go find Lu Shan and ask her to arrange for you to join the finance department through a normal interview. Once you enter the finance department, start investigating the secrets of the finance department for me. Hearing Chen Yu's words, the Lin sisters were stunned.
What does this mean? Imperial envoy? Brother Chen, can we do it?
Lin Meng was a little unconfident.
Chen Yu is now in a hurry to find Yang Yuyan and has no extra time. Then he said solemnly, if you don't even have this ability, then you can't become my confidant, and you can only be a coordinator for the rest of your life. If you can successfully complete the task, the position of head of the finance department will be given to you.
The two sisters of the Lin family opened their eyes wide, somewhat unable to believe it.
This is a great opportunity for them. Brother Chen, don't worry, we will definitely not let you down. It's just an investigation, no big deal.
Linya was bolder than Lin Meng and accepted Chen Yu's task without hesitation.
Good. Chen Yu patted Linya and Lin Meng on the shoulders. Then I'll look at your results. The better the results, the higher the reward. Can you give me a reward as a boss lady?
Linya said playfully.
It's not impossible, it depends on your performance.
Chen Yu stretched out his index and middle fingers, gently tapped Linya's forehead, then turned and left Hanyun Group. Looking at Chen Yu's back as he left, Linya looked like an infatuated fan.
So cool. Xiao Meng, do you think Brother Chen is serious? Do we have a chance too?
The happy life with Chen Yu in the future has already emerged in her mind.
Wake up, sister. It's already afternoon. Stop dreaming. Didn't you see how anxious Brother Chen was just now? Obviously, the girl who called just now was Brother Chen's girlfriend.
Lin Meng looked at her infatuated sister and was speechless.
That can't be. Linya was a little unconvinced.
She didn't want her dream to be shattered.
Forget it, so what even if it is so? Can't I just try to be a lover or something?
Lin Meng rolled her eyes.
What kind of lewd words are these?
At the same time, Chen Yu had already driven to the Menglei bar. As soon as he entered the door, he saw where Yang Yuyan was. There were a lot of people gathered there.
Hey, little beauty, why are you drunk alone? Come, brother will drink with you. Little sister, why are you crying so sadly?
Let my brother have some mercy on me.
Get out. Get out of here. Surrounded by those people, Yang Yuyan looked very weak. Chen Yu walked over quickly and pulled away the people surrounding Yang Yuyan. Boy, what the hell are you doing? Are you looking for death?
A sturdy man who was pulled away by Chen Yu looked at Chen Yu angrily and shouted.
The sound was so loud that it instantly attracted the attention of others. Hey, what kind of rubbish are you, daring to join in the fun? This kid doesn't know that we are in the same group. A group of people surrounded Chen Yu and laughed. At this time, Yang Yuyan also saw Chen Yu. Tears welled up in my eyes instantly. You're here, I'm scared. Yang Yuyan snuggled into Chen Yu's arms and hugged Chen Yu's waist tightly.
Her beautiful face was buried deep in Chen Yu's chest. Before, Yang Yuyan had always been willful and capricious, and would tease Chen Yu whenever she disagreed with him.
However, Yang Yuyan at this moment was so lovable.
Chen Yu hugged her in his arms.
The strong men couldn't bear to watch it anymore.
Boy, it turns out that she is your woman, so you can't be so anxious, but so what? I advise you to be sensible, otherwise don't blame us for being too ruthless. A group of people were rubbing their hands, as if they were going to rush over and kill Chen Yu if he didn't hand over Yang Yuyan. At this time, a group of security guards surrounded them. Seeing the security guard coming, Chen Yu's heart finally settled down. After all, he is just an ordinary person and does not have the ability to fight 10 people alone. So while driving over, he called Sun Hao. Sun Hao assured Chen Yu not to be afraid, and said that Menglei was actually a bar he opened for fun.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
The security guard shouted. The security guards in these bars are different from ordinary security guards.
Most of them have social backgrounds.
So when they saw a dozen security guards surrounding them, the big men immediately panicked.
My friend, it's this kid. He's the one causing the trouble. He actually dared to steal the woman we brought.
This is all his fault. If you want to punish him, then punish him. Those strong men turned their eyes to Chen Yu. In their opinion, there was only one Chen Yu, while there were 7 or 8 of them. The bar would not make things difficult for them because of Chen Yu. As he spoke, the leader of the group, even more arrogantly, grabbed Chen Yu.
Boy, you are really brave. You dare to cause trouble in Menglei Bar. I think you want to be beaten.
Then, the man looked at the security chief flatteringly. Brother, there's nothing going on here, so you don't have to do anything.
We can handle it ourselves. Bang!
But as soon as the man finished speaking, the security captain slapped him in the face.
You are really looking for death. Mr. Chen, you dare to move? You must be tired of living.
The sturdy men were stunned for a moment and looked at Chen Yu in shock. They never imagined that Chen Yu would be so important. Master Chen, Master Sun has already told us to follow your command. Young Master Sun also said that he will be here soon and will definitely spend some quality time with you this time. The security guard's words made the strong men tremble with fear. Of course they knew that the young Master Sun the security guard was referring to was undoubtedly Sun Hao.
You are Mr. Sun's friend?
They never thought that Chen Yu would be Sun Hao's friend. From what the security guard said, this young Master Chen is even more awesome than Sun Hao.
Otherwise, Sun Hao wouldn't be able to do that.
After hearing that something happened to him, he would immediately come and kill him. I appreciate Mr. Sun's kindness, but you can see the situation.
My woman is drunk. I have to take her back.
Haozi is here, tell him I'll treat him to a drink next time.
As for them.
Chen Yu turned his head and looked at the strong men.
Just let them be afraid of women in the future. Then, Chen Yu hugged Yang Yuyan like a princess.
Left the bar straight away. Behind him, those strong men collapsed to the ground. They are just a group of fitness coaches who act recklessly because they know a few rich women. In the past, they would snatch any woman they wanted in the bar. I have always been successful, but today I met Chen Yu. It can be said that they got what they deserved.
As soon as Chen Yu and Yang Yuyan left, Sun Hao rushed over. How dare you catch the attention of my eldest brother's woman in my territory? You are really tired of living.
Sun Hao rushed over and heard his men repeating Chen Yu's words.
In a good mood.
When Chen Yu called him Haozi, it seemed like he was treating Sun Hao as a real brother.
You guys, go find me 20 dinosaurs. Chapter 62. You said you loved me.
Weight cannot be less than 250 kilograms, the uglier the better, and it would be best if we could find some with mental problems, the more twisted the better. No matter how much it is, come to me for reimbursement. Sun Hao's words made the security guards under his command feel a chill down their spines.
Not to mention, those fitness coaches who offended Chen Yu.
Young Master Sun, we know we are wrong, please let us go.
We will never dare to do it again.
7 or 8 men over 1.89 meters tall were crying like children at this moment. They knew very well that if Sun Hao didn't let them go, they would never be able to be called men again. More than 20 dinosaurs, let them ravage them, and they will definitely be interested in women again after that. It might even turn out to be just as Chen Yu said, and I would be afraid of seeing women from now on.
Xingfucheng Community. Yang Yuyan fell asleep on the way back. At this moment, Yang Yuyan was like a sleeping beauty. Much more charming than what is shown on TV. Maybe it was because of drinking, Yang Yuyan's pretty face was red, like a ripe red apple. The long eyelashes, curved upwards, are very cute. Yang Yuyan, we're home.
Shen Yu called softly.
Yeah. Yang Yuyan responded with her eyes closed.
Then, she opened her arms and said playfully, "Hold me."
Shen Yu. That's the 6th floor and there's no elevator.
But looking at Yang Yuyan's playful appearance after being drunk, Shen Yu felt a strange feeling in his heart and couldn't bear to refuse.
Actually, it's good for you this way, Shen Yu whispered.
He took her into his arms and held her tightly. Yang Yuyan was not heavy, much lighter than Shen Yu had imagined.
Hey, you're so warm. Yang Yuyan smiled naively, put her arms around Shen Yu's neck, and pressed her cheek tightly against his chest. Feeling the warmth from Yang Yuyan's cheek, Shen Yu's heart began to flutter.
He had been with Xia Qian for so long, but he had never treated her like this. Looking at Yang Yuyan in his arms, so quiet and beautiful, Shen Yu showed a faint smile.
He carried Yang Yuyan quietly back to the rental house.
Shen Yu did not feel tired at all, but instead felt very satisfied.
Yang Yuyan, we are home.
Shen Yu gently opened the door of Yang Yuyan's room, supported her back, and let her sleep on the bed. Although he had never done this kind of thing before, Shen Yu did it surprisingly smoothly.
I don't know what's wrong with you, girl.
Shen Yu looked down at Yang Yuyan, wanting to know what happened to her tonight.
Why would you go to a bar and drink alone? Hey, little Yu, be good. Sister will hug you. At this moment, Yang Yuyan smiled innocently, suddenly stretched out her arms and hugged Shen Yu's neck. This scared Shen Yu.
Just as he was about to gently move it away, a huge force suddenly came from the pair of jade white arms.
This made him lie on Yang Yuyan's body. Cheeks pressed tightly together. The action is extremely ambiguous. Shen Yu could even clearly feel the heat wave from every breath Yang Yuyan took. In other words, Shen Yu has a bottom line.
If it were someone else, with a beautiful woman in front of him or in this situation, he would simply not be able to control himself. Maybe they will even take up their guns and go into battle.
Fortunately, Yang Yuyan did not take any further action afterwards and just hugged her tightly.
Shen Yu thought that Yang Yuyan might have treated him as a ragdoll. Seeing that Yang Yuyan was fast asleep, Shen Yu tried a few more times to get out of her arms.
But as soon as he moved, Yang Yuyan would hug him tighter.
There were several times when I almost drowned him with milk. Shen Yu had no choice but to give up struggling and enjoy the beauty's kindness. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, Shen Yu stretched out his arms and wrapped them around her waist. After an unknown amount of time, Shen Yu fell into a deep sleep amid the intoxicating fragrance.
The next morning, Shen Yu woke up first.
He was awakened by a feeling of suffocation. I slowly opened my eyes, and what I saw was a hint of white.
There is also a faint fragrance of virginity in the breath. Oh my god. Shen Yu's first thought was that it was over. If Yang Yuyan wakes up, she will definitely go crazy.
In an instant, thousands of thoughts emerged in Shen Yu's mind.
We have no choice but to run away, or we will surely die, Shen Yu thought to himself.
However, as soon as he moved his arm, he saw Yang Yuyan's eyelashes moving.
Shen Yu quickly pretended to be dead.
Now we can only respond to each move as it comes and act according to circumstances.
Ah. As expected.
A few seconds later, a piercing scream was heard.
Then, Shen Yu felt a pain in his abdomen and flew off the bed. Ouch. Shen Yu pretended to know nothing. He rubbed his stomach in confusion and looked at Yang Yuyan with resentment. Yenner, what are you doing?
I was busy for so long last night, I'm almost dead sleepy, please let me sleep for a while.
Having said that, Shen Yu was about to climb onto the bed. Don't come over here. Why are you in my bed? You shameless bastard, what have you done to me?
Yang Yuyan crossed her arms in front of her and looked at Shen Yu with tears in her eyes.
Shen Yu. You haven't forgotten what happened yesterday, have you?
Shen Yu looked surprised. Then, he told Yang Yuyan everything that happened after she called him.
That's what happened. After I sent you back, you refused to let me go. You said you loved me to death. You even insisted on hugging my neck and asking me to sleep with you, and you cried as soon as I left. I don't have any tricks either.
Shen Yu made up lies without blushing or breathing heavily, and Yang Yuyan was stunned.
You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly say something like that? Yang Yuyan's pretty face blushed and she didn't believe it at all. Fortunately, I kept the evidence. Otherwise, if it was true, I couldn't clear it even if I jumped into the Yellow River.
Shen Yu took out his cell phone, found the video he wanted to watch alone later, and showed it to Yang Yuyan.
In the video, Yang Yuyan hugged Chen Yu tightly, muttering, "Well, don't move, just let me hold you." I fucking. Yang Yuyan felt unwell. Have I really fallen in love with this guy without realizing it? Yang Yuyan looked at Chen Yu with her eyes fixed, and felt that this was really possible. After all, this guy is really handsome and mysterious. It's very tempting, making people want to get closer and explore. It was all a misunderstanding yesterday. Don't take it seriously. Okay, go ahead. Yang Yuyan also knew that it might be her who called Chen Yu back. Otherwise, how would Chen Yu know she was in the bar? Then I'll go first. Chen Yu was secretly delighted, thinking that this difficulty was over. Etc. As soon as Chen Yu reached the door, Yang Yuyan called her. If you dare to tell anyone about what happened last night, the consequences will be. Yang Yuyan pinched the head of the rag doll on the bed with both hands and then twisted it hard. The doll's face was at the back. Gulp. Chen Yu only felt a chill on his back, and a chill ran down his spine. I promise I won't say anything nonsense. Even after driving away from Xingfu community, Chen Yu still had a lingering feeling of fear. He looked back from time to time, and he always felt that Yang Yuyan was standing at the window, staring at him. This is exactly the case. Yang Yuyan stood quietly at the window. She was very depressed. She couldn't remember anything about what happened yesterday. Impossible. How could I fall in love with her? Yang Yuyan kept asking herself questions and analyzing every possibility. At the same time, Chen Yu also encountered trouble. Chapter 63, Forcing Me to Pretend Again. Xingyu is my girlfriend, why do you look at me like I'm cheating on you? I really don't like the look in your eyes, please restrain yourself. On the way back, Bai Qingyu had already told Chen Yu about Chen Tian. Bai Jianhao and his wife will be deceived, but Bai Qingyu will not. We are all in the same circle, who doesn't know who? She knew everything about Chen Tian's troubles. Don't stand outside, come in. Deng Xiujie said to break the awkwardness. After all, she was brought back by his own daughter, and she was not bad-looking. Judging from her demeanor, she should not be a child from an ordinary family. Besides, she is the daughter that you gave birth to, so you know her well. With Bai Qingyu's arrogant personality, he also looks down on ordinary people. Humph. Chen Tian snorted coldly, glared at Chen Yu, then turned and walked into the Bai's manor. Chen Yu smiled, nodded to Bai Jianhao and his wife, and then walked in. Xingyu, what's going on? Deng Xiujie pulled Bai Qingyu and asked in a low voice. Didn't I tell you that Xiao Tian came to propose marriage? Why did you bring someone back with you? Aren't you just looking for trouble? Bai Qingyu refused to give in. Mom, what are you talking about? How can you say I'm looking for trouble? It's obviously you guys. I've already told you that I have a boyfriend, but you still insisted on bringing me and Chen Tian together. Deng Xiujie. I thought you were just saying that to please me and your dad, but who knew you really meant it? Tell me quickly, what's the story behind this? Whose son is this? Bai Qingyu had no idea who Chen Yu was from, she only knew that Chen Yu was very rich. Then he said, he is not from anyone, he is starting his own business now. He was driving a supercar worth more than 70 million yuan. Bai Qingyu only knew this and said it out. Deng Xiujie was shocked and couldn't help but look at Chen Yu again. There is a big difference between the first generation of rich people and the second generation of rich people. The first generation of rich people create wealth. The second generation of rich people are different because of their different backgrounds. They generally do not spend money badly. They can protect the family business and make the family further developed, which is very remarkable. Sitting down in the living room, Deng Xiujie asked hurriedly. What's your name, young man? Where do you start your business? Chen Yu smiled slightly and said, Auntie, my name is Chen Yu, and I am. Chen Yu was just about to make up something about the businesses he had to fool people. But at this time, Chen Tian sneered and said, Auntie, can't you see this? He is a 996 office worker. If I don't recognize him, why would he take a taxi back with Qingyu? Deng Xiujie originally had a good impression of Chen Tian, but now she feels a little different. Judging from his performance at this moment, Chen Yu is much better than Chen Tian. Although Chen Yu didn't say much, his maturity and stability were already revealed. In contrast, Chen Tian is like a child who has not grown up, very impulsive. However, what Chen Tian said also made Deng Xiujie very concerned.
Bai Qingyu said that Chen Yu was driving a supercar, but what if he was lying to her?
Boy, a poor office worker like you still wants to get close to the rich and powerful? Don't dream. Our family values matching people of equal status.
If you want to work 10 years less, you should go find those older rich ladies.
You might be very marketable in the eyes of those people. Chen Tian's expression was full of sarcasm as he looked at Chen Yu with amusement.
As he spoke, he deliberately showed off his Longines watch, which cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars. Poor bastard, this watch of mine costs 170,000 yuan. I'm afraid you can't afford it in your lifetime.
Chen Yu didn't want to show off, but some people forced him to do so. Brother, your watch is from Longines, right? It's really beautiful. I will never buy a watch like this in my life. Chen Tian was very proud and said disdainfully. Who the hell is your brother? A poor bastard like you is worthy of calling me your brother? Chen Tianjiang wanted to taunt Chen Yu harshly and let Chen Yu know the gap between him and Bai Qingyu.
But at this moment, Chen Yu naturally stretched out his arm, revealing the Patek Philippe on his wrist.
Xiao Yu, is this the Patek Philippe Centennial Limited Edition?
Bai Jianhao stood up with an excited look on his face. He had coveted the Centenary Limited Edition for a long time, but it was too expensive, costing 20 million. Although the Bai family had no shortage of the 20 million, they would not allow him to use it to buy a watch. When this watch was bought, he was puzzled for a long time, wondering who bought it.
Unexpectedly, he met the owner today. It seems so.
When I bought it, I didn't pay much attention to it.
I just bought a piece casually. Bai Jianhao. Just buying a watch costs 20 million.
If you really want to buy it, it will cost hundreds of millions. Chen Tian knew what the concept of Patek Philippe's Centenary Limited Edition was, and he was dumbfounded at this moment. The Longines I own is only $170,000, which is just a drop in the bucket compared to the other person's $20 million.
Maybe it's a fake. There are too many people who like to show off these days. Chen Tian said this while looking at Bai Jianhao.
He wanted to discredit Chen Yu, but he didn't know that Bai Jianhao had studied this watch seriously. He could tell at a glance that the watch on Chen Yu's hand was authentic.
Fake?
Chen Yu pretended to be shocked, frowning. I'll have to make a phone call and ask the manager of the Patek Philippe counter.
I spent 19.88 million yuan on a fake watch?
As he spoke, Chen Yu took out the 8,848 gold lizard skin custom-made mobile phone. As soon as the cell phone was taken out, the dazzling light made Chen Tian and the other two unable to open their eyes.
Is that a South African colored diamond? And a deep-sea sapphire? Deng Xiujie couldn't sit still anymore.
As a woman, what she loved most were diamonds and gems. She saw the colored diamonds on Chen Yu's phone at a glance.
Oh my god, did I find a treasure?
Bai Qingyu was shocked. She knew that Chen Yu was rich, but she didn't know that Chen Yu was so rich.
Not to mention Chen Yu's 20 million watch, this phone alone is worth a lot of money.
A golden lizard skin jacket, a body polished from deep-sea sapphire, and at least 200 colorful diamonds facing upwards. It was the first time she saw such an exaggerated mobile phone.
Chen Tian couldn't sit still anymore and stood up awkwardly. Ahem. Uncle and aunt, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. It's so depressing. A watch costs 20 million and a mobile phone costs several million. What kind of person can have such configuration? Chen Tian didn't even dare to think about it, he just got up and left.
Brother, don't leave in such a hurry.
Help me verify the authenticity of this phone. Chen Tian smiled and said, I don't know how to do that.
If I really have something to do, I won't stay. He had a smile on his face, but he was cursing inside. If he wasn't afraid of Chen Yu's revenge, he really wanted to yell.
You're such a fucking pretentious person. Even Bai Qingyu couldn't help it, and whispered in Chen Yu's ear. You are so mean. Look how you irritate people.
Chen Yu shrugged and said helplessly. He was the one who acted aggressive with me first, you can't blame me.
My principle in life has always been that I will not offend others unless they offend me.
Bai Qingyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and glanced at Chen Yu with extremely charming eyes.
Chapter 64 Upgrade Reward, Shopping Mall.
The two had only met once before, and after what happened just now, their relationship became much closer.
Now that my sovereignty has been declared, I will withdraw first.
Chen Yu still had his own things to do, and since he had already helped, there was naturally no need for him to stay.
Are you in such a hurry to leave? Bai Qingyu pouted angrily. He looked like an angry child.
Why, are you going to make the fake play real? Chen Yu crossed his arms in front of him, looking frightened. Little girls like handsome and humorous boys, and Chen Yu has both of these qualities.
Another diamond bachelor.
Bai Qingyu naturally developed a liking for him.
Tisk.
Bai Qingyu rolled his eyes. You're so beautiful.
I'm the school beauty, and the people chasing after me can line up from the Imperial City to the Magic City. I would cherish you? Stop being narcissistic.
She said so, but her body was honest as she leaned slightly against Chen Yu. The two of them spoke in whispers, and Bai Jianhao and Deng Xiujie did not hear them. All they saw was Chen Yu and Bai Qingyu whispering to each other in a very intimate manner.
I felt relieved. In their minds, Bai Qingyu has always been unreliable.
This time, she quietly brought them a rich son-in-law, which greatly changed their opinion of Bai Qingyu.
Xiaoyu, I didn't finish what I was saying just now. What are you doing now?
The couple were very curious about how big Chen Yu's assets were that allowed him to squander them like this.
A 46 million car, a 20 million watch, several million cell phones, plus a house.
The real estate is worth hundreds of millions. Moreover, for a young man like Chen Yu, it is obviously impossible for him to have only one car.
Uncle and aunt, I'm in the pharmaceutical business, and Han Yun Group is my business.
Chen Yu talked about the Han Yun Group that he had just acquired, which opened a hotel and a racing track, but it was not enough to support his expenses. In order to avoid being questioned, he could only talk about the relatively mysterious pharmaceutical industry. After all, the cost of medicine is confidential. Outsiders may make some guesses, but it is impossible to know clearly. As expected, she is young and promising.
My daughter has good taste. Bai Jianhao couldn't help but admire. Han Yun Group is also somewhat famous in the imperial capital, and the pharmaceutical industry is a high-end industry. This is something that ordinary businessmen cannot do, and this makes Bai Jianhao and his wife very satisfied. Xiaoyu, stay for lunch. Auntie will make you something delicious.
Just now, Deng Xiujie looked at Chen Tian and liked him very much, but when compared with Chen Yu, he was like heaven and earth.
He is inferior to Chen Yu in every way.
Chen Yu was in a dilemma and looked to Bai Qingyu for help. He just came to help, and Chen Yu couldn't stand the inexplicable pace of becoming a regular employee. He also likes beautiful women, but this is indeed a bit too fast.
Mom, Chen Yu.
Bai Qingyu also knew that Chen Yu was just someone she asked for help, and being able to deal with Chen Tian was already a great help.
It would be a bit bad to expect more. She was about to speak and say that Chen Yu had something else to do and was about to leave. Chen Yu spoke first and said, "Thank you very much, Auntie. I also want to try your cooking skills." Bai Qingyu was confused and didn't understand what Chen Yu was going to do. He clearly looked like he wanted to leave, so why did he suddenly agree? Chen Yu was also helpless.
He was about to leave, but just now, a random task from the system appeared.
Bite. Random task, do you want to help others to the end?
Option 1, follow your heart, leave decisively, and get the title of Good Youth. But
Option 2, help Bai Qingyu and his family to the end and spend 8 hours together. You will receive a Koenigsegg Phantom and the Master Level Treasure Appraisal Technique. Is there any need to choose? For Chen Yu, a hacker, what could be more important than completing system tasks? Especially when you are about to upgrade.
Of course, he decisively chose the second option.
Hey, what do you mean?
Bai Qingyu pouted, feeling that she had been fooled by Chen Yu.
In the last second, he was looking at me with a look of help, and in the next second, he betrayed me. Although she didn't really want Chen Yu to leave, she felt very unhappy about being tricked. Chen Yu was just about to make up an excuse to get away with it.
At this time, the system prompt sounded again.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host, you have successfully reached level 2. Upgrade rewards are Imperial Capital Fuse Grassland 100% holding, Mastery Level, Martial Arts. I knew the system upgrade rewards wouldn't be too bad.
Seeing the upgrade reward, Chen Yu was ecstatic. Compared with this upgrade reward, the previous rewards are just small fry. Chen Yu had thought that the upgrade rewards would be very generous.
But he never expected that the system would be so generous as to give him a shopping mall.
Or wholly owned.
As for that mastery level martial arts, although Chen Yu didn't know what it was specifically, he thought it must be extraordinary.
Quickly click on the character attribute panel. Chen Yu couldn't wait to see how the system would be different after it was upgraded to level 2. Life winner system. Host information. Name, Chen Yu. Age, 23.
Wealth, 1,012,603,020 renminbi.
Level, LV2. Blessing, 20 yuan second. Experience, 9,998 10 million.
Industries, Tianhao Hotel, Chunjiang Private Club, Panshan Racetrack, Hanyun Group, Daitafuse Fankati Shopping Center. Skills, dancer of all dance types master level, cooking skills god level, driving skills god level, medical skills god level, martial arts skills proficient level. Vehicles, Porsche 718 Cayman, Hennessy Duran, Koenigsegg Phantom.
Achievement, Kitchen Master 3-4.
Note, level 2 privilege, can change random tasks and item rewards. It will not too much.
Chen Yu couldn't help laughing. Happiness comes too suddenly. What are you grinning about?
Seeing Chen Yu suddenly grinning, Bai Qingyu frowned slightly and asked in confusion.
Would. Bai Qingyu, why are you so beautiful?
Chen Yu was so happy that he grabbed Bai Qingyu and kissed her on the lips.
Bai Qingyu was stunned and his eyes widened. Her pretty face flushed. I'm going to kill you. This is my first kiss.
Bai Qingyu was so ashamed and angry that she rained her fists down on Chen Yu's chest.
Cough, cough, cough.
Deng Xiaojie coughed dryly. Xiaoyu, you and Qingyu play in the living room for a while, your uncle and I will go cook. Regardless of whether Bai Jianhao was happy or not, Deng Xiaojie pulled him towards the kitchen.
Wife, that boy is really brave.
He dared to kiss my daughter in front of us.
This is terrible.
After all, she is his own little cotton padded jacket, and Bai Jianhao feels very uncomfortable at this moment.
Hey, you still have the nerve to say that to Xiaoyu? When you were pursuing me, you were even bolder than him. Why, now that it's your girl's turn, you're not happy about it? When you kissed me, why didn't you think about whether my dad was happy?
Bai Jianhao was unhappy to see that his wife was siding with outsiders. I say, Qingyu is our daughter, and now that boy has taken advantage of her, why are you still speaking for him?
Are you my biological mother?
Deng Xiaojie curled her lips and said, we are a couple, what's wrong with a kiss?
I'm hoping Qingyu will bring me a grandson so I can play with him. Bai Jianhao. It's confirmed. You are the biological mother. Otherwise, you wouldn't be cheating your daughter like this. Chapter 65 Mother-in-law meets son-in-law.
Deng Xiaojie laughed and scolded, how did I cheat my daughter?
Such a good son-in-law, you want to let him go?
Bai Jianhao stopped talking. Naturally, he was reluctant to let go of Chen Yu, such a good son-in-law. He has achieved so much at such a young age, and he started from scratch.
No matter how you look at this kind of people, they are the best among men.
There is still a lot of time left, and there is no guarantee how far he can go. Perhaps, one day in the future, he will be able to be compared with the 8 heroes of the imperial capital. The couple stopped talking, and from the kitchen came the crisp sound of pots and pans colliding. In the living room, Chen Yu and Bai Qingyu sat side by side on the sofa.
Hey, I say, you're not going to make this real, are you? Bai Qingyu looked at Chen Yu cautiously with a wary look.
Chen Yu glared at her unhappily.
I'm overthinking you. I'm not very interested in little girls.
Bai Qingyu was not convinced. He held his head high and came close to Chen Yu.
What's smaller? What's smaller? Come on, tell me, what's smaller? Chen Yu.
He really had nothing to say for the moment. The front was at least a D cup, and the back was also very perky.
It can be said that Bai Qingyu is the woman with the best figure Chen Yu has ever seen.
She had a standard S-shaped body, with curves all around and full body, and even those double curves seemed to be about to burst. No, I made a mistake.
Oof.
Bai Qingyu snorted delicately, as if to say, I'm so nice, you should be happy if you can get me, don't act so ungrateful after getting such a good deal. Soon, Bai Jianhao and his wife prepared a sumptuous lunch. Just as the 4 of them were about to sit down, the doorbell rang.
Hey, Xiaojie, are you guys eating?
The door opened and a couple walked in with a young man.
Old son? Why are you here?
Bai Jianhao was stunned for a moment, then stood up and walked over with a smile. The couple who came were named Sun Jie and Zhang Wensui. The young man was their son, Sun Lin.
Hello, Uncle Bai, hello, Aunt Deng. Sun Lin looked very well behaved and greeted Bai Jianhao and his wife.
Old White, are we here at the wrong time? Sun Jie said somewhat embarrassedly. When they came, they were thinking about having a meal with Bai Jianhao's family, but they wanted to treat them. But I didn't expect that the Bai family's dinner time was so early, and they started eating at only 11 o'clock.
Old son, isn't this being too formal? Now that you're here, why not sit down and eat together?
Bai Jianhao was just being polite, but who would have thought that Sun Jie and his family would just go along with it?
Okay, then we won't be polite.
As they talked, they sat down at the dinner table together. Deng Xiujie was a little unhappy, as this was their first time having dinner with her brother-in-law. I had been thinking about getting closer to Chen Yu during the meal, but then Sun Jie and his family arrived. It completely disrupted their plans. Lao Bai, Xingyu is about to graduate from college.
Where do you plan to let her go?
Sun Jie asked as if nothing had happened.
But how could the Bai couple not see such a targeted question?
The Sun Jie family were just their business partners and they never visited them often. But today the whole family of three came, and even a fool could see that they came for Bai Qingyu.
My daughter is grown up now, we can't control her anymore. Let's not talk about this. What's the matter with you guys coming here today?
Bai Jianhao changed the subject with just one sentence, not wanting to dwell on his daughter's issue any longer. Sun Jie seemed to be overly enthusiastic and waved his hand.
Old White, you can't think that way. Children are immature and we as parents have to take care of them.
Otherwise they will definitely get into trouble, just like my son Sun Lin, who has graduated for 4 years, if I hadn't arranged for him to join the company in advance.
Now he may become a dandy boy. Shen Yu felt funny. This couple is so interesting.
If they want to praise their son, just do it. They are beating around the bush, as if they are afraid that others will know that they are showing off.
What my old son said is absolutely true.
Sun Lin is now the general manager of the Sun Group. We both thought that in a few years we would retire, hand over sons to our son, and travel abroad.
Zhang Wensui looked at Deng Xiujie meaningfully. Xiujie, we are old friends. I really hope to travel with you too. Zhang Wensui was digging a hole, waiting for Deng Xiujie to jump in.
As long as Deng Xiujie said, then let's go together.
Zhang Wensui should definitely take this opportunity to say. Your daughter can't replace you. You definitely won't be able to spare the time then.
Then he changed the subject and promoted his own son to Bai Jianhao and his wife. This will not only allow his son to marry a beautiful wife, but also allow him to get the Bai group.
Deng Xiujie didn't hear the problem, but Bai Qingyu did see it clearly. Aunt Chang, what's the big deal?
I'll ask my husband to pay for a chartered plane and take my parents on a trip with you guys. As she spoke, she hugged Chen Yu's arm tightly and leaned on his shoulder.
She said in a tender voice, Husband, what do you think of my idea? Chen Yu. What could he say now? Say no. Unless you don't want to complete the task.
Besides, he didn't want the beautiful Bai Qingyu to be with someone else.
Men are like that when it comes to beautiful women.
The will is very firm. No matter how many there are, I will accept them all. Even if we don't get married, just being friends and watching each other every day would be a pleasure.
You are such a little genius. Chen Yu looked doting and gently pinched Bai Qingyu's pink cheek. You're annoying.
You pinched me again. Your pinching is not beautiful.
Let's see how you cry then.
Bai Qingyu's playful and cute appearance didn't seem like she had just met Chen Yu for a short time. It was as if the two had been together for a long time. Bai Qingyu's words made the Sun family frown.
He looked at Chen Yu warily. Old White, who is this?
Sun Jie had previously thought that Chen Yu was a relative of Bai Jianhao's family. But I didn't expect that it was Bai Qingyu's boyfriend. This suddenly made him nervous. The purpose of their trip was to bring their son together with Bai Qingyu.
If Chen Yaojin suddenly appears, things will become difficult. So he thought, let's find out Chen Yu's identity first.
It's my fault, Bai Jianhao smiled awkwardly, pointing at Chen Yu and said, This is my uncle Chen Yu.
Chen Yu. Can't you be a little reserved? It's only the first day I came to your house, and you've already become your son-in-law?
This is too fast. Little did they know, this is a superpower. Bai Jianhao is already very reserved. You know, just now in the kitchen, Deng Xiujie, the mother, was thinking about how to make her daughter pregnant. Only in this way can we firmly tie down Chen Yu, the rich son-in-law.
Dad, what are you talking about? We are still dating, and we haven't even started dating yet.
Who knows, if he doesn't behave well in a few days, I will kick him out and find someone better than him. Bai Qingyu blushed. She didn't expect that her father would be so anxious and would decide on Chen Yu as his son-in-law the first time they met.
Chapter 66, If the car is scratched, just buy another one? Xiaoyu, don't listen to Qingyu's nonsense. Just her? And you want to find someone better?
I hope you don't dislike her.
Don't worry, I have decided that you are my son-in-law. Bai Jianhao's words shocked everyone completely. The look was as if to say, Chenyu, thank you so much for marrying my daughter. It's a blessing for our family that she can marry you. Sun Jieka couldn't stand watching Bai Jianhao like this anymore. Old Bai, you are too unreliable as a father. Qingyu is so good, how can she marry anyone casually? If you want to marry Qingyu, then it should be someone like my son. Yes, Xiujie, in a family like ours, marriage is all about matching up. You can't just marry your daughter to someone of unknown origin. As she spoke, Zhang Wensui looked at Chen Yu.
It goes without saying who the person of unknown origin is referring to. Although Chen Yu and Bai Qingyu had not yet started dating, Deng Xiujie had made up her mind. How could she bear to see her wealthy husband being belittled?
Qingyu marrying Xiaoyu means our family is marrying up. Xiaoyu is not an ordinary person.
His outfit is worth hundreds of millions. At this time, Sun Lin, who had been silent, spoke.
Auntie, there are too many scammers in today's society. Don't be fooled by some of them.
Chen Yu just smiled slightly and said nothing.
Chen Yu was in no mood to pay attention to a clown like Sun Lin. Xiaolin, what you said is not right. Uncle and aunt are not fools. How can they not tell the real from the fake? Deng Xiujie's face darkened and she said unhappily.
If Sun Jie was not their partner, Deng Xiujie would have kicked him out long ago. Seeing that Deng Xiujie was unhappy, Zhang Wensui hurriedly pulled her son back.
Young man, since any of your clothes are worth hundreds of millions, can you please open our eyes?
Zhang Wensui has already made up her mind, no matter what Chen Yu takes out.
They insisted that it was fake or rented. Then, by adding some exaggeration, it would definitely change his image in the minds of the Bai couple.
However, at this moment, there was a sudden roar of a supercar outside. It came closer and closer and stopped in front of the Bai's manor.
Is there someone coming again? The Bai couple were a little confused. What day is it today? Is my daughter really so popular? Just when the two were hesitating whether to go and take a look, there was a sudden knock on the door. Hello, is Mr. Chen Yu here? Everyone looked at Chen Yu. The Sun family even showed a look of gloating on their faces.
The voice coming from outside the door was a female voice, and it was very sweet. Chen Yu still looked calm. He knew that the Koenigsegg Phantom rewarded by the system had arrived.
It should be the things I bought that have arrived. I'll go take a look. Chen Yu stood up and walked over. The rest of the people followed suit. What a boast! How can someone deliver food in a supercar?
Sun Lin sneered and mocked. The Sun couple looked secretly delighted. They were just thinking about how to discredit Chen Yu's image in the minds of the Bai couple.
The opportunity is here.
The door opened, and a young, beautiful, tall, and exquisitely made-up beauty appeared in front of Chen Yu. Although she is not as pretty as Bai Qingyu, she is also a high-quality beauty. Out of 100 points, Bai Qingyu could score 95 points, so the woman in front of him would have scored at least 92 points.
Hello beautiful lady, I am Chen Yu.
Chen Yu said with a gentlemanly smile. The woman took out a pair of car keys and handed them to Chen Yu, smiling sweetly.
Mr. Chen, this is the Koenigsegg Phantom you ordered from us. I brought it to you.
It's just a Koenigsegg Phantom, one unit in the world, and there are still some paperwork to be done, so I can only deliver the car to you first.
As for the formalities, I will personally deliver them to you later.
As she spoke, the woman handed Chen Yu a business card. I'm sorry for the inconvenience this has caused you, Mr. Chen, please forgive me. It's okay, the formalities are done, just contact me.
Chen Yu smiled slightly.
The woman turned and left without stopping.
She knew that a rich man like Chen Yu didn't like clingy women.
The three members of the Sun family were so shocked that they were speechless.
The market price of Koenigsegg Phantom is 100 million yuan. If you want to get it, you need more. It is not something that ordinary rich people can afford. But it is impossible for them to give up just like that. Bai Qingyu is too beautiful. She is the only daughter of the Bai family, so as long as he can match her with his son, they will be able to get the Bai family's property and a beautiful daughter-in-law. Who knows, maybe he asked someone to put on a show. How else could it be such a coincidence? When I went home with my girlfriend, I just happened to buy a luxury car?
Indeed, this makes people very suspicious. Why didn't Chen Yu buy a car earlier or later, but bought a luxury car at this time? Zhang Wensui looked at Chen Yu with a smug look on his face. He had already thought of countless ways to discredit Chen Yu.
It's simple. Qing Yu scratched my Hennessy Dragon when he came to see me this morning.
I can't drive around the streets with a scratched car, so I have to buy another one. Chen Yu is such a pretentious guy, I can give him 98 points. I didn't give him the remaining 2 points because I was afraid that he would become too proud.
What kind of logic is this? If your car is scratched, you have to buy a new one?
It's a luxury car, not a disposable item.
Chen Yu, I still underestimated you.
You are such a rich and inhumane person.
Bai Qingyu said helplessly.
Chen Yu's Hennessy Duran was scratched, but she never thought that Chen Yu would buy another one. This only shows that the rich own the world, and they really don't understand.
Humph. Sun Lin snorted coldly, saying disdainfully, "You liar, even if you pretend to be cool, can you have some common sense?
When you send your car for repair, the forest shop will give you a replacement car.
Will you buy a new car for this reason?" The Bai couple also looked at Qing Yu, wanting to hear what Qing Yu had to say.
After all, the idea of buying a new car just because it was scratched is totally subversive to their cognition.
My car is a Hennessy Duran. Is there any forest shop in China that can repair it?
Besides, I don't feel comfortable letting someone else fix it, so I had them tow it to my racetrack and fix it myself. It doesn't cost much anyway, so I feel more at ease.
Hiss.
The Bai couple gasped. Chen Yu started from scratch, and it is already amazing that he has a Hanyun group.
I didn't expect he even had a racing track. Xiao Yu, why didn't you tell me that you also have a racing track? Deng Xiujie complained.
Chen Yu smiled slightly and scratched his head awkwardly. I just bought the Panshan racing circuit for fun.
It's not really an industry, so I didn't say anything.
Oh shit. The racing track worth tens of billions was actually bought just for fun.
How fucking rich is this person? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say.
My friend, from the sound of your voice, you must be very rich.
Then I wonder if you have ever bought anything for Qing Yu? Sun Lin sneered, then looked at Bai Jianhao and his wife.
Uncle and aunt, some people nowadays are very rich, but they are reluctant to spend a penny on their girlfriends. Such men are not worth marrying.
Chapter 67 Supercar is given as a gift.
Chen Yu frowned, a thoughtful look on his face. Indeed, as a man, it is not good to be too stingy.
He came to visit Bai's manor today, but he didn't bring any gifts. Not to mention giving a gift to Bai Qingyu. There is no time at all. Today is only the second time they have met. Brother Sun Lin, you are absolutely right. If a man is unwilling to spend money on a woman, what kind of man is he?
Chen Yu looked at Bai Qingyu with a serious expression, and handed over the Koenigsegg car key he had just received.
Qingyu, I came here today, but I didn't bring any gifts.
How about this? I just picked up this Phantom. If you don't mind, I'll give it to you.
Giving away a luxury car worth more than 100 million yuan as soon as you make a move, what kind of divine thinking is this? Even the richest man in the world is not so arrogant. I thought it was cabbage? Everyone present was stunned and frightened by Qing Yu's arrogance.
They don't know that luxury cars are just like cabbages to Chen Yu. In particular, after the system is upgraded to level 2, Chen Yu can customize random item rewards.
Doesn't that mean he can get any car he wants?
Chen Yu, Sun Lin was just joking, you don't have to take it so seriously. Bai Qingyu felt that the Phantom's car keys were like they were on fire and he didn't dare to reach out to take them. Chen Yu grabbed Bai Qingyu's smooth hand that was as white as jade.
You're welcome, it's just a car face.
Besides, I'm not very interested in white cars.
It doesn't suit my temperament. Chen Yu forced the car keys onto Bai Qingyu.
The three members of the Bai family stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say. A luxury car worth more than 100 million was given to them just like that.
This is more effective than any betrothal gift or gift.
If there hadn't been someone present, Deng Xiujie would have wanted to let Chen Yu and Bai Qingyu get the certificate first.
Sun Lin sneered and started to act up again. You are too insincere. You don't take Qing Yu seriously at all. When giving a girl a gift, how can you just give her a car? Girls only like bags and cosmetics, okay?
If Deng Xiujie hadn't cared about her image, she would have kicked the three people from the Sun family away.
What bags? What cosmetics? How can you own a luxury car worth more than 100 million?
Besides, Chen Yu gave me a super luxury car without blinking an eye.
Will you be stingy with those?
Sun Lin thought that Chen Yu might be acting, so he asked someone to rent a modified Phantom.
That's why he is so arrogant. He wanted to use provocation to encourage Chen Yu to take them to the luxury store.
In this way, Chen Yu had no choice but to cheat. At that time, he tried to trick Bai Qingyu into choosing a few of the most expensive luxury items. If Chen Yu can't come up with the money, all his lies will naturally be exposed.
This is a good suggestion,
Chen Yu said with a smile. He was worried about having no excuse to spend 8 hours with the 3 members of the Bai family. Sun Lin found him a good excuse. Shopping is undoubtedly the most time-consuming thing, especially with a woman.
8 hours passed in the blink of an eye.
Chen Yu's straightforward words made Sun Lin feel uncomfortable.
He thought Chen Yu would make an excuse and refuse.
Sun Lin began to murmur in his heart.
Could it be that this guy is really a super rich man?
Impossible, there is no such person in the imperial capital.
Okay, let's go to Fu's Grassland Shopping Center.
Sun Lin sneered and looked at Chen Yu. I'll choose the place to shop, and I'll see how you can do something tricky. Sun Lin thought secretly in his heart. Chen Yu was startled, a smile appeared on his face, and he said,
Okay. We've just finished dinner, let's go shopping to help digest the food.
Just like that, a group of 7 people left the Bai family manor and came to the Fu's grass field.
Chen Yu glanced at Sun Lin and found it very interesting. He had just acquired Fang Keidi and had not yet taken it over.
This time he came here just in time to take it over.
It also saves you from having to make a special trip.
Then let's go shopping at Hermes and LV first. Girls generally like bags from these 2 brands. Sun Lin suggested this as soon as they entered the shopping mall.
Okay, let's go check it out, Chen Yu said indifferently.
The entire shopping mall belongs to him, so he can take whatever he wants wherever he goes.
Pretentious,
Sun Lin whispered.
I thought Chen Yu was just being stubborn and trying to save face while suffering. Wait a minute, I want to see how you can still pretend. Thinking this in his mind, Sun Lin took the lead and walked towards the elevator.
The 7 of them walked around and strolled all the way to Hermes.
Chen Yu looked at the time. 5 hours had passed and there were only 3 hours left to complete the task.
A faint smile appeared on his face.
Sure enough, shopping is the fastest way to kill time. Entering Hermes, Chen Yu said arrogantly. Bring me the most expensive bag in your store.
Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The store manager responded with a smile and walked towards the display case.
There are all kinds of bags there. Manager, you have to be careful. Some people may be pretending. I can't even afford it. I'm just here to entertain you,
Sun Lin said sarcastically. The store manager was startled, then smiled and said, Sir, you are such a joker. Then she turned around and went to get her bag.
Chen Yu's outfit was very ordinary, not even as good as the white-collar workers in the imperial capital.
He didn't think the Hermes store manager couldn't see it and thought she treated Chen Yu like that because of him. Manager, let me make it clear that it's not me who pays the bill, it's this guy. Sun Lin pointed at Chen Yu. Seeing this situation, the store manager has guessed the relationship between the 7 people.
Being a store manager at Hermes isn't for nothing.
She has long been a master at reading people's expressions.
Sir, I can see that.
Just now, when Chen Yu was checking the time outside the door, the store manager had already noticed the Patek Philippe on Chen Yu's wrist. Sun Lin only wears a Cartier watch. The values of the 2 are worlds apart. He could tell at a glance that Chen Yu was the richest among the 7.
I can see that you are still so confident that he can afford expensive Hermes bags? Sun Lin's face turned cold and he glared at the store manager unhappily.
The store manager is also a human being, so he won't suffer in vain. At the same time, she also realized that Sun Lin was looking for trouble with Chen Yu. He thought to himself, if you dare to mess with the rich, you are courting death. Sir, are you saying that this gentleman with a 20 million Patek Philippe watch can't afford it, but you, who wears a Cartier worth hundreds of thousands, can afford it? The store manager said sarcastically with a hint of disdain in his eyes.
Sun Lin widened his eyes and looked at the store manager in disbelief. He didn't expect this seemingly weak store manager. So tough. Don't give him any face at all. Do you still want to work here? I'm a member of your shopping mall. Do you believe that I can make you leave with just one complaint? Chapter 68. Is this also your property? At the Bai family manor, Sun Lin was very angry. Now a small store manager dares to talk to him like this. Suddenly, he became angry. Sun Lin's words left the store manager stunned. She was just hot-headed and spoke too quickly, saying those words. Now when she heard that Sun Lin was going to complain about her, she immediately panicked. It took her a long time to get to the position of store manager at Hermes. She didn't want to lose this job just like that. On one side is the super rich man, and on the other side are the members. She can't afford to offend both. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Don't worry, you won't be fired. At this time, Chen Yu suddenly spoke. Sun Lin had disliked Chen Yu for a long time and had been enduring it, but now he didn't want to endure it anymore. Anyway, my temper has already been vented, there is no point in pretending to be good. Chen Yu, who the hell do you think you are? Isn't it just some fake stuff? Do you really think you are a rich man? I'm telling you, I've seen through your scam a long time ago. The Phantom and the Patek Philippe Centennial Limited Edition are all fakes made by you. I don't believe that there is someone in the world who would give away a luxury car worth more than 100 million yuan without blinking an eye. Chen Yu sneered at Sun Lin and said slowly. You haven't seen it, which only means that your level is too low, not that it doesn't exist. You are just an ant who sits in a well and looks at the sky. Sun Lin's face turned red with anger. Manager, I'll give you one more chance. Call your manager immediately and kick this guy out. Otherwise, I would have called to complain. The store manager didn't know what to do and looked at Chen Yu for help. Chen Yu smiled and waved his hand, signaling the store manager not to be afraid, and then said, Call your manager and tell him that Chen Yu is here. No one understood what Chen Yu did. Bai Qingyu came close to Chen Yu and asked in a low voice. Do you know the manager here? I don't know him. Chen Yu said truthfully. Bai Qingyu was confused. You didn't know him, and you asked the manager to call him over. Didn't you hear it just now? Sun Lin is a member here. He has many privileges here. You want the manager here to bring security over to throw you out? Bai Qingyu was a little anxious, with a hint of complaint in his voice. Chen Yu reached out and gently pinched her pink cheek. You are not confident about your man. Bai Qingyu rolled his eyes and spat, Who is your woman? You are so shameless. As she spoke, she turned her head to the side, with two blushes on her cheeks. The store manager only noticed Bai Qingyu at this time. Before, her eyes were always on Chen Yu, and she didn't look at Bai Qingyu behind Chen Yu. Seeing Bai Qingyu at this moment, she unconsciously clamped her legs together. This is so beautiful. She is a woman, so you can't imagine what the reaction would be when a man sees her. Sure enough, beautiful women are only worthy of being owned by the rich. The store manager took out his cell phone and prepared to call the manager. At this time, she, a small store manager, could no longer solve the problem. It's up to the manager to handle it. But she was a little surprised by what Chen Yu had just said. Just an hour ago, the leadership team of the shopping mall. A notice has just been issued that the owner of the shopping mall has been replaced. Their new boss is called Chen Yu. The store manager looked at Chen Yu curiously, feeling that his idea was a bit outrageous. To acquire this place, it would take at least tens of billions of funds, but the handsome guy in front of me is only in his 20s. How could one possibly come up with so much money to acquire this place? However, the store manager couldn't help but fantasize that it would be nice to have such a handsome boss. Thinking of this, the store manager called the manager. Manager, there's a problem at Hermes. A man named Chen Yu wants to see you. The manager on the other end of the phone initially had an indifferent tone. As soon as he heard Chen Yu's name, he immediately said excitedly. What did you say? Mr. Chen is in Hermes? Be well first and entertain Mr. Chen. I'll be there right away. General Manager. The Hermes store manager was just about to say that this Mr. Chen Yu was just a young man. But when the words came to her lips, she took them back. In her subconscious, she still hoped that the handsome man in front of her was the boss Chen Yu. What do you mean? Sun Lin said arrogantly, his nostrils almost pointing to the sky. He looked extremely arrogant. Our manager will be here soon. The store manager said calmly. She really doesn't like Sun Lin, that arrogant guy. She felt that Sun Lin was too arrogant.
Chen, I advise you to get out of here right away, otherwise when the manager comes, you'll be kicked out. Sun Lin's expression was full of pride, and he looked at Chen jokingly. I didn't say it just now, but I actually know the manager here.
What?
Bai Qingyu and the store manager exclaimed at the same time.
They don't want Chen Yu to get hurt. Ha 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 ha.
Sun Lin laughed triumphantly.
What do you think, Chen Yu? Are you still going to act cool in front of me? Is your heart already trembling?
Sun Lin's face was full of pride, and he turned to look at Bai Qingyu.
Qingyu, just wait and see.
When the manager here comes, I will expose this liar's true colors. As soon as Sun Lin finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a black suit walked over quickly. Seeing the person coming, Sun Lin showed a bright smile on his face. He looked at Qingyu and Bai Qingyu's family with pride, as if showing off, and said, That's Wang Youfu, the general manager of Fuse Fankaidy Shopping Center. He and I are buddies, and we have a very deep relationship.
Wang Youfu walked over quickly, and Sun Lin hurriedly greeted him with a smile.
But the smile on his face soon froze. Wang Youfu didn't even look at him, but pushed him away and walked straight towards Chen Yu.
Everyone was stunned, not understanding Wang Youfu's approach. Xiujia, do you see how big my son's face is?
Even the manager of Fankaidy Shopping Center wants to curry favor with my son, and as soon as he arrives, he will deal with that liar Chen Yu.
It's not too late for you to regret now. Let your daughter separate from that liar as soon as possible. Zhang Wensui was arrogant and looked very complacent. But Deng Xiujia looked at her as if she was a fool.
The person who called just now was the store manager, and she only said Chen Yu's name.
There was no mention of Sun Lin at all. How did the manager of Fankaidy know he was there? Mr. Chen, why didn't you inform me in advance of your visit so that I could prepare and hold a welcome party to welcome you? Wang Youfu walked quickly to Chen Yu and said in a flattering manner.
Sun Lin and his mother Zhang Wensui were stunned on the spot. Bai Qingyu's family also opened their mouths wide, looking incredulous.
When Wang Youfu walked quickly towards Chen Yu, they thought that Chen Yu and Wang Youfu might know each other. Otherwise, Chen Yu would not be so confident and ask the store manager to call Wang Youfu over. But they never expected that Wang Youfu actually called Chen Yu boss. Wang Youfu was already the general manager, and his name is Mr. Chen Yu. There is only one possibility, Chen Yu is the owner of Fankaidy Shopping Center. Is this also your property? Bai Qingyu swallowed and asked tentatively. Chapter 69 Apologize immediately. Chen Yu nodded and said, Yes, this is also one of my businesses. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yu felt a pain in his arm. Bai Qingyu's smooth little hands were already caressing his arms. Didn't you say that you are the boss of Hanyun Group? How did you become the boss of Fuse Grassland again? Bai Qingyu pouted angrily like a little wife and questioned Chen Yu. Can't I have two properties? Chen Yu gently held Bai Qingyu's small hand that was pinching his arm. Said with a smile. At this moment, Chen Yu suddenly saw from the corner of his eye that Sun Lin's family was trying to escape. He smiled and shouted. Brother Sun Lin, where are you going? Didn't you say that you wanted Wang Youfu to ask the security guards to throw me out? What? Now that he's here, you're leaving again? Did your conscience suddenly come to your senses? Or did you feel it was too shameful to stay? The Sun Lin family stopped, their faces full of embarrassment. I wanted to fight back, but I didn't know what to say. If they knew that Chen Yu was the owner of Fankaidy Shopping Center, they would not dare to say those words to Chen Yu even if they were given 10 times the courage. You are from the Sun Group? Only then did Wang Youfu see Sun Lin's family. He frowned and glared at the three of them. You just said that you wanted me to call security to drive my boss away? Wang Youfu was very rude and spoke in a harsh tone. This concerns his future. If Chen Yu believed Sun Lin's words and mistakenly thought that he was related to the Sun family. Even if I don't say anything now, I will find a way to deal with him later. You must come over and apologize to Mr. Chen immediately, otherwise, Parkview Green Shopping Center will unilaterally cancel all cooperation with Suns. This reversal is so exciting. A few minutes ago, Sun Lin and his mother were still shouting and clamoring. In just a few minutes, the situation changed dramatically. Mr. Wang, this is just a misunderstanding, it's not that serious. When he heard that the cooperation was going to be terminated, Sun Jie suddenly panicked and hurried back. The Sun Group's largest client is Fankaidy Shopping Center. Once the shopping mall unilaterally terminate the cooperation. What the Sun Group is facing is bankruptcy. Misunderstanding? The security guards are about to throw Mr. Chen out. How could it be a simple misunderstanding?
Now, apologize to Mr. Chen immediately.
Wang Youfu said angrily with a bad look on his face. He was slapping Sun Lin in the face.
Previously, Sun Lin was still talking about how close his relationship with Wang Youfu was.
Now, they are not even given a way out.
Sun Lin, come here and apologize to Mr. Chen.
Sun Jie's face darkened and he growled.
For the sake of the company, he had no choice but to let his son bow his head.
Dad, I'm not apologizing. Isn't he just the owner of a shopping mall? What's so great about that? We are the supplier, he should be the one asking us for help. Bang!
Sun Jie slapped Sun Lin in the face. Sun Lin is in charge of transactions with small companies at the Sun Group. So, in his impression, dealers have to bow to suppliers.
But shopping malls are not soft persimmons. Countless suppliers are lining up to cooperate with them. Apologize to Mr. Chen.
Sun Jie said again with a gloomy face.
I would rather die than apologize to him. I did nothing wrong. Sun Lin shouted and turned away.
He didn't care at all about how much damage his actions would bring to his own company. Seeing his son like this, Sun Jie had no choice but to come to Chen Yu and bow deeply.
Mr. Chen, I am a poor parent. I apologize to you here. Please forgive us, this is all our fault. Sun Jie's attitude was sincere, but there were other emotions in his eyes.
Chen Yu waved his hand casually without saying anything.
Instead, he looked at Bai Qingyu and said, if you like anything in the future, just come and get it.
Compared with the system task rewards brought to him by Bai Qingyu's family, these things in the shopping mall are not worth mentioning. Sun Jie stood by, his face turning pale and blue, feeling extremely embarrassed, but he finally pulled Zhang Wensui away from the shopping mall. But as he left, he glared at Chen Yu fiercely. The three members of the Sun family left.
The happiest person among the crowd was the store manager of Hermes.
She never dreamed that the new boss would be such a handsome and rich man. If it weren't for her modesty, she really wanted to pounce on Chen Yu on the spot, force herself on him, and make the matter a fait accompli.
Of course she could only think about it. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Chen Yu and Bai Qingyu are a couple. So she could only stand back. Madam, this is the black gold VIP card of Fankaidi Shopping Center. Please keep it.
With this card, you can buy anything for free at Fankaidi Shopping Center.
Wang Youfu took out a black card and handed it to Bai Qingyu. What? I'm not.
Bai Qingyu's pretty face turned red instantly. He looked at Chen Yu for help, wanting him to say something. At this time, Deng Xiujie reached out to take the black gold VIP card from Wang Youfu and complained.
What do you mean? Xiao Yu is such a good boyfriend, why don't you hurry up and do what you want?
Anyway, I have decided that Xiao Yu will be my son-in-law.
Manager Wang, thank you so much.
Deng Xiujie politely thanked Wang Youfu. Deng Xiujie is the boss's future mother-in-law.
Wang Youfu dared not be so arrogant, and quickly said modestly. Ma'am, you are so kind. This is what I should do. Don't be so polite with me.
Chen Yu also said with a smile.
Well, thanks.
Bai Qingyu lowered her head shyly. Chen Yu accompanied the three members of the Bai family and took a walk around the shopping mall. Although they had the black gold shopping card and could shop for free, they only took one item each. Bai Qingyu and her daughter each took a Hermes bag and a Chanel bag. Bai Jianhao chose a Longines watch. Bai Qingyu selected a set of casual wear from Carlton for Chen Yu.
It looks high-end but not high-profile. Chen Yu, after walking around, I found some problems.
After walking out of the shopping mall, Bai Qingyu hesitated for a moment, but still expressed his thoughts.
What's wrong? Chen Yu asked puzzledly.
Bai Qingyu lowered his head and organized his words, then said slowly. Although there are all kinds of high-end domestic and foreign brands in Fankaidi Shopping Center, the order is very chaotic.
Many niche brands and high-end brands are piled together.
It gives people a messy feeling and makes customers mistakenly think that the area is full of niche brands, thus losing customers.
Chen Yu looked Bai Qingyu up and down and came up with a bold idea. Qingyu, are you graduating soon? Chen Yu asked. Yes, I am currently defending my graduation thesis. After I finish it, I won't have to go to school anymore. Why are you asking me this suddenly?
Bai Qingyu frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Then she thought of a possibility, and the scene when Chen Yu proposed to her emerged in her mind.
Hee hee. Chen Yu laughed evilly and said, "Do you want to be a rich and beautiful girl?" Bai Qingyu was startled, thinking to herself, could it be that he really wants to propose to me? He wants to marry me? Ahem.
Bai Qingyu coughed twice and said reservedly,
I am now. Chen Yu. The kind that is next level.
Bai Qingyu still didn't understand, but Deng Xiaojie guessed what Chen Yu was thinking. Silly girl, Xiaoyu wants you to help him manage the shopping mall.
Ah.
Bai Qingyu's pretty face suddenly turned red.
I feel so embarrassed. Why did I think of proposing to you? Bai Qingyu quickly returned to normal, pretending to be incredulous, and said, when others are still worried about finding a job, I will become a CEO? Chen Yu, do you really want me to help you manage the shopping mall? Chapter 70 Company Registration.
Of course.
Chen Yu gave her an affirmative answer.
At this moment, Bai Qingyu was so moved that he wanted to cry, but he still felt a little lost in his heart.
Okay, since you trust me so much, I won't be hypocritical.
Bai Qingyu agreed readily. Until now, she still doesn't have Chen Yu's contact information. She wanted to build a connection with Chen Yu through this relationship. Otherwise, she didn't know what identity to use to contact Chen Yu in the future. After seeing Chen Yu's excellence, ordinary people are no longer in her eyes.
Chen Yu was delighted and said quickly, well, come with me to register a company. Ha!
The three members of the Bai family were stunned. Xiaoyu, Fangkaidi is already a company, there is no need to register.
Bai Jianhao reminded from the side.
Chen Yu then remembered that he had not yet told the three people from the Bai family about his background, so he smiled and said, Uncle, besides Parkview Green Shopping Center, I also have several other properties, such as Tianhao Hotel and Chunjiang Private Club, which are all my properties.
Hiss.
Even Bai Jianhao, who was used to many storms, took a breath of cold air at this moment. Chen Yu is not even 30 years old, if he is just the boss of Han Yun Group. This is acceptable, which shows that Chen Yu is young and promising. But now, there is not only a meadow, but also a super 5-star hotel and a private club that is famous in the entire imperial capital.
This is not simply about achieving success at a young age. Xiaoyu, do you have time recently? Deng Xiaojie grabbed Chen Yu. It shouldn't be a problem.
Chen Yu replied doubtfully.
Xiaoyu, this is what Auntie thinks. It's better to get married sooner rather than later. Let's just do it now, let's get it done in the next few days. Chen Yu. Bai Qingyu, Mom, what are you talking about?
Then she lowered her head shyly, her pretty face flushed. She had already fallen in love with Chen Yu, but it still felt like it was happening too fast. Besides, even though Chen Yu is so outstanding, he may not necessarily be interested in her.
Auntie, that's a bit hasty. Let's wait a while. Chen Yu said awkwardly. He and Bai Qingyu were just pretending to be a couple and were just talking about marriage. Deng Xiaojie smiled and said jokingly, Auntie was just joking with you. Look how scared you are.
You and Xingyu are still young and at the age of striving hard.
How can I let my family restrict my hands and feet?
As he said this, he winked at Bai Jianhao.
Xiaoyu, your uncle, and I will not disturb you. We will leave first. Deng Xiaojie pulled Bai Jianhao and was about to leave.
But after walking a few steps, he stopped again, turned around and said, Xingyu, your father and I have been discussing the possibility of having a second child for a long time.
You've grown up now. Find a place to stay by yourself tonight and don't go back to disturb us. What's the meaning? Bai Qingyu was confused. Was she going to be kicked out? Mom, you can't do this.
Bai Qingyu said helplessly.
But Bai Jianhao and his wife ignored her and left.
Finally, only one sentence was left.
Xingyu, Mom can only help you up to this point. The meaning is very clear, whether you can defeat Xingyu depends on you. I created the innate conditions for you.
Bai Qingyu was so embarrassed that her pretty face turned red. She felt so embarrassed. He hurriedly lowered his head and walked towards the phantom, opened the door and sat in the passenger seat.
Looking at the shy Bai Qingyu, Chen Yu smiled slightly.
Bai Qingyu was so heroic when she was riding a motorcycle, but now she looks like a beautiful girl next door, so cute.
In front of the company registration window. Hello, I want to register a company. Chen Yu handed the information to the staff and said with a smile.
But the staff was very indifferent and just threw a form at me.
Follow the instructions above, fill it out completely, and give it to me.
Chen Yu was stunned, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly, but he didn't say much. Instead, he picked up the form and walked aside.
It only took Chen Yu a few minutes to fill out the form under by Chen Yu's guidance. Are you blind?
But as soon as Chen Yu handed the form he had filled out carefully to the staff, he was verbally abused.
Fill it out again.
The staff member looked at Chen Yu with disdain and threw the form back to Chen Yu. Chen Yu was not without temper, but the bad attitude of the staff just now made Chen Yu unhappy. Now it happened again, and it immediately became popular.
Come on, tell me, where did I go wrong?
Bai Qingyu had just taught him how to fill it out step by step. How could he have filled it out wrong? Bai Qingyu, who was standing by, saw that something was wrong and hurried over to apologize and said,
Sorry, let's go back and check again.
Come, I'll tell you where you made a mistake. The staff member snatched the list from Chen Yu's hand. He said loudly, You filled in 1 billion for the registered capital. What were you thinking? I think you are not here to register a company, but to make fun of me.
Do you know?
Even the two giants, Mr. Ma, didn't dare to fill in the registered capital like this. Indeed, the registered capital is generally in the tens of millions, and for some real estate groups, a few hundred million is already a lot.
Chen Yu actually filled in 1 billion.
Bai Qingyu pinched his temple speechlessly. She didn't pay attention for a moment, and Chen Yu made such a joke. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, we wrote 2 extra zeros. Bai Qingyu hurried forward to apologize. Other bosses who came to register their companies around him all made mocking remarks.
Oh, we really thought there was an amazing new business talent in the country. So he's just a fool who doesn't know how to count. Don't say that. 10 million is not a small amount of money. It's impressive that someone can borrow it from a bank. But someone like him who can't even count with zeros will lose everything even if he becomes a boss. Listening to the discussions around them, the staff sneered. He glanced at Chen Yu sarcastically, then sat down and ignored him. Chen Yu's face became increasingly gloomy.
At this time, another staff member next to him looked at Chen Yu with a smile and said, Handsome guy, come over here and I'll teach you how to do it.
Thank you. Chen Yu held back and didn't get angry. Take the form and go to another processing window.
This registered capital refers to the funds you need to deposit into the company account now. The normal amount is tens of millions. The staff member explained patiently.
But I just want to register 1 billion.
Chen Yu knew that it was useless to say more, so he took out his mobile phone and showed the bank card balance information to the employee.
The onlookers nearby also came over.
Hiss.
Everyone gasped. Even Bai Qingyu didn't expect that Chen Yu's bank card balance would be more than 2 billion. The balance is 103,086,5210.
Those bosses who had just mocked Chen Yu all lowered their heads in shame.
The expression was so embarrassing.
Fortunately, the floor was tiled. If it were soil, they would have to dig a hole and bury themselves. The snobbish staff member regretted it so much that his intestines turned green.
They have task targets when they work here. This order from Chen Yu alone is enough to cover their annual sales.
Originally, the order should have been his, but because of his attitude, he gave it to someone else. He was just mocking in his heart, calling his colleague stupid.
But the clown is himself. I can only watch helplessly.
At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself hard a few times.
Chapter 71, Imperial Building, Floor 399.
Sir, I'm really sorry for what happened just now.
Could you please not complain to me?
Seeing that Chen Yu had completed the registration, the snobbish staff member dared to come to Chen Yu and said pitifully.
Chen Yu glanced at him expressionlessly.
Although Chen Yu didn't like this kind of snobbish person, he wasn't so bored as to complain about him just because of this matter.
Chen Yu waved his hand, ready to deal with it casually. But at this moment, bite.
The system prompt sounded in his mind.
Random task, do you want to teach him a lesson?
Option 1, ignore it, get up and leave, and get the title of High Morality, but. Option 2, use the correct values to teach him how to be a good person and let him know what is right and wrong. You will receive the mastery level, reading moods, skill and a physical reward of your choice.
Here comes a new task. Chen Yu was delighted and felt that today was his lucky day. 2 random tasks and a system upgrade. Ahem.
Chen Yu withdrew his hand, coughed twice, looked at the staff member, and said seriously.
Don't worry, I won't complain about you. But you must remember what happened today and take it as a warning in the future. You must always remember that you are an official staff member serving the public. You are not a high-ranking boss, so you have nothing to be proud of, understand? Thank you so much. I will remember your words and take them as a warning in the future.
When the staff member heard Chen Yu say he would not complain, he was deeply moved.
Mr. Chen, I apologize to you for what I just did.
From now on, no matter who they are, I will treat them with the same attitude. Chen Yu nodded with satisfaction.
It's good that you have this awareness. I believe you will change in the future. Without saying anything more, Chen Yu pulled Bai Qingyu away.
As soon as he came outside, Bai Qingyu looked at Chen Yu with appreciation and said,
"Not bad.
His values are very positive.
He can forgive others generously even when they ridicule him. I'm sure you'll be a great boss."
Then she nodded with satisfaction and added in her heart, "He will definitely be a good husband, but I don't know if his kidneys are healthy.
As long as it's not a silver wax spearhead. Mu ma. Bai Qingyu is YY.
Chen Yu hugged her and kissed her on the forehead excitedly.
"Qingyu, you are really my lucky star. You may not even imagine how much good luck you have brought me today. I've decided. From now on, you will be my housekeeper, the kind that takes care of everything. Why are you so impatient? Can't we kiss each other again when we get home?"
Bai Qingyu's pretty face flushed and she shyly pushed Chen Yu away.
She didn't believe what Chen Yu said. What good luck? Have they done nothing else today except registering the company? A man's mouth is a lie. If you want to take advantage of me, just say so. You're lying. Do you think I'm stupid?
Bai Qingyu said unhappily. Then she rolled her eyes and said jokingly,
"You want me to take care of everything. Do you want me to take care of having children with you?
That's a nice thought, but don't let your imagination run wild thinking that my parents have chosen you. It's not easy to be Bai Qingyu's husband."
After completing 2 random system tasks, Chen Yu was in a good mood and joked. "You are such a domineering person. I've made you the boss's wife, and you still don't want me to think about it? Tisk."
Bai Qingyu rolled his eyes.
"You clearly want me to be your laborer, and you say it so nicely.
If you have the guts, go get the certificate from me right now, and I'll go back and stick it up so you can enjoy it."
Chen Yu was speechless and gave in.
I quickly changed the subject and asked,
"The company has been registered, what should I do next?" Bai Qingyu found out when talking with Chen Yu on the way here. Registering a company was just something Chen Yu thought of on a whim, and he hadn't even chosen the address for the head office.
So he took the opportunity to retaliate, stretched out his slender index finger and poked Chen Yu's forehead twice, saying unhappily,
"You are such a heartless boss. Of course I choose the company address."
Bai Qingyu thought that Chen Yu, who was not prepared at all, would be in trouble. Unexpectedly, there was not even a trace of embarrassment on Chen Yu's face. Instead, he smiled and asked,
"Qingyu, where do you most want to work?"
Bai Qingyu thought about it and deliberately asked,
"I want to work on the 399th floor of the Imperial Capitol building. Can you accommodate me?"
As he spoke, Bai Qingyu laughed with glee.
"Boss Chen, aren't you capable? If you are capable, then satisfy me."
As he said this, he playfully hooked Chen Yu's chin with his finger. As if to say, "See if you dare to bully me again."
The Imperial Capitol building is the highest building in the country with 405 floors. It ranks 3rd in height in the country. Working on the 399th floor is like working in heaven.
Bai Qingyu was deliberately making things difficult for Chen Yu. Not to mention the Imperial Capitol building, the higher the floor, the more expensive the rent. Even if Chen Yu is rich, the floors above 300 are not rented out.
Chen Yu has money but doesn't know who to give it to. Let's go to the Imperial Capitol building. Unexpectedly, Chen Yu didn't even hesitate and pulled Bai Qingyu towards the phantom. "Don't. I was just kidding." Bai Qingyu quickly pulled Chen Yu and explained. "The 399th floor of the Imperial Capitol building. Even the 8 great men of the Imperial Capital cannot take that place. Let's not dream about that." But Chen Yu smiled complacently and said, "How do you know it won't work if you don't try? What if your dream comes true? Just because others can't do it doesn't mean you can't do it."
His life is full of twists and turns, and you can't judge him by common sense.
Customized physical reward, permanent ownership of the 399th floor of the Imperial Capitol building. If you are starting a company, open it in the coolest place. Chen Yu decisively used up the random task reward. In front of the Imperial Capitol building. Chen Yu, I beg you, let's go. I really just said that casually. Working in room 399 of the Imperial Capitol building is too luxurious and not cost-effective. Let's choose some other place. Bai Qingyu was really afraid of Chen Yu. She didn't expect Chen Yu to be so stubborn. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have made that joke. If I can't even satisfy this little request of yours, how can I be your boss in the future? How can I satisfy your extra physiological needs? Bah! Work needs. As he was speaking, Chen Yu's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from an unfamiliar number. The efficiency of the system is really amazing. Chen Yu showed a satisfied smile. He was already used to this kind of strange calls and answered the call skillfully. Hello, I'm Chen Yu. Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm from Dehua Real Estate. The property ownership certificate for the 399th floor of the Imperial Capitol building you purchased has been processed. If you have time, come and get it. If you don't have time, we can deliver it to you. Chen Yu glanced at Bai Qingyu, wanting to give her a surprise. Then he walked aside and whispered. Chapter 72 Chen Yu's bottom line. I was at the entrance of the building, wearing a black casual outfit. Come over here now. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll be right over now. Please wait a moment. Can I go up there and take a look first? Chen Yu asked curiously. Of course you can, Mr. Chen. It's your property, so you can go and see it at will. Well, come find me upstairs. I want to go take a look first. Let's go to the 399th floor now and take a look at your future office. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yu took Bai Qingyu and walked towards the Imperial Capitol building. Bai Qingyu was stunned, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Chen Yu, you're not serious, are you? That's the 399th floor of the Imperial Capitol building. You can't rent it just because you have money. Stop playing, let's go. Who said we should rent it? I'm already buying the 399th floor. As they were talking, the two of them had already entered the building. Bai Qingyu. Brother, I know you're awesome, can we go home and make trouble? You can do whatever you want at most. This is really not a place to joke around. Others will laugh at you. Bai Qingyu didn't want the man she loved to become a laughingstock of others. Even if there was a joke, she was the only one who could make fun of Chen Yu. Is the imagination of poor people so powerful now? They even dare to think about buying the 399th floor. They are really boastful. Just then, a burst of mocking voices suddenly came from behind them. A middle-aged man walked over from not far away. Poor bastard, stop dreaming. This beautiful lady is right. The Imperial Capitol building is not open to just anyone. Get lost now. It's such a waste for such a good girl to follow you. Bai Qingyu's face darkened and he looked at the middle-aged man. He was about 45 or 46 years old, wearing a gray suit, a slicked back hair, a gold chain around his neck, and a Rolex on his wrist, which was also shiny and gold, and very high profile. What did you say just now? Say it again? Bai Qingyu said coldly. She, Bai Qingyu, can only speak about her man herself, no one else can say it. The middle-aged man misunderstood Bai Qingyu's meaning and thought that he saw that Bai Qingyu was rich and wanted to chat with him. Beauty, it's really unfair for you to follow such a loser. Come with me, I'll buy you a villa and a luxury car. As long as you can serve me well, I will give you another million pocket money every month. Get out. Chen Yu's face suddenly turned gloomy and he shouted coldly. He can tolerate others talking about him, but he will never allow anyone to insult his relatives or friends. Poor bastard, how dare you tell me to get out? Do you believe that I can give you an accident in a minute? Heh, Chen Yu sneered, I don't know if you can make me have an accident, but I'm going to make you have an accident now. Having said that, Chen Yu was about to teach the middle-aged man who spoke rudely a lesson. Bai Qingyu was quick to act and quickly grabbed Chen Yu. Although Chen Yu did this, she was very happy in her heart. But this is the Imperial Capitol International building. If we cause trouble here, the consequences will be serious. Bang! After stopping Chen Yu, Bai Qingyu slapped the middle-aged man in the face. He sneered and said, You said you were going to give me a luxury car? A villa? Do you know what my husband gave me? Although he was slapped, the middle-aged man was not angry.
Instead, he looked at Bai Qingyu even more unscrupulously. It seemed like the next moment, he was going to pounce on Bai Qingyu and attack him crazily.
The middle-aged man sneered and said disdainfully, "What can a poor bastard like him give you?"
Then he pulled up his sleeves.
"See this Rolex?
I spent 2 million on it, and this poor bastard will never be able to afford it in his lifetime."
He. Bai Qingyu sneered disdainfully.
Then she grabbed Qinyu's hand, pulled open her sleeves, and revealed the Patek Philippe worth 19.88 million.
She taunted, "Yeah, my husband can't afford a Rolex, so he can only buy a Patek Philippe."
Oh my god, that's the only one in the world, a Patek Philippe 100-year limited edition. Bai Qingyu showed Qinyu's Patek Philippe, which immediately caused an exclamation.
People coming and going stopped to take a look at this extraordinary watch. It's the only one in the world. It's so cool. Some people were so envious that they couldn't help but praise out loud. Some women were even crazier and ignored Bai Qingyu and shouted, "God, can I be your mistress? I'm 36D. How dare you embarrass yourself by showing off your 36D breasts? I am older than her, my breasts are F, and I am more juicy. God, I don't compete for your favor. I just want to warm your bed every day." The crazy screams of those women immediately attracted more onlookers. What's going on? A top young hunk showed up?
More and more people gathered around and started talking in low voices. It seems like that uncle was showing off, saying that the handsome guy was poor and could never afford a 2 million Rolex in his lifetime. Then he showed me a Patek Philippe worth 19.88 million.
That really slapped him in the face.
Passers-by felt ashamed for the middle-aged man, but he himself was shameless.
With an unfathomable look, he sneered and said, "Young people nowadays are really good at showing off. 19.88 million, why don't you say that the Phantom at the door, which costs more than 100 million, is his? How dare you bring out a high-end replica watch and embarrass yourself? Little girl, open your eyes. He is not only a poor bastard, but also a liar." The thick skin of middle-aged people really fits the saying. As long as you are not embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed.
But he didn't expect that the Koenigsegg Phantom at the door was really Qinyu's.
"That Phantom is indeed not my husband's.
It was just given to me by my husband." As she spoke, Bai Qingyu took out the Phantom's car keys from her bag and waved them in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression froze, and he had the urge to slap himself in the face. But he remained calm and composed, and looked unfathomable.
"Are you kidding me? How can a poor boy in his 20s afford a luxury car worth more than 100 million? I'm afraid what you have in your hand is not a lighter. Girl, stop dreaming. Wake up. He just said he bought the 399th floor of the Imperial Capitol building. Do you think it's possible?
If he is really rich, let him produce the property certificate for the 399th floor.
Otherwise, he's just a poor bastard."
The middle-aged man sneered in his heart. The Imperial Capitol building had just been built not long ago and it was impossible to get a property certificate.
"Uncle, you are boring now. If you don't have money, just admit it.
Don't use such despicable methods to make things difficult for others. Everyone knows that the Imperial Capitol building cannot issue a property certificate at all." The onlookers couldn't stand it anymore and started to complain about the middle-aged man.
"What if I take it out?" Qianyu looked at the middle-aged man and asked with a sneer. "Ha ha ha."
The middle-aged man laughed triumphantly.
"If you can take it out, I will kowtow to you and apologize."
The middle-aged man said, turning his gaze towards Bai Qingyu and said with a wicked smile,
"But if you can't take it out, how about letting me play with your wife for 2 days?" Chapter 73, One Sentence and One Kowtow. Qianyu's face suddenly turned gloomy.
He may not care if he is humiliated, but he will never allow his relatives and friends to be insulted.
"You are looking for death," Qianyu said coldly. "Bite."
At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Qianyu's mind. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully activated the skill of observing people's words and expressions.
Target person, Zhao Kai. Identity, boss of Hanyun Logistics Company. In an instant, Qianyu mastered the basic information of the middle-aged man.
When Qianyu obtained the skill of reading people's motions, he was confused for a while.
What kind of skill was it and what use could it have for him?
Judging from previous rewards, the system should not reward him with very low skills.
At this moment, Qianyu finally understood.
It turns out that by observing the target person's words and expressions, you can learn about the other person's identity. Currently, Chen Yu only has the proficiency level skill of observing people's words and expressions, so the information he gets is very limited.
Hello, are you Mr. Chen Yu?
While Chen Yu was in a daze, a young and beautiful female salesperson in a gray worksuit came up to him.
You've come just in time,
Chen Yu said secretly, looking up and glaring at the middle-aged man named Zhao Kai.
Yes, that's me, Chen Yu responded. Hello Mr. Chen, our manager is coming here with the property certificate for the 399th floor. If you have time, just wait a moment. He will be here in a few minutes.
If you are really in a hurry, I will take you to the 399th floor first.
Real estate certificate? What's going on?
The onlookers around were all stunned. They had never heard of anyone buying a property in the Capital International building and getting a property certificate.
Didn't they say that they couldn't get the property certificate yet? How come he has the property certificate for the 399th floor? This handsome guy is so amazing.
Not only is he rich, he's also really capable. Others couldn't get the property certificate, but he did.
This young man is definitely not an ordinary person.
If I were 10 years younger, I would definitely kneel down and suck him.
The whole audience was in an uproar and everyone was talking about it.
Some brave girls came forward with their cell phones and asked for Chen Yu's WeChat ID.
It's a pity that Bai Ching Yu's aura was too strong and scared them all back.
At this moment, Chen Yu became the focus of the whole audience. Carrying a limited edition Patek Philippe worth 19.88 million, and driving a limited edition Koenigsegg Phantom sports car worth more than 100 million. Now, we are about to obtain the property rights of the 399th floor of the Imperial Capitol building.
What is a winner in life? This is a winner in life. When everyone's attention was focused on Chen Yu, Zhao panicked and wanted to sneak away. But how could Chen Yu let him go so easily? Zhao Kai from Hangyun Logistics, where do you want to go? Chen Yu's face was gloomy and he said in a cold voice. You don't think I'll let you go so easily, do you?
Zhao Kai's face turned blue and white, and his eyes kept rolling around.
You bought the 399th floor of the Imperial Capitol International building. Is that impressive? If you have the ability, you can buy the entire building.
Zhao Kai pretended to be calm and continued.
What's the big deal about buying one floor? I'd be impressed if you could buy the whole building.
Bah, you old shameless man, you can actually swallow back what you vomited out, it's really disgusting.
I've never seen someone as disgusting as him. If the handsome guy really bought the entire building, he would definitely say something even more outrageous. The onlookers were all angry and blamed Zhao Kai.
Some people even threatened to take a video and post it online to cyberbully him.
Zhao Kai was stunned.
He stood there, not knowing whether to leave or stay. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Just now, he felt that no one knew him, and even if something really happened, it would not bring trouble to his life, so he was so arrogant.
How do you know my identity information?
Zhao Kai looked at Chen Yu puzzledly and asked.
Chen Yu sneered and said disdainfully. I don't know only your identity information, right?
I know a lot more about you, such as tax evasion and the transfer of assets behind your wife's back. Zhao Kai widened his eyes and looked at Chen Yu in disbelief.
Are you secretly investigating me? Did that fat woman of mine ask you to investigate me? Zhao Kai panicked.
If only one of the two things Chen Yu had just said was exposed, he would be finished.
Chen Yu smiled coldly and did not answer his question.
In fact, Chen Yu didn't know more about Zhao Kai. He just felt that Zhao Kai was that kind of person, so he would say that.
Unexpectedly, he guessed it right.
Zhao Kai took a deep breath and said slowly, "Little brother, I was wrong about what happened just now.
I apologize to you, okay? As long as you keep it secret, I can give you a lot of money."
Ha ha.
Chen Yu sneered and said disdainfully, "Do you think I owe you that little money?
Even your net worth of tens of millions is not enough for me to buy a car." As arrogant as Zhao Kai was just now, he is now in such a state of disgrace. He stood there blankly, like a helpless child. But no one would sympathize with him.
Then what will it take for you to let me go?
Zhao Kai was completely scared. He is nothing in front of Chen Yu. He is not qualified to negotiate terms with Chen Yu at all.
Come here and kneel down. Apologize to my woman.
Chen Yu shouted coldly, looking fierce and domineering. The women who were watching were already attracted by Chen Yu's money ability, and now they saw his domineering CEO look, they were even crazier.
So manly, no more. Me too, I can't close my legs. I can't take it anymore. Please call an ambulance for me. My nosebleed won't stop.
Not only the women who were watching, but also Bai Qingyu, who had a hot-tempered and carefree personality, fell at this moment.
An unprecedented sense of happiness enveloped her tightly.
Even if Qingyu asked her to stick her butt out now, she would do it without hesitation.
Does it have to be this way? I am a well-known figure after all. Can we both take a step back?
Zhao Kai's face was gloomy and he spoke slowly. There was a hint of pleading in the voice. After all, he is a boss and has his own dignity. Making him kneel, kowtow, and apologize in front of so many people would be more painful than killing him.
Are you qualified to negotiate with me? I'll ask you one last time, will you kneel or not?
Shen Yu's words were still sharp. As he spoke, Shen Yu took out his cell phone from his pocket. Since you value your life more than your face, I will grant your wish and let the whole world know your secret now.
I kneel. I kneel now.
Zhao Kai was really scared, and he knelt down in front of Bai Qingyu with a plop.
I'm sorry, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I am not a thing, I am a beast, please forgive me.
Zhao Kai kowtowed every time he spoke, and blood oozed from his forehead.
Chapter 74. Open your eyes and see. Go away. Shen Yu said calmly with a blank expression on his face.
Zhao Kairu was relieved and ran out crawling. He knew very well that he had no right to negotiate with Shen Yu, and he just prayed that Shen Yu would not expose his secret.
Let's go and see where you will be working from now on. Shen Yu returned to normal, with a gentle smile on his face again.
At this moment, Bai Qingyu, who was wearing a black tight leather jacket and had a hot body, put her arms around Shen Yu's neck and offered her sweet lips to him.
Like a dragonfly skimming the water, it disappears in an instant.
Even so, Shen Yu still felt a warmth on his lips.
This is my first kiss, so I'll give it to you as a reward. Keep up the good work in the future. Having said that, Bai Qingyu walked straight towards the elevator. Shen Yu smiled and followed closely.
I took the high-speed elevator to the 399th floor and looked out at the clouds and mist beneath my feet.
It feels like a fairy tale dream. This made Bai Qingyu feel a little dreamy and unreal. It feels like a dream. Will I really have to work here in the future? Bai Qingyu asked doubtfully.
Until now, she still couldn't believe it, this was true.
Yes, this will be your office from now on.
You can decide how to decorate it and how to carry out your work.
I will not interfere in any way. Everything is up to you.
Bai Qingyu's eyes were sore and tears welled up in his eyes.
Shen Yu, I will never let you down. Bai Qingyu looked determined and said solemnly.
She walked slowly to the window and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, thinking to herself that doing it here for the first time was actually a good choice. Looking at the clouds and mists beneath my feet, enjoying the man I love and loving him from behind, it was truly heavenly. At this moment, a conversation was suddenly heard.
Doesn't Wu Yong want to take over the 300th floor and make it the headquarters of his company? Then I will take down the 399th floor and stand above him forever. Taller than him, more powerful than him. Master Ji, this is only you.
If it were someone else, they wouldn't even be qualified to come up and visit.
This 399th floor is the highest floor allowed to be sold in the imperial capital.
As they were talking, a man and a woman appeared in front of Chen Yu and the others. The woman was wearing a sales uniform and looked to be around 30 years old.
The man was younger, about the same age as Chen Yu.
All the clothes he wore were top luxury brands, and he looked like a wealthy man.
Who are you? Who asked you to come up here?
The saleswoman was stunned for a moment, her brows tightly furrowed.
Suddenly two people appeared. Isn't this a slap in her face? She hasn't even finished her words yet. How will the distinguished guest view her? I don't know, is it forbidden to visit here? Leave now. The saleswoman said with a gloomy face. I should be the one asking you this.
Chen Yu was also startled, his brows furrowed tightly, and his expression gradually became gloomy.
He is now the owner of the 399th floor. Why do you bring other people here to visit when you are in sales? Could it be that Dahua Real Estate, the leading real estate company in the capital, wants to sell the same house twice? That's not right. If they really wanted to do that, they should wait until I leave and then arrange for people to come up and visit. What's going on with Dahua Real Estate? Don't you say that high floors are not allowed to be viewed casually? Why is there someone here? Or is he looking at the house alone? The reason I want to rent this place is because I think it's high-end. Now anyone can come here, so what's the point of me renting it? The noble-looking young man next to the female salesperson asked with an unhappy look on his face.
His name is Ji Feng, the son of Asia's #1 mining tycoon and the eldest son of the Ji family.
Master Ji, don't be angry.
They must have been customers brought in by other salesmen. They came here by accident.
This is our mistake. We will definitely pay attention to this problem in the future.
Don't worry, I'll notify the headquarters shortly and they will deal with this matter strictly. As she spoke, the saleswoman came to Chen Yu and angrily scolded him.
How dare you two run around? The 399th floor is a super high floor that is not open to the public.
The unit price is several million per square meter.
If you damage anything while looking around, can you afford the compensation? Tell me, which salesperson took you to see the house?
I have to report this to headquarters and have her fired. The female salesperson spoke harshly, her tone sounding like she was scolding her grandchild.
Ha! Chen Yu sneered, are you sure you want to talk to me like this? The entire 399th floor belongs to me. You are now illegally trespassing on my private territory. If I call the police, what do you think will happen to you too? Chen Yu was in a very bad mood at the moment.
He was scolded by a stranger in his own home.
Who could stand this? Miss, I think you may have misunderstood. We are the owners of the 399th floor. We already bought this place. Bai Qingyu hurriedly stopped Chen Yu and tried to smooth things over with a smile. After all, the other party is an employee of Dahua Real Estate. I will be working here in the future, and I will see him every day. It is not good to have a stiff relationship with him. But the saleswoman didn't appreciate it at all. She glanced at Bai Qingyu with disdain and said disdainfully, she's pretty, but unfortunately she can't even blow a cow. Do you know what the average price of the 399th floor of the Capital International Building is? 8.88 million per square meter. The entire floor is over 2,500 square meters. Buying it all would cost more than 20 billion yuan. Just you? And you bought the whole floor? You thought you were buying cabbage? Get out! Get out! Get out! Get down quickly! Bai Qingyu's face suddenly turned gloomy. She gave the female salesperson enough face, but she was shameless. Bai Qingyu is a motorcycle girl, known for her aggressiveness in college. Her temper is much worse than Chen Yu's. Open your dog eyes and see what this is? Bai Qingyu opened the property certificate and let the female salesperson see the information of the house owner. How is this possible? The saleswoman's eyes widened in surprise, her face full of disbelief. 2 hours ago, the 399th floor was still unsold. She took Ji Feng to take a look at other floors, and the 399th floor was sold out. It was too fast. And the property certificate has come out, which is the most incredible thing for her. You are the one who should get out of here if you look down on others. Bai Qingyu took back the house deed and said in a cold voice. At this time, Ji Feng's face gradually became gloomy. He had been eyeing the 399th floor for a long time, and this time he came with determination to take it. As one of the 8 heroes of the imperial capital, his mortal enemy Wu Yong suffered a defeat here. So he was determined to obtain the lease rights for the 399th floor. Fortunately, he was one step ahead of Wu Yong. Friend. Ji Feng looked at Chen Yu with cold eyes. He was about to ask Chen Yu whether he was in cahoots with Wu Yong. Just then, another voice was heard. Brother Feng, why didn't you wait for me? I just went to the bathroom and you were gone when I came out. Ha! Chen Yu looked at the person who came in confusion. He felt that the voice sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Chapter 75 Encounter with Sun Hao. Brother Chen? Why are you here? Sure enough, when Chen Yu tilted his head to look, he saw Sun Hao trotting towards him happily. His eyes were full of confusion and surprise. I just bought this floor and plan to build a company headquarters here. Chen Yu greeted him with a smile. This scene made Ji Feng frown and take back the words he was about to say. How's he, do you know him? Ji Feng asked doubtfully. Sun Hao is the young master of Dihao Entertainment. 40% of the domestic film and entertainment companies are owned by his family. Ji Feng was very clear about these things, so in his opinion, in the entire imperial capital,
the only people who were qualified to be called brother by him were the 8 heroes of the imperial capital. But Sun Hao called Chen Yu brother, and he heard it clearly, so he became curious about Chen Yu's identity.
Of course I know him, brother Feng, this is Chen Yu, brother Chen. Sun Hao introduced Chen Yu with a smile. Then, he came to Ji Feng and whispered.
Brother Feng, brother Chen is the one that Boss Jian mentioned last time. After hearing what Sun Hao said, the boy Ji Feng had some impression.
Brother Chen, you must have remembered it wrongly.
When we went to Dahua headquarters an hour ago, the 399th floor was still unsold. Sun Hao was confused, with a lot of questions in his mind. But this place has indeed been bought by us. Bai Qingyu said with a smile, and then took out the property certificate again.
Hiss.
Sun Hao took a breath and was shocked.
Brother Jiang is honest and I am not lying. Brother Chen is indeed a man with unfathomable strength.
They spent more than 20 billion to buy a building just to set up a company headquarters here.
This is too extravagant, it's simply inhumane. Brother Chen is Brother Chen, what a generous move. Sun Hao gave Chen Yu a thumbs up. He also felt even more in awe of Chen Yu.
Spending more than 20 billion to build the company headquarters is something even his father couldn't do.
By the way, Brother Chen, let me introduce this person to you.
Sun Hao pointed at Ji Feng.
This is the son of the Asian mining king, Ji Feng. Young Master Ji.
The appearance of Sun Hao broke the deadlock and the awkward scene was resolved instantly.
It turns out to be Brother Chen Yu. I have heard of your great name before.
Jiang Chen always said that you, brother, are a low-key big man.
I really don't believe it until I see you in person. Now I believe it.
Even though Ji Feng's family had a mine, he only wanted to rent a few dozen square meters here to set up an office, but never thought of buying it. After all, the housing prices here are too outrageous, with a unit price of 8.88 million, which is beyond his affordability.
Old Chen, I heard from Boss Jian that you have a Hennessy Duran?
Ji Feng is a very outgoing person, just like his name suggests, like a madman. Once he has made up his mind about a friend, he will be sincere and never play tricks on them.
Although something unpleasant almost happened between the two of them just now.
But he just decided on Chen Yu, not for any other reason, just because Chen Yu had a Hennessy Duran. He also loves supercars and all kinds of limited edition rare luxury cars.
Yes, I do have a Hennessy Duran. Chen Yu felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he had just been at odds with Ji Feng. But in the blink of an eye, the other party called him Lao Chen. Ji Feng seemed to see through Chen Yu's thoughts, smiled innocently, and said,
Old Chen, you are someone that Boss Jiang values, which means you are my Ji Feng's friend.
We will be brothers from now on. In Kyoto, if you need my help, just say a word and I guarantee it will be helpful. That's great. I am honored to be friends with Master Ji, one of the 8 heroes.
More friends mean more paths, especially now that Chen Yu wants to build his own business empire, and that is when he needs connections even more.
In that case,
Ji Feng suddenly changed the subject and said with a wicked smile,
then lend me your Hennessy for 2 days. Chen Yu. That's not a good idea.
After all, the car and the wife are not allowed to be lent out.
Chen Yu said with a smile. Why are you like this? Aren't we brothers?
You can't even lend me a car, you're so stingy. Ji Feng looked like an angry child at this moment, pouting his lips, which was very funny. This caused Bai Qingyu beside him to burst into laughter.
I am not dreaming, am I? Is this still the legendary crazy young master of the imperial capital, Crazy Ji?
At this time, Ji Feng and Sun Hao noticed Bai Qingyu standing aside. There was a hint of doubt in both of their eyes, but it quickly disappeared.
Old Chen, you are really good. You won her without making any noise. The 7th most beautiful girl in the imperial capital, a hot pepper Bai Qingyu. You bought this place, wouldn't you? Don't talk nonsense, he is my boss.
Before Ji Feng finished speaking, Bai Qingyu hurriedly spoke. It would have been fine if he didn't explain, but after Bai Qingyu's explanation, Ji Feng's eyes changed when he looked at the two of them.
Boss? Secretary? Are you trying to seduce me with uniforms? Chang knows how to play. Sure enough, a rich second generation like Ji Feng, whose family owns a mine, is always thinking about that kind of thing.
But somehow, after hearing Ji Feng's words, Bai Qingyu automatically imagined the scene in his mind. Office, tight secretary uniform, black stockings, high heels, and seductive long hair. In front of the desk, he was squatting and lying on his stomach. In just a moment, Bai Qingyu's pretty face turned red and she clamped her long legs together.
See, I guessed it right. Ji Feng pointed at Bai Qingyu proudly and said. Crazy Ji, don't talk nonsense. We are just normal people, a boss and subordinate relationship.
I came to work for him because he promised to buy the 399th floor of the Imperial Capitol building and use it as my office area. Bai Qingyu hurriedly argued, but as soon as she said it, she felt something was wrong.
You're still saying no. If old Chen hadn't fallen in love with you, would he have spent more than 20 billion? This is really a huge investment for a beautiful woman.
Bai Qingyu's words refreshed Ji Feng's understanding of Chen Yu. Spending more than 20 billion to pick up girls.
Old Chen is indeed a werewolf.
Seeing that the two were still bickering, Chen Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head, quickly changing the subject and saying,
Ji Feng, I was just joking with you.
My Hennessy was scratched this morning, so I went to get it repainted. You can drive it away at Panshan parking lot in a few days.
The car keys are with Sister Lan.
After saying that, Chen Yu thought of the conversation between Ji Feng and the female salesperson and asked again.
By the way, you guys came to the 399th floor, do you want to use this place too? Do you want me to partition off a few hundred square meters for you to use? We are all brothers. If you need anything, just speak up.
Hearing Chen Yu say this, Ji Feng immediately laughed.
He liked to make friends with generous people the most. Ji Feng waved his hand and said casually.
No, I want to get an office on the 399th floor, just for Qi Woyang.
Now that my brother has bought the entire floor, what else can he use to compete with me in martial prowess? Wu Yong? The second one among the 8 heroes of the Imperial Capital? Chen Yu asked curiously. Yes. It's him. What? You don't get along with him?
Ji Feng scratched his head awkwardly, and did not answer Chen Yu's question. Instead, he changed the subject and asked.
There's nothing going on between him and me. By the way, Lao Chen, are you okay tonight? Chapter 76, Lao Chen, is your woman a little crazy? It should be nothing, what's wrong? Boss John's bar is opening tonight. Didn't he notify you?
Ji Feng turned his head and looked at Sun Hao, his eyes full of confusion.
Look at my brain. I've been so busy lately that I forgot about it.
Chen Yu then remembered that Sun Hao had told him about this matter more than once. But he just listened at the time and didn't take it seriously.
Since we have nothing to do at night, let's go now. If we go too late, there will be so many people that we won't be able to squeeze in. Sun Hao said.
After all, Jiang Chen is the leader of the 8 heroes of the Imperial Capital. When his bar opened, not only were there his friends, but also his admirers who came to visit him to admire his reputation, which packed the bar.
Qingyu, do you want to go with us? Chen Yu looked at Bai Qingyu and asked for her opinion.
After all, it was a bar opening, so the scene must have been chaotic. Bai Qingyu smiled and shook his head, saying softly.
You go with them. I don't have the time. In the next period of time, I have to devote myself to the construction of the company's headquarters. Remember to drink less alcohol, it's harmful to your health.
Ji Feng and Sun Hao's eyes began to become strange again, and they looked at Chen Yu and Bai Qingyu with ill intentions.
Chen Yu shook his head again.
Then I'll trouble you, Qingyu.
Chen Yu said politely. It's okay. As a subordinate, this is what I should do.
While speaking, Bai Qingyu glared at Ji Feng fiercely and deliberately emphasized the word subordinates. Then, she took out the Phantom car key from her bag and handed it to Chen Yu. You can drive the Phantom, after all, it's young Master John's bar opening.
Look, you've slapped me in the face.
You still call me a subordinate, but I'm clearly acting like a young wife. I haven't even married yet, but I'm already trying to save face for my man. Ji Feng behaves like a child in front of his friends, while Bai Qingyu has a hot temper and is a person who refuses to admit defeat. The two of them seemed to feel uncomfortable if they didn't say a few words to each other. Looking at the two of them, Chen Yu was speechless for a while, and quickly said,
Give me the car, how are you going to get back?
Bai Qingyu raised her pink fist towards Ji Feng, as if to say, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up, believe it or not. Then, he looked at Chen Yu and said softly, I'm fine.
Just take a taxi back. How can that be possible? I've already given you Phantom, why would you want it back? I'd better take a taxi.
Chen Yu handed the Phantom car keys to Bai Qingyu. At this moment, Ji Feng snatched the key away.
Lao Chun, I have decided that you will be my idol from now on. You are really willing to spend a lot of money to pick up a girl. You can buy a house worth more than 20 billion yuan and give away a sports car worth more than 100 million yuan. Under your money offensive, even the most beautiful woman in China, Xian Yutong, will stick her lips out for you to enjoy.
Chen Yu.
Are you kidding?
Xian Yutong is not only the national goddess, but also the eldest daughter of the Xian family in Ludao City, where wealthy businessmen from all over the world gather. Her personal assets are worth tens of billions, not to mention that she has the #1 family in Ludao City behind her.
I'm just a worker. I'm not on the same level as them.
Shen Yu said helplessly. Look at how carefree you guys are every day.
I can't do that. I still have to work hard every day.
Old Chen, please stop talking. If you open your mouth, you will be acting like a Versailles man. Ji Feng glanced at Chen Yu and changed the subject. Just now downstairs I was wondering who was so awesome that he can buy the only Koenigsegg Phantom in the world.
TSK, I never thought it was yours, old Chen. Since your Hennessy is being repainted, please lend me your Phantom.
It will be your compensation for the blow you just gave me. As he spoke, Ji Feng took out his car keys from his pocket and handed them to Bai Qingyu. Beautiful Bai, please drive away the red LaFerrari downstairs. I just bought it this morning, and I regretted it right after I bought it.
I felt like a sissy.
If you don't mind, just think of it as a gift from me to you when I meet my sister-in-law for the first time.
What sister-in-law? If you say that again, I'll really beat you up.
The word sister-in-law made Bai Qingyu blush again. She raised her fist and was about to beat Ji Feng up. But then she thought that it was not good to play around with other boys in front of the man she liked.
He stopped immediately.
He reached out and grabbed Rafa's car keys and said with a smile,
Since Master Ji is so generous, I won't be polite.
Just consider this as your apology to me.
As he spoke, Bai Qingyu twisted his waist and walked towards the elevator.
The corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile on her face, and she thought secretly in her heart.
The red LaFerrari is not bad.
It's one of the 3 great supercars, so don't miss it.
Hey! Ji Feng was speechless.
He was clearly giving a meeting gift, but how come Bai Qingyu said it became an apology?
Old Chen, discipline your woman.
This is lawless. If you can't bring yourself to buy the props, I'll deliver them to your door.
I'll buy you all the whips and ropes you need. She will be unable to get out of bed for a few days.
Chen Yu. What kind of lewd words are these? After separating from Bai Qingyu in the parking lot, the 3 of them drove to the bar street. At this time, the roadside was full of luxury cars, like 2 long dragons, with no end in sight. There is not a single Mercedes or BMW, and the worst car he has is a Maserati GT worth more than 2 million yuan. But even so, the Phantom's arrival still caused a sensation.
Shit, am I dazzled? Is that a Koenigsegg Phantom? Who's here? This appearance is so cool. They actually drove the only Koenigsegg Phantom in the world.
Some of the second-generation rich people in the capital who had not yet entered the bar and were chatting on the street turned around and looked at Phantom. His eyes were full of envy, jealousy, and expectation.
They all wanted to know who was sitting in the car.
After parking the car, Chen Yu and Ji Feng got out of the car together under the watchful eyes of the crowd.
The appearance of the two, no.
It should be Ji Feng's appearance, immediately caused another round of screams.
Yes, Master Ji. Master Ji is so handsome. I want to have a baby with you.
A graceful girl shouted excitedly.
A rich second-generation man next to him nodded and said,
As expected, it is indeed Master Ji.
That's right.
Young Master Ji has always been very particular about cars.
He has to buy a new one every once in a while.
I didn't expect that they would get a Phantom this time. If the Phantom was in the imperial capital, then no one else would be qualified to own it except Ji Feng.
This is the unanimous opinion of the elite circles in the imperial capital. However, they were all wrong.
Those words just now were originally flattering Ji Feng, but now they made him feel a little embarrassed.
He drove this car, that's right.
But the owner is not him, but Chen Yu, the low-key rich man.
Hey, who is the young man who got off the car with Master Ji? How come I've never seen it before? Chapter 77. Who is this young man?
It might be a young master from another province.
This kind of thing has happened before. Who knows?
To be able to ride in the same car with Master Ji, he must be someone very important. Hearing the discussions around him, Chen Yu turned his head to look at Ji Feng and said with a smile. Master Ji, my worth has risen since I appeared with you. They are all young masters who came here from other provinces.
To be honest, this feeling is really good. Ji Feng was ashamed. Does Chen Yu still need to rely on others to improve himself? Joke. Would a man who bought the 399th floor of the Imperial Capitol building without blinking an eye and drives a phantom worth more than 100 million yuan need to rely on others to create momentum?
Although he didn't know what Chen Yu's background was, Ji Feng felt that he was definitely no match for him. Just in terms of being generous, he was crushed. Nodding to everyone, Chen Yu and the other two walked into the bar side by side.
Brother Chen Yu, I'm so happy that you can come.
As the three of them entered the door, they ran into Jiang Chen, who had heard screams outside and came out to check. Jiang Chen's appearance immediately caused another round of cheers and screams. Young Master Jiang is here.
Ah, Mr. Jiang is so handsome. Some people were puzzled and talked in low voices. Why did young Master Jiang come out? He is the host today, why is he coming out? Shouldn't he be inside greeting the guests?
Master Ji and Master Jiang are good friends. When Master Ji comes, Master Jiang will definitely come out to greet him. At this time, a sexy and graceful girl said with a look of disdain.
What do you know? Master Ji and Master Jiang are brothers, so they won't be so formal.
I guess young Master Jiang came out just for that handsome guy. The beautiful woman said, pointing her finger at Chen Yu.
Who do you think you are? Just a lousy internet celebrity.
Next to the woman, another enchanting beauty said with disdain.
You can also guess what's going on in the top aristocratic circles?
Just then, Jiang Chen walked towards Chen Yu and the two shook hands warmly. Then, Jiang Chen enthusiastically put his arm around Chen Yu's shoulders, and he and Ji Feng accompanied him into the bar, one on each side. On the way here, Sun Hao called Jiang Chen and mentioned the matter of the Imperial Capitol building to Jiang Chen. It is because of this that Jiang Chen values Chen Yu even more. He will appear at the door to greet Chen Yu.
Humph.
The beautiful woman glanced at the charming woman, as if to say,
how about it, do you accept it? I just know more than you.
The seductive woman ignored the provocation of the beautiful woman, and frowned at Chen Yu.
That's not right. Who could be treated like this by young Master Jiang, the leader of the 8 heroes?
Not only the charming woman, but everyone was stunned at this moment, and they were all guessing Chen Yu's identity.
Who is that person? The charming woman frowned and whispered.
What kind of person can ride in the same car with Master Ji and have Master Jiang come out to greet him? Just as everyone was guessing about Chen Yu's identity, a girl dressed innocently in the crowd looked at Chen Yu's back in surprise, her face slightly pale.
I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying.
The girl pouted and whispered in fear.
Xiaoku, what did you say?
Hearing the voice, a woman next to the girl, who was a little older but no more than 25 or 26 years old, turned her head and looked at her in confusion. The woman's name is Ma Xiaoling. She is a second-tier female internet celebrity on a live streaming platform. She brought the innocent girl here today because she received an invitation.
Ma Xiaoling saw the innocent girl with a frightened look on her face, frowned and asked, Xiaoko, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so unhappy? Sister, I want to go home. I don't want to attend this party anymore.
The girl said with a pout, wanting to cry but having no tears. Xiaoko, for a third-rate internet celebrity like us to have the opportunity to attend a cocktail party of this level is a huge opportunity for us.
Why are you backing out?
Ma Xiaoling reached out and hugged the girl, comforting her softly.
Don't be afraid. We must seize the opportunity later.
As long as we can hook up with a rich young master, we won't have to worry about not being able to become famous.
Maybe if I'm lucky, I'll be able to fly up to the tree and become a phoenix.
But the more Ma Xiaoling said this, the more uncomfortable the girl felt.
Sister, it's not that I don't want to participate, it's that I can't participate, otherwise I will cause trouble for you.
The girl said with tears in her eyes and a sad face. I've offended that person before, and my fans have even condemned him. As she said this, the girl started crying out of fear. This girl was none other than Lu Ku, the cute little internet celebrity who lived with Chen Yu in Xingfu City and whom he met by chance twice. After meeting Chen Yu's Hennessy, Lu Ku knew that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. From that day on, she tried not to go out, for fear of meeting Chen Yu again. But no matter how much Lu Ku planned, he never expected that he would meet Chen Yu here again. She never dreamed that Chen Yu was actually a top young master at the same level as the 8 heroes of the Imperial Capital. This made her feel very unlucky.
Ma Xiaoling widened her eyes and looked at Lu Ku in disbelief.
Xiao, are you sure you didn't recognize the wrong person? Luca's tears flowed down her cheeks, and she choked up and said, No, I'm sure.
It's him. What's going on? Tell me in detail. Ma Xiaoling frowned and asked seriously.
Luca did not dare to hide anything and told the truth about her 2 encounters with Chenyu.
This. Ma Xiaoling was speechless for a moment. She couldn't understand Chen Yu's approach. Going to the racetrack is normal, all the rich second generation go there.
But showing up in the middle of the night in Xingfu City, the lowest class residential area in the capital, was unusual.
Xiaoku, don't panic. Let me analyze it for you. Ma Xiaoling patted Luca's shoulder gently, signaling her not to be afraid. Xiaoku, maybe things are not as bad as you think. It's been so long since the incident happened, and he hasn't bothered you. That is to say, that person doesn't care about you at all. Maybe he has forgotten you a long time ago. Sister Ling, are you telling the truth?
Luca stopped crying and a look of surprise appeared on her face.
Of course. When has your sister Ling ever lied to you?
Ma Xiaoling said with a smile. Xiaoku, listen to me when you go in, don't run around. As soon as you find a chance, go and apologize to that young master. Maybe, a bad thing can turn into a good thing and become an opportunity for both of us.
Sister Ling, you are such a nice person.
Lu Ku hugged Ma Xiaoling and was so moved that he wanted to cry. Originally, a small internet celebrity like her was not qualified to come, and Ma Xiaoling took the risk to bring her here.
Okay, why are you being so polite to me? Just don't forget me when you become successful in the future. As she spoke, Ma Xiaoling pulled Lu Ku into the bar. Chapter 78 Lin Yun Who Doesn't Believe in Evil.
Inside the bar, the view was dim and the colorful lights were flickering. The explosive heavy metal sound makes people crazy.
Countless young men and women were on the dance floor, swaying their bodies to the music. Mr. Jiang, why don't you introduce this handsome brother to us?
In the top-level emperor booth, more than 24 young men and women sat together. The number of women is more than twice that of men, and the young masters are all surrounded by girls and are very happy. Jiang Chen, Jifeng, Sun Hao, and a few others whom Chen Yu had met before were all sitting here. As for the girls, some are socialites, some are less famous female artists, and the rest are female internet celebrities. The one who was speaking was Lin Yun, one of the 10 beauties in the imperial capital, a female love saint who could walk through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on her. She was wearing a blue suspender wrap dress today, which was super short and barely covered her body. She wore a pair of charming black fishnet stockings and a pair of seductive high heels. Be it her appearance, figure, voice, or makeup and clothing, she is impeccable in beauty and is absolutely a top-notch beauty. Lin Yun had countless boyfriends, but none of them had ever touched her body. At this time, she was sitting next to Chen Yu, keeping a relatively safe distance from him.
What's going on? The beautiful Lin has taken a fancy to our old Chen? Ji Feng joked. Master Ji, you're joking. I just want to get to know you.
As she spoke, Lin Yun looked at Chen Yu and threw him a seductive glance. Lin Yun has used this trick time and time again and it has always worked. No one can resist her temptation and will not fall at her feet. But Chen Yu's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, My name is Chen Yu. Chen Yu didn't say a word, just briefly introduced himself and said no more.
What's going on?
Lin Yun was stunned and felt a little angry. Never before had a man been so cold to her, especially when she was wearing such sexy and graceful clothes today.
A modern-day Lu Xiaohui?
Lin Yun sneered in her heart, thinking secretly, I just don't believe that there is a man who can resist my temptation.
Lin Yun is a very strong-willed woman. The more she can't get something, the more she will try to get it. Mr. Chen, this is our first meeting, won't you have a drink with me?
Lin Yun crossed her legs, her black high heels sliding gently across Chen Yu's calves. She raised her wine glass elegantly and looked at Chen Yu with a smile.
What the hell? Lin Yun, you are using your ultimate move. Who can withstand this?
Jifeng stared with his eyes wide open, and had some reactions unconsciously.
Brothers, drink first. I'll go take care of it. I'm going to the bathroom, I'll come back later.
Jifeng stood up, holding a beautiful and sexy woman beside him, and said apologetically.
You go to the toilet, and you bring a female companion with you? Are you afraid of peeing on your hands? Jiang Chen said teasingly.
Jifeng was embarrassed for a moment, and then slowly said, "Even if we don't say it, we are still good friends."
Boss Jiang, do you think it's fun to laugh at me like this? Jiang Chen suppressed his laughter and teased again, "Look at your little achievements, and you can't stand it?
Look at brother Chenyu, he is still as steady as a rock and doesn't change his expression even though he is the protagonist."
Jifeng rolled his eyes and pouted, "Boss Jiang, I can't compare to Lao Chen's determination, but you don't seem to be much better, right? Don't think I didn't see it."
Having said that, Jifeng no longer paid attention to Jiang Chen, and hurriedly walked towards the dark corner with his female companion in his arms.
Ahem. Jiang Chen also coughed dryly, stood up and said,
"Well, I'll go greet the other guests.
You guys go ahead and have fun."
As he spoke, Jiang Chen also left with a beautiful woman in his arms.
Their destination was the same as Jifeng's, also a dark and gloomy corner. Brother Chen.
Sun Hao swallowed and wanted to find an excuse, but he couldn't think of one.
"Brother Chen, I wish you a successful start and a home run.
I have to go take care of this." Sun Hao was a werewolf.
He held one in each hand and went straight to the second floor.
After a while, only Chen Yu and Lin Yun were left in the huge booth. This scene made Lin Yun regain her confidence, and she was more confident that she could make Chen Yu her lover. Chen Yu shook his head and smiled bitterly, poured half a glass of spades, held it in his hand and clinked glasses with Lin Yun. Lin Yun smiled slightly, drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and turned the glass over for Chen Yu to take a look.
"The night is long, why drink so much?"
Chen Yu smiled slightly and drank it in one gulp as well.
"The night is long, but I have no mood to sleep. I just want to do something with you. Without the alcohol, how can you and I enjoy the ultimate happiness?"
Lin Yun drank another glass. At this time, her face had turned slightly red, and her eyes became blurry and attractive.
"Mr. Chen, are you right about what I said?"
Lin Yun leaned her whole body on Chen Yu. Chen Yu looked down and saw everything was snow white and tender.
"You're wearing so little, aren't you afraid it will be cold at night?"
Chen Yu took off his coat and put it on Lin Yun's shoulders. At this moment, Lin Yun, who was pretending to be drunk, felt as if a million alpacas were galloping through her heart. She gnashed her teeth and complained in her heart,
"Are you a straight man? I've already bent my butt off and asked you to do it. Do you really think I'm playing leapfrog with you? What are you doing?" Lin Yun didn't believe it.
Even if Chen Yu was really a steel straight man, she was ready to melt the steel. She turned over, flicked off Chen Yu's coat, and put her arms around Chen Yu's neck.
She was hanging on Chen Yu.
At this moment, Lin Yun's proud body and sexy legs were presented so directly in front of Chen Yu. Lin Yun is confident that as long as Chen Yu is still a man, she will definitely be moved. She was already prepared.
As long as Chen Yu made any move, she would wake up immediately and then pester Chen Yu. Let Chen Yu become her slave and let her order him around.
However, she miscalculated again.
"Ha!"
Chen Yu looked at someone not far away and let out a light exclamation, but did not lower his head to look at Lin Yun.
"A cute little internet celebrity?" Chen Yu raised his lips slightly and said to himself, "It's you."
Just now, when Lin Yun was performing Extreme Temptation, Chen Yu suddenly saw a familiar face.
It was none other than the cute little internet celebrity Lu Ku. "Miss Lin Yun, you are drunk, just take a rest here."
Chen Yu picked up Lin Yun and gently placed her on the sofa in the booth. He gentlemanly covered her with his coat to prevent her from exposing herself.
Chen Yu stood up and walked towards Lu Ku.
Lin Yun was so angry that she thought Chen Yu picked her up and wanted to pin her down on the spot and beat her up. But who would have thought that Chen Yu was so upright? Lin Yun couldn't help but want to praise Chen Yu, "You are such a good person." After Chen Yu left, Lin Yun sat up, staring at Chen Yu.
"Chen Yu, I've made up my mind. From now on, I'm not going to do anything but pester you."
"I don't believe that you can remain calm and composed like you are today when facing my endless pestering."
"I, Lin Yun, must make you my man." Chapter 79 Lu Ku's Trouble. "Lu Ku? Why are you here?" At the edge of the dance floor, next to the stage, a slightly plump internet celebrity with a square face looked at Lu Ku with a frown. "A small internet celebrity like you shouldn't be here, right? Get out now and don't affect the class of this place." Her name is Qiao Luo.
She is a big internet celebrity with more than 10 million fans.
She once had a feud with Lu Ku online.
In terms of appearance, she can't compare with Lu Keishi. But there is no way, beauty and filters are unfair. The reason why people like Xiao Luo can become popular is because of the beauty and filters. Without beauty and filters, she is nothing. Natural beauties like Ma Xiaoling and Lu Ke disdain to use beauty filters, so in the video, they are not as sexy and alluring as Xiao Luo.
Aye.
Lu Ke had just graduated and was not very worldly wise. When faced with an emergency, he didn't know what to do for a moment and was a little overwhelmed.
If you can come, why can't Shoka come?
Ma Xiaoling, who was standing by, pulled Lu Ke behind her and said with a frown.
Ha ha. Xiao Luo sneered and said disdainfully, why? Of course it's because she's not popular anymore. How can a rubbish little internet celebrity with less than 2,000 followers be qualified to attend such a high-end event?
If I remember correctly, the threshold for tonight should be no less than 500,000 fans.
So what?
Ma Xiaoling was strong and calm, but she was panicking inside. This was what she was afraid of. Once others knew that she had brought people here without permission, no one would invite her to such gatherings in the future.
What? Ma Xiaoling. If young Master John knew that you brought someone who didn't meet the requirements without permission, do you think he would be angry?
Ma Xiaoling's forehead was covered with sweat, her mind raced, and she immediately thought of Chen Yu. She smiled and said slowly.
Xiao Luo, you may not know this,
Shoka was invited here tonight by a top young master. But he is a more distinguished guest than us.
Ha ha.
Xiao Luo sneered, her? How can a scumbag whose live broadcast popularity doesn't even exceed 500 know a top young master?
Ma Xiaoling, you are burning newspapers at the grave to fool the ghosts.
You are a big anchor with 6 to 7 million fans after all.
Do you think the super rich will visit her crappy live broadcast room?
My live broadcast room? How can it be a broken live broadcast room?
I broadcast live with integrity, I don't cheat, I don't lie, unlike you.
You deceive the public.
After all, Lu Ke was young, and he couldn't help but retort.
Now Xiao Luo couldn't stand it anymore and got furious.
You little brat, who are you calling a liar? Do you believe that I will ban you from the entire internet?
Xiao Luo's voice was so loud that it immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. The rich young men naturally wouldn't care, they just came here to have fun tonight. An unexpected quarrel broke out, and they all sat on the platform and started to watch the show in silence.
What's wrong, Your Highness Xiao Luo? Who made you unhappy?
A sexy internet celebrity who was on the same platform as Xiao Luo walked over with a swaying waist.
It's those two bitches Lu Ke and Ma Xiaoling,
Xiao Luo said angrily. Although Xiao Luo is not as good looking as people think, he has a lot of fans. In today's society, strength represents justice, and all of a sudden, a large number of internet celebrities began to take sides. The vast majority of internet celebrities chose to support Xiao Luo, and only a few, 4 or 5, with very positive values chose to support Lu Ke.
Lu Ke, you have no right to enter here, get out now.
Glancing at the many supporters around him, Xiao Luo looked at Lu Ke and shouted triumphantly.
You are bullying me.
Lu Ke felt wronged and wanted to cry, with tears welling up in his eyes.
She regrets it now.
If she had listened to Ma Xiaoling, she would have apologized to Chen Yu.
Maybe, this kind of thing will never happen.
Your Highness Xiao Luo, you also started out as an internet celebrity and rose to fame step by step.
Why can't you give Lu Ke a chance? Behind Lu Ke, a tall, beautiful internet celebrity with beautiful clothes frowned and said. She was very unhappy with Xiao Luo's arrogant and complacent look, so she stepped forward and decided to help Lu Ke. Mayor, are you teaching me how to do things?
Xiao Luo's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he looked coldly at the sexy beauty named Mayor. Mayor and Xiao Luo belong to the same platform and are both top-tier super internet celebrities. Xiao Luo can scold Lu Ke arrogantly, but he is not so confident in front of Mayor.
Yes. I am teaching you how to do things.
Mayor said with a serious face and certainty.
Mayor, don't think you're so awesome just because your popularity is similar to mine. I'm going to make Lu Ke get out tonight.
Not only will I make her get out of here tonight, I will also make her get out of the live broadcast circle in the future. Xiao Luo had a ferocious look on his face and looked at Lu Ke coldly.
Lu Ke started crying out of grievance. Aren't you making things difficult for me just because of what happened half a month ago?
I'm not trying to take advantage of your popularity on purpose.
Do you have to be like this? Lu Ke said while choking up.
Of course. Xiao Luo sneered, who the hell are you?
How dare you take advantage of me? I'm only giving you one chance now. Get out of here right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for finding someone to deal with you in real life.
Lu was terrified and his face turned pale with fright. Even Ma Xiaoling, who had been protecting her all the time, didn't dare to speak at this moment.
Okay, Luca cried even more sadly and was ready to compromise and leave.
Just then, a handsome young man came over.
Who is it? So arrogant. How dare you ask the girl I invited to get out?
Hiss. The appearance of the young man startled everyone in the field.
Handsome guy, last time, I was wrong. I apologize to you now. Luca came to Chinyu sadly and choked. The young man was none other than Chinyu, who came over on purpose after seeing Luku. You are such a big-hearted girl. It's already this hour, and you are still in the mood to apologize? Chinyu patted Luku on the shoulder and said with a smile. Woo woo woo. Luca threw herself into Chunyu's arms and burst into tears.
It's like a drowning person suddenly grabbing a life-saving straw. Chinyu lowered his head and looked at the lovely girl in his arms.
Luku looks pure and cute today. She wears a short-sleeved white shirt on the upper body and a blue school uniform pleated skirt on the lower body.
Instead of seductive black stockings on her legs, she wears a pair of knee-length white gauze socks. Combined with the pair of white high-heeled leather shoes on her feet, she looks particularly pure, cute, beautiful, and most importantly, extremely pleasing to the eyes.
When Chinyu was admiring the beautiful scenery, Xiao Luo suddenly said in a cold voice. Where the hell did you come from? How dare you come here to save the beauty? Xiao Luo said coldly. Xiao Luo didn't know Chinyu.
Her appearance in real life was very different from her online image, and she was afraid of being exposed, so she stayed in the bar the whole time. Moreover, before attending the cocktail party, she did her homework and got to know all the young masters, big and small, in the imperial capital. She spoke only because she was sure that Chinyu was not among them.
Are you talking to me?
Chenyu's face suddenly darkened and he looked at Xiao Luo.
Chapter 80, Playing Landlord with a Girl.
Ma Xiaoling, Dai Mayer, and the rest of the internet celebrities who supported Lu Ku all had strange looks on their faces. On the other hand, the internet celebrities who supported Xiao Luo were so scared that they quickly distanced themselves from her and retreated away. But Xiao Luo didn't notice anything unusual at all, and still looked as if he was the only one who was superior to others.
Yes. I'm talking about you, you little jerk. Are you a die-hard fan of Lu Ku? You are so brave to come here and act wild. Do you know where this place is? This is the place of young Master Jiang, the leader of the 8 great men of the imperial capital. Get out of here if you know what's best for you. As soon as Xiao Luo finished speaking, the young masters began to discuss. Fuck. Who is that ugly bastard? She is so bold that she dares to scold Mr. Zhang's VIP. She must be tired of living. Who knows? I think she's definitely going to be in trouble tonight. The distance was too far, and Xiao Luo couldn't hear clearly. She thought those young masters were praising her. The expression on her face suddenly became more arrogant. At this moment, the violent heavy metal music came to an abrupt end. The DJ playing on the podium stopped what he was doing and directed the spotlight towards them. In an instant, everyone in the bar looked over here. What happened? Jiang Chen, the host, frowned and squeezed into the crowd. The tall and sexy beauty who had just left with him followed closely behind him. The beautiful woman's face was flushed and she looked very satisfied. There was still a trace of residue at the corner of her mouth, which she had not had time to wipe. Then, Ji Feng, Sun Hao and others also squeezed in from outside the crowd. Ji Feng and his female companion were both in disheveled clothes and had red faces, and it was obvious that they had just finished a fight in a hurry. Sun Hao looked even more miserable, with a face full of red strawberry marks and a fresh scratch on his chest. One of his female companions was even more awesome. She came over without a care in the world, with her panties still hanging on her ankles, to watch the fun. It seemed that in her eyes, watching the fun was more important than anything else. Brother Chen, what happened? When Sun Hao saw Chenyu present, he wanted to ask him about the situation. Chenyu rolled his eyes, took out a tissue from the table beside him and handed it to Sun Hao, saying, "Nothing serious, I just met a blind guy." "Why are you all here?" "Of course I came here to watch the fun. What could be more important than watching the fun?" Ji Feng said as a matter of course. "As soon as I saw something was happening here, I took my gun and returned to the camp, and came here." That kind of thing can be done anytime and anywhere. If you miss the excitement, you will really miss it. What kind of friends are these? Chenyu lowered his head helplessly. Chenyu wanted to pretend that he didn't see it, but he felt that it would be a bad idea to ignore it.
He reached out and patted Sun Hao's female companion.
Brother Chen, what do you want me to do?
The woman looked at Chen Yu excitedly.
Chen Yu pointed at her ankle awkwardly and said, Beautiful lady, put it on. It's windy at night and quite cool. The girl's pretty face suddenly turned red and she said him in a mosquito-like voice.
Then, she turned her back to Chen Yu, bent down, and deliberately raised her head high.
Chen Yu quickly looked away. Mr. Chen, I was blind and said something I shouldn't have said. Please just treat me like a fart and let me go. Xiao Luo's legs went limp and he knelt at Chen Yu's feet.
At this point she was already terrified. In the eyes of the rich, these internet celebrities were actually no different from playthings. When she heard how Sun Hao and Ji Feng addressed Chen Yu, she knew she was in trouble.
Let you go? Chen Yu sneered, weren't you very arrogant just now? You even threatened to ban my friend from the entire internet. Come on. Kill one and show me how awesome you are. Xiao Luo wanted to die now. She never dreamed that Lu Ku would really know a rich man like Chen Yu. Sister Lu Ku, I was wrong. I was wrong before. Please forgive me. I will give you all my fans. I just ask you to forgive me. Okay?
Xiao Luo saw that Chen Yu cared a lot about Lu Ku, so he hugged her slender legs and said with tears and snot.
With tears in the corners of Lu Ku's eyes, she looked at Xiao Luo kneeling on the ground with a look of pity.
But Ma Xiaoling on the side was not polite at all.
She kicked Xiao Luo away and said with a sneer, when you were making things difficult for Xiao Ke, did you ever think of letting Xiao Ke go? Get away from me, you've soiled Xiao Ke's clothes.
Ma Xiaoling felt so relieved after this kick that she felt even happier than if she had won 5 million.
Brother Chen, how do you want to deal with this blind thing? Sun Hao's family is in charge of the entertainment industry, and Xiao Luo is an internet celebrity under one of his subsidiaries.
Throw her out and tell her not to appear online anymore, so you don't get upset when you see her.
Chen Yu's words determined Xiao Luo's fate.
After an unknown amount of time, Chen Yu was awakened from his dream by a delicate moan. He tried to get up dazedly, but found that his whole body was restrained. I feel my whole body is wrapped in warmth and smoothness. Chen Yu felt familiar with this feeling.
He recalled the madness he had with Qin Anju.
He suddenly woke up and turned his head to look at the pillow.
Oh shit. Drinking is such a hindrance.
Looking at the royal sister Ma Xiaoling and the pure beauty Lu Ku on his left and right, Chen Yu suddenly felt as if a million alpacas were galloping through his heart. Chen Yu moved his body gently, trying to get up quietly, but as soon as he moved, he woke up Ma Xiaoling in his arms.
Brother Chen, do you want to start again? I'm still okay. Ma Xiaoling turned around and gave Chen Yu a seductive look. Chen Yu. What does that mean? What did I do last night? Why can't I remember anything at all?
As if she saw Chen Yu's doubts, Ma Xiaoling smiled shyly and whispered. Brother Chen, you were very aggressive last night. You drank the whole table of young masters by yourself, and then you asked someone to bring us to Tianhao, where we had a fierce battle for 5 or 6 hours.
It's because Xiaoke and I came together, otherwise we wouldn't be able to play landlord. Chen Yu. Am I so honest? You got drunk and brought a girl to a hotel to play landlord? No, I feel a bit disappointed. Things have come to this, if I don't do something, it seems like I would be a little sorry to my brother. 2 hours later. Chen Yu walked out of the presidential suite with the 2 satisfied women and prepared to go to dinner.
Just then, Chen Yu's cell phone suddenly rang.
I looked at the time and it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
Chen Yu was confused as to who would call him at this time.
Could it be that Bai Qingyu encountered some difficulties in his work progress?
But when he took out his phone, he saw the caller ID showed Mom.
Chen Yu frowned tightly. It was not yet time to pay the mortgage for his brother. Why did my family call me? Did something happen at home?
At this moment, Chen Yu had a bad feeling in his heart. What he was most worried about was his grandfather's health.
Chen Yu has been dependent on his grandfather and sister since he was a child. His adoptive parents hardly ever cared about him. They just kept asking him for money to support their idle biological son.
You guys go eat first, I have something to take care of. Chen Yu patted the 2 girls on the back and handed each of them a black card. With this card, you can spend as you like in Fuse Grassland and Tianhao Hotel.
Chen Yu said calmly and waved to them. Thank you, Brother Chen.
The 2 girls were very excited. They took the black cards and walked towards the restaurant with their waists swaying.
Chapter 81. Something happened at home. Chen Yu went to a secluded corner and answered the phone. The call was short, less than a minute. But Chen Yu's face was gloomy to the extreme. The call was simple. The old man died, and I came back to attend the funeral. The tone of my mother's voice was as cold as usual. It's like Grandpa passing away, a very ordinary thing. Imperial City, high-speed railway station. Chen Yu bought the nearest train that could reach Jizhou. He sat anxiously in the waiting room, waiting for time to pass, and the waiting time was always long. 2 hours, but to Chen Yu at this moment, seemed like 2 years, making him extremely tormented. Chen Yu? At this moment, Chen Yu suddenly heard a clear and beautiful voice calling his name. The voice seemed familiar, and he looked up in confusion. He saw a young and beautiful woman walking slowly towards him. The woman was wearing a pink cartoon t-shirt on her upper body and a white gauze-pleated skirt on her lower body. The girl looked familiar, as if she was my junior high school classmate, but I couldn't remember her name clearly. When Chen Yu was puzzled, the girl had already come to him. Why, you don't recognize your old classmates? The girl looked at Chen Yu angrily and said with a pout. I'm Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan, I'm so sorry, we haven't seen each other for a long time, so. Chen Yu looked embarrassed. Actually, Zhang Nan's name was on the tip of his tongue, but he just couldn't say it out loud. Since you apologized so sincerely, I forgive you. Sun Nan smiled sweetly and sat down next to Chen Yu. Sun Nan and Chen Yu were from the same town but different villages, so they had no contact after graduating from high school. Come to think of it, they are almost the same age and haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Where are you going? On a business trip or going home? Chen Yu asked with a smile. He. Sun Nan smiled proudly and said playfully, I am both going home and on a business trip. Then, Sun Nan said excitedly. Chen Yu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Do you think we are destined to be together? Sun Nan was very excited at the moment. Being able to meet Chen Yu by chance was something she had never dared to dream of. When she was in junior high school, she was a taciturn girl. She had been secretly in love with Chen Yu for 3 years. Even until graduation, she still couldn't muster up the courage to tell Chen Yu. Although she has had several boyfriends over the years, Chen Yu has always been her regret. She thought that this would be a regret in her life, but unexpectedly, more than 10 years later, God made them meet miraculously. Are you going home to see your wife? Sun Nan asked nervously. After all, they haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, and she doesn't know whether Chen Yu is married or not, so she wants to test it out. But at this moment, a young man in a blue sports suit came over. Nan, the company didn't buy sleeper tickets for us, and only bought us seat tickets. It's so infuriating. The young man's name is He Wei, and he is a colleague of Sun Nan who was on a business trip with him. As he spoke, He Wei came up to Chen Yu and said confidently. How can you be so tactless, country bumpkin? Don't you see the beauty next to you? She's my girlfriend. Get out of here right now. Chen Yu, whose mood had improved somewhat after meeting his old classmates, suddenly became gloomy again. She is your female companion, should I move aside and let you sit? Chen Yu said coldly. I'm an employee of Oasis Technology, a Fortune 500 company. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't even be qualified to talk to me, understand? Loser. Get out of here right now. My time is precious. Every minute costs hundreds of dollars. If you waste my time, you loser can't afford to pay for it. He Chen Yu sneered. She felt like he was talking about herself. Ever since the system was upgraded to level 2, she could earn 1,200 yuan a minute just from blessings. Bang! Chen Yu never tolerated this kind of people, so he slapped him in the face. As an employee of a Fortune 500 company, where do you get such confidence? He Wei widened his eyes and looked at Chen Yu in disbelief. He didn't expect Chen Yu to attack him. Sun Nan, who was standing aside, also had her beautiful eyes wide open, with an expression of disbelief on her face. You? He Wei wanted to say something else, but was glared back by Chen Yu. He Wei, you have brought shame to our company. Sun Nan glared at He Wei angrily, pointed at the empty seat beside him and said. Aren't there enough empty seats for you over there? People like He Wei are soft-hearted and afraid of hardship. If Chen Yu tolerates it, he will definitely take advantage of him. But now, he was really scared. Nan, this guy has violent tendencies. Come sit over there with me. He Wei looked at Chen Yu warily and spoke in a low voice.
He was afraid that Chen Yu would slap him again.
This is my middle school classmate, Chen Yu.
Sun Nan glanced at He Wei with disgust and introduced him.
What? He is your classmate? A look of vigilance instantly appeared on He Wei's face. He is one of Sun Nan's many suitors in the company.
This time, he bribed his boss to be able to go on a business trip with Sun Nan. He just wanted to take this opportunity to try his luck and see if he could overtake others and become Sun Nan's official boyfriend.
The appearance of Chen Yu gave him a great sense of crisis.
Especially when he saw Sun Nan looking at Chen Yu lovingly, he felt that he was doomed before he even started.
No, I can't waste my money. Isn't he just an old classmate?
As long as Nan can see that he is not as good as herself, that's enough.
Student Chen Yu, I wonder which company you work for in the capital? I can tell you that if you want to live in the imperial capital, you can't do it without a stable job. Let alone having a girlfriend, I can't even support myself. He Wei pretended to be an experienced person and said to Chen Yu with a smile.
Chen Yu glanced at Sun Nan beside him and felt that the situation with He Wei was too tense.
Sun Nan would be in trouble, so he said truthfully. I work for One World Group. He Wei frowned and thought for a moment, then pretended to say, Huan Yu Company? Never heard of it.
It's a small, low-end company. It can't be compared with our Fortune 500 companies.
But the boss of your company is really good at pretending to be a big shot.
It's ridiculous that a small, low-ranking company dares to call itself a group without knowing its own limitations. Chen Yu did not refute or speak, but just shook his head with a sneer. He saw through He Wei's little thoughts at a glance.
Student Chen Yu, you can't make it in the capital anymore, so you're planning to go back to your hometown to develop?
He Wei spoke again, seemingly asking with concern, but actually he was mocking Chen Yu for being inferior to him.
No one is a fool. They can tell what He Wei is thinking as soon as they hear it. Chapter 82 The Girl Who Has a Crush on Chen Yu.
Sun Nan couldn't bear it anymore, frowned, and said coldly.
He Wei, you are such an interesting person. What about my classmate Chen Yu? Does he have anything to do with you? If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Why, you're the best. You are the only one who can live in the imperial capital?
If you are really capable, just buy an apartment within the 3rd Ring Road. You are just a social animal working 996 hours a day, don't think you are so great all the time.
He Wei was suddenly speechless and looked embarrassed. Let yourself buy a house in the capital? What a joke.
Not to mention the houses within the 3rd Ring Road, he can hardly afford to rent even the houses within the 5th Ring Road.
I'm just advising him to be self-aware. There's nothing else I mean. He Wei said embarrassedly.
At this time, Chen Yu said. I feel the pressure in the capital is not too bad, and buying a house is not a difficult thing. A house within the 3rd Ring Road only costs a little over 10 million yuan, which is not very expensive. Indeed, in Chen Yu's opinion, buying an apartment within the 3rd Ring Road of the imperial capital is really no big deal. But when He Wei heard this, he felt that Chen Yu was there.
Oh, you are really arrogant. So in your opinion, more than 10 million is just a small amount of money?
He Wei said with a sneer.
Is 10 million a lot?
Chen Yu said calmly, as if it was a matter of course.
He can earn more than 600,000 yuan in blessing money every day. Adding the income from other industries, 10 million is indeed just a small amount of money.
Hai He Wei sneered, thinking that Chen Yu was too pretentious, so he decided to give him a blow.
That's right.
10 million is not a lot, but that's for elite white-collar workers like us. As an employee of a small, low-end company like yours, you will never be able to earn 10 million in your lifetime.
But I have already made money. Chen Yu was very frank, and took out his mobile phone to check the balance information. Oh shit.
He Wei and Sun Nan were dumbfounded, staring at the balance message of 21,035,000 yuan on Chen Yu's phone.
You must have found this picture on the internet.
You are young and work for a small, second-rate company.
How is it possible to make so much money? Even if He Wei was beaten to death, he would not believe that it was true.
Chen Yu looked to be the same age as him and was born in the countryside, so it was impossible for him to have so much money.
If you think so, I can't help it. Chen Yu said lightly. He then put away his phone without saying anything more.
But the more Chen Yu acted like this, the more He Wei felt that Chen Yu was feeling guilty.
Okay, I'll transfer you $100 if your balance changes. That means the balance information you showed us is true. Otherwise, you are just pretending to be great. Then you have to admit that you are a poor loser pretending to be a nobody, okay?
Chen Yu smiled faintly, shrugged helplessly, and said, sure. Although Chen Yu is not short of money, he will not refuse if someone gives it to him for free. But let me make it clear in advance that I will not return the money you transferred to me. After Chen Yu said this, He Wei became more certain in his heart that Chen Yu was afraid of being exposed and was deliberately scaring him.
It's only $100. I don't mind.
Just consider it as treating you to a drink of water. As he spoke, He Wei couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone, asked for Chen Yu's bank card account number, and transferred 100 yuan to Chen Yu. Ding, 100 yuan has arrived in your bank card. The balance of your ICBC savings account with the last digit 1280 is 21,035,100 yuan. As He Wei asked Chen Yu to open the phone, the text message announcement sounded and the entire waiting hall suddenly became quiet. At this moment, everyone in the waiting room turned their eyes to Chen Yu.
Oh my god, that guy is so pretentious. He only has over 20 million. Why is he pretending? Some people in the crowd started to feel jealous and started to curse loudly, saying that Chen Yu is showing off.
Some people also stood up to speak up for Chen Yuming.
Why are you so sour, you cynic? If you have the guts, why don't you take out 20 million and show it off? If you don't have the guts, then shut up and stop talking.
At this time, a little girl who was not far from Chen Yu and the others and saw the whole process said slowly,
he's a very low-key local tyrant, he doesn't show off at all.
It was the man next to the rich man who mocked the rich man for being poor in the countryside. Then, the rich man asked him to check his balance, but the man didn't believe it and insisted that the rich man's balance information was a picture he found on the internet. He also said that he would transfer 100 yuan to the rich man to see if his balance would change.
That's why this happened.
At this time, the passengers in the waiting hall finally knew the whole story. They all started to complain about He Wei.
What's wrong with being from the countryside? Whose family, counting back 3 generations, isn't a farmer? So what if you are a citizen? Aren't you still being crushed by the local tyrants?
He Wei was speechless and felt so aggrieved. Not only did he lose $100 in vain, but Chen Yu also became famous. And he himself became a rat crossing the street. If it weren't for the company's mission, he would have turned around and left. He turned away with a gloomy face and found a secluded place to isolate himself. He thought that he could show off in front of Chen Yu to make his presence felt, so that Sun Nan would know that he was better than Chen Yu. But in the end, he discovered that he was the clown. Chen Yu was the most handsome boy on campus when he was in school, and now that he has become so rich, he meets all the requirements of most women for a partner. At this moment, Sun Nan could hardly suppress the throbbing in his heart. If they were not in the waiting room, Sun Nan might have directly pounced on Chen Yu and forced himself on him, making the matter a fait accompli. Chen Yu, I didn't expect that you have become so successful after not seeing you for more than 10 years. Sun Nan resisted the urge to lift her skirt and sit in Chen Yu's arms, and said with a smile,
tell me the truth, are you doing business in the capital now? Otherwise, how could you have more than 20 million in savings? I guess so. I did a little business.
Chen Yu didn't want to be too high profile, so he said modestly,
Sun Nan. Chen Yu, you are being too Versailles now. Are you kidding? More than 20 million in deposits, is this something a small business can earn? Chen Yu smiled bitterly and said secretly, I just registered the company. Otherwise, my account balance is over 2 billion. If you saw it, wouldn't you be scared to death? Fortunately, Chen Yu's balance is less than 2 billion.
Otherwise, if Sun Nan, the woman who has had a crush on him for more than 10 years, saw it, she would probably ignore the passengers around her and force herself on Chen Yu. With all this commotion, 2 hours passed in a flash and the train to Jizhou had already started checking tickets. He Wei originally thought that by getting in the car he could get away from Chen Yu and be alone with Sun Nan. But he never expected that they would bump into Chen Yu again in the carriage, and Sun Nan's seat was next to Chen Yu, while his seat was behind Sun Nan. What made He Wei most angry was that there were only 2 beauties in the entire carriage, and they were sitting on the left and right of Chen Yu respectively.
Chapter 83 Lao Chen, what did you do to my sister?
One is Sun Nan who has a crush on Chen Yu, and the other is a beauty from the northeast named Han Lingxue.
He is the same age as Chen Yu, wearing white casual clothes and a pair of sunglasses.
From the moment Chen Yu got in the car, he was cold and looked like he was keeping people at a distance. There is no doubt that she is a rich girl. A pair of Alan Mickley sunglasses alone is worth hundreds of thousands, not to mention her high-end LV casual wear and limited edition Chanel bags. A set of clothes costs millions, and ordinary people may not be able to afford it even if they work hard all their lives.
Shen Yu and Sun Nan got in the car and sat down. Han Lingxue just glanced at them.
He had no intention of getting acquainted and his expression was very cold. Shen Yu was already feeling very uncomfortable due to the hangover, and after getting up, he performed the double phoenix and dragon game again. After tossing and turning for a long time, he began to feel sleepy. He leaned back in his seat and fell asleep. I don't know how much time passed.
A cell phone suddenly rang. You are empty, color is empty, you are doomed.
Shen Yu was in a daze, but when he heard the ringtone it was his own, he reached out for his cell phone. But his action scared Sun Nan and Han Lingxue who were beside him. Because the phone that was ringing at this time was not Shen Yu's, but Han Lingxue's.
You.
Han Lingxue's cold face frowned slightly, and she was about to speak. Shen Yu's hand had already reached into Han Lingxue's pocket, and then he took out her mobile phone and answered the call. Several passengers sitting next to them, including Sun Nan and Han Lingxue, all widened their eyes,
watching this farce happen.
He Wei, who was sitting behind Sun Nan, was secretly delighted when he saw this scene, and thought to himself,
I'll let you show off in front of me, let me see how you die this time.
From beginning to end, Shen Yu had his eyes closed, looking half asleep.
Hello, who is this? At this time, Shen Yu had already answered the call. Han Lingxue felt nervous. She didn't know who was calling.
If it was the father or the mother, it would be troublesome, because they would definitely ask themselves who was the boy who answered the phone.
A nervous look suddenly appeared on Han Lingxue's face. He Wei was even more excited and couldn't wait to see Shen Yu being beaten up by the beautiful woman. The facts did not disappoint He Wei.
Han Lingxue raised her arm, ready to wake Shen Yu up.
I am Ji Feng.
Ji Feng's voice came from the phone.
It's you, lunatic. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Why are you calling me now? I'm sleeping.
Shen Yu was still in a daze, his eyes were still closed, and he seemed to be talking in his sleep as he talked to Ji Feng on the other end of the phone. Ji Feng, who was at home at the moment, was stunned.
What's going on?
He took the phone away and put it in front of his eyes to confirm.
Lao Chun, why the hell do you have my cousin's phone number? Old Chen, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. I treat you as a brother, and you actually want to be my brother-in-law? Ji Feng, have you drunk too much? What are you crazy about? When did I ever want to be your brother-in-law? Shen Yu looked confused and puzzled. Han Lingxue, who was sitting next to Shen Yu, was even more confused.
Seeing that Shen Yu actually started chatting with the person who called, Han Lingxue was stunned on the spot, and her raised hand also hung in mid-air.
What is going on? That is indeed my phone. Why was he able to answer my call and have such a great chat with me?
Han Lingxue was a little suspicious about what had just happened. She took off her sunglasses in confusion and confirmed it again. The cell phone in Shen Yu's hand was definitely hers.
This is interesting.
A stranger answered the call on his cell phone and started chatting with the person who called him. This means that the person who called and the young man in front of him knew each other.
Old Chen, are you pretending to be confused? Are you sure the phone you are holding is yours?
You shameless bastard, you actually attacked my cousin.
Are you still my brother? What a mess.
You lunatic, go get some sleep and wake up.
I feel really bad too. I need to get some sleep.
Having said that, Shen Yu was about to put down his phone and continue sleeping, but Ji Feng's roar came from the phone.
Old Chen, don't play dumb with me. Tell me, what did you do to my cousin? What cousin? You lunatic, are you trying to take advantage of me?
At this time, Shen Yu also became more sober and felt that something was wrong. He rubbed his eyes and looked around.
Oh my god, why are you all looking at me like that?
Shen Yu discovered that everyone around him was looking at him, and everyone had a complicated expression on their face. Some people see it with pity, while others see it with gloating. Han Lingxue's eyes were filled with shame and anger.
You took my phone.
Han Lingxue resisted the urge to take action, pointed at the phone that Shen Yu held to his ear, and spoke slowly. Shen Yu was startled and felt something was wrong with the phone in his hand. He took it and looked at it, and found that it was indeed a lady's mobile phone, with a pink phone case inlaid with diamonds.
This. Shen Yu didn't know what to say and stood there in a daze.
I'm so sorry, I was half asleep and thought it was my phone. Chen Yu quickly gave a brief explanation to Ji Feng on the other end of the phone, then handed the phone back to Han Lingxue.
Han Lingshue's face was gloomy.
She reached out to take the phone, stood up and went to the connection between the carriages.
After a moment, Han Lingxue came back.
He still had an indifferent expression, but when he looked at Chen Yu, there was a hint of something strange in his eyes. He watched intently. He knew that Han Lingxue was ready to settle the score with Chen Yu.
However, the scene he imagined did not appear. "Hello, I'm Han Lingxue, Ji Feng is my cousin." Han Lingxue took the initiative to stretch out her smooth palm. What is going on?
He was confused.
Shouldn't he settle the score later? Why did he introduce himself?
The other people around also looked confused and puzzled.
The most speechless person was Han Lingxue herself.
If it weren't for her cousin Ji Feng, who repeatedly emphasized to her not to provoke Chen Yu and told her some things about Chen Yu, she would never have thought that the simple young man sitting next to her would be a hidden boss in the imperial capital. He spends billions with just a wave of his hand without even blinking an eye.
"Hello, I'm Chen Yu. I'm really sorry for what happened just now." Han Lingxue waved her hand and said calmly, "It's okay.
Ji Feng said that the safety of my trip this time is left to you.
I guess he will call you soon."
As he was speaking, a bell rang.
You are empty, color is empty."
This time it was Chen Yu's phone that rang, and the person calling was Ji Feng.
Chen Yu.
Chen Yu felt helpless. All this trouble was caused by him answering the wrong phone call and end up getting himself into trouble. But there was no other way, so Chen Yu answered the call anyway.
Chen Yu learned Han Lingxue's identity from Ji Feng.
It turns out that Han Lingxue is the daughter of Ji Feng's aunt.
Chapter 84 He Wei asks for foreign aid. She was in a hurry to go out this time and didn't bother to bring a bodyguard.
Ji Feng's aunt was afraid that something might happen to her daughter, so she called Ji Feng and asked him to send someone to protect Han Lingxue. Who knew I would encounter such a magical thing?
Ji Feng was too lazy to send anyone to catch the train.
So, he asked Chen Yu to look after Han Lingxue. He was relieved about his brothers, and Ji Feng still had some other ideas in his mind.
For example, it would be nice to match Chen Yu with his cousin. Is this our fate?
Han Lingxue forced a smile on her face.
I guess so.
Chen Yu said helplessly.
This is more than just fate, it's a miracle.
No one would have thought that if you accidentally answered a call, the person you were talking to would actually be your friend.
This is something that people wouldn't dare to show on TV.
After just a few brief words, Han Lingxue stopped talking and returned to her previous cold look.
He was furious when things turned out like this.
He thought that Han Lingxue would make things difficult for Chen Yu, or at least embarrass him. But none of the imagined scenes appeared in his mind.
The dining car is now serving midnight snacks.
Passengers who need them can go to the dining car for a meal. At this time, a flight attendant came over and spoke loudly. He Wei's eyes lit up and he felt that his chance had come.
Nan, we didn't have any lunch this afternoon. Let's go have a meal together.
I'll treat you. As soon as the flight attendant finished speaking, He Wei immediately spoke attentively.
Sun Nan did not respond, but looked at Chen Yu. Are you hungry? Do you want to go get something to eat together?
Chen Yu shook his head and said, I don't have much appetite, so I won't go. He drank like crazy last night and he didn't even know how much he had drunk in the end.
Now, he just wanted to have a good rest.
At the same time, he also understood that there were many things waiting for him to do when he returned home.
If you don't go, I won't go either. Then let's wait until we arrive in Jizhou and have a meal together from our hometown. Sun Nan smiled slightly and said. From beginning to end, he never looked at He Wei even once.
The expression on He Wei's face turned pale and blue, and finally he could only go to the dining car to eat awkwardly.
Miss Han, do you have any urgent business to attend to in Jizhou City? Chen Yu suddenly remembered Ji Feng's commission. He turned to look at Han Lingxue and asked seriously. Since Ji Feng handed Han Lingxue over to Chen Yu had to be loyal to his brother and send her back safely.
It's not an urgent matter, but the sooner it's done, the better the effect will be.
Han Lingxue said truthfully. This made Chen Yu feel troubled and his brows were tightly furrowed. Ms. Han, here's the thing.
I have some urgent matters at home that I need to go back to deal with, so I have to go back to do my business first.
Do you think this will work?
If you think you can do it on your own, just go do it yourself. If you think it's risky to go alone, then you can wait until I get back and finish my business, and then I'll do your business with you.
How about it?
Chen Yu was going home to attend a funeral, and it would be a bad idea to bring anyone back at this time.
This was the only arrangement he had for now. Moreover, he knew very few people in Jizhou City except some classmates.
Chen Yu felt that perhaps he did not know as many capable people in Jizhou as Han Lingshui.
Okay, then I'll go do it myself first. If I run into any trouble, I'll call you.
Han Lingshui remained indifferent and spoke slowly.
The two of them have temporarily arranged their trip to Jizhou.
Meanwhile, inside the dining car,
He Wei, who went out for a midnight snack, had the good fortune to meet a business newcomer from Jizhou City named Zhao Baifei during the meal. Zhao Baifei has developed very smoothly in Jizhou City in recent years, like a dark horse emerging out of nowhere.
In just 2 short years, he became a shining new star in Jizhou's business world.
Even some old bosses have to be polite when they meet him.
He Wei felt indescribably happy to have unexpectedly met such a big shot.
Some ideas also came to my mind. Mr. Zhao, it is fate that we have dinner together. Brother, I have something I want to ask you for help. I wonder if you are willing to lend a helping hand and help me this time. He Wei pretended to look pitiful and said, Brother you are too polite. If you have anything to say, just tell me. As long as I can help, I will do my best.
Zhao Baifei said this just to be polite, but He Wei thought that Zhao Baifei really wanted to help him.
He then spoke incessantly, with tears and snot.
Boss Zhao, to be honest, I'm in trouble.
Oh? Zhao Baifei frowned slightly, with curiosity on his face. What's going on in your heart? Tell me what's going on. Mr. Zhao, I'm going to Jizhou City this time to accompany my girlfriend back to her hometown. Accompanying your girlfriend home, are you discussing getting married? Zhao Baifei looked puzzled and asked tentatively. You want me to attend your wedding? That's a good thing. If I have time, I will definitely go.
He Wei shook his head and said sadly. Mr. Zhao, my girlfriend and I were originally planning to go home to discuss our wedding. But who would have thought that she would meet her old classmate on the train?
My girlfriend's old classmate doesn't look like a good person at first glance. You can smell the scum right out of your mouth. He lied and deceived me all the time, and now my girlfriend won't eat with me anymore.
So our relationship between the two of us might also be in vain.
Oh? There are such people?
Zhao Baifei frowned when he heard it. There is a saying from ancient times, it is better to destroy 10 temples than to destroy a marriage.
This scumbag is really a piece of shit. Brother He Wei, do you want me to help you teach that scumbag a lesson? Make your girlfriend change her mind? He Wei nodded wildly, feeling very excited. Yes, Mr. Zhao, that scumbag's hometown is Jizhou City.
You relied on your years in the imperial capital to deceive my innocent girlfriend. That kind of scum should be punished.
Otherwise, who knows how many girls he would harm.
Boss Zhao, I have no choice but to ask you for help.
Zhao Baifei frowned and thought for a moment. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business.
But just now, he has said it, and it is everyone's responsibility to punish scumbags.
Okay, I'll take the lead on behalf of Brother He Wei.
Zhao Baifei agreed readily.
Thank you, Mr. Zhao, thank you, Mr. Zhao.
He Wei hurriedly thanked him, feeling proud, and secretly thought.
Chen Yu, aren't you pretending to be awesome? Now I'm going to find the big boss from Jizhou City. Let me see how you can pretend with me this time.
Then, the two of them stood up and walked towards the carriage where Chen Yu and the others were.
He Wei walked quickly.
He couldn't wait to see Chen Yu kneel down and beg for mercy.
Nan, come here quickly and stay away from this scumbag.
As soon as he returned to his seat, He Wei reached out and pulled Sun Nan and stood up. He looked directly at Chen Yu with a serious expression.
Chapter 85 Mr. Chen? Sun Nan looked puzzled and frowned. He Wei, what are you doing? Isn't it embarrassing enough at the station? You're not willing to give up until you lose someone here again? He Wei pretended to be righteous, looked at Sun Nan sincerely and said. Nan, we were deceived by this guy Chen Yu. Chen Yu is a liar and a scumbag. Just now, I met Mr. Zhao, the boss of Jizhou City, in the dining car. Boss Zhao said that there is no such person as Chen Yu in Jizhou.
Also, there's the Universal Group he mentioned.
We've been in the capital for so many years, and we've never heard of it. So? He Wei, that's enough. Sun Nan's expression suddenly darkened, and he said coldly. What do you want to say? Are you trying to say that Chen Yu's money came from illegal sources?
Wei, I solemnly tell you now that Chen Yu is my classmate, and I will never allow you to frame him again and again.
Also, please don't call me Nan Nan anymore. We are just ordinary colleagues. This kind of address will cause misunderstanding. Chen Yu. This is all your fault.
If a scumbag like you hadn't shown up, Nan Nan wouldn't have treated me like this. You're a liar, a scum who deceives women's feelings. Wei looked at Chen Yu angrily and blamed him for everything. Wei thought that if Chen Yu had not appeared, he would have been promoted to Sun Nan's official boyfriend. However, Chen Yu disrupted all this and made him completely lose the opportunity to become Sun Nan's boyfriend.
Chen Yu, you are not a rich man at all. Will you reveal your evil deeds yourself? Or will you let Mr. Zhao expose you? Let everyone here know that you are a liar and a scumbag. Ha! Chen Yu found it very funny. He couldn't understand why Wei became abnormal after coming back from having a meal. Hey, what do you mean? Are you having a psychotic episode? You want me to reveal my evil deeds, but what do you want others to reveal about me? Are you out of your mind? Chen Yu was really speechless. He didn't do anything to Wei only for Sun Nan's sake. But Wei kept challenging his limits of patience again and again.
On the side, Han Lingxue sat in her seat, watching all this with great interest, as if she was watching a play. She really wanted to see the strength of this hidden boss in the imperial capital mentioned by her cousin.
Snort!
Wei's expression turned cold, a ferocious look appeared on his face, and he said in a cold voice. Chen Yu, 20 million is not a small amount. You were born in the countryside and work in a small, second-rate company.
Can you tell me how you earned the 20 million yuan in your balance? What are you thinking?
Why should I tell you?
Chen Yu said disdainfully. I think you don't want to say it, but you don't dare to say it.
A country bumpkin like you, other than doing some illegal activities, I can't imagine how someone like you could have accumulated so much wealth.
Put. Ha ha ha. Funny, it's really funny. Han Lingxue couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if she had heard the best joke of the century. You, what are you laughing at? Wei frowned and looked at Han Lingxue.
He knew that Chen Yu and Han Lingxue had some relationship, but Han Lingxue was a beauty after all, so he didn't want to speak too aggressively. That would make him seem too unkind to women.
Nothing?
I just felt your words.
Very funny.
Han Lingxue covered her mouth and chuckled.
What do you mean? Are you questioning my opinion of him?
Wei's face darkened and he said in a cold voice.
Of course. I'm not just questioning what you said, I think you're a complete idiot. Han Lingxue was not speaking for Chen Yu, she was just objectively stating a fact. You. Wei didn't expect Han Lingxue to say this to him. He wanted to curse back, but when he looked at Han Lingxue's beautiful face, he couldn't say the words that were on his lips. I won't argue with you.
You have also been bewitched by this scumbag Chen Yu.
I'm telling you, this Chen Yu is just an employee of a small company. Don't be fooled by his sweet words. Wei acted very magnanimous, looked at Han Lingxue and consoled her patiently. Then do you know where that small, low-profile company you mentioned is located?
Han Lingxue asked with a smile, looking at Wei with interest.
Ha!
Wei looked disdainful and said with a disdainful smile, a small, second-rate company can open anywhere it wants.
I don't care to know. Han Lingxue sneered and shook her head, no longer keeping the secret, and said.
The headquarters of the Universal Group, the small and insignificant company you mentioned, is located on the 399th floor of the Imperial Tower.
Hiss. Some passengers in the car stared with their eyes wide open in disbelief. The strength of a company that can open in the Imperial Capitol building is absolutely unquestionable.
Not to mention anything else, the value of the 399th floor of the Imperial Capitol building alone is over tens of billions. In your words, such groups are considered inferior.
Then I would like to ask, in your eyes, what kind of companies are considered mainstream?
Han Lingxue continued.
You woman, how can you be so ungrateful? I'm trying to persuade you with good intentions, but why do you insist on protecting a liar?
Wei felt that Han Lingxue was bewitched by Chen Yu and came forward to help him make up these lies.
Do you think you can clear his suspicion by talking nonsense? The 399th floor of the Imperial Capitol building. Do you think I spent 8 years in the Imperial Capitol for nothing?
Beauty, let me tell you, there is no such place as the Imperial Capitol building in the Imperial Capitol. He Wei said proudly with a smug look on his face. But as soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of sneer from the surroundings.
Young man, you don't even know the Imperial Capitol building, and you dare to say that you have been in the Imperial Capitol for 8 years?
Stop teasing us and go home to take a shower and go to bed.
Ha ha ha. You've been in the Capitol for 8 years, and you don't even know about the Capitol building. With your IQ, you're no longer suitable to stay in the Capitol. I advise you to pack up and go back home.
The passenger's ridicule made He Wei's face turn red. You guys. He Wei was very angry and turned around to look at Zhao Baifei, who was walking slowly towards him.
Good. Very good. Now I will let you see if this Chen Yu is a liar or a scumbag.
As he spoke, a smug look suddenly appeared on his face. In his opinion, with just one word from the big boss Zhao Baifei, Chen Yu could be exposed and ruined. After that, he would come forward to comfort Sun Nan, and then Sun Nan would be with him.
Boss Xiao, the scumbag I'm talking about is this guy.
He Wei pointed at Chen Yu and sneered.
Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen?
Zhao Baifei was stunned on the spot, his face instantly turning pale with fright. Last night, he heard that young Master Jiang, leader of the 8 heroes of the Imperial Capital, had opened a bar, so he thought about going to curry favor with him. But who would have thought that his level was too low and he couldn't even enter the bar?
I just presented gifts at the door and made a simple registration.
But he was lucky and had the opportunity to see the scene where Chen Yu appeared.
Happy New Year, everyone! Chapter 86 Grandpa's death is strange.
Otherwise, he would have offended someone he couldn't afford to offend today.
Do you know me? Chen Yu asked with a frown.
Chen Yu had no impression of Zhao Baifei at all, and he was sure that he had never met this person.
Mr. Chen, I am.
Zhao Baifei looked respectful and was about to bow to introduce himself. At this time, He Wei, who was standing aside, said with disdain,
Boss Xiao, you must have recognized the wrong person. This Chen Yu is just a country bumpkin farmer. How could he be a rich young master? Bang!
As soon as He Wei finished speaking, Zhao Baifei slapped him in the face.
How dare you act so presumptuous in front of Master Chen? Are you fucking tired of living? How dare you accuse young Master Chen of being a liar?
Let me tell you, young Master Chen is the leader of the 8 heroes of the Imperial Capital and a friend of young Master Jiang.
You said Master Chen is a scumbag? I think you are an idiot. Master Chen wants women, does he need sweet talk? Master Chen only needs to wave his hand, and he can get as many women as he wants, right? What? He Wei was completely dumbfounded and looked at Chen Yu in disbelief.
Only then did he finally understand why Chen Yu had so much money in his account balance. It turned out that he was a wealthy man on the same level as the 8 heroes of the Imperial Capital.
Mr. Chen, I.
He Wei thought about what he had just said and suddenly felt that he was doomed. He wanted to bow and apologize, but he didn't know what to say.
Okay, find a cool place and stay there.
Chen Yu waved his hand in disgust. He didn't want to waste time on He Wei, so he just dismissed him. However, Chen Yu's casual action caused a heated discussion.
This guy has really good character. Even that idiot said that about him, but he didn't get angry. This shows how tolerant he is. That's right.
If it was another rich second generation, he would have beaten that blind guy so badly that he wouldn't even recognize himself.
Such a nice guy, I don't know if he's married yet. It would be nice to introduce it to my daughter. The passengers around him all praised Chen Yu for his magnanimity. He kept praising Chen Yu as a good guy. There were even a few who said they wanted to introduce someone to Chen Yu. But Chen Yu blocked them all.
At this moment, Chen Yu suddenly noticed Zhao Baifei standing aside at a loss. He crossed his arms and looked very nervous.
Do you have something to talk to me about?
Chen Yu turned his head to look at him and asked with a frown.
Mr. Chen, it's like this. I heard that your hometown is Jizhou. I want to make friends with you.
At this moment, Zhao Baifei, the star entrepreneur of Jizhou City, was so nervous that he could not speak clearly.
Of course. Chen Yu said with a smile. More friends mean more paths.
Besides, all Chen Yu's relatives and friends are in Jizhou, so he will definitely have to keep in touch with Zhao Baifei in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. If you have any problems in Jizhou in the future, just let me know. I will do my best to get things done for Master Chen. Zhao Baifei was excited.
He didn't expect that Chen Yu would really want to make friends with him. You know, he originally came here with Wei to cause trouble for Chen Yu. It wouldn't be excessive for Chen Yu to teach him a lesson.
What do you mean by younger brother or not? Didn't I say it? Make friends. Just call me Chen Yu from now on.
Chen Yu looked at Zhao Baifei with a smile and waved his hand. Zhao Baifei was extremely excited, with joy on his face.
Then, can I call you Brother Yu? This way it seems more intimate.
Zhao Baifei said excitedly.
Sure. Chen Yu smiled and nodded.
At this time, Chen Yu suddenly remembered that Han Lingxue was going to Jizhou to discuss business.
Just now he was still confused about what to do when he arrived in Jizhou.
Now, everything has been solved.
It would be a shame not to use the local tyrant in front of us. Miss Han, aren't you going to Jizhou to discuss business? Brother Zhao is from Jizhou.
I think you should have a good chat with him, and then you will be able to do more business with less effort.
After a conversation,
Chen Yu exclaimed that fate was such an amazing thing.
It turned out that the company that Han Lingxue was going to Jizhou to discuss was Zhao Baifei's company. With Zhao Baifei, the local boss, Han Lingxue's affairs became much easier.
Both of them discussed and signed the contract without getting out of the car.
After resolving Han Lingxue's issue, Chen Yu felt relieved.
The problem was solved perfectly, so Chen Yu didn't need to make any arrangements. Then, Zhao Baifei chatted with Chen Yu for a while. When he heard that Chen Yu was going to rush back to the village overnight, he took the initiative to volunteer to drive him back.
Chen Yu did not refuse Zhao Baifei's kindness,
because this can save him a lot of effort. After all, most drivers don't want to go to the countryside by taxi at night. What's more, if Chen Yu goes back to attend the funeral, no one will be willing to go.
1 o'clock in the morning.
Chen Yu rode Zhao Baifei's Mercedes-Benz and returned to the village where he grew up, Aishi Village, as quickly as possible.
Ha! What's going on? When I got home, the yard was pitch black.
Only the light was on in the shabby thatched hut where my grandfather once lived. But the light in the room was dim and I couldn't see clearly what was going on inside. Chen Yu frowned tightly, with a puzzled look in his eyes. In his impression, a funeral shouldn't be like this. Logically, Grandpa's mourning hall should be placed in the main hall. Besides, at this time, there should be someone keeping vigil.
But why was the house so dark and there was no one keeping vigil?
Chen Yu thought of his adoptive parents and their past deeds, and his face suddenly darkened. Birth and death are both big events for a person. Chen Yu originally thought that no matter how unreasonable his adoptive parents were, they would send his grandfather away properly. But the current scene was obviously different from what he had imagined. Walking into my grandfather's thatched cottage, all the moments of my childhood came flooding into my mind.
Xiao Yu, you're back.
Next to the coffin, a weak figure slowly stood up. She was a girl, dressed simply and had a pleasant appearance.
Even her plain peasant clothes could not conceal her beauty.
This girl's name is Chen Shuang, and she is 3 years older than Chen Yu.
It is said that an elder sister is like a mother.
In Chen Yu's heart, his sister Chen Shuang is more suitable for the role of mother than his adoptive mother Song Wenkai. His adoptive parents favored boys over girls, and after having Chen Shuang, they wanted to have another son.
So Chen Yu's adoptive parents found a fortune teller.
At that time, the fortune teller told them that they had to have a son first before they could give birth to their own son. So, Chen Yu's adoptive parents took him back to the Chen family.
But after they adopted Chen Yu into the Chen family, they ignored him.
It can be said that Chen Shuang and his grandfather raised him single-handedly.
Sister, why are you the only one here? Where's Dad? He's a filial son, shouldn't he be the one keeping vigil? Chen Yu asked in a deep voice. Oh.
Chen Shuang sighed and shook his head, his face full of disappointment in his father.
Come here and take another good look at Grandpa. Chapter 87, Ruthless.
Chen Shuang did not answer Chen Yu's question, but just said lightly. However, Chen Yu saw crying and conflicted expressions on Chen Shuang's face.
Sister, what's going on? When I spoke to Grandpa a few days ago, he seemed fine, didn't he? Chen Yu frowned and came to Chen Shuang, wanting to ask for details of the matter. Xiao Yu.
Tears instantly blurred Chen Shuang's eyes, and she threw herself into Chen Yu's arms.
Grandpa, he was killed by my parents.
Chen Shuang wanted to conceal this matter, but she was afraid that Chen Yu would find out from other sources and the truth would eventually come out. Besides, many people in the village knew about this matter.
If she didn't tell Chen Yu, but let Chen Yu know it from outsiders. Given Chen Yu's deep affection for his grandfather, he would definitely make a big fuss. Sister, what did you say? Grandpa, Grandpa.
Chen Yu was stunned on the spot, his face full of disbelief.
Grandpa, he is Chen Yuming's biological father. How could they?
Crows know how to repay their parents, but Chen Yu's adoptive parents, who were born as human beings, did such a thing.
This was something Chen Yu would never dare to dream of. It's my little brother. He went to gamble again and owed people tens of thousands of dollars.
When the creditors came to collect the debts, my parents were afraid, so they pushed my grandfather out and let him deal with the debt collectors. When Grandpa was fighting with his creditors, he was beaten up by them and his internal organs were injured. If he had been sent to the hospital, he would have been cured. But my parents were reluctant to spend money, so they let Grandpa bear it. That's why it happened. At this time, Chen Shuang had already burst into tears. If Chen Yu hadn't supported her, she probably wouldn't have been able to stand up.
I'll go find them.
Chen Yu's eyes were red, and he turned and walked out the door. He wanted to ask his adoptive parents what their hearts were made of.
Xiao Yu, things have come to this, let's just let Grandpa go first, okay? Grandpa, he's gone. Even if you beat them up, he won't come back. I beg you, just pretend you don't know about this, okay?
Chen Shuang hugged Chen Yu tightly from behind, and her tears wet his back in an instant.
Xiao Yu, please help me, okay?
Listening to his sister's almost pleading voice, Chen Yu forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart.
Sister, I listen to you.
Chen Yu turned around, hugged Chen Shuang tightly, patted her on the back, and spoke to comfort her. The two of them sat hugging each other, staring blankly at their grandfather's body until dawn. It was not until Zhao Baifei and Han Lingxue arrived again that the Chen family members came out of the room, panting heavily.
Hello, we are looking for Chen Yu. Zhao Baifei and Han Lingxue walked into Chen's house one after another. Looking for Chen Yu? Is he back?
Chen Yu's adoptive mother, Song Wenkai, frowned and asked in confusion.
I'm here.
Hearing the sound, Chen Yu supported his sister Chen Shuang and walked out of his grandfather's thatched hut.
Chen Yu, your grandfather's funeral is all up to you. How can you have the time to receive them? Let them go quickly.
Song Wenkai glared at Chen Yu with disgust. At this time, a young man in his early 20s came quickly to Song Wencai's side and whispered. Mom, Chen Yu's two friends came here in a luxury car worth more than 1 million yuan.
We can't let them leave like this.
The young man is named Chen Hu, and he is Chen Yu's younger brother.
He dropped out of school at the age of 16 and lived off his parents at home. He was once a well-known vagrant in the vicinity of Aishi village. Xiao Yu, what's wrong with you? You didn't even tell your mother that you came back. Quick! Hurry and welcome the two distinguished guests in.
Song Wencai's expression changed so quickly that the face that was full of disgust just now immediately turned into a bright smile.
So hypocritical. Zhao Lu, why are you still standing there? Go and invite your brother and his friends into the house for some tea.
Song Wenkai shouted to a young girl in her early 20s. She was the daughter-in-law that the elders in the family recommended to Chen Hu half a year ago.
She had a gentle, simple and honest personality. Brother, you're back.
Zhao Lu came in front of Chen Yu and bowed.
Well, I came back last night. Don't worry about it. I'll go and greet them.
Looking at his sister-in-law Zhao Lu, Chen Yu's eyes were full of regret. She was a good girl, but she married that bastard Chen Hu.
Her life is ruined. Zhao Lu, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and bring your brother's friend into the house. I want to talk to your brother. Zhao Baifei and Han Lingxue, led by Zhao Lu, entered the house, while Song Wenkai pulled Chen Yu to the corner of the yard. Xiao Yu, when did you make rich friends? Why didn't you tell us? Don't you know how much pressure your brother is under with the mortgage? Go borrow 4. No.
Borrow 1 million from them, let your brother pay off the mortgage, and buy him a car. Chen Yu was stunned, and the anger that he had suppressed in his heart suddenly burst out. Mom, they are not my friends, they are my creditors. I lost my job, borrowed money from them, and never paid it back.
Now I'm here to look for my family. Song Wenkai was stunned at first, and then his face suddenly turned gloomy. What did you say? You, a freeloader, are in debt? Yes. I owe them 5 million. Chen Yu said coldly. Bang!
As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, Song Wenkai slapped him in the face. After you take care of the old man's funeral, get out of this house. From now on, you have nothing to do with our family.
Don't even think about expecting us to help you make a penny. As he spoke, Song Wenkai walked into the house. At this moment, Chen Yu's younger brother Chen Hu and adoptive father Chen Yuming were warmly entertaining Zhao Baifei and Han Lingxue. He looked servile and had a flattering smile on his face, as if he was afraid of not entertaining us well enough. You two, stop working. They are debt collectors. Chen Yu, that freeloader, owes them 5 million. Wenkai, aren't they your Chen Yu's friends? How come they become debt collectors again? Those relatives of the Chen family who originally thought that Chen Yu had made it and could benefit from it were suddenly furious. What they were discussing just now was that they had always felt that Chen Yu was not an ordinary person and would be either rich or noble in the future. Now it turns out that it has long been seen that Chen Yu is a disaster star. Zhao Baifei and Han Lingxue were completely confused and didn't react. They were just about to explain. But when he saw Chen Yu winking at them, he immediately said seriously, "That's right. Chen Yu does owe us 5 million, and we are here to collect the debt." The Chen family father and son, who were greeting Zhao Baifei and the others warmly, suddenly changed their expressions. Chen Yu. Chen Yuming's face was gloomy and he came up to Chen Yu with a cold expression. Our family worked so hard to raise you, and this is how you repay us? You borrowed 5 million yuan from someone, but you didn't pay off your brother's mortgage first? Where's the remaining money? Take it out quickly and get out of the Chen family. The money will be your reward for our kindness in raising you over the years. Chapter 88. You just want money, right? Ha ha. Chen Yu laughed. But his face was full of bitterness. This is his family. Without a word of concern, they just came up to ask for money to pay off the loan for their own son. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Chen Yu had previously thought that once he had settled down in the imperial capital, he would bring his entire family over. Now it seems that there is no need. Bite. The system prompt sound suddenly rang in Chen Yu's mind. Special mission: solve household chores perfectly. Task requirements: properly arrange grandfather's funeral, solve Chen family's troubles, and repay the kindness of raising him. Task rewards: any number of item rewards, twice, God-level all-round competitive skills and a mysterious gift package. This was the second time a special mission had been triggered. Chen Yu should have been happy, but now he simply couldn't be happy. Mom and Dad, how could you do this? At this time, Chen Xuan came over with an anxious look on his face and stretched out his hands to protect Chen Yu behind him. Xiao Yu, don't worry. I'll help you pay off your debts. As long as we're fine, that's all that matters. Chen Xuan reached out her hand and gently stroked Chen Yu's bitter face. Mom. Chen Yu looked at Song Wenkai and asked with a complicated expression, I want to ask you, have you ever treated me as your son over the years? Chen Yu had thought it through. Even though his adoptive parents had treated him like that just now, his grandfather's death was also due to them. But as long as Song Wenkai answered yes, he would still provide for them in their old age. You are a bastard who doesn't even know your biological parents. How can you be worthy of being my son? I tell you, you are a tool adopted by our Chen family from an orphanage. You exist only to bring us Xiaohu. And Chen Xuan, that money loser, if she wasn't paid quite a bit now, I would have found a rich family to sell her off to. Okay, I understand. Chen Yu said calmly with no expression on his face. He has completely given up on the Chen family. You are Chen Yu's mother, how can you say such things? The indifferent Han Lingxue couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily. Song Wenkai glanced at Chen Yu with disgust and said coldly. I'm not his mother, so who knows which bitch or whose bastard he is? Go ask him for the debt, it has nothing to do with us. Han Lingxue was stunned. Even a stranger would not utter such vicious words, but now they came from the mouth of her family with whom she had lived for more than 20 years. This overturned her perception of the evil of human nature. Mom, how can you say such things? Chen Xuan was shaking with anger, and looked at Song Wenkai angrily and said. Over the years, Xiao Yu has used all the money he earned in the capital to pay off Chen Hu's mortgage. Not only do you not show any concern, but you also. Mom, I really want to ask you, is your heart made of stone? Song Wenkai snorted coldly, our family has raised him for more than 20 years. Shouldn't he make a little contribution to this family? As he spoke, Song Wenkai looked at Chen Yu. Oh, by the way, the old man was the best to him when he was alive, so he paid for the funeral. We don't have the money to take care of the old man's funeral. If you can't come up with the money, we'll wrap you up in a mat and throw you on the mountain. Mom, do you have to be like this? Chen Xuan looked at Song Wenkai in disbelief. You are trying to force Xiaoyu to death. His creditors are here to help him. How can you add insult to injury when you are not thinking about how to help him get through this difficult time? Whether he lives or dies, what does it have to do with me? I never raised him for a single day. It's the old man who raised him. He should be the one to pay for the funeral. Song Wenkai said coldly. If you don't care, I will. Xiaoyu is my younger brother, I will help him pay off his debt. Chen Shuang said angrily. As he said that, he took out his wallet and prepared to hand it to Chenyu. I knew you were dishonest, you hid the money secretly. All the money you earned belongs to this family. Paying him back? Don't even think about it. Song Wenkai snatched Chen Shuang's wallet. You. Give me back my wallet. Chen Shuang was completely desperate. Her mother's indifference and determination made Chen Shuang feel heartbroken. Sister, don't worry, I'll be fine. Chen Yu grabbed Chen Shuang. He had already decided what to do. Mom, Miss Song, don't worry. I won't be a burden to your family. I will also take care of Grandpa's funeral. Chen Yu's heart ached. After all, this was the home where he had lived for more than 20 years. When he said this, the past 20 years had become the past. This is the best. Song Wenkai and the Chun father and son immediately breathed a sigh of relief and a relaxed smile appeared on their faces. Mr. Zhao, can you please do me a favor? Chen Yu looked at Zhao Baifei and said. I want you to help me cremate my grandfather's body, and then take his ashes to the imperial capital for burial. Grandpa's lifelong wish was to visit the imperial capital, but I was unable to allow him to go when he was alive. Now I want to find a good place in the imperial capital for him to rest in peace. Brother Chen, leave this matter to me. I promise to get it done for you. Zhao Baifei didn't dare to say much about Chen Yu's family, but he had to help him. What's going on? Hearing the conversation between Chen Yu and Zhao Baifei, everyone present was stunned. Is this the kind of conversation that a creditor and a debtor should have? Why does it seem like the creditor is trying to curry favor with Chen Yu? Song Wenkai and Chen's father and son were also confused and asked doubtfully. Doesn't Chen Yu owe you money? Why are you still helping him? Did he tell you some nonsense? He is just an orphan, nothing. You don't have to be afraid of him. Just ask him for the debt. At this time, Song Wenkai still did not forget to add insult to injury and step on Chen Yu. He is as cruel as a snake or scorpion. Chen Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sister, let's go. Chen Yu pulled Chen Shuang and went out the door. Chen Yu, what are you doing? Song Wenkai and two other people hurried forward to stop Chen Yu. You can't earn money for this family, and you want to take this money-losing thing away? You ungrateful thing, how can you be so mean? If I had known you were such an ungrateful person, I should have sold you for money when I got Xiaohu. Song Wensai's face was ferocious and he said viciously. You just want money, right? In that case, let me pay to buy my sister from you. Chen Yu looked at Song Wenkai and said expressionlessly. Song Wenkai was startled, then sneered and mocked. As long as you can come up with 1 million, we can let you take Chen Shuang away, but can a loser like you come up with that much money? Xiao Yu. Chen Shuang screamed, she didn't want to embarrass Chen Yu. Chen Yu held his sister Chen Shuang's hand tightly and said with a smile. Sister, don't worry, I'll take you away now. As he spoke, Chen Yu took out his mobile phone, clicked on the transfer page, and skillfully transferred 1 million to the familiar account. Then he directly deleted the bank account with the most transfers. I've given you the money. From now on, we siblings will have nothing to do with your family. Chen Yu knocked it away, and Song Wenkai grabbed Chen Shuang's hand and said expressionlessly. You, why can you come up with 1 million? Song Wenkai was dumbfounded and looked at Chen Yu in disbelief. Chapter 89, Separation and Division. Chen Yu did not say anything, but walked towards the Mercedes-Benz outside the gate with Chen Shuang, who looked sad. At this moment, Chen Hu suddenly ran over and blocked the way of Chen Yu and the others. Chen Yu, please explain clearly, what is going on? Chen Yu said nothing, pushed Chen Hu away expressionlessly, opened the door and got into the car. Chen Yu, do you think you can leave if you don't explain it clearly today? Chen Hu refused to give in and tried to stop Chen Yu from leaving. At this time, Zhao Baifei grabbed him and said coldly. What do you want my brother Chen to say? Why does he have 1 million? Brother Chen doesn't want to pay attention to you at all, so let me tell you. Zhao Baifei was already extremely angry.
He wanted to let everyone in the Chen family know how stupid their actions were and what they had lost. My brother Chen is now a big boss in the imperial capital, worth tens of billions. How could he owe us money?
For brother Chen, 5 million is just a matter of throwing one less party. Ha, you are dumbfounded. Everyone in the Chen family widened their eyes and looked at Chen Yu in disbelief. How is this possible?
Song Wenkai couldn't believe it and stared at Chen Yu, who had already got into the car.
What did I just do? Chen Yu is worth billions now. How can I let him go like this?
No. We can't let him go like this. We have to swindle all his assets away from him. Thinking of this, Song Wenkai hurried to the car and said with a smile,
Xiao Yu, I just said that in anger. Can you please stop being mad at me? We are a family, why do we have to make such a fuss? Come down quickly.
If we have anything to say, let's go home and talk it out behind closed doors. Chen Yu said calmly, with a blank expression on his face.
What else? Give you a chance to take my assets away? He knew Song Wenkai too well.
Just by looking at the expression on her face, Chen Yu knew what she was thinking.
Song Wenkai was speechless.
She regretted it so much at this moment.
Xiao Yu, I was wrong before, please forgive me. I swear to you, we will treat you as our son in the future, okay? Please don't leave this house, okay?
After all, she was the person he had called mother for more than 20 years.
Chen Yu was shaken at this moment.
In Chen Yu's heart, nothing could compare to family affection. But at this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in Chen Yu's mind.
Ding, the observe motion skill is activated. Then, a passage of Song Wenkai's inner thoughts appeared in Chen Yu's mind. You are a fatherless and motherless, damned bastard. After we transfer all your assets to Shouhu, I'll see how I deal with you. Chen Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head, thinking that he was still too naive. I was so naive to think that Song Wenkai would change. Xiao Yu, your mother knows she is wrong, so just forgive her.
After all, she is the one who raised you.
Can you really not see her again for the rest of your life? A distant cousin of Chen Yu came forward and gave earnest advice.
Yes, Xiao Yu, you have been very obedient since you were a child.
You can't leave because of this. Several uncles also followed suit.
Even Chen Shuang, who was sitting next to Chen Yu, pulled his sleeve and said softly,
Xiao Yu, why don't you just forgive them? I think they know they are wrong.
Chen Shuang really couldn't bear to see her family become like this.
Sister, can you deceive yourself with these words? You know who they are better than I do. Do you think they will really change?
They are now groveling and kneeling, just using a self-torture tactic to make me stay first and then take my assets.
Sister, if you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences.
I won't be fooled by them again, and I don't want you to stay and continue to suffer. As he spoke, Chen Yu looked at Zhao Baifei and Han Lingxue.
Boss Xiao, let's go. I don't want to stay here any longer.
Chen Yu and his group of 4 drove away. The expression on Song Wenkai's face became ferocious again.
Damn you little bastard, do you think you can get rid of us like this? Dream on. Jizhou City, Tianha Hotel.
Chen Yu decided to stay here first and wait for Zhao Baifei to help him cremate his grandfather's body before returning to the imperial capital. During this period, he had one thing he had to do, which was to go to the casino and avenge his grandfather. By the way, he also helped the Chen family to settle Chen Hu's gambling debt, which was the last thing he did for the Chen family.
Ayu?
Zhao Baifei had just helped Chen Yu book a room and they were about to go upstairs when Chen Yu heard someone calling him.
Bo Zai?
Chen Yu looked over when he heard the voice and found that the person calling him was his middle school classmate Zhang Bo.
Long time no see, Bo Zai. Chen Yu greeted him with a smile.
The two had a very good relationship during their school years, and they would contact each other from time to time after graduation.
Yes, it's been almost 10 years.
Zhang Bo came to Chen Yu with an excited look on his face and a smile.
Ayu, you are such a mean guy. You came back but didn't even call me. Let's have a good get-together and get drunk.
Zhang Bo punched Chen Yu on the shoulder and complained. Chen Yu smiled bitterly and said sadly, my grandfather passed away, and I came back to attend the funeral. Zhang Bo was stunned, his face full of emotion.
Time flies so fast.
I still remember when you were in school, your parents didn't pay your tuition and the teacher wanted to suspend your class. It was your grandfather who walked over 20 miles along the mountain road to come to school and pay the tuition, so you could continue to go to school.
Yes. Chen Yu's eyes began to mist. Chen Yu still remembers that incident vividly.
The tuition fee for that time was saved up by his grandfather, who worked day and night for several days digging for mountain products.
Oh. Zhang Bo sighed and patted Chen Yu on the shoulder.
Birth, aging, sickness and death are the laws of nature.
Please accept the changes. Hey, isn't this Chen Yu who went to the imperial capital to develop?
As the two were talking, a man and a woman suddenly came in from the hotel entrance. They are also Chen Yu's middle school classmates. The boy is called Wang Jie and the girl is called Zhang Zhao.
Chen Yu, aren't you developing in the imperial capital? Why are you back? Could it be that the pressure in the capital is too great, so you're going back to Jizhou to develop?
Wang Jie looked at Chen Yu, his expression full of sarcasm.
Wang Jie, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Yu he is back here to do some work. He will be back to the capital in 2 days.
At school, Zhang Bo and Chen Yu and several other classmates formed a small group, while Wang Jie and some other classmates formed a group, and they all disliked each other.
Who knows, is he lying?
Wang Jie looked unconvinced, spread his hands and said, maybe he said that because he is afraid of being embarrassed.
That must be the case, otherwise why would he be at the Tianhe Hotel? I think he came here to look for a job.
Zhang Zhao, who was beside Wang Jie, said with a sneer. Zhang Bo was stunned, and suddenly remembered that this was the Tianhe Hotel, where the starting price for a night's stay was 2,000. Chen Yu's salary in the capital was only about 5,000 yuan, which was too much for him to afford here. I also believed Zhang Zhao's words in my heart.
Chapter 90, Meeting an Old Classmate. I'm here to accompany my friend.
Chen Yu saw Zhang Bo's confusion and explained. At this moment, Wang Jie suddenly saw Han Lingxue, who was following Chen Yu, and his eyes suddenly brightened.
Han Lingxue is from northeast China.
She is tall, over 1.75 meters tall. She is the eldest daughter of the Han family and dresses luxuriously and high-endly. She is far from being comparable to Zhang Zhao, a local woman from Jizhou, a third-tier small city.
Chen Yu, who is this?
Wang Jie looked at Han Lingxue with shining eyes. This is my friend's cousin, her name is Han Lingxue, and she came to Jizhou to discuss business.
Chen Yu said with a smile. These people are.
Chen Yu was about to introduce Zhang Bo and the other two, but Wang Jie spoke up and introduced himself.
Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Wang Jie. I am the workshop manager of Hongyuan Heavy Industry. I am considered to be quite powerful in Jizhou. If you need any help, you can come to me. I will do my best to help you. Wang Jie came up to Han Lingxue and extended his hand to make acquaintance with her. No need.
Han Lingxue said coldly without even looking at him.
Chen Yu shook his head secretly. Han Lingxue, this icy beauty, just ignores him, so how could she care about Wang Jie? Leave me a business card. Who can tell what will happen in the future? Maybe you will need me someday.
Wang Jie withdrew his hand embarrassedly, took out a business card and handed it to Han Lingxue.
I don't think I'll ever need a little person like you. Han Lingxue still didn't even look at Wang Jie and said in a cold voice. You.
Wang Jie hit a wall with Han Lingxue, so he decided to get it back from Chen Yu and let Han Lingxue see his strength.
Chen Yu, you are here for an interview to be a waiter, right? It just so happens that I know the lobby manager of Tianhe Hotel. As long as you ask me for help, I will ask him to arrange a job for you. How about it?
Wang Jie said proudly. He couldn't help but feel secretly happy that he could show his strength in front of the beautiful woman. Maybe he could win her favor.
Chen Yu, this opportunity only comes once. As long as you ask me for help, you can get a job without an interview.
As he spoke, Wang Jie looked at Han Lingxue proudly, as if to say,
see?
This is my strength.
But Han Lingxue never looked at Wang Jie from beginning to end. Sir, I think you may have misunderstood. These people are not here to apply for jobs.
They are our hotel's black card VIP guests. The lady at the front desk suddenly spoke.
What? Black card VIP?
Wang Jie was shocked. He often went to Tianhe to check in a room and have affairs, so he knew very well what Tianhe's black card VIP meant.
The black card of Tianhe Hotel can only be obtained by a one-time recharge of 1 million. Sister, are you kidding me? Wang Jie asked doubtfully.
He had inquired about Chen Yu's situation before and learned that Chen Yu was just a 9-to-5 office worker in the imperial capital. So in his opinion, it is absolutely impossible for Chen Yu to take 1 million to recharge his hotel membership card.
Sir, why would I joke with you?
I'm just trying to persuade you out of kindness because you know our manager.
Do you know who that gentleman is?
The lady at the front desk pointed at Zhao Baifei.
Wang Jie sneered disdainfully and said sarcastically, "What kind of big shot can Chen Yu's friend be?"
The lady at the front desk couldn't help but shake her head. She had tried her best, but Wang Jie was determined to die, and there was nothing she could do.
"This is Zhao Baifei, Mr. Zhao,"
the lady at the front desk said calmly.
"Zhao Baifei?" Wang Jie asked puzzledly.
He felt that the name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Wang Jie, there is a big boss in Jizhou City who is very popular recently. His name is Zhao Baifei.
Could it be him?
Zhang Jiao widened her eyes, somewhat unable to believe it.
Yes, I am the Zhao Baifei you mentioned, but I am not a big boss.
In front of Brother Chen, I am just a small businessman worth more than $1 billion. Wang Jie and Zhang Jiao widened their eyes in shock, unable to believe that Chen Yu knew such an important person.
Ahem. Wang Jie coughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject.
Zhang Bo, I'll leave the matters here to you. Zhang Jiao and I will go to KTV and book a large private room. Having said that, the two of them quickly turned around and left in disgrace.
Bozai, why are you with Wang Jie? Entering the presidential suite, Chen Yu asked Zhang Bo puzzledly. Isn't it Luo Feng? He took over the family business a few days ago and organized a class reunion. By the way, are you free tomorrow? If you are, let's go together tomorrow.
We haven't seen each other for a long time.
Let's take this opportunity to get drunk. Sure. Chen Yu agreed immediately.
Anyway, he still has to stay in Jizhou for a few days, and he might as well go and see his old classmates since he has nothing to do.
Who will come this time? Chen Yu asked curiously. All the classmates came this time.
I heard that Sun Nan even came back from the capital to attend this class reunion.
Chen Yu. Who told you that? Sun Nan came to Jizhou to discuss business. He probably just happened to catch up.
Zhang Bo suddenly became interested, looked at Chen Yu with interest and asked.
How do you know so much about Sun Nan's affairs? Oh, right.
You are also in the imperial capital, and she is also in the imperial capital.
Could there be something going on between the two of you? Chen Yu rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, What are you talking about? I just happened to run into Sun Nan when I came back.
Ayu, if you have nothing to do with Sun Nan, don't get too close to her at the party tomorrow. I heard that Luo Feng held the class reunion this time just for Sun Nan, and he even said that he wanted to confess his love to Sun Nan in public.
Okay, I understand. Chen Yu said lightly. Then, the two chatted for a while, and Zhang Bo left in a hurry, saying that he had some work to do.
However, the two have already agreed to meet at the entrance of Tianhe Hotel tomorrow morning. After not sleeping all night, Chen Yu fell asleep until the afternoon and then got up to eat something. Chen Xuan was still sleeping, which made Chen Yu feel distressed. He couldn't imagine how hard his sister worked when he was not at home, which was why she slept so deeply. So much so that she didn't even notice that he sat at the head of the bed and looked at her for a long time.
Shengxian chess and card room.
Chen Yu looked at the door of the chess and card room with a gloomy expression. On the surface, this is a chess and card room for leisure and entertainment, but underground it is the largest casino in Jizhou.
Chen Hu lost everything here.
If it weren't for the fact that the title deed to his house in the city had not yet been issued, he would have lost the house that Chen Yu bought for him long ago.
Chen Yu stepped in. Although my grandfather's death was caused by Chen Yuming and Song Wenkai's family, the casino was also an indirect cause.
If they hadn't attacked Grandpa, nothing would have happened afterwards.
Sir, have you made an appointment with a friend? Or are you sharing a table alone?
As soon as Chen Yu entered the chess and card room, a receptionist came towards him with a bright smile on his face.
Neither. Chen Yu said lightly. Are you here to look for someone? The receptionist asked tentatively. Chen Yu didn't say anything, but pointed at the ground. The greeter understood instantly. This is a casino matter and it's no secret, but everyone who is interested in it knows about it. Sir, follow me. The receptionist was not afraid and took Chen Yu straight to the basement. Chapter 91 Revenge begins.
When he arrived at the basement, Chen Yu saw a completely different scene. The basement is very large, about 500 or 600 square meters. There are hundreds of slot machines at the entrance, which are already crowded at the moment. Most of the people playing are young people under 30 years old. There are more varieties as you go deeper, such as pai gow, dice, and poker.
Almost everything a gambler wants is available here.
Sir, how much chips do you want to exchange? The receptionist asked, bowing.
What is the minimum amount of money that can be exchanged here? Chen Yu asked.
The receptionist was stunned. She thought Chen Yu looked extraordinary and had met a rich man, but she didn't expect him to be a poor guy. Handsome guy, the minimum here is 500 yuan, but I still think it would be better for you to exchange more so that you don't have to run back and forth again and again. The receptionist still didn't give up and tried to trick Chen Yu into exchanging more chips so that she could get more commission.
No need. Chen Yu waved his hand and said calmly, 500 yuan is enough.
As he spoke, Chen Yu took out 5 red bills and exchanged them for $500 chips. Damn, he looks like a decent person, but he is actually a poor bastard.
It's really disappointing.
The receptionist looked at Chen Yu's back, cursed inwardly, and turned to go upstairs. In her opinion, Chen Yu, who had exchanged 500 yuan, would be out in a few minutes. After all, the casino's daily turnover is about 20 million, and the money Chen Yu has is only enough for one round.
Aren't you showing off? I want to see how awesome you are. The receptionist stopped and turned to walk towards Chen Yu. She was very angry and wanted to laugh at him when Chen Yu lost all his money.
The receptionist squeezed through the crowd and found Chen Yu in front of a dice table. She thought Chen Yu was almost defeated, so she wanted to go up and sneer at Chen Yu. However, when she got closer, she saw that Chen Yu had a pile of chips in front of him, with amounts of varying sizes. A rough glance showed that there were almost tens of thousands of chips. Hiss. The receptionist gasped and froze in place.
How long had it been?
In less than 5 minutes, he had multiplied his capital by nearly 20 times.
Could it be that he really has some skills? The receptionist thought secretly in his heart. Bet big or small. Buy it and leave it.
At this time, another round of gambling started at the table, and the receptionist stared at Chen Yu intently. She wanted to see if Chen Yu was cheating, and there would be rewards for reporting cheating here. At the gambling table, Chen Yu had a blank expression on his face as he casually pushed all the chips in front of him onto the big words. Seeing this scene, the banker sneered. He had already noticed Chen Yu, and within 5 minutes of sitting at the table, he had made a fortune. There were even some gamblers who followed Chen Yu's lead and placed bets together.
Boy, you are still too young. I let you win 2 rounds. Do you really think you are so good? This decision made Chen Yu lose everything. Buy it and leave it, drive.
4, 4, 6, 14 big. As the dice thrower shouted, the dealer looked at Chen Yu with a sneer and said,
Young man, your luck has run out. Go and exchange your chips. Remember, change more this time, otherwise you won't have enough to lose. Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, Are you talking to yourself? I bought a big one, and you bought a small one. I win. The dealer was startled and looked at the dice shooter.
He was from the casino and he had just winked at the dice shooter, asking him to keep the number of points on the dice small.
That's why he mocked Chen Yu without even looking at the number on the dice. Are you coming again? Chen Yu asked.
At this time, the chips in front of him had piled up into a mountain, at least 200,000.
The banker's face turned pale and he stood up angrily.
If you have the guts, let's go play poker.
10,000 per hand. Do you dare?
Chen Yu slowly stood up and said with a smile, I'm happy to accompany you.
He came here today just to mess things up. Of course, the bigger the fun, the more he likes it. Come here and help me get the chips.
If I win, I will give you 11% of the chips as a red envelope.
If you lose, I will give you 10,000. Chen Yu pointed at the receptionist.
The receptionist was startled, but still obediently helped Chen Yu clean up the chips on the gambling table, and followed Chen Yu to the card table. There were 4 people at the table, and each of them had a mountain of chips in front of them.
50,000.
After the dealer dealt the cards, the banker who came with Chen Yu took the lead and bet 50,000.
100,000 boredom. Chen Yu didn't even look at the cards.
He signaled the receptionist to push away half of the chips in front of him. After 1 round, the other 2 only followed one hand and then threw away their cards. Only Chen Yu and the dealer were left at the table.
Boy, it seems that you don't have enough chips. The dealer looked at Chen Yu with a sneer. Chen Yu smiled and said, If it's not enough, I can change it. I will play with you however you want to play today. The banker was a little panicked. He felt that he couldn't see through Chen Yu. Okay, let's just play casually for the first round. Open the cards.
The dealer's words sound nice, but in fact he is just afraid of Chen Yu and his superb technical means.
Okay, then let's open the cards.
Chen Yu signaled to the receptionist again and asked her to help open the cards. This scene gave the dealer more confidence. No matter how good Chen Yu's skills are, it will be useless if he doesn't touch the cards or the gambling table.
It seems that beauty brings me good luck.
Chen Yu took the receptionist into his arms and looked up at the dealer.
He looks like a dandy young man.
The receptionist's pretty face blushed, but she didn't say anything, she just felt very ashamed. The man who she had just called a poor, unsophisticated guy, now held her in his arms and touched her all over without restraint. The key point is that she didn't have the slightest thought of resisting, but instead felt extremely stimulated and had a different kind of excitement. Unconsciously, the receptionist felt a palpitation in her heart and looked at Chen Yu with dazed eyes.
It looked like he wanted to play cards like Chen Yu, while keeping a distance from him.
Chen Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. This was exactly the situation he wanted. He just wanted the casino to think that he was a lucky, wealthy second-generation dude.
In the first hand, Chen Yu had the biggest K and the dealer had the biggest Q. Chen Yu narrowly won and his chips instantly exceeded 500,000.
In the second hand, the dealer got a flush. The other two players also had good cards and got pairs.
This sentence caused a huge uproar.
Chen Yu asked the receptionist to exchange 5 million chips for him. Only then was the game over. The dealer thought he had won the flush, but unexpectedly Chen Yu won by a narrow margin again. The dealer has the biggest flush, K, while Chen Yu has A. In this round, Chen Yu won more than 20 million, which made the dealer angry.
Go and help me exchange these 1,500 million. Chen Yu pinched the receptionist's butt.
Then, he casually stuffed a chip worth 200,000 into her career line.
What a nice milky smell.
Chen Yu put his hand to the tip of his nose and took a deep breath.
The receptionist's cheeks immediately turned red.
She kissed Chen Yu on the cheek and then shyly went to exchange chips for Chen Yu.
You want to leave just because you won? The dealer glared at Chen Yu viciously. Chapter 92 Calculate the mental loss. No. Chen Yu sneered, looked at the banker with disdain and said,
I just think that you are such a wimp that you can't possibly beat me, so there's no point in me keeping those chips.
Little brother, are you saying that my casino is no longer operating?
At this time, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face came over and said with a sneer. The receptionist who was going to exchange chips for Chen Yu was also intercepted by him. She looked grim and returned to Chen Yu with the chips.
Handsome guy, he's the owner of the casino, his name is Jun Gu, he's a ruthless guy, you can't afford to mess with him. Wait, let's find a chance to leave quickly.
The receptionist leaned into Chen Yu's arms again and whispered in his ear.
Young man, since you want to play, how about I play a few rounds with you? The middle-aged man named Jun Gu sat opposite Chen Yu. Chen Yu smiled faintly and looked at brother Jun.
Just now he was afraid that brother Jun would not come, but now he is at ease.
Sure, you tell me how to play, and I'll play alone.
Chen Yu still looked like a dandy, and spoke with a look of disdain in his eyes.
Good boy, you are so arrogant.
Brother Jun smiled grimly and said, then let's compare the size and decide the winner in one round. As he spoke, Jun called over a staff member and asked him to bring over 100 million chips. Boy, I have 100 million chips here.
If you win, they're all yours.
But if you lose, not only will all the chips on your table be mine, but I'll also take your hands.
Bang!
Brother Jun took out a fruit knife and slammed it on the table. Hiss. The receptionist in Chen Yu's arms trembled with fear, and her face turned pale as paper in an instant.
The onlookers around were also stunned with fear. That kid is really desperate.
He actually dared to win so much money in Jun's place.
That's right. Young people just don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is.
Now, not only can I not take the money, but I also have to pay with my hands.
Jun's face was full of pride, and he looked at Chen Yu jokingly and said, Boy, no one thinks highly of you. You are doomed to fail.
I don't need their support, I just need the goddess of luck to favor me.
Chen Yu said calmly.
Jun's face suddenly darkened, and he shouted in a cold voice, this time the goddess of luck favors you, I will win too. Of course Chen Yu knew that Jun Gu would cheat, but he was not afraid at all.
How could he, who possesses god-level comprehensive competitive skills, lose to 1,000 hands from a small third-tier city?
Chen Yu's skills are comparable to those of the world's top gamblers. The dealer deals the cards. The simplest and most brutal way to play is that Chen Yu and Jun Gu each have a card.
Boy, I think you still have some skills. How about giving you another chance? Just leave 20 million and I won't make things difficult for you. Brother June looked very generous and said to Chen Yu. Chen Yu smiled coldly and said, no need. Then, Chen Yu suddenly flipped open the card on the gambling table. K, 13 o'clock. The largest card in a game of points. Brother June felt more and more that he couldn't understand Chen Yu. Normally, in this situation, anyone with a sound mind would choose to compromise. After all, no matter what, this is his brother June's territory. Boy, since you are determined to die, I will grant your wish. As he spoke, Jungu also flipped open the cards in front of him. It is also K, 13 points. Tie, the dealer wins. Jungu had a ferocious look on his face and looked at Chen Yu with a sneer. Boy, it seems that the goddess of luck is no longer favoring you. Brother June picked up the machete at hand and made two vicious gestures towards Chen Yu. How's it going, kid? Do you regret not seizing the opportunity just now? Brother June looked at Chen Yu jokingly. Like a cat playing with a mouse. Do you think you can defeat me? Chen Yu smiled and said. You don't seem to have recognized the truth of the matter yet. Brother June was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Boy, to be honest, I admire your courage, but in my opinion, your courage is just a manifestation of your ignorance. Brother June pointed at the younger brothers around him. See? These are all my people. Do you think you can pose any threat to me? I think I can. As he said that, Chen Yu suddenly made a move and grabbed Junji's neck. Do you still think that I can't pose a threat to you? Chen Yu said with a sneer. Brother June was terrified and looked at Chen Yu in disbelief. How is this possible? Chen Yu's speed just now was so fast that Jungu didn't even see how Chen Yu made the move before he was caught by Chen Yu. Chen Yu pinched June's neck, looked at him coldly, and said slowly. I'll give you a chance now. Please organize your words and tell me again, who won the bet just now? Jungu turned pale with fright. He could sense the murderous intent in Chen Yu's eyes. He fully believed that if his answer did not satisfy Chen Yu would strangle him to death. You win. You win the bet just now. Brother June said with difficulty. At the same time, he also used his eyes to stop several younger brothers who wanted to take the risk to save him. He knew in his heart that even if his younger brother was really strong enough to defeat Chen Yu, he would definitely die before Chen Yu. Yes, you are a smart man. In that case, what are you waiting for? Chen Yu remained calm and smiling. It seemed as if he didn't take the dozens of people around him seriously at all. This person is too evil. This is Jungu's evaluation of Chen Yu. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you quickly exchange chips for the guests? When Jungu said this, he felt his heart bleeding. More than 120 million, this is his income for several years. Soon, the chips were exchanged and more than 120 million were deposited into Chen Yu's account through legal channels. Do you think this is okay? Brother June looked at Chen Yu cautiously, fearing that Chen Yu would get unhappy and break his neck. Of course not. Chen Yu showed a playful look on his face and said slowly, this money was originally lost by you to me, so it's normal for you to give it to me. So what do you want to do? Asked June. Chen Yu smiled slightly and said calmly, you don't think that the matter of threatening me just now will just pass like this, right? June go. He finally understood that Chen Yu was trying to blackmail him. Just tell me an amount and I will compensate you for your mental damage. Brother June said, gritting his teeth. Money is important, but you have to be alive to spend it. I won't ask for more from you, 20 million. As long as you can give me 20 million as compensation for mental damage, your threats just now will be over. You. Jungo was about to say, why don't you go and rob? He felt difficulty breathing, which scared him. Chapter 93, not proactive enough? Go, quickly transfer money to the little brother. Brother June shouted hoarsely. Chen Yu went bankrupt after this wave of fraud. The family fortune accumulated over more than 10 years was all taken away by Chen Yu in one go. The other people in the casino opened their eyes wide in shock, with looks of disbelief on their faces. They have seen many cases of Brother June extorting money from others, but this is the first time they have seen anyone dare to extort money from Brother June. The most surprised person in the crowd was the receptionist who brought Chen Yu down. She never dreamed that the ordinary young man in her eyes would be so powerful. The underground local tyrants and army brothers in Jizhou City all gave in. That's right, you know how to deal with things,
Chen Yu said with a smile. But then, Chen Yu spoke again. I am very satisfied with how these two matters have been handled.
Now there is only one last thing left.
As long as you can handle this matter well, I will let you go immediately.
Jungu had a sad face and said, What else do you want? I have no money left. Of course Chen Yu knew that Jungu had no money.
Chen Yu had never lacked information, and it was precisely because of this that he could drain Jun Ji's resources so accurately.
I don't want money this time, I want people. Need someone?
Brother Jun looked confused.
Yes.
As long as you can hand over to me the people who went to Aishi village to cause trouble some time ago, I will let you go. Jungu had a puzzled look on his face, and he didn't understand what Chen Yu meant. Brother Jun is really a noble man who forgets things easily.
What? It's only been a few days, and Jun has forgotten it? 5 days ago, did you send someone to Wanshi village to collect the debt?
Jungu finally reacted, his eyes widened and he asked.
Were you brought here by Chen Hu? Brother Jun looked at Chen Yu in disbelief.
Chen Yu shook his head. Of course not, I have nothing to do with Chen Hu, but the old man you beat up is my grandfather.
Chen Yu said coldly.
Brother Jun trembled all over and cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
Just now, he clearly felt the murderous aura emanating from Chen Yu. Don't kill me. I wasn't there at the time.
If I were there, I would never let them do whatever they want. Brother Jun was scared, because his life was in Chen Yu's hands. As long as Chen Yu exerted a little force, he would be finished.
Did I ever say I was going to attack you? Chen Yu said coldly, I just asked you to call the people who went there that day. Brother Jun obeyed Chen Yu's orders and quickly asked his men to call for help.
Soon, 4 burly men with ferocious looks and thick faces came up to Chen Yu.
Boy, you are so arrogant that you even dared to arrest our Jun brother?
As soon as the 4 arrived, they started shouting at Chen Yu to release Jungu. Brother Jun was so angry that he cursed those 4 people as idiots in his heart. Kneel down and apologize to the little brother. Brother Jun said hurriedly. The 4 of them were stunned and looked at Brother Jun with blank expressions.
Brother Jun, what did you say?
The 4 of them couldn't believe their ears.
Is the person in front of me still the Jun brother who was ruthless and cruel to his enemies? I tell you to kneel down.
Jungu shouted hoarsely. At this moment, Chen Yu suddenly moved. He threw his brother Jiang aside and walked towards the 4 people.
You are right to go and collect the debt.
It is only natural to pay back the debt.
But you shouldn't attack an old man who is helpless. Before the 4 could react, Chen Yu took action.
Chen Yu, who possesses master-level martial arts, dealt with 4 ordinary debt collectors as easily as cutting melons and vegetables.
Go, take me away. Chen Yu waved to the receptionist.
Outside the chess and card room, Chen Yu and the receptionist had just left. A large number of police officers swarmed over. This was of course Chen Yu's work.
He wanted more than just to make Jungu and the others lose some money. What Chen Yu wanted was to clean up Jizhou City and prevent others from following Chen Hu's old path.
Although Chen Yu knew that what he did was just a drop in the bucket, he did it with a clear conscience.
Thank you, handsome man.
This scene scared the receptionist. Fortunately, Chen Yu brought her out, otherwise she would have to stay in there for a few days.
Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to help you.
Chen Yu took out his cell phone from his pocket and said calmly. I just haven't fulfilled my promise yet, and I don't want to be the one who breaks his word. Tell me your card number, and I will transfer the money I promised you. The receptionist was stunned for a moment, then realized that the casino was closed and the chips Chen Yu gave her were useless.
Okay.
The receptionist stuttered.
She didn't expect Chen Yu to be so trustworthy.
Handsome guy, can you leave me your WeChat number? The receptionist asked nervously.
Why do we have to know each other before we meet?
You and I are just passers-by in each other's lives.
Having said that, Chen Yu was about to take a taxi and leave.
The receptionist clenched his teeth, seeming to be struggling with something.
Handsome guy, wait a moment.
The receptionist chased after him.
What? Is there anything else?
I'm sorry, I just cursed you secretly, I really shouldn't have done that.
Miss Receptionist, please bow.
She was wearing a blue and white cheongsam, and Chen Yu looked at her thoroughly, especially the white spot in front of her. It also allowed Chen Yu to see everything, including the 2 pink ones.
It doesn't matter. I don't care. Chen Yu said lightly.
Indeed, there is no perfect person in the world, and no one can please everyone. The receptionist was embarrassed for a moment, his face suddenly turned red and he said,
Actually, I only come here part-time occasionally. I have a regular job. Chen Yu didn't say anything, just waited quietly for what happened next. Handsome guy, if you don't mind, I can give you a ride. My car is over there. The receptionist pointed to a red Volkswagen on the side of the road. Chen Yu looked around and felt that it might not be easy to get a taxi here, so he said, Thank you. After opening the door and getting in the car, Chen Yu sat in the passenger seat out of politeness. The receptionist was excited and glanced at Chen Yu from time to time. You know, this is a wealthy man with billions. Handsome guy, my name is Song Ying. Oh.
Chen Yu responded indifferently and had no intention of getting to know Song Ying.
Chen Yu wasn't pretending, he just felt it was unnecessary.
In 2 days, after dealing with his grandfather's body, Chen Yu will return to the imperial capital, and he may rarely come back to Jizhou in the future. Song Ying felt a little disappointed, as she thought she had a good appearance and figure. But why is Chen Yu so indifferent to her?
Am I not proactive enough? Thinking of this, Song Ying decided to do something.
The chance to meet a billionaire by chance is not something that comes by chance, and perhaps this will be the only chance in her life.
The air conditioner in the car is broken. It's so hot. Handsome, do you mind if I change my clothes?
Having said that, Song Ying began to unbutton her clothes, as if the question just now was just a notification.
Chen Yu. Is this asking for opinions? This is clearly a reminder.
It's like saying, I'm going to unbutton my clothes, so remember to watch carefully.
Chen Yu felt helpless and felt like he was on a pirate ship. Chapter 94 Need help?
But it's not a good idea to open the door and get out of the car now, as it would expose Song Ying. Chen Yu could only glance sideways out the window, but the reflection on the glass made Chen Yu even more restless. The feeling of holding the pipa and half covering the face has more visual impact than looking at it directly. The key point is that every movement Song Ying made was very slow, and she did it on purpose.
Call.
Chen Yu took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, trying to calm his mind. The faint fragrance did not satisfy him, and it made his heart flutter with every breath he took. In particular, I could hear the sound of buttons being unbuttoned from time to time.
This made Chen Yu very distressed.
If I had known this would happen, I would have left on foot instead of getting in her car. Chen Yu shook his head secretly, regretting it deeply.
Oh! Song Ying screamed and fell into Chen Yu's arms. In panic, Chen Yu didn't think about what he was doing and reached out to support Song Ying. Are you okay?
Chen Yu asked with his eyes open.
Hiss. Chen Yu took a deep breath and stood there in a daze.
This visual feast left him dumbfounded. Chen Yu is just a young man, and he has a strong will to have achieved this point. At this moment, he sank.
Song Ying took the half covering to the extreme. Well, I accidentally slipped.
Song Ying's voice was as soft as a mosquito, her pretty face flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. The jade-like whiteness and the blue and white pattern of the cheongsam complement each other, making Song Ying full of charm.
Handsome guy, do I look good?
Song Ying looked up at Chen Yu, and sweat slowly dripped down her pretty face. Her exposed jade-like shoulders were also covered with sweat, which once again made Chen Yu feel the visual shock.
Chen Yu was stunned, and at this moment, Song Ying's arms wrapped around Chen Yu's neck. Her pretty face kept getting bigger in front of Chen Yu. Hello, how can I help you?
A passerby saw the red Volkswagen shaking constantly and some noises coming from it from time to time. He thought it was someone inside who had encountered some difficulties. However, what responded to him was a seductive scream and a shout of "Get lost!"
Alas! Another beauty has to go home leaning against the wall. Passersby shook their heads, sighed, and left sadly.
The next morning, Chen Yu arrived at the hotel entrance as promised, waiting for Zhang Bo's arrival.
Sorry, I kept you waiting.
Zhang Bo came to Chen Yu exhausted, his face full of embarrassment.
Why are you being so polite to me? I just got down here not long ago. Chen Yu smiled and punched Zhang Bo on the shoulder.
Zhang Bo smiled innocently and said, "Let's go, we old classmates must not leave until we are drunk today."
Originally, this dinner was planned to be held at Tianhe Hotel.
When Luo Feng heard that Chen Yu lived in Tianhe, he immediately changed the venue.
Chen Yu and Luo Feng didn't get along well when they were in school. Luo Feng always felt that it was embarrassing to be a classmate with an adopted orphan like Chen Yu. Now, although they have all graduated, their relationship remains the same as before, good as it should be, bad as it should be. Bo-zai, isn't it just a gathering for dinner? Why did you come to the mountains? Are you planning on having a picnic or something?
As Zhang Bo drove further and further off the road, Chen Yu frowned in confusion. If Chen Yu had not absolutely trusted Zhang Bo, he would have suspected that he had been abducted. Hey, you don't know that after Luo Feng heard that you and Zhao Baifei were friends, he used his family's connections to contact the wealthy Du family in Jizhou overnight.
What? Chen Yu showed confusion on his face, and asked puzzledly, why did he contact the Du family? I didn't provoke him. He just wants to suppress you. Zhang Bo said unhappily, you live in Tianhe, so he built a manor in the mountains. Chen Yu, why do you feel so childish?
Not long after, Zhang Bo drove Chen Yu to an ancient manor located in the mountains.
Surrounded by mountains and gurgling water, it feels like a paradise. Hey, isn't this Chen Yu? How come? He can afford to live in the presidential suite of Tianhe Hotel, but can't even afford a car to get around?
Just as Chen Yu opened the door and prepared to get out of the car, Wang Jie walked out of the manor with a sneer.
Wang Jie, are you looking for trouble?
Zhang Bo said with a gloomy face, you know that a Yu has been in the imperial capital for many years, and you still say such sarcastic words.
Is it interesting? Ha ha. Wang Jie sneered and said, it costs more than 20,000 yuan to stay in the Tianhe presidential suite for one night. Can he afford to stay in a hotel but not a car?
After Wang Jie finished speaking, Zhang Jiao also came to the door with a mocking look on her face and said mockingly,
yeah, I think he can afford to live in Tianhe because he relies on Zhao Baifei's thigh.
In fact, he is just a poor guy.
Chen Yu shook his head and said nothing. He came here today to meet up with old classmates and didn't want to attract too much attention. Chen Yu didn't say anything, but Zhang Bo couldn't pretend he didn't hear it. You guys are not done yet, are you? Zhang Bo said angrily. Let them say whatever they want, as long as they are happy. Chen Yu held Zhang Bo and smiled slightly, still ignoring Wang Jie and the others. Then, he stepped into the manor. Chen Yu.
As soon as Chen Yu entered the manor, several classmates who had been on good terms with him during school surrounded him.
Chen Yu greeted them one by one.
We are all old classmates, so it felt a little strange and unnatural at first. But after a few words, they became more familiar with each other.
Chen Yu, where is the beauty who was with you yesterday? Why didn't you bring her here? Is it because you are not charming enough that she is too lazy to pay attention to you? Wang Jie did not give up and followed Chen Yu into the manor. Isn't it a class reunion? Why should I bring her here?
She is not our classmate.
Chen Yu turned around and looked at Wang Jie. Ha! Chen Yu was stunned. He looked in surprise at the beautiful woman following Wang Jie.
The woman also had an expression of disbelief and looked at Chen Yu in surprise.
Oh my god! What a bad fate this is!
Chen Yu exclaimed in his heart.
What do you think? My woman is beautiful, right?
Wang Jie said proudly. He thought that Chen Yu was attracted by Song Ying's beauty.
She is your wife? Chen Yu asked somewhat embarrassedly.
This beautiful woman was none other than Song Ying, who had sex in the car with Chen Yu last night. At this moment, Chen Yu felt full of guilt. He felt that Wang Jie was cuckolded no matter how he looked at him.
Well, if you want to live a decent life, you have to have some green on your head.
Chen Yu could only comfort himself in this way so that he would no longer feel such a heavy sense of guilt.
Yes, this is my wife.
Wang Jie said proudly.
What nonsense are you talking about? When did I become your wife? Don't talk nonsense. Song Ying glanced at Wang Jie coldly.
Then, he walked towards Chen Yu with a smile and said, we meet again.
Chen Yu wanted to pretend that he didn't know Song Ying, but that might not be a good idea.
I feel like I'm being ruthless and pulling up my pants.
Yeah, what a coincidence. Ha! Wang Jie was dumbfounded.
Song Ying is his goddess, and Wang Jie has no idea how much he is paid for Song Ying.
But Song Ying always ignored him.
The reason why Song Ying could come today was because Luo Feng had booked the villa and she just wanted to come and take a look. Otherwise, no matter what Wang Jie did, he would not be able to invite her.
You guys?
Wang Jie was about to ask about the situation.
Chapter 95 Class Reunion.
An off-road jeep slowly stopped at the gate of the manor.
Luo Feng and Sun Nan opened the door, got out of the car and walked over. Luo Feng, what's going on between you and Sun Nan? Why are you here together? Seeing the two of them, a group of classmates started to make a noise.
They have heard about the situation.
Luo Feng is going to confess his feelings to Sun Nan today. As old classmates, they naturally have the responsibility to create a good atmosphere. Brother you are here too?
When Sun Nan got out of the car and saw Chenyu, he was very excited and walked quickly to Chenyu. This scene stunned all the students present.
What is going on? Luo Feng and Sun Nan both came here in the same car, but they still haven't gotten her? Luo Feng's face suddenly turned gloomy.
He glared at Chenyu fiercely but said nothing. Chenyu didn't even open his mouth and was still standing at the back of the crowd.
It was Sun Nan who took the initiative to go there. He couldn't blame Chenyu for being too handsome and seducing Sun Nan. Luo Feng winked at Zhang Jiao. When they were in school, Wang Jia and Zhang Jiao were Luo Feng's lackeys.
Even after entering society, his relationships remained the same.
Only Luo Feng, the rich second generation, follows his lead. Nan, after so many years, you are not still thinking about Chenyu, right? Zhang Jiao enthusiastically pulled Sun Nan away from Chenyu and said unhappily.
Why are you still so childish?
What's the point of being handsome?
Look at Luo Feng, he inherited his family's business and is now worth tens of millions.
Look at Chenyu. He has graduated for so many years and he doesn't even have a car. He has to hitchhike to attend the class reunion.
As she spoke, Zhang Jiao glanced at Chenyu with disdain.
Someone is so shameless.
If I were him, I wouldn't even be able to attend the class reunion.
Bang!
Just when everyone felt that the situation had become awkward, Song Ying suddenly took action and slapped Zhang Jiao in the face.
This. Everyone in the field was confused. Wasn't Song Ying brought by Wang Jia? Why is she on the same side as Chenyu?
Zhang Jiao was also confused and looked at Wang Jia with her hands covering her face.
Wang Jia, what does your woman mean by this? What did I do to her? Why did she hit me? Song Ying's sudden move left everyone stunned. Only the two of them knew what was going on.
Even if it was a one-night stand, the two of them had contact at a negative distance.
How could Song Ying be willing to let others insult her richness?
If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Song Ying glared at Zhang Jiao fiercely. At this time, someone looked at Wang Jia with a very strange look.
It was like saying, didn't you mock Chenyu for being unattractive? Why are your women helping him?
Wang Jia is also very confused now and has no idea what is going on. Fortunately, at this time, a pretty girl came up to the crowd and said,
Since we're all here, let's go in. Don't make the chef wait anxiously.
The girl's name was Zhou Hui, and she was the class monitor of Chenyu and his classmates in junior high school. Zhou Hui's rescue made Chenyu feel relieved, otherwise it would be difficult for him to explain the relationship between him and Song Ying.
After taking a seat, Zhou Hui looked at Luo Feng with a smile. Luo Feng, I'm really sorry to have cost you so much. It must have cost a lot to rent Lin Villa for a day, right?
Luo Feng shook his head complacently and said nonchalantly, Oh.
It's not much money, just over 10,000 yuan. Ah.
Zhou Hui widened her eyes in shock.
10,000 yuan is 2 or 3 months' salary for an ordinary person in a place like Jizhou. Luo Feng, why don't we split the bill? $10,000 is too much for you to pay. As a former class monitor, Zhou Hui wanted to ensure that no students suffered any loss.
Even though she knew that Luo Feng's family was rich, she didn't want to take advantage of it. Forget it, squad leader.
If we go AA, how embarrassing it would be if someone can't pay.
Wang Jia glanced at Chenyu and said with a sneer.
Zhou Hui was speechless for a while.
She certainly knew who Wang Jia was talking about. If you can't come up with it, I'll pay for it first. Okay, squad leader, don't worry about it so much.
We finally got together. You don't want us to be talking about this all day, do you? Luo Feng stood up and said with a smile.
Then he shouted to the outside, serve the food. There were more than 20 people here today, divided into 2 tables. Chenyu and his friends sat at one table, and Luo Feng and his friends sat at another. Originally, Song Ying should have sat with Wang Jia, but now she was sitting next to Chenyu. This made Wang Jia's face turn red with anger. He really wanted to grab Chenyu and ask him what the relationship between him and Song Ying was.
Damn it, where is the charm of Chenyu? Wang Jia glanced at Song Ying and cursed.
He was just complaining inwardly, but he didn't expect someone to reply to him.
Yeah, what do women think nowadays? Is it useful to look at the face? The person who spoke was Luo Feng.
He was also looking towards Chenyu, but he was focusing on the other person next to Chen Yu. Yes, not only Song Ying was next to Chen Yu, but Sun Nan was also next to Chen Yu at this time.
Now it's time to watch something interesting.
Some students who were just looking for trouble had an expression of gloating on their faces. Chen Yu offended both Wang Jia and Luo Feng at once, and he was bound to have a hard time today.
How do you think Chen Yu will be dealt with today? Someone asked in a low voice.
I don't know, but it should be terrible.
Chen Yu is just a cheap worker in the capital. How could he have the courage to go against Luo Feng, a rich second generation?
The students were talking in low voices, and no one was optimistic about Chen Yu.
When the dishes were served, Wang Jia and Luo Feng wanted Song Ying and Sun Nan to go back to their table, but they ignored them. This made Luo Feng and the other two even angrier, but they could only worry and there was nothing they could do. After all, the relationship between Song Ying and Sun Nan and them is just ordinary friends. At this time, Wang Jia came up with an idea. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, with a hint of sneer on his face. Mr. Luo, didn't you bring a bottle of good wine today? Take it out and let us see it. Luo Feng understood instantly and said with a smile, okay, I'll have someone bring it up right away. Not long after, a waiter carefully brought up a bottle of red wine. Mr. Luo, how much does this bottle of wine cost? Wang Jia deliberately asked loudly.
While speaking, he deliberately looked at Chen Yu.
Luo Feng took the red wine from the waiter and said with a smile, it's not that expensive. I bought this bottle of Henry Jardot from a red wine collector for 88,000 yuan. Hello? 88,000 for a bottle of wine, Master Luo is so domineering. Wang Jia deliberately exclaimed in a pretentious manner.
Then, Wang Jia looked at Chen Yu and said sarcastically.
Chen Yu, you are now living in the Tianhe presidential suite, so you must have drunk this kind of wine before. Tell us, how does this wine taste? Chen Yu smiled bitterly. He is never picky about what he drinks. In his opinion, there is no distinction between expensive and cheap wine. What matters to him is who he drinks with. I've never drunk this wine, Chen Yu said truthfully. Wang Jia sneered, Zhang Zhao, it seems that we guessed right.
Chen Yu was able to live in Tianhe just by relying on his hypocritical relationship with Zhao Baifei.
He's just a poor bastard. Chapter 96, Breaking Up. Wang Jia didn't hold back at all and spoke very rudely. Ying, come to our table. Young Master Luo said that only by sitting at this table can we drink the red wine worth 88,000 yuan. Based on Wang Jia's understanding of Song Ying, as long as he said this, Song Ying would definitely come back to him obediently. No matter how handsome a guy is, he is worthless in front of money. No need. However, Song Ying refused decisively without even looking at him. What a joke. After seeing Chen Yu's financial resources, would Song Ying care about a bottle of wine that costs less than 100,000 yuan? The tip Chen Yu gave her last night was more than 100,000, okay? Wang Jia was stunned. He didn't expect Song Ying to reject him. Song Ying, what on earth are you thinking? Wang Jia finally couldn't help it and asked angrily.
Chen Yu was just an employee of a small company in the capital, earning more than 5,000 yuan a month.
How could you be attracted to him? Ha! Song Ying was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Jia. She smiled disdainfully and said, so what? I just like to drink with handsome Chen Yu. Wang Jia. He directly suspected whether Chen Yu used some evil magic on Song Ying. Nan. Luo Feng looked at Sun Nan and was about to speak. I also like to drink Yongchuan Tianya with brother Chen. Sun Nan said. Everyone. Is Brave World so delicious now? Is it better than a red wine worth more than 80,000 yuan? Everyone was secretly complaining. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the wine was secondary, the key was Chen Yu himself. After the meal, Chen Yu and his table enjoyed the food very much, and they were very happy while toasting each other. The atmosphere at Luo Feng's table was more depressing. Luo Feng, who had wanted to take the opportunity to confess his feelings to Sun Nan, had a gloomy face the entire time. Squad leader, let's go Dutch today. Luo Feng said in a deep voice after the meal. This was a dirty trick Wang Jia gave him. He wanted Chen Yu to be unable to pay the membership fee and lose face. I didn't want you to pay for it, Zhou Hui said with a smile. I still have to pay for it, Luo Feng said slowly, but Chen Yu will have to pay for his share himself. Luo Feng was obviously targeting Chen Yu, which made some classmates unable to bear it. We are all classmates, why do we have to do this?
Besides, Chen Yu has been very low-key since he arrived and has never been able to provoke Luo Feng.
Instead, Luo Feng and Wang Jia have been provoking Chen Yu. You don't have to pay for my share. Zhang Bo stood up and said. Are you sure?
Luo Feng looked at Zhang Bo. The total cost of the itinerary I arranged today is more than 200,000 yuan. On average, each person will have to pay 10,000 yuan.
What did you say?
Zhang Bo was startled and looked at Luo Feng in disbelief.
This.
The other students who wanted to help Chen Yu did not dare to say anything more at this time.
10,000 yuan might not be a big deal to Luo Feng. But for ordinary people, that is a lot.
The average salary in Jizhou is only more than 1,000 yuan, and 10,000 yuan is the annual salary of many people.
Chen Yu, take out your share of the money now, or get out of here immediately. Now that they have fallen out, Luo Feng doesn't care about anything anymore. Isn't it just over 200,000? I paid for the party. Chen Yu said calmly. Luo Feng was startled at first, then he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Chen Yu, you said this. I want to see how you can come up with 200,000 today. Waiter, check out.
Luo Feng shouted to the waiter outside the door.
Ayu, you are too impulsive.
That's more than 200,000 yuan, not more than 20 yuan.
Zhang Bo said with a frown.
Zhang Bo is one of the few people who knows Chen Yu's family situation. He knows clearly that Chen Yu cannot afford more than 200,000 yuan. Some of the other students were gloating, while others were just watching the show. Only Sun Nan and Song Ying didn't take this matter seriously at all. Sun Nan had seen Chen Yu with a balance of more than 20 million yuan, and Song Ying had seen Chen Yu make billions in the casino.
Just over 200,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for Chen Yu. Hello, who's here to pay the bill? The waiter asked as he entered the room. Chen Yu, you will be the one to settle this bill.
Luo Feng looked at Chen Yu, his eyes full of teasing.
Humph, Luo Feng sneered in his heart. Let me see what you can use to pay this bill. Luo Feng didn't believe that Chen Yu could come up with so much money. He thought that Chen Yu was just trying to save face by saying that. I'll pay the bill. Chen Yu took out his bank card and handed it to the waiter. Many people were waiting to see Chen Yu make a fool of himself, especially Luo Feng and Wang Jia. Sir, our boss said that if you pay the bill, it will be free. Aha! What's going on? Everyone was stunned and looked at the waiter in confusion, wanting to know what was going on. The waiter smiled, turned, and left the room without any explanation. Chen Yu, what's going on? Luo Feng asked angrily. How should I know? Isn't this the place you're looking for? Luo Feng. I see.
The manor must have waived the bill for us out of respect for young Master Luo.
Wang Jia suddenly spoke up. Chen Yu, why don't you thank Master Luo quickly? If it weren't for Master Luo's face, do you think you can get away with it? All the classmates were blushing for Wang Jia.
The waiter just said it very clearly, it was Chen Yu who paid the bill, so the meal was waived, and it had nothing to do with Luo Feng. Luo Feng was very clear about this, as he was the one who found the place. If he could get a free meal, this scene would not have happened.
Come on, now that we're done with our meal, let's get on with the next activity. Luo Feng didn't say anything more and quickly changed the subject. The group got up, left the room and walked outside.
Wang Jia pulled Luo Feng aside, and the two of them walked at the end.
Mr. Luo, why did you change the subject? That was a great opportunity.
If you had hammered it out again, Chen Yu would have lost face.
Luo Feng glared at Wang Jia and said in a deep voice, what a bullshit. If you really wanted to waive the bill for my sake, you would have done it a long time ago. Are you really exempting the bill just for Chen Yu's sake?
Wang Jia said in disbelief.
I think it was Zhao Baifei who did it. Chen Yu doesn't have that much face. Luo Feng's face was gloomy and he said in a cold voice. Master Luo, what should we do now? Are we just going to watch Chen Yu steal the spotlight? Of course not. Luo Feng's face showed a sinister look. Aren't we going to go for a walk in the mountains next? It's not uncommon for anything to happen in those wild mountains and wilderness.
Wang Jia showed excitement on his face and said excitedly.
You mean, find a few people to beat up Chen Yu on the mountain? Luo Feng nodded and said, that's what I mean.
Not only can we teach Chen Yu a lesson, but we can also take the opportunity to act as a hero and save a beautiful girl.
By then, no matter whether it's Song Ying or Sun Nan, who will care about Chen Yu who was beaten into a pig's head?
The two smiled at each other and started to contact people separately. On the mountainside, everyone sat on the ground. The mountain breeze caresses the branches, and the view is filled with lush green vegetation.
It's so beautiful. It's been a long time since we last saw such a view. Sun Nan sat next to Chen Yu on the green grass and couldn't help but sigh.
Over the years, she has been working hard in the imperial capital, and the first thing she sees when she opens her eyes are skyscrapers. She hadn't seen such a beautiful scenery in almost 10 years.
Chapter 97. How is this possible? Oh, that's good, there are girls.
Chen Yu and others were talking when a group of 5 hooligans came over.
Here I come. Luo Feng was delighted and a sinister smile appeared on his face.
He pretended to be calm and winked at the visitors, asking them to go and cause trouble for Chen Yu.
The gang leader understood immediately and walked towards Chen Yu arrogantly. Kid, get out of here if you know what's best for you. I'm going to play with these 2 girls.
Chen Yu frowned and looked coldly at the gangster who was not far in front of him. Brother, these 2 girls are so pretty, let's have a wild sex here and fuck them, it's exciting just thinking about it. The gang leader licked his lips and said excitedly, this is a good idea, a wild fight in the wilderness.
You are shameless.
Song Ying and Sun Nan's faces turned red with anger.
Boy, why don't you get out of here? Do you want to be beaten? The gang leader glared at Chen Yu who didn't move at all.
Chen Yu glanced at Luo Feng and Wang Jia who were gloating over other people's misfortune, and instantly understood the current situation, with a sneer on his face.
Chen Yu still didn't move, but just shouted. Come out.
Luo Feng, Wang Jia, and the thugs who had just arrived were stunned.
Is Chen Yu frightened silly? Why are you still talking nonsense?
At this moment, a group of more than 10 people walked out of the forest in a hurry. The leader was none other than Zhao Baifei, and following behind him were a dozen security guards in uniform.
When the waiter waved the bill just now, Chen Yu suspected that it was Zhao Baifei's doing.
When he went up the mountain, he found that someone was protecting them secretly.
This made Chen Yu more certain of his thoughts. Brother Chen, please don't misunderstand me. I have no other reason to follow you. I'm just afraid that someone might be blind and offend you. Zhao Baifei came up to Chen Yu, smiled awkwardly, and said. Chen Yu smiled faintly, just nodded slightly, and didn't say anything. However, Luo Feng and Wang Jia's faces suddenly turned gloomy. They never thought that Zhao Baifei would be here. Why are you still standing there?
Hurry up and deal with these ignorant guys, so as not to affect Brother Chen's mood.
Zhao Baifei glared at the thugs and gave instructions to the people he brought with him. Wait. Chen Yu stood up with a sneer on his face. Tell me, who asked you to come? Chen Yu is not a fool. How could there be gangsters in this remote place?
Chen Yu could guess who had sent these people just by thinking with his toes.
Sure enough, Luo Feng panicked. Chen Yu, why are you wasting time with them?
Let them go quickly so as not to affect our next trip.
Are you afraid of affecting their schedule? Or are you worried about them saying something they shouldn't say? Chen Yu looked at Luo Feng with a sneer. You? Chen Yu, what do you mean? Luo Feng's eyes suddenly became flustered. Chen Yu sneered and winked at Zhao Baifei. He didn't want to make things too awkward with Luo Feng and Wang Jia.
In Chen Yu's opinion, it was really not easy for everyone to get together.
But Luo Feng and Wang Jia kept causing trouble for him.
Now they even hired someone to deal with him, which Chen Yu could not tolerate.
What do I mean? Don't you have any idea? Chen Yu said.
At this time, Zhao Baifei had already asked the security guards to surround those thugs.
Zhao Baifei kicked a thug and shouted coldly. Did you say it on your own initiative, or did you want me to beat you into saying it?
The few thugs were street thugs hired by Luo Feng and Wang Jia. They had never seen such a situation before and immediately became scared.
I'll tell you. Wang Jia asked me to come.
A young yellow-haired man said in fear. Wang Jia asked me to help him deal with a man named Chen Yu. He said he would give me 1,000 yuan and arrange a job for me afterwards, so I came here.
Then, another person said. Luo Feng called me here.
He told me to come and help him. If I played the hero saving the beauty, he would give me 5,000 yuan.
You're talking nonsense, I don't even know you. Luo Feng quickly retorted. As he spoke, Luo Feng looked at Sun Nan. Nan, don't listen to their nonsense. They are all actors hired by Chen Yu. Otherwise, how could these people suddenly appear?
Sun Nan knew Zhao Baifei, and she also knew that Zhao Baifei had been looking for opportunities to curry favor with Chen Luo Feng, you still call yourself the young master of Jizhou.
I didn't expect you to say that Mr. Zhao Baifei is an actor found by brother you? You are talking nonsense. What? Luo Feng's face turned pale as paper in an instant. Their family in Jizhou can only be considered moderately wealthy, and they can never come into contact with people of Zhao Baifei's level.
He had only heard of the name Zhao Baifei but had never seen him.
Luo Feng panicked and kept guessing Chen Yu's identity in his mind. Bang!
Suddenly, Luo Feng slapped Wang Jia in the face.
Chen Yu, it's all because of this bastard. He instigated me to deal with you. We are classmates. How could I go after you for no reason? Mr. Luo, you.
Wang Jia was stunned and looked at Luo Feng in disbelief.
He didn't expect that Luo Feng would put all the blame on him. What do you mean? Is what I said wrong? Luo Feng said angrily.
Wang Jia couldn't afford to offend Luo Feng, so he could only bow his head and admit defeat, but in his heart he became even more angry with Chen Yu. If it weren't for Chen Yu, he wouldn't be as embarrassed as he is now. Chen Yu, Wang Jia was wrong in this matter.
I think he knows he's wrong. Why don't we just let it go? Zhou Hui came in front of Chen Yu and spoke. Chen Yu glanced at Zhou Hui and decided to give her some face.
After all, they had a good relationship when they were in school. He nodded and said, Boss Zhao, I'll have to trouble you to take care of them. Zhao Baifei, along with a group of security guards, escorted the gangsters away, and before leaving, told Chen Yu that his grandfather's cremation had been arranged. My dear old classmates, I will not be able to accompany you to work on the next project together. I have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Chen Yu asked Zhao Baifei to help arrange his grandfather's cremation, just because he didn't want to face Chen Yuming's family again.
Now, Zhao Baifei has transported his grandfather's body to Jizhou.
In Chen Yu's opinion, nothing is more important than filial piety.
Next, he would personally take care of all of his grandfather's funeral arrangements. I'll go with you. Song Ying stood up and hugged Chen Yu's arm, looking very intimate.
Song Ying's action made Wang Jia so angry that his teeth itched, but he could do nothing about it.
I find it boring too.
Sun Nan did not act like Song Ying, but he also stood closely beside Chen Yu. Chen Yu, Song Ying, and Sun Nan left in Zhang Bo's car, and the others also dispersed.
Mr. Luo, can you swallow this? Wang Jia didn't care about Luo Feng betraying him, and still took the initiative to stick to him. What else can I do? Didn't you see the relationship between Chen Yu and Zhao Baifei? Compared with Zhao Baifei, my family's strength is far different. He doesn't even need to do anything himself to bankrupt my family in an instant. Luo Feng was feeling very depressed. All along, no matter in terms of family or other matters, he was the one who pinned Chen Yu to the ground and rubbed him. Now the situation has suddenly changed, how can he accept it? Wang Jia saw Luo Feng's unwillingness, a hint of viciousness flashed across his expression, and he said slowly. Mr. Luo, I wonder if you still remember Chen Yu's sister, Chen Shuang? I heard that his parents are looking for a rich family to force him to marry. Chapter 98, Snob. Oh? A strange look suddenly appeared on Luo Feng's face. This is really good news. Contact Chen Yu's parents immediately. I will act as a matchmaker and find them a good family. Luo Feng swept away the previous gloom and a fierce look appeared on his face again. Mr. Luo, do you want to be Chen Yu's brother-in-law? Wang Jia asked curiously. How could that be? Luo Feng said with disdain, I don't like that kind of cheap woman. A woman like that is only worthy of lowly men. For example, the one-eyed old man from South City. As he spoke, a playful expression appeared on Luo Feng's face. One-eyed Lao Ba, seemingly just an information dealer from a small third-tier city. But Luo Feng knew very well that the reason why one-eyed old eight was able to thrive in Jizhou was because he relied on a huge dark organization. Although Luo Feng didn't know what kind of organization it was, he knew one thing, that is, Zhao Baifei was definitely not a match for that organization. Chen Yu, just enjoy the gift I prepared for you. Jizhou Crematorium. When Chen Yu arrived, his grandfather's body was already waiting in line for cremation. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. Chen Yu took out 2,000 yuan from his wallet and handed it to several of Zhao Baifei's men. It's just a small gift, not a sign of respect, everyone use it to buy a pack of cigarettes. Brother Chen, we can't take this. Mr. Zhao has already paid us in advance. He is him, I am me, after all, it's a funeral, you have to accept the money. Chen Yu forced 2,000 yuan into the hands of Zhao Baifei's two men. Then let them go back first. Funerals are different from other things, Chen Yu has to do it himself. What the hell? There's a queue for cremation? Just after sending away Zhao Baifei's subordinates, Chen Yu was attracted by a quarrel. But he just glanced at it and didn't pay any further attention to it. Do you know who I am? My boss is Zhao Baifei. Zhao Baifei knows that, right? A man in an elite suit, looking very arrogant, was making a loud noise at the queue window. The staff member frowned and looked very conflicted. Sir, please wait patiently. All our customers are in a hurry. Waiting in line is our rule here. Who among those who come to the crematorium is not in a hurry? Who doesn't want to cremate the body of their loved one as soon as possible and bury them in peace? But the man in the suit looked rude and slapped the workbench hard. Get in line, right now, or I'll show you how powerful the Baiha group is. Sir, we do have regulations here, the staff member said helplessly. She is just a small employee and doesn't dare to do anything out of line. This made the man in the suit very angry. Call your supervisor over here. I can't communicate with you. I need to talk to your supervisor. The man in the suit glared at the staff and spoke in a bad tone. What's going on? At this moment, a middle-aged man in work uniform and with an extremely wretched appearance suddenly appeared behind the staff member. The staff member was startled and quickly stood up and said, Director, you are here. The director nodded slowly and said, How can you be so stubborn, girl? Rules are made by people so we can get around them. Special circumstances require special treatment. The staff member snorted in his heart and thought secretly, What do you mean by special treatment? It's obvious that he wants to curry favor with Zhao Baifei, so he calls him that. However, the staff member did not say these words out loud. Sir, I will accompany you now and explain the situation to the first family in line. I will let you go first. The director walked out of the office and approached the man in the suit with a flattering look on his face. The man in the suit smiled complacently, feeling that he was in great glory at the moment. He actually didn't know Zhao Baifei, he just joined Baiha Group recently. To this end, he spent a lot of time and money, but the rewards were also huge, just like now. In Jizhou, as long as he said he was Zhao Baifei's subordinate, few people would dare to disrespect him. Hello? Chen Yu, who was waiting, was suddenly patted on the shoulder. He slowly turned around and looked. At this time, the director and the man in a suit appeared behind him. Is there something wrong? Chen Yu asked. Are you Chen Yu? The director was about to explain about the man in the suit, but he found that he seemed to know the young man in front of him. Chen Yu frowned slightly and looked at the director carefully. This director turned out to be the father of one of his classmates, whom he had met several times before. Yes, uncle, I'm Chen Yu. Out of politeness, Chen Yu responded with a smile. Logically speaking, the director should have a chat with Chen Yu enthusiastically at this time. But after he heard Chen Yu admit that he was Chen Yu, he no longer paid attention to Chen Yu, but said to the man in the suit in a flattering manner. Sir, you will take his place now. As he spoke, the director looked at Chen Yu and frowned. Chen Yu, go to the back and line up again. Let this gentleman go first. Chen Yu's face darkened instantly, and he asked in a deep voice, Why? Just because you have no power or influence. The director looked at Chen Yu with disgust and said disdainfully, You are an adopted orphan who has no father and no mother to love you. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you are told to go, then go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Chen Yu called the director uncle out of politeness. It doesn't mean that Chen Yu and the director's son have a good relationship. Snobbish? Chen Yu didn't say anything, but just looked at the two of them with a sneer. Seeing that Chen Yu did not move, the director shouted coldly. Chen Yu, did you hear me? Get to the back right now. Otherwise, I'll have someone kick you out. Why don't you try to move? Chen Yu said in a cold voice with a blank expression. If it was something else, Chen Yu might have endured it for the sake of his classmates. But cremating his grandfather was very important to him, and he would never allow anyone to insult his grandfather now. Hey, little brat, you are shameless, aren't you? The director sneered and said arrogantly, I am the director here. This gentleman is Zhao Baifei of Baiha Group, a friend of Mr. Zhao. It's your honor to be approached by you, don't be ungrateful. Kid, hurry up and get behind me. I make hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute. I don't have time to waste here with you. The man in the suit suddenly said.
But Chen Yu remained motionless.
Okay, you won't move, right? Then don't blame me.
The director waved to the security guards at the crematorium and said, "Come here, some people, carry this coffin out for me."
Crash.
A group of security guards gathered around and were about to move Chen Yu's grandfather's coffin.
Chapter 99. Call your support.
Things had developed to this point, and Chen Yu naturally couldn't stand it anymore. He reached out and grabbed a security guard, then threw him out casually like trash.
Anyone who dares to touch it again will suffer a different fate, Chen Yu said coldly.
Chen Yu also knew that the security guards were following the orders of the director, but no snowflake was innocent during an avalanche.
An accomplice is also a criminal.
You poor orphan are really rebellious.
You actually dared to take action?
The director did not expect that Chen Yu would take action as soon as he said so. Come on, I just don't believe he can turn the world upside down by himself.
The director waved his hand and gave the order.
Several security guards looked hesitant and didn't dare to step forward. Chen Yu's move just now really scared them. He easily picked up a person with one hand and threw him away like trash. Such skills were definitely not something that the security guards like them could handle.
Useless thing, poor useless thing.
The director looked at the security guard who dared not step forward and scolded him angrily. But he himself didn't dare to step forward and could only stand behind others and curse.
At this moment, the man in the suit suddenly said, "Boy, I really don't know whether to say you are brave or stupid. Do you think that just because you have some strength, you have the right to speak harshly? Let me tell you, in today's society, having money and power is the only way to go.
Being brave will only lead to being stepped on."
Chen Yu sneered and said slowly, "Really? Are you so sure that your financial resources and connections are better than mine? Ha ha ha."
The man in the suit laughed out loud, as if he had heard the best joke in the world.
You? An adopted orphan, you want to compete with me in terms of connections and financial resources? Who the hell gave you the courage? Chen Yu heard the argument between the man in suit and the staff. He really didn't understand.
The man in the suit was just an employee of Zhao Baifei, but he dared to be so arrogant.
What was he relying on? You know, Zhao Baifei himself didn't do this. Boy, today I will let you know how powerful being rich and powerful is. The man in the suit looked at Chen Yu with a sneer.
Chen Yu shook his head speechlessly and said slowly,
"Okay, haven't you always emphasized that you are Zhao Baifei's brother? In that case, let Zhao Baifei come over. I want to see what the person who made you so arrogant and domineering looks like." The man in the suit was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Yu to say that.
It is true that he is Zhao Baifei's subordinate, but they have only met a few times. They only have a superior-subordinate relationship. This made him feel a little embarrassed for a moment. The man in the suit's mind raced, and suddenly a figure appeared in his mind.
Boy, do I need to ask Mr. Zhao to deal with a piece of trash like you? You think you are such a big deal. Do you believe that I can find anyone to make you kneel down and beg for mercy? I don't believe it. If you really have that ability, then try it. There is probably no one in Jizhou who can teach Chen Yu how to be a good person. No matter what, Chen Yu is now at the same level as the 8 heroes of the imperial capital. Boy, you've got guts.
The man in the suit sneered, then took out a cell phone from his pocket and made a call.
Brother Long, do you have time now? I encountered some problems at the crematorium and would like you to come over and help me solve it. The call lasted for about 10 minutes before the man in the suit hung up.
After that, he did not show off to Chen Yu again, but walked quickly to the door of the crematorium. Not long after, a Wuling Hongguang drove over with 6 people on board. The car door opened and a strong young man in a vest walked down from the driver's seat. His arms are covered with tattoos of various colors, which makes him look particularly attractive.
The strong man is named Sun Long, and he is also a well-known figure in Jizhou. Lu Yong, give us the 10,000 yuan we agreed on first.
Sun Long came up to the man in the suit, grabbed his shoulder and said in a cold voice. Lu Yong took out his mobile phone and reluctantly transferred 10,000 yuan to Brother Long. The matter of giving money was something Lu Yong had not expected. He had dealt with Brother Long before and thought that now that he had joined Baihe Group, Brother Long would give him face and no longer ask for money. But who would have thought that people didn't care about his identity as a department manager of Baihe Group?
Brother Long, the money has been transferred.
You must help me teach that poor orphan a lesson. Lu Yong felt painful for spending an extra 10,000 yuan for nothing, but when he thought about teaching Chen Yu a lesson for daring to show off in front of him, he felt much more balanced.
Of course. I am now the emperor of Jizhou. It would be like playing to punish a young boy.
As he spoke, Brother Long walked towards Chen Yu.
Is this the guy?
Brother Long pointed at Chen Yu and asked.
Yes, it's him. Lu Yong showed a sinister look. Boy, aren't you awesome? Today I'll let you know how powerful connections and financial resources are.
At this time, Brother Long had already come in front of Chen Yu and saw his appearance clearly.
Oh shit.
Brother Long instantly became timid, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. On that day in the casino, he witnessed with his own eyes how powerful Chen Yu was. He was defeated before he could even take a single move from Chen Yu. Meeting Chen Yu again at this moment reminded him of the fear he felt that day.
Oh, we're acquaintances again.
Brother Long recognized Chen Yu, and Chen Yu naturally recognized him as well.
You are the helper he found?
Chen Yu smiled faintly, looked at Brother Long, and said, "It seems that I didn't beat you into submission that day."
Why? You want to test my skills again? Brother, I didn't know it was you.
If I had known you were here, I wouldn't have dared to come even if I had 10 times the courage. Sun Long's face turned pale and his whole body was shaking. Lu Yong was stunned, his brows furrowed, and a look of confusion appeared on his face.
What is going on?
Why did Brother Long, who seemed so ferocious in his eyes, look like this at this moment?
That's unscientific. Isn't Chen Yu an adopted orphan? How could he deserve such subservience from Brother Long, a gangster? Lu Yong couldn't figure it out. Brother Long, what's going on? I paid you to help me deal with him. Lu Yong asked. Bang!
As soon as Lu Yong finished speaking, Brother Long slapped him in the face. Get your uncle ready, this is my elder brother.
Lu Yong, I think you are tired of living and want to die. How dare you offend my eldest brother? What? He's your eldest brother? Lu Yong was stunned and looked at Chen Yu in disbelief. But at this moment, the person who was more shocked was the director. How is this possible? He couldn't believe this was true.
In his impression, Chen Yu was just an orphan raised in a poor family.
How could such a person have such great abilities? At this time, Chen Yu spoke again. Don't you want to let me know how powerful your connections and financial resources are?
Lu Yong's expression froze, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes.
I admit defeat. I found the wrong person this time. But kid, don't be so arrogant. Do you think you can do anything to me just because you know Brother Long? Chen Yu smiled disdainfully and said calmly, you still have Zhao Baifei to rely on, right? I'll give you a chance.
You can call Zhao Baifei now and ask him to come over.
Brother, Zhao Baifei is a rising star in Jizhou.
His strength is far beyond what Brother Jun can compare to. Sun Long hurriedly reminded him.
Although Chen Yu took down Jun Ji's casino and put Jun Gu in jail. But Brother Long didn't hate him at all.
Instead, he was very grateful for what Chen Yu had done. If it weren't for Chen Yu, he would still be an ordinary thug.
It is impossible for him to replace Jun Gu and become the underground emperor of Jizhou City. It's okay, let him call.
Chen Yu said lightly with a slight smile on his face.
Chapter 100, Scared. This. Lu Yong didn't know what to do for a moment, and he was suddenly caught in a dilemma. What? You don't have confidence in your own support anymore?
Chen Yu said with a smile. Boy, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Lu Yong was angry and felt that his dignity was severely trampled upon by Chen Yu.
Okay, I'll ask Mr. Zhao to come over right away.
I want to see if you will still be as arrogant as you are now when Mr. Zhao comes.
Zhao Baifei is the big boss at the top of the pyramid in Jizhou.
Except for those old families who are slightly more powerful than him, no one is more powerful than him. Immediately, Lu Yong took out his mobile phone again and dialed Zhao Baifei's number.
Hello, Mr. Zhao, I'm Lu Yong. When the call was connected, Lu Yong deliberately turned on the speakerphone. Talking to Zhao Baifei is different from talking to Brother Long.
If you talk to Sun Long, you have to pay him before he will send someone to do the job.
Zhao Baifei is different.
As long as he is willing to ask, Zhao Baifei will definitely help. However, he is a subordinate after all, so he can trouble Zhao Baifei once or twice. If he does it too many times, it will affect his image in Zhao Baifei's mind. It was precisely because of this that when talking to Sun Long, Sun Yong, who was very concerned about his reputation, walked aside to answer Brother Long's call, but he did not leave when talking to Zhao Baifei.
Lu Yong? Didn't you take bereavement leave and go home to deal with the old man's funeral? What? Are you in trouble? Zhao Baifei's unhurried voice came slowly from the phone.
Boss Zhao, this is what happened. When I was taking my grandfather's body to the crematorium for cremation, I met a very arrogant and domineering boy. It's fine if he doesn't take me seriously, but he doesn't even take your name seriously when I mention it.
Is this true? Zhao Baifei on the other end of the phone frowned and looked unhappy.
For a young and successful businessman like him, face is the most important thing.
Yes, Mr. Zhao, that guy also said that you are nothing in his eyes.
Good. Very good. Very good.
Zhao Baifei's face suddenly darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "Tell me the address and I'll be there right away." Lu Yong hurriedly told Zhao Baifei the address of the crematorium.
Huh?
Zhao Baifei was shocked when he heard the address. Could it be?
He suddenly had a bad feeling. But then he shook his head and told himself,
impossible. Brother Lu is still at a class reunion. He won't be at the crematorium at this time.
Besides, I have also sent several people from my company to handle the cremation at the crematorium.
Even if Brother Chen went, he would not conflict with Lu Yong.
Although he thought so, Zhao Baifei still had a feeling of worry and loss.
Soon, Zhao Baifei drove to the crematorium.
Lu Yong had been waiting at the door early.
When he saw Zhao Baifei coming, he hurried over to greet him.
Boss Zhao, you are finally here. You can't imagine how arrogant that guy is. Not only did he say that you are a piece of stinky dog shit in his eyes, he also said that our Baiha Group is a garbage company.
Lu Yong exaggerated and made up some nonsense about Chen Yu's insults against Zhao Baifei.
This made Zhao Baifei more and more angry as he listened, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. I want to see what kind of big shot dares to say such big words. As they were talking, the two of them came to a place not far from Chen Yu.
Mr. Zhao, that's the guy. Lu Yong pointed at Chen Yu and said.
Zhao Baifei looked in the direction of Lu Yong's finger, and the first thing he saw was Brother Long standing respectfully beside Chen Yu. Then, he saw Chen Yu looking at him with a smile. Hiss.
Zhao Baifei took a breath and felt that Murphy's Law was so accurate.
Although he thought that the person who had a conflict with Lu Yong could not be Chen Yu, he still felt panic and uneasy. When he came, he was worried about what to do if the person who had a conflict with Lu Yong was really Chen Yu.
Here I come,
Chen Yu said with a smile. Seeing that Chen Yu was not angry, Zhao Baifei breathed a sigh of relief.
Brother Chen, I.
Zhao Baifei wanted to explain, but Chen Yu slowly waved his hand and said,
Mr. Zhao, you don't need to explain. I know this is not your problem. However, your judgment of people is really poor. How could you allow such a person to enter the company? Zhao Baifei looked embarrassed and turned back to look at Lu Yong angrily.
At this time, Lu Yong's mouth was wide open in shock, looking at the scene in disbelief.
Is this still the Zhao Baifei who was so powerful in Jizhou? It seems like he is more afraid of Chen Yu than Brother Long. Bang!
Lu Yong was slapped on the cheek again. Lu Yong, from now on, you are no longer a member of Baiha Group. Zhao Baifei said in a cold voice.
Boss Zhao, I was wrong. I know I was wrong.
Lu Yong's face turned pale as paper in an instant, and he slowly knelt on the ground weakly. At this moment, he seemed to have aged by dozens of years. But even so, Zhao Baifei did not feel any sympathy for him.
Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I know I was wrong.
I shouldn't be so arrogant, I shouldn't have said such big words to you, please help me to speak for you, I can't lose this job. Lu Yong suddenly thought of Zhao Baifei's attitude towards Chen Yu, and he knelt down in front of Chen Yu, kowtowed to him every time he spoke. At this moment, he seemed to have no sense of pain, and he didn't even notice the blood oozing from his forehead.
If I had known this would happen, why would I have done it in the first place? When you oppress others, you should think that one day you will be oppressed by others in the same way.
You can survive the misfortunes sent by heaven, but you cannot survive the misfortunes you bring upon yourself. Chen Yu ignored Lu Yong and cremated his grandfather's body with the help of Zhao Baifei and Sun Long. Afterwards, he took the ashes back to the hotel and prepared to return to the capital.
Sister? Boom boom boom.
Chen Yu knocked on Chen Shuang's door, wanting to tell his sister that Grandpa's body had been cremated. But he knocked for a long time and got no response.
Chen Yu frowned slightly and said to himself, Could it be that he went to visit his former colleague?
Chen Yu took out his cell phone and prepared to call Qin Shuang to ask her to come back and pack up and set off back to the capital.
Just at this moment, Zhao Baifei called him. Brother Chen, are you going back to the capital? Let's have dinner together tonight. Those old guys in Jizhou want to meet you. As soon as the call was connected, Zhao Baifei's anxious voice came out. Sure, text me the time and place later.
Chen Yu knew that everything Zhao Baifei did for him was for this dinner tonight. As long as the business tycoons in Jizhou knew that he, Zhao Baifei, had met a person of the same level as the 8 heroes of the imperial capital in the imperial capital. From then on, in Jizhou, as long as he didn't do anything too outrageous, no one dared to do anything to him.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Yu prepared to take a shower and change clothes before going to the appointment.
At this time, Zhao Baifei sent him the place and time of dinner.
In 1 hour, at Tianyue Hotel. Chapter 101 One-Eyed Master. Let me go, where are you taking me?
Chen Shuang struggled desperately, trying to break free from the restraints of Chen Hu and Chen Yuming.
An hour ago, Chen Shuang received a call from her mother Song Wenkai, who told her that Chen Hu had been in a car accident and asked her to go to the hospital to see Chen Hu for the last time. Chen Shuang has always been soft-hearted, and no matter what, she is Chen Hu's sister. So she didn't think much about it, and hurriedly took a taxi to the city hospital. But she never expected that this was a trap set for her by his parents and brother. Sister, don't struggle anymore. Mom and Dad have found a good family for you. Just go and be their wife.
Chen Hu felt no guilt at all and held Chen Shuang's arms tightly with both hands.
You can't do this. I belong to Xiao Yu now. Xiao Yu has already given you money.
Chen Shuang cried and shouted, her eyes blurred by tears. At this moment, her heart was broken. There was nothing in the world more painful than being betrayed by the person closest to you.
Song Wenkai snorted coldly and said arrogantly, don't mention that little bastard to me. How can his little money be enough? Do you know how much the guy who fell in love with you gave us? 2 million.
A full 2 million. There was a hint of excitement in Song Wenkai's voice.
At this time, Chen Hu said again, sister, don't waste your energy.
Just go with me and my parents obediently.
Just think of it as helping my brother.
With these 2 million, I can not only pay off my gambling debts, but I won't have to worry about my mortgage either.
Oh, sis. Do you know who is willing to pay 2 million yuan for the bride price? It's the one-eyed 8th master from North City.
I think you should know that he is a big shot in Jizhou Road.
Even Zhao Baifei has to cower in front of him. Don't bother struggling. Even if you run away, Master Ba will have someone catch you back. What?
Chen Shuang screamed in shock.
His eyes suddenly became empty and his face looked deathly pale.
She has been engaged in the catering industry in Jizhou for many years and has met all kinds of people from all walks of life. She had heard of the name One-Eyed Lao Ba and heard that this man made a living by selling intelligence. Some people also said that he was actually secretly engaged in organ and human trafficking.
You want me to die?
Chen Shuang smiled miserably, and felt that the world in front of him had become dark.
2 million for the bride price. One-Eyed Lao Ba is not a fool. How could he spend so much money to marry a wife?
He clearly wanted to buy me and then sell my organs.
Sister, don't think too much.
Although Mr. Ba is a gangster, as long as you listen to him, he won't do anything to you.
Oh.
Chen Shuang laughed at herself. She had given up struggling and was taken into a taxi by Chen Hu and the other two like a walking corpse.
Go to Tianyue Hotel.
Chen Hu shouted to the taxi driver.
At the same time, Tianyue Hotel.
Zhao Baifei and his party, who had come to the banquet, happened to run into the ferocious-looking one-eyed old maid at the door.
Wow, it's really rare that you guys get together? One-eyed old maid looked at Zhao Baifei and the others with interest. Those who came to the banquet with Zhao Baifei were all business tycoons at the top of the pyramid in Jizhou.
They are competitors in private and are rivals who are willing to kill each other in the Jizhou business world. It is indeed rare for them to appear together today.
Old 8? Why are you here? Zhao Baifei frowned and asked.
In Jizhou, if we were to ask who has the most enemies, it would undoubtedly be the 8th master in front of him. The information he sells is of all types and levels. As long as you can pay the corresponding amount of money, he can get any information you want. Zhao Baifei suffered a great loss at his hands.
A commercial secret of Baihe Group was sold to a rival group by Mr. Bei.
It was precisely because of this that he went to the imperial capital, wanting to meet people of the level of the 8 heroes of the imperial capital.
In order to check and balance the one-eyed old 8. Boss Xiao, you seem to be very afraid of me? Why? Haven't you forgotten what happened last time? Don't be so petty. Didn't you lose 5 billion just because of my information?
It's such a small matter, it's not worth it to remember it till now. If you have money, you can also come to me to buy intelligence.
You give me 2 billion, and I will give you intelligence worth 5 billion. How about that?
Zhao Baifei felt as if a million alpacas were galloping through his heart at this moment.
Isn't it just 5 billion? Ha ha. Zhao Baifei's expression suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, no need. I'm not as despicable as you.
Having said that, Zhao Baifei took the lead and walked into the restaurant. If it weren't for one-eyed old 8, who had a dark organization to support him, Zhao Baifei would have disappeared long ago.
But now, he can only endure and give in. Ha ha ha. One-eyed old 8 laughed wildly. Boss Xiao, you know what, I just like seeing you like this, wanting to kill me but feeling powerless. Humph, Lao Ba. Don't be so arrogant. I, Zhao Baifei, am no match for you, but there are many people who can deal with you. The expression on Zhao Baifei's face became increasingly gloomy, and he turned around and glared at Lao Ba fiercely.
Everyone, let's go into the private room.
There's nothing to talk about with this kind of person.
Zhao Baifei suppressed the hatred in his heart and spoke to the big men behind him. They didn't answer, but just followed Zhao Baifei into the private room silently. Zhao Baifei thought that he could get rid of one-eyed Lao Ba by entering the private room.
But they didn't expect that as soon as they entered the private room, one-eyed old 8 followed in.
Boss Xiao, I'm going to requisition this private room today.
Please move to another one. One-eyed Lao Ba pushed Zhao Baifei away and spoke arrogantly. You? Zhao Baifei was furious and looked at the one-eyed old 8 with rage. What do you mean? You caused me to lose more than 5 billion, and I haven't caused you any trouble, have I? What? Do you think that I, Zhao Baifei, am easy to bully and you want to take advantage of me?
One-eyed Lao Ba stretched out his index finger and shook it a few times, sneering.
Boss Xiao, you are wrongly accusing me. How can I be considered as taking advantage of you? You are nothing in my eyes, why would I dare to push you so far? The words of one-eyed old 8 were extremely arrogant.
Zhao Baifei was so angry that his face turned red, but he didn't dare to lose his temper and could only endure it. He didn't know how much information about him the one-eyed old 8 had in his hands, so none of the Jizhou bosses, including Zhao Baifei, dared to say a word.
Master Ba, can you please give me some face? I am going to entertain an important person today. Zhao Baifei gave in. He didn't want to miss his dinner with Chunyu because of one-eyed old 8. But the one-eyed old man had a joking expression on his face, and said nonchalantly, what kind of important person can you, Zhao Baifei, meet? Stop bragging.
Old 8, listen to me carefully. The person I am going to host today is a big shot that even the 8 great men of the imperial capital are afraid of.
You'd better leave now, otherwise. Chapter 102 I let you, it doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. What else can I do? Can he kill me?
Even if I give him 10 courages, he still wouldn't dare to do it.
One-eyed old 8 looked savage and said disdainfully. Zhao Baifei, you can be ruthless if you want, but you are not qualified to be ruthless with me, one-eyed 8. Zhao Baifei's face turned pale and his eyes were full of anger.
Just then, a handsome and sunny young man slowly walked into the private room.
I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. Something delayed me.
The young man said with a smile.
Brother Chen, you are here. Chen Yu's appearance filled Zhao Baifei with joy.
In his opinion, Chen Yu could make the 8 heroes of the imperial capital treat him with courtesy, so it would be no problem for him to deal with the one-eyed 8.
What's going on? The atmosphere seems a little wrong.
Chen Yu came to Zhao Baifei and said with a smile.
Are you the big shot that Zhao Baifei mentioned? The one-eyed old 8 looked at Chen Yu with interest. I'm not a big shot. Mr. Zhao just gives me a compliment.
Chen Yu said with a smile.
Who is this, Mr. Zhao?
Brother Chen, he is.
Zhao Baifei immediately told Chen Yu in detail about what happened between him and one-eyed old 8. Chen Yu nodded thoughtfully.
Since this friend wants to occupy the private room, then let him have it.
It's just a meal, so it doesn't matter where you eat.
Although Chen Yu was not afraid of one-eyed old 8, he felt there was no need to offend him. He was leaving Jizhou tonight, and didn't want the relationship between Zhao Baifei and one-eyed Lao Ba to deteriorate again because of such a trivial matter as dinner.
That would be equivalent to indirectly harming Zhao Baifei.
Let's go to another private room to eat. Chen Yu was the first to leave the private room.
Zhao Baifei did not expect Chen Yu to give in.
He thought Chen Yu would crush One-Eyed Eight with great force. Let him understand the difference in strength between the two, and then let One-Eyed Old Eight get out of the private room. But Chen Yu was so weak that he chose to give in.
Goodbye, I won't see you off. Watching Chen Yu and others leave, One-Eyed Lao Ba's face was full of pride.
What kind of rubbish big shot is that?
When you see me, you have to admit defeat. At this moment, Zhao Baifei's face was frighteningly gloomy.
This was not the situation he wanted to see.
Old Zhao, isn't he a big shot on the same level as the 8 great men of the imperial capital? How could he be so cowardly? The patriarch of an old family in Jizhou asked doubtfully.
Yes, Lao Zhao, you may have found a fake one to fool us, right?
Everyone, you all know who I am, Zhao Baifei. Do you think I would lie to you just because of this?
I did see that Jiang Chen, the leader of the 8 heroes of the imperial capital, treated him with courtesy. Ji Feng, the son of the mining king, also had a close relationship with him.
Zhao Baifei couldn't understand why Chen Yu was so weak? Suddenly, Zhao Baifei thought of a possibility. Could it be that this Chen Yu is just a poor relative of Ji Feng?
That's why he has a close relationship with Ji Feng, and Jiang Chen treats him with courtesy.
Is it actually because of Ji Feng's face? After this thought came to his mind, Zhao Baifei's thoughts became uncontrollable. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Chen Yu was just a poor relative of Ji Feng. Because of this, the dinner party, which should have been lively, was unusually quiet, and all the business tycoons in Jizhou seemed to be thinking about something. Mr. Zhao, we're almost done with the meal, let's leave. Chen Yu said with a smile. Okay. Zhao Baifei came back to his senses and forced a smile.
Then Mr. Zhao, we'll have a chance to meet again in the future.
Chen Yu didn't say anything more and got up and left the room. Boss Zhao, what do you think about this? Do you really think he is a big shot?
The atmosphere in the private room was extremely gloomy, and Zhao Baifei felt that he had been cheated. Others felt that they had been deceived by Zhao Baifei.
At the same time,
Chen Yu just walked out of the private room and was about to leave the hotel. At this moment, a miserable cry came from the luxurious private room.
Mom and Dad, please let me go. He doesn't want to get married at all. The miserable cries were loud, but they did not arouse the curiosity of other diners.
The diners continued to eat and drink as usual. Only a few tables far away from the private rooms were talking in low voices.
Alas, another good girl is going to be tortured by old 8. Who said it wasn't?
I don't know what those parents who sold their daughters were thinking.
Don't they know who the one-eyed old man is? What good can a woman do in his hands?
He either has sex with her and sells her to the black market for dismemberment, or takes her abroad and has her serve him non-stop.
Damn it.
Chen Yu's eyes were red and he walked quickly to the door of the luxurious private room. He recognized that the voice just now was from his sister Chen Shuang. Through the conversation between the diners at that table and his sister's cries, Chen Yu also guessed the current situation.
Bang!
With a loud bang, Chen Yu kicked the door of the luxury room open. The loud noise made all the diners in the restaurant turn their eyes over here.
Is that person crazy? How dare he cause trouble for Master Ba? Mockery and discussion suddenly rang out.
I'm afraid it's that girl's boyfriend.
Otherwise, who would not fear death and go to cause trouble for Master Ba? He is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers.
He dares to provoke Master Ba. This time he is doomed.
That's right.
It's all the fault of that girl's parents. They were a perfect couple, but now it's all over. Zhao Baifei and others heard the noise and came out of the private room.
Old Zhao, what's going on?
Chen Yu endured it just now, but now he is causing trouble again after dinner.
Zhao Baifei really doesn't understand this move. How should I know?
Zhao Baifei said speechlessly.
What should we do now? Should we go up and help? Let's see the situation first.
Zhao Baifei said slowly with a complicated expression. At this time, Chen Yu walked into the private room step by step, gritting his teeth.
You guys are really stubborn.
Every word Chen Yu said seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, which made people shudder. The one-eyed old aide in the private room frowned and looked at Chen Yu.
Hey, isn't this Zhao Baifei's big shot? What? Now you want to grab the private room again? You know what, you look really scary right now.
You scared me.
One-eyed Lao Ba looked at Chen Yu with disdain and contempt. Chen Yu didn't waste any words. He glanced at Chen Xuan, who was sitting next to the one-eyed Lao Ba, with her clothes disheveled and crying. He dodged and came in front of one-eyed Lao Ba and grabbed his neck. Chen Yu's speed was so fast that everyone only saw a black shadow flash by, and then one-eyed old eight had already been strangled by Chen Yu's neck. "You, what do you want to do?" One-eyed old eight said in horror. "I have a dark web organization behind me. If you dare to kill me, you will be hunted down by the dark web organization." One-eyed Lao Ba was scared. As a peripheral member of the dark web organization, he knew more than ordinary people. Chen Yu was able to reach such speed, so he was obviously not an ordinary person. Considering what Zhao Baifei said, one-eyed Lao Ba guessed. Chen Yu is either from the War Department or, like him, from the dark world. Chapter 103, The matter is over and I am leaving. Dark web organization? Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he can't save you. Chen Yu's expression was frighteningly gloomy. He grabbed the one-eyed old eight and threw him out of the private room. Chen Yu threw the gun with great force, causing one-eyed old eight to fly 5 or 6 meters away, and it hit the pillar of the hall heavily before stopping. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, one-eyed Lao Ba felt like he had been hit by a huge truck. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood with teeth. But before he could calm down, he saw Chen Yu walking towards him step by step. "What do you want to do? Don't come over here." The one-eyed old eight looked terrified and crawled backwards, trying to escape from there. At this moment, Chen Yu was a bloody shura in his eyes. He wanted to escape from Chen Yu's clutches, but as an ordinary person, how could he possibly escape from Chen Yu's clutches? Chen Yu was getting closer and closer to him, and his face became paler and paler with fear. A yellow liquid with a fishy smell slowly flowed out of his trouser legs. But even so, one-eyed old eight didn't notice anything at all. He looked at Chen Yu in horror as he kept approaching him. Bang! Chen Yu kicked out, and one-eyed old eight flew away again, with only a few teeth left in his mouth. Chen Yu came to the side of one-eyed old eight, squatted down, grabbed his hair, lifted him up suddenly, and said harshly, "I let you have the room, not because I'm afraid of you, but because I think it's just a meal. There's no need to bother with you. But you dare to set your sights on my sister, then go to hell." As he spoke, Chen Yu pulled with one hand, and the right arm of one-eyed Lao Ba was torn off. Ah! The miserable wails echoed throughout the hotel. The scene was covered in blood and splattered meat. Some timid diners were so scared that they vomited and screamed. "Don't you like to dismember girls and sell them on the black market? Then I'll let you taste the pain of being dismembered," Chen Yu said coldly. Then he grabbed again and pulled hard, and the other arm of one-eyed old eight was torn off by him. This time it was even more horrifying. Not only the arm, but also some internal organs were pulled out. One-eyed Lao Ba died on the spot. Brutal murder. The famous 8th master of Dongcheng in Jizhou City died in agony in front of everyone. "You're dead now? You're lucky." Chen Yu had a blank expression on his face. He kicked the corpse in front of him away and turned to walk towards the private room. Inside the private room, Chen Hu and the other two were so scared that they huddled in the corner, their faces as pale as paper. The scene just now had already frightened them to death. Chen Yu, what do you want to do? We are your adoptive parents," Song Wenkai said, trembling with fear. Walking into the private room, Chen Yu glanced at the 3 people in the corner and said lightly, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you." He walked slowly to Chen Xuan, hugged his sister like a princess, turned around and walked out. When he reached the door, Chen Yu paused and said in a cold voice, "I won't do anything to you today. If you dare to go after my sister again, you will end up like one-eyed old eight." After saying that, Chen Yu hugged Chen Shuang and left, quickly disappearing from the crowd's sight. "Old Zhao, you have made the acquaintance of a great killing god." No wonder the 8 heroes of the imperial capital treated him with courtesy. Who would dare to mess with such a person? Zhao Baifei and others who were standing at the door of the private room were so frightened that they stood there in shock. "Do you think the authorities will cause trouble for him?" Zhao Baifei asked. "It shouldn't happen. Lao Ba is the cancer of Jizhou. The authorities are eager for his death. Now that Chen Yu has taken action to eliminate him, the authorities are overjoyed. However, the dark web organization behind Lao Ba will probably not let him go easily." In a club in Shanghai, a group of strange-looking men were venting their anger. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Come in."
a middle-aged man said in a hoarse voice. While speaking, he did not raise his head, but stared straight at the girl squatting on the ground and serving him.
Your mouth must be numb. Pout it.
The middle-aged man said with a wicked smile. The door opened and a young man in his 20s walked in.
Brother, Lao Ba is dead.
The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then continued his actions, saying without any emotion.
Who did it?
The young man stepped forward and placed a cell phone on the woman in front of the middle-aged man.
I haven't seen him before. He shouldn't be from the same circle. The middle-aged man continued his action and clicked on the video on his mobile phone.
The girl in front of her bit her lips tightly and dared not make the slightest sound. She knew very well that if she made a sound, death would be waiting for her.
Go check this guy's background. He has good abilities. If you can recruit him, recruit him. If you can't, kill him.
The middle-aged man said coldly.
At the same time, Jizhou City, high-speed railway station.
Chen Yu and his sister Chen Shuang were in the waiting room, quietly waiting for the high-speed train to the imperial capital. Chen Yu originally thought that if he killed Lao Ba in public, the authorities would definitely punish him severely.
He even contacted Jiang Chen in advance for this purpose.
But Chen Yu didn't expect that the authorities just called him to remind him to be careful of dark web organizations, and that was all.
Stao Yu. Chen Shuang looked at Chen Yu and called out with some concern.
Looking at his sister's concerned eyes, how could Chen Yu not know what Chen Shuang was thinking?
Just as Chen Shuang understands Chen Yu also understands Chen Shuang best. Sister, don't worry, everything is fine.
Chen Shuang lowered his head and said nothing more, but he was still a little worried in his heart. Chen Yu reached out and hugged Chen Shuang, smiling and saying,
My dear sister, please stop imagining this. If there was anything wrong, the police would have arrested me long ago. Look, I'm fine now, right?
I can even take a car, which means I'm fine now.
But I'm still a little worried.
Chen Shuang said in a low voice. The incident was caused by her, and she didn't want Chen Yu's life to be ruined because of it. If something was going to happen, she would rather it be her.
Well.
Chen Yu sighed, grabbed his sister's shoulders, and said seriously.
Sister, you are hallucinating today. Everything that happened in the hotel was fake and never happened. Puff. Seeing Chen Yu's serious and funny look, Chen Shuang couldn't help laughing. She glared at Chen Yu unhappily. He stretched out his white index finger, gently poked Chen Yu's forehead and said, Okay, I don't want to do that anymore, but you have to promise me that you won't do that again. Lul Yulu.
Chen Yu stuck out his tongue, made a funny expression, and said proudly,
No way. I will kill anyone who dares to bully my sister. Chen Shuang. You.
Chen Shuang said earnestly. Xiaoyu, I know you are capable and not afraid of trouble, but you can't get carried away, okay?
You are lucky to be fine this time, but what if you get into trouble in the future? If anything happens to you, how will I explain to Grandpa? Chapter 104, 1 million antique porcelain bottle. Also, you are already 25 or 26, not young anymore, shouldn't you find a wife as soon as possible? Chen Yu.
The transition is too drastic.
I was persuading my sister just a second ago, but now my sister is urging me to get married? I understand, sis. Chen Yu was obviously perfunctory.
Chen Shuang's face darkened, and he stood up while grabbing his luggage and said,
You think I'm annoying? Then I won't go to the capital. Chen Yu quickly apologized, Sister, I was wrong. Isn't it okay for me to listen to you in the future?
Seeing Chen Yu's sincere look, Chen Shuang showed a faint smile.
Humph. You'll never give me a hard time. This is the method Chen Shuang uses most often to deal with Chen Yu.
As long as Chen Shuang said that she would not care about Chen Yu anymore, Chen Yu would immediately obey. Although Chen Yu knew that Chen Shuang was trying to scare him, he was just afraid of his sister's move.
You said so, then listen to me when we get to the capital, let's find a girlfriend first, okay?
Chen Shuang sat down again and stroked Chen Yu's head as if coaxing a child.
Okay, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say is what I'll do. Chen Yu said like a good boy. Puff cluck. Han Lingxue, who was standing by, couldn't help but burst out laughing.
The brother and sister Chen Yu and Chen Shuang really opened her eyes. Those who know her think that Chen Shuang is Chen Yu's sister, while those who don't know her think that Chen Shuang is Chen Yu's stepmother.
But Han Lingxue was also sincerely happy for Chen Yu to have such a good sister.
Although, Chen Yu was unlucky to have met such a pair of adoptive parents.
However, it was his luck to become Chen Shuang's younger brother. Han Lingshue's laughter attracted Chen Shuang's attention. She nodded thoughtfully, then asked, Miss Han, do you have a boyfriend? Han Lingxue. Chen Yu. Are they trying to bring them together on the spot? This is too hasty. Han Lingshue's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she didn't know how to answer. There is no doubt that Chen Yu is a rare talent. Growing up in a family like that, you can have billions of assets in your 20s.
This kind of achievement is something that even the top second-generation rich cannot achieve, which is enough to show how outstanding Chen Yu is. It would be a lie to say that Han Lingxue had no feelings for Chen Yu, but she would never fall in love with Chen Yu so rashly.
I'm single. Han Lingxue said slowly. Chen Shuang immediately showed a bright smile on his face. That's great. Lingxue, can I call you that?
Of course. Han Lingxue said with a slightly blushing face. She knew that the next step would be for Chen Shuang to bring her and Chen Yu together. Han Lingxue was anxious and didn't know how to deal with the current situation. The G5256 train bound for the imperial capital is now starting to check tickets.
Hearing the announcement, Han Lingxue stood up suddenly.
Sister Shuang, the ticket checking has started.
Let's get on the bus first. Chen Shuang felt a little disappointed.
After much difficulty, the opportunity to bring Chen Yu and Han Lingxue together came into being, but with the announcement, the opportunity was lost.
Oh. Chen Shuang sighed.
The reason why she was in a hurry to get Chen Yu married was actually to give Chen Yu something to worry about, so that when encountering similar things again, Chen Yu would not be so impulsive.
Following the crowd, the three people checked their tickets and got on the bus.
As soon as he found a seat and sat down, Chen Shuang wanted to continue discussing the previous topic. But at this moment, a scream suddenly sounded in the carriage.
Big sister, be careful.
Hey, big sister, this porcelain vase of mine is from the Tang dynasty and is worth more than 1 million yuan, and you broke it with your kick. Chen Yu and the other two looked over when they heard the sound, and saw a man with a painful look on his face picking up a pile of broken porcelain pieces. The man's name is Fong Wen. He is about 30 years old, wearing a gray suit from a niche brand and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a leader.
I'm sorry, brother. I'm really sorry. I really didn't mean it.
A middle-aged woman, about 50 years old and dressed simply, was standing in front of Fong Wen, bending down to apologize, her face full of fear.
I'm sorry? What's the use of saying sorry? I bought this with real money.
And I bought this porcelain vase from a collector with great difficulty.
Fong Wen put away the porcelain pieces, stood up, looked at the middle-aged woman and said, Big sister, I'm not trying to blackmail you.
I really bought this porcelain vase for 1 million.
If you don't believe me, you can go find an expert to authenticate it.
Well, you didn't do it on purpose, so just compensate me 800,000. The middle-aged woman wanted to cry but had no tears. She said with a bitter face,
Brother, I don't have that much money. Even if you sell me, I can't come up with 800,000. Sister, this is your fault.
You broke someone's antique porcelain, so you should pay for it. At this time, the passengers around began to line up.
That's right. Just because you said you had no money, you made them lose 1 million?
There's no such good thing in the world, big sister.
That's right.
People told you to be careful, but you were careless and broke their antique porcelain vase.
It's unacceptable not to pay compensation. You can't say that. It takes two to tango. If he puts it away, can the elder sister break it into pieces? Yes. If he hadn't casually put the porcelain bottle on the ground, my sister wouldn't have broken it with one kick. Now she's blaming me for not looking where I'm going.
He knew the porcelain bottle was fragile, so why didn't he find a safe place to put it?
Yes.
His porcelain vase was broken, he deserved it.
Why should I let my elder sister pay for it? The passengers had different opinions.
Some said that the middle-aged woman was wrong, and some said that Fong Wen was wrong. The originally quiet carriage suddenly became lively.
Fong Wen smiled bitterly.
He knew that it was partly because of him that his elder sister only paid 800,000 yuan in compensation. The current situation made him not know what to do for a moment.
Sister, tell me. Did I remind you when you came in? Fong Wen looked at the middle-aged woman and asked.
Brother, you did remind me, but I was carrying so many things that I didn't even notice your porcelain bottle.
Brother, I'm so sorry, I really didn't mean it.
The middle-aged woman apologized repeatedly, which made Fong Wen even more conflicted. He also knew that the middle-aged woman simply could not come up with that much money, but it was impossible for him to just throw away 1 million. Besides, he didn't just put it there casually.
There is only so much space on the train.
He couldn't just put it on the table, as it would be more likely to get bumped or scratched.
Sister, your apology is useless. What I want is money. You have to compensate me. 800,000 is my bottom line. Fong Wen gritted his teeth and said resolutely.
There's no use being soft-hearted at a time like this.
Are you sure that your porcelain vase is an antique? Chen Yu stood up and said. Chapter 105, Expert Liar. I'll go over and take a look.
Chen Yu said to Chen Shuang and was about to go over.
Chen Shuang grabbed Chen Yu in frowned. Why are you going?
There is no absolute right or wrong in this kind of thing, so you'd better not meddle in other people's business.
Han Lingxue nodded in agreement and said.
On one side are the losers, and on the other side are the vulnerable.
It's not good for you to help either one.
The victim must be heartbroken to see the antique he bought for more than 1 million yuan broken into pieces. The vulnerable person did not do it on purpose, and she really has no ability to compensate, so she can only worry. No matter who Chen Yu helps, it will not end well for him, and he will only be labeled as a nosy person. In the past, Chen Yu might have chosen to wait and see, but just now when he glanced at the broken porcelain, he immediately discovered the trick. Having acquired elite-level treasure appraisal skills, he could tell at a glance that the porcelain was a fake.
There is something fishy. That porcelain is not a real antique.
Chen Yu patted Chen Shuang's hand, signaling to her that he would not do anything rash.
Oh?
Hearing Chen Yu's words, Han Lingxue immediately became interested. She didn't expect that Chen Yu's knowledge was so wide and he even knew how to appraise treasures. At this time, Chen Yu had already walked over and picked up a piece of porcelain fragment. Oh, judging from the quality, this is from the former Tang dynasty. It's such a pity that it's broken into pieces. Originally, when Fong Wen saw Chen Yu's actions, he wanted to speak out to stop him. But when he heard Chen Yu's words, he felt that Chen Yu was here to help him, so he did not stop him.
That's right.
These pre-Tang objects are rare. I finally bought them and was going to take them home to keep, but this lady stepped on them and broke them into pieces.
Fong Wen's eyes were full of heartache. Ha! Chen Yu suddenly picked up a piece of porcelain, a puzzled look on his face. Brother, the glaze color of your porcelain vase is wrong. Why does it look like a new glaze? And your body clay is not right either. Is there a reversal?
Chen Yu's words immediately attracted the attention of the passengers around him.
Brother, are you saying that his porcelain is fake?
Young man, don't pretend to know something you don't understand.
In the end, you will end up shooting yourself in the foot. By then, you won't gain anything but lose. Yeah, you're just a young boy, what do you know about antiques? You just come out and talk nonsense. They said they spent over 1 million to buy it, so how could it be fake? When buying and selling antiques, there are many cases of misjudgment. Who dares to say that they will never make a mistake?
Chen Yu smiled slightly, no longer paying attention to the passengers, but picked up a piece of porcelain and handed it to the owner of the porcelain. Brother, take a look for yourself.
The porcelain director frowned and looked at Chen Yu cautiously.
Little brother, you may know a little bit, but you can't speak carelessly. I just bought this porcelain from a famous collector.
It can't be fake.
Chen Yu didn't say anything, but just smiled and handed the porcelain piece in his hand to the owner of the porcelain again.
Brother, you will know if I said anything wrong after you take a look. The owner of the porcelain took the piece of porcelain doubtfully and looked down at it.
He was almost pissed off when he saw this. On the porcelain tile was written, "Made in China," 4 big words.
This is fake and too careless. The key point is that he was fooled. Fong Wen suddenly felt like he was a sucker. Damn it, I dare to lie to you. Fong Wen's anger rose in his heart and his face turned red. Little brother, I can see that you are an expert. Can I ask you to do me a favor? Fong Wen was very sincere and handed Chen Yu a business card. Director of the Food and Drug Administration? Interesting.
Looking at the business card in his hand, Chen Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. Han Yun Group is a pharmaceutical company and its relationship with the Food and Drug Administration is inseparable. Chen Yu didn't expect that by meddling in other people's business, he would actually make friends with people from the Food and Drug Administration.
What a coincidence. Brother, tell me what you want. If you can help me, I will do my best. If you can't help me, then I can't do anything. Fong Wen smiled and said gratefully, Thank you so much, little brother. Here's the thing. The bastard expert who sold me the porcelain bottle is on the train. I'd like you to come with me to find him. Okay, but. Shen Yu agreed immediately, and then looked at the middle-aged woman who was standing beside him with a nervous expression. Brother, do you have to? Being able to hold the position of director, Fong Wen is obviously not an ordinary person. He immediately understood what Shen Yu meant, looked at the middle-aged woman apologetically and said, Sister, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I have a bad attitude. I hope you can forgive my impoliteness. The middle-aged woman was still in a daze and didn't react. Looking at Fong Wen, who was aggressive just now, he apologized to her and suddenly became flustered. Brother, you don't want to pay? The middle-aged woman asked tentatively. Old sister, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I would have been deceived. A quarrel and dispute ended peacefully. Everyone gave Chen Yu a thumbs up. Boy, you are awesome. I've known for a long time that you're an expert. As expected, you solved the conflict in no time. Bullshit, you clearly said that he was just a brat and that he would shoot himself in the foot. Isn't it okay for me to say it in my heart? All the passengers started laughing, and the atmosphere immediately became much more relaxed. If Chen Yu hadn't noticed that there was something wrong with the porcelain vase, even if the police had come, it would have been difficult to handle the matter. Little brother, let's go over there now, don't let that old guy get away. Fong Wen was a little anxious and embarrassed to urge him. Okay. Shen Yu did not reveal his identity, as that would make people think he was trying to curry favor with Fong Wen. There were not many passengers on the train, and soon Shen Yu and Fong Wen arrived at the sleeper car. Master, I really like your porcelain pot. Please sell it to me. I am willing to pay double the price. Master, please sell it to me. I'm willing to pay 3 times as much. A group of people gathered around a berth, very excited, as if they had discovered a treasure. When Shen Yu saw those people, he knew the person they were looking for without even asking. It was obvious that he was there. Shen Yu really couldn't understand why those people, who didn't understand antiques at all, were so fanatical in their pursuit of them. Wasn't it obvious that they wanted to be taxed for their intelligence? Little brother, it's right there. Fong Wen said angrily. I see. Shen Yu nodded and walked over. That so-called master professional collector really looks like one. He was wearing a black, simple tang suit, gray hair, and a pair of old scholar-like glasses. At first glance, he looked very knowledgeable and a master of antique collection. Everyone, I'm really sorry, this porcelain pot is my most beloved collection. No matter how much you offer, I won't sell it. You should go back. Master, our meeting is fate. Since you have met us, you must sell us something. This way it's worth our meeting. In the crowd, a middle-aged man dressed brightly and beautifully said anxiously. It seems that he will not stop until he buys an antique from a master. Chapter 106, Poorly Forged Calligraphy and Paintings. Damn, they are all agents. When I bought the porcelain vase just now, those people were there too. They are just like now, as if they were possessed by demons. Beside Chen Yu, Fong Wen said with a gloomy face. He was deceived by this atmosphere and firmly believed that the master was a real collection expert. That's why he spent millions to buy a junk porcelain vase. I will expose them now to prevent anyone from being deceived again. Having said that, Fong Wen was about to step forward and expose the collector's scam. Don't be so impulsive. Shen Yu reached out and quickly grabbed him, smiling and said. Don't be impatient. If you just go over there, he will definitely not admit it. When you bought the porcelain vase from him, you didn't ask him to issue a receipt. If he wants to cheat, even if the police come, they can't do anything to him. Indeed, when Fong Wen bought the porcelain vase, he only wanted to pay quickly and get the vase in his hands, and he didn't think too much about it. Now, he regrets it very much. If he had not been greedy at that time and had not been thinking about getting a high-quality antique immediately, he would not have been cheated. Little brother, what do you say we should do? I'll do whatever you say. Fong Wen had no choice but to follow Chen Yu's instructions. Brother, just tell me later that I'm your friend. I saw the porcelain you bought and I bought one too. The two men discussed in a low voice, and Fong Wen walked over. Master Mao, I'm sorry to bother you again. The master con man, named Mao Wenba, claimed to be a professional collector. When Mao Wenba saw Fong Wen suddenly appear, he was stunned at first, and then a look of confusion appeared on his face. Who are you? Fong Wenba showed a puzzled look on his face, as if he had forgotten about Fong Wen. From these details, we can see the professionalism of Mao Wenba and his team. The train hasn't even arrived at the station yet, but he didn't recognize Fong Wen. This doesn't make sense. Even if you are a forgetful person, you won't be so forgetful. Master Mao, I am Fong Wen, the man who just spent 1 million to buy a pre-Tang porcelain vase from you. You are such a forgetful person that you forget me so quickly. There was a look of vigilance in Mao Wenba's eyes, as if he was on guard against Fong Wen. He did not forget Fong Wen. The reason for this was that he was afraid that Fong Wen would find out that the antiques were fake and come to him to return the money. Master Mao, this is what happened. I met a friend on the train. He heard that I bought a pre-Tang porcelain from you, and he wanted to buy one too. Fong Wen's acting skills are very good, and Mao Wenba didn't notice it at all. Oh, it's Xiao Fong. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. I'm so sorry, I'm getting old and my memory is not so good. When Mao Wenba heard that Fong Wen was here to introduce clients, enthusiasm immediately showed on his face. He looked so enthusiastic, as if Fong Wen was his relative. Master Mao, I've heard of your great name for a long time. Chen Yu walked over and shook hands with Mao Wenba enthusiastically. I've seen the Tang porcelain that you sold to Lao Fong. It's a very good item. I hope you can also sell it to me and let me take one away. I have always liked those items, but I don't understand the ins and outs of them. I'm afraid I'll buy a fake, so I've never bought one. It's really great to have such an opportunity this time, so Master Mao, please let me take one away. Chen Yu's words made Mao Wenba very happy. To Mao Wenba, those words meant, people are stupid and have a lot of money. Since you are Xiao Fong's friend, I can't fail to give you face. This time I only brought a dozen pieces with me. Except for the porcelain pot in my hand, you can choose the others. As he spoke, Mao Wenba looked at the other people around him. Chen Yu's arrival was a surprise to him, not just because he had Chen Yu as a client. It also made the other hesitant buyers more convinced of his identity as a collection expert. Thank you so much, Master Mao. Mao Wenba waved his hand, looked at Fong Wen, and said earnestly, I only did it for Xiao Fong's sake. Otherwise, I would never have parted with it with such a painful pain. If Fong Wen didn't know that Mao Wenba was acting, he might really feel happy about this sentence. As he spoke, Mao Wenba carefully pulled out a suitcase. His movements were gentle and careful, as if he was taking care of a baby. When I opened the suitcase, I found a dazzling array of things inside, including porcelain, calligraphy and paintings, and a few wooden boxes that looked a bit rotten. Little brother, take your pick. If you like it, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Mao Wenba was very generous, and looked like he was saying, you were brought here by Fong Wen, and I will never let you suffer any loss. Thank you very much, Master Mao. Shen Yu picked up a piece of calligraphy and began to look at it. Puff. When Shen Yu saw the content on the calligraphy and painting, he almost choked on his own saliva. This group of people is so unprofessional. They can only deceive local bosses who have no knowledge of antiques. But they cannot deceive anyone who has some knowledge in this matter. Master, am I seeing things? Is this an authentic work of Wang Shiji? Yes, what Shen Yu was holding in his hand was a piece of calligraphy by Wang Shiji. Young man, you have a good eye. Yes, what you are holding in your hand is an authentic work of Wang Shiji. Chen Yu muttered in his heart, what a boast. No authentic works of Wang Shiji have ever been unearthed. Those that have been unearthed are all copies. If this calligraphy is really the authentic work of Wang Shiji, then it is an antique of national treasure level. If you dare to sell it at will, you will go to jail, and in serious cases you may even be sentenced to death. That's not right, Master. Isn't it said that no authentic work of Wang Shiji has been unearthed yet? Where did you find this original painting? Shen Yu's words startled Mao Wenba. He obviously didn't expect that Shen Yu would know this. Are you saying that this painting of mine is fake? Mao Wenba didn't know how to answer this question, so he wanted to use his expertise to force Chen Yu to believe that this was an authentic work. Chen Yu came here to cause trouble, so how could he compromise easily? Master, this piece of calligraphy of yours seems to be fake. Chen Yu pretended to be surprised and looked at Mao Wenba, as if asking him something.
Mao Wenbo had never encountered such a situation before, and he was so angry that his face turned red.
Boy, what are you talking about?
You are a young man who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, you know nothing.
The master is a professional collector. How could a young man like you slander him?
At this time, the shill hiding in the crowd began to slander Chen Yu. How dare a fellow who hasn't even grown all his hair to look down on himself?
If you don't want to buy it, get out of here and don't waste our time.
Chen Yu was not in a hurry, but said slowly.
Everyone knows that the key to antiques is the age of the patina. Take a look at this calligraphy. Is there any patina on it?
Wang Shiji was a great calligrapher during the Eastern Jin dynasty. His authentic works have been handed down to this day, so how come there is no patina at all? This is too badly forged.
Chapter 107 Seeking Revenge on Chen Yu. What do you mean?
Seeing Chen Yu like this, if Mao Wenbo could no longer tell that Chen Yu was here to cause trouble for him, then he would be a real fool.
Give me back the calligraphy and painting. I won't sell it to you anymore.
People like you who are so self-deprecating are not worthy of buying my collection.
Get out of here.
As he spoke, Mao Wenbo looked at Fong Wen and pretended to be disappointed and said,
Xiao Feng, you really disappoint me. You are not worthy of owning my collection. Please go away. I don't want to see you again. Fong Wen no longer pretended and sneered, Mao Wenbo, you are a liar.
You sell fake antiques to defraud people.
I am here to expose you. Give me back my 1 million. Fong Wen glared at Mao Wenbo. I just felt it was inappropriate. How could someone sell calligraphy and paintings on a train?
It turned out to be a liar.
Yes. Yes. Fortunately, I didn't buy it, otherwise I would have been fooled.
The passengers who were watching just now were talking about it and felt a little scared.
Get out. I told you to get out. Mao Wenbo shouted angrily.
At this time, Chen Yu slowly stood up and looked at Mao Wenbo with a sneer. It's not us who should go, but you. As he spoke, Chen Yu shouted towards the junction of the trains.
Brother flight attendant, you have seen the situation, and the rest is left to you to handle. Mao Wenbo was startled and asked in confusion, what do you mean? It means exactly what it says.
Chen Yu smiled faintly. 2 trained police officers walked quickly from the connection between the carriages and subdued Mao Wenbo.
Mao Wenbo, right? We are now arresting you for fraud. Mao Wenbo panicked and struggled desperately to break free from the conductor's restraints. Let me go, let me go. What evidence do you have to accuse me of fraud?
These antiques of mine are all genuine pieces that I collected with great effort. I didn't commit fraud, so you can't arrest me. Chen Yu smiled, raised the calligraphy and painting in his hand, and said,
Expert Mao.
Are you sure these are all genuine?
Of course Mao Wenbo said without hesitation that of course these are all authentic.
But just as he said this, Chen Yu spoke before him.
You'd better think it over carefully. Selling antique calligraphy and paintings that are national treasures privately is a serious crime.
Mao Wenbo was speechless for a moment and lowered his head obediently.
Boy, you are so cruel. This was the last sentence Mao Wenbo said when he was taken away by the flight attendant.
Those who were clamoring to spend double or triple the price to buy the antique porcelain vase also disappeared quietly in the crowd.
After thanking Chen Yu, Fong Wen followed the flight attendant to recover the losses. Chen Yu returned to his carriage alone. Xiao Yu, where have you been? As soon as he returned to his seat, Chen Shuang asked anxiously.
Chen Yu smiled slightly and said, I want to make a good relationship.
Do you think you are a monk? You are still trying to make good connections. I think you are just too idle to meddle in other people's business.
Chen Shuang rolled her eyes at Chen Yu and said angrily.
Chen Yu smiled slightly and did not explain in detail to his sister.
Soon, the train arrived at the station. Chen Yu and the other 2 walked out of the exit, talking and laughing. Just then, a group of strong men suddenly blocked the way of the 3 people.
Chen Yu knew a few of them.
They were the spies of Mao Wenbo's gang. Chen Yu thought that these people would become more obedient after seeing Mao Wenbo being arrested, but he didn't expect that these people would come to block him.
Why, are you here for revenge? Chen Yu looked at those people with interest. Boy, you are so powerful. You dare to destroy our business?
A sturdy man with a scar on his face stepped forward, glared at Chen Yu fiercely and said,
Boy, you asked for this.
Today I will let you know what the consequences of meddling in other people's affairs are. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the other strong men surrounded them, trapping Chen Yu and the other two in the middle. Each of them has a hideous and ferocious look. Are you sure you want to do this? I'm very powerful. Chen Yu looked at the group of strong men with a smile. Even before he learned the mastery-level martial arts, he didn't take these little thugs seriously. Now that he has martial arts, Chen Yu is even less afraid. Damn it, I think you have never been beaten by society, so you don't know how powerful we are. Today I will let you know how many eyes the Horse King has and why the flowers are so red. As they spoke, the group of big men were ready to take action. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a roar came from far away. Fuck! The sports car is blowing up the streets. That's the Hennessy Duran? And the Aston Martin and the Koenigsegg Phantom. Oh my god. What is going on? As sports cars drove by, screams from pedestrians on the roadside rang out one after another. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen, Ji Feng and other top second-generation rich people in the imperial capital opened the door and got out of the car, walking towards Chen Yu. Those sturdy men were suddenly surrounded by more than a dozen luxury cars and were frightened silly on the spot. Old Chen, what's going on? Ji Feng came up to Chen Yu, looked at the group of strong men, frowned and asked. You still remember to come? If you come later, just come to the hospital to see us directly. Before Chen Yu could speak, Han Lingxue grabbed Ji Feng's ear and said angrily. Sister, be gentle, I'm here. Ji Feng felt embarrassed and quickly broke free from Han Lingxue's hand. Rich second generations like Ji Feng are very concerned about their reputation. Being pulled by the ears by Han Lingxue in public is equivalent to slapping him in the face. But Han Lingxue was his cousin, so Ji Feng naturally didn't dare to do anything. But those strong men were in a miserable state. Are you guys tired of living? Ji Feng stepped forward, grabbed one of them, and shouted coldly. The strong man was already scared silly, his legs went limp and he fell to the ground with a plop. Brother, I was wrong. I will never do it again. The strong man cowed out every time he spoke, his body trembling with fear. Bang! Ji Feng slapped the man hard on the face with his backhand. If apologies work, what's the point of laws? You guys are really tired of living. You even dare to touch my Ji Feng's elder brother and cousin. If I don't peel off a layer of skin from you today, others will really think that I, Ji Feng, am easy to bully. Hiss. The strong men took a breath of cold air and were suddenly shocked. At this moment, they finally understood why Chen Yu no longer took them seriously. The sturdy man in the lead knew that they were in great danger today. This is a grudge between you and us. If you have the guts, don't call for outside help. The burly leader was ready to take a gamble. He heard that the second-generation rich people in the capital were very arrogant, so he wanted to try to provoke them and let Chen Yu solve the problem alone. Okay, I'll help you. I'll solve this problem with you two alone. Chen Yu patted Ji Feng's shoulder and said. Ji Feng, go wait for me in the car. Chapter 108. Who do you call a country bumpkin? Boss, he is just a rich second generation. I'm afraid he has been drained of his body by alcohol and sex. Since he wants to fight, what are we waiting for? The burly leader glanced at Ji Feng and others not far away, then looked at Chen Yu and said viciously. Boy, you are too confident. Do you think you, a second-generation rich kid, can beat us? Brothers, come on, fight and then run. They don't know who we are anyway. As long as we run away, they won't be able to find us. As they spoke, the sturdy men looked ferocious and waved their fists at Chen Yu. Humph. Chen Yu snorted coldly, and then his figure flashed and came behind the strong men. Then a whip kick was thrown out. In just a blink of an eye, wailing sounds were heard everywhere, and all the strong men fell to the ground without exception. They all had bruised faces and noses, and some had their limbs bent to strange degrees. If they knew what Chen Yu did in Jizhou, they would not dare to cause trouble for Chen Yu even if they had the courage. That's it for this time. If you do evil again, it won't be so easy to get rid of it. Leaving these words, Chen Yu turned and walked towards Ji Feng and others. It was not until everyone had left for a long time that the ambulance finally arrived and took those people away. Xiaoyu, I told you not to be so impulsive, why are you like this again? In the phantom car, Chen Shuang looked worried and said to Chen Yu. Chen Shuang was afraid that something might happen to Chen Yu and that he would be thrown into jail. That's why he repeatedly told Chen Yu not to cause trouble. Chen Yu felt helpless. It seems I have to find an opportunity to let my sister see my power. Otherwise, the sister would always think that she was still the weak brother she used to be. The Phantom slowly stopped in front of Lanchan No. 1 villa, and Ji Feng and others opened the door and got out of the car one after another. More than a dozen luxury supercars lined up in a row formed a beautiful landscape in the Lanchan Villa district. Most of the residents in Lanchan Villa district are wealthy people, but this is the first time to see such a grand scene.
Hearing the noise, the residents all leaned out to check.
After all, it is common to see supercars on the streets, but it is very rare to see a team of supercars on the streets.
This is true even in the imperial capital. Old Chen, you are really good. You actually bought Lanchan No. 1.
Ji Feng and Jiang Chen walked up to Chenyu, their faces full of surprise. I had some spare money, so I bought this property. I'm not like you guys, with little golden houses everywhere, hiding all kinds of beauties.
Lanchan No. 1 is the only property I own in the imperial capital.
All the rich kids felt like there were thousands of alpaca horses galloping through their hearts.
Chenyu is too pretentious. Still got some spare money? Still want to be casual? Lanchan No. 1 is the most luxurious manor in the imperial capital, and its price is sky high.
The manor not only has a private hot spring swimming pool, but also an independent park fitness area.
This is just the regular configuration.
The most luxurious part of Villa No. 1 is what the developer wants to create an extremely luxurious feeling. An artificial lake and an artificial beach were specially built in the villa.
The imperial capital is not a magical city. It is very difficult to experience sunbathing on the beach. Lanchan No. 1 Villa is the only place in the imperial capital where one can experience this kind of enjoyment.
Whether it is the environment, atmosphere, decoration or design, they are all the best in the entire imperial capital.
Brother Chen, only you dare to say that.
I don't think Brother Jiang has your courage. Sun Hao stared at the crazy, cool and awesome decorations inside Lanchan No. 1 with his eyes wide open. His house is also a mansion, but compared with Lanchan No. 1, it is a world of difference. This made Sun Hao and other rich second generations feel inferior.
This is really like comparing yourself to others, it's really frustrating. Among the people who came this time, several met Chenyu for the first time.
At first they thought that Chenyu was just like that, an ordinary person.
Now, they know how powerful Chenyu is.
After Chenyu settled Chen Shuang, he took everyone to visit the villa. Afterwards, they went to Tianhao Hotel. After all, it was Chen Shuang's first time to come to the imperial capital, so Jiang Chen and others thought it would be a good idea to hold a welcoming banquet, so they temporarily organized a dinner party. Chen Shuang felt very unreal at this moment. A day ago, she was just an ordinary girl who was exploited by her parents. But now, she is going to have dinner with a group of the capital's top rich second generations.
Tianhao Hotel, dining area.
Old Chen, you don't know that the food at Tianhao Hotel is just amazing.
The dishes here are countless times more delicious than those in the old restaurants in the capital.
As soon as he sat down, Ji Feng started talking excitedly, as if he had discovered some shocking secret. Chenyu rolled his eyes and said nothing. Of course he knew that Tianhao's food was delicious, otherwise he wouldn't have come to Tianhao for dinner whenever he had time. Besides, he invited Lu Hu, the top chef in the country who stands at the top of the pyramid of the chef industry, to be the head chef. If the food still isn't cooked well, then there is no need to open the Hao Hotel that day.
Madman, what you said is too evil.
Tianhao is a hotel, not a restaurant. Jiang Chen on the side was a little unconvinced and curled his lips and said,
Tianhao's main business is accommodation, not catering. How can the food they make be better than that of a time-honored restaurant?
Yeah, Brother Feng, you're exaggerating. The other rich young men were also full of doubt and did not believe Ji Feng's words.
Hey! Ji Feng was a little unhappy. He glanced at everyone and said unhappily, don't disbelieve it. The current Tianhao Hotel is very different from before.
I heard that Tianhao has a new boss, who is quite awesome. He even participated in the MasterChef competition and made it straight to the finals. Not only that, I heard that he even took that stubborn Lu who was his apprentice.
Except for Chenyu, everyone else sighed. You lunatic, just keep bragging.
If the food isn't as delicious as you say, I'll see if you can slap yourself in the face.
Ji Feng shook his head and stopped talking.
He felt like he was talking to a group of fools. I have no place to use my strength, it's so frustrating.
Old Chen, do you believe what I say?
Ji Feng looked at Chenyu, his face full of anticipation. Somehow, Ji Feng found that although he had just known Chen Yu for a short time, he cared a lot about Chen Yu's opinion of him.
Of course I believe it. I often come here to eat. Chen Yu smiled and said. Ji Feng became proud and looked at Jiang Chen arrogantly. See? Lao Chen also said the food here is delicious. But
what a bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. Just then, a discordant voice came from the side.
Ji Feng was startled, then shouted angrily, that blind thing is farting? Roll over here.
The other second-generation rich people also looked sideways, wanting to see who was so bold as to call them country bumpkins in the imperial capital.
Chapter 109 The Sky is Broken.
Chen Yu glanced sideways at the person who made the sarcastic remark. He really wanted to know who dared to call Ji Feng a country bumpkin.
Who is Ji Feng?
He is the richest young master among the 8 heroes of the imperial capital. If he is a country bumpkin who has never seen the world, I am afraid there are few people in this world who are not. Crazy, some people say you are a country bumpkin, which is really appropriate.
Jiang Chen teased.
In fact, Ji Feng often said in front of others that his father was a miner who only knew how to mine. Now, he was really regarded as a country bumpkin.
What the hell is this? Ji Feng's face was gloomy.
He slowly stood up and looked at the person who spoke, with a hint of ferocity on his face.
Hey, isn't this Chen Shuang? What? Are you also coming to the capital to develop?
At this time, the person who mocked Ji Feng looked at Chen Shuang with a sneer and walked towards Chen Yu and the others.
The visitors were a man and a woman.
The man was wearing a cheap white suit and had a greasy face and hair. The women were also dressed gorgeously, with seductive black stockings and high heels on their legs, and super short skirts, so short that passers-by could see the scenery as long as they lowered their heads.
Wang Jing?
Chen Shuang frowned slightly, looked at the woman, and asked tentatively.
What? You don't recognize me anymore?
Wang Jing twisted her waist, made coquettish gestures, and came in front of Chen Shuang with a sneer on her face.
That's right.
I've been in the empire for a few months now, and I've changed a lot.
It's normal that you didn't recognize me.
But Chen Shuang, you are already in the capital, but why are you still dressed like a country bumpkin?
Could it be that you just arrived in the capital and want to apply for a waiter position at Tianhao Hotel? Ha ha ha.
Chen Shuang, let me tell you, the waiters in the capital are different from those in Jizhou. A country bumpkin like you won't be hired by the Tianhao Hotel, not even the street chicken restaurants. Chen Shuang, it's not that I look down on you, but a poor country bumpkin like you deserves to stay in the countryside all your life. Wang Jing said coldly. Her voice was full of sarcasm, and the look she gave Chen Shuang was full of disdain. It was when Wang Jing saw Chen Shuang that she spoke up and said that Ji Feng was a country bumpkin. She thought that Ji Feng, Jiang Chen and the others were all friends from the same village as Chen Shuang.
Wang Jing, have you said enough?
Chen Shuang said angrily with a gloomy face. Wang Jing and she used to work as waiters in a hotel in Jizhou. However, Wang Jing was not a clean person and was caught stealing things from customers by Chen Shuang, who reported her. Afterwards, Wang Jing asked the hotel to fire her. Chen Shuang originally thought that she and Wang Jing would never have any contact again. But she didn't expect that on the first day of coming to the imperial capital, she would miraculously meet her and this scene would happen.
Chen Shuang, if I remember correctly, he should be your brother Chen Yu. Wang Jing looked at Chen Yu and said sarcastically. He just said that he often comes here to eat? Ha ha ha.
Wang Jing burst into laughter, as if she had heard a huge joke.
Then, he said jokingly, do you know how ridiculous what he just said is? Tianhao is a super 5-star hotel.
The average cost per person here is at least 3,000. You poor bastards can never afford to spend here even if you work hard for your whole life.
I advise you not to brag here, or you'll get your mouths torn apart. Chen Shuang's face became more gloomy, and she said angrily. Wang Jing, that's enough. It's none of your business whether we can afford it or not. Where did this mad dog come from? It's really noisy. Chen Yu glanced at Wang Jing with disgust, then took Jiang Chen and Ji Feng in his arms and said, Young Master Jiang, madman, let's go in, so that madman won't get bitten by the dog again. Ji Feng smirked, looked at Wang Jing with contempt, and said, Old Chen, you are absolutely right. I will go talk to Zhang Xiang and ask him to control the hotel environment. How can he let the female dog bark at the door of the hotel? You. Wang Jing was furious and her face turned red. You are a bunch of poor country bumpkins. How dare you scold me? Today I will let you know that it is not easy to get along in the capital. There are some people whom you peasants cannot afford to offend. As she spoke, Wang Jing pouted, looking aggrieved, and walked to the man in the white suit, saying in a coquettish voice, "Husband, they bully me, you have to help me teach them a lesson." The sound gave goosebumps to passers-by. Vomit. Ji Feng and other young masters felt so disgusted that they wanted to vomit. Even the usually calm and composed big brother Jiang Chen couldn't help but shiver. "It's so fucking disgusting, I can't stand it." Jiang Chen was about to enter the hotel. In the eyes of these people, Wang Jing is just like those street prostitutes. In fact, they are slightly inferior. At least street prostitutes know their position clearly. As for Wang Jing, she has no self-awareness at all. She looks disgusting, but she still tries to act like a spoiled child. "Did I let you go?" Just as Jiang Chen took a step to enter Tianhao, the gloomy voice of the man in white came over. Jiang Chen's face turned cold and he turned to look at the man in white. "Oh. You are quite brave, daring to talk to me like that." In the imperial capital, no one dared to speak to Jiang Chen in a commanding tone. Even the business tycoons had to be respectful when meeting Jiang Chen. "You bullied my girlfriend and you want to run away? You peasants, what do you think this place is?" The man in white pulled Wang Jing into his arms and looked at Chen Yu and others with a cold face. His name is Chiu Chang, an employee of a large company with a monthly income of around 20,000 yuan, which makes him one of the lowest class of people in the capital. But he felt that he was full of superiority in front of Chen Yu and others. "Hey, can you tell me, what place is this?" Jiang Chen walked back with a gloomy face. "Hubby." Wang Jing leaned in Chiu Chang's arms and said in a coquettish voice, "Look at these poor bastards. They are so arrogant. You must teach them a lesson. Especially Chen Shuang and her brother. As long as you can help me deal with them, you can do whatever you want to them tonight." "Jingjing, you said it." Chiu Chang looked excited with a sly smile on his face. "You bastard, can I be lying?" Wang Jing leaned tightly in Chiu Chang's arms. "Ha ha ha." Chiu Chang laughed triumphantly and said with a sly smile, "Okay, wait and see how I deal with them. Hubby, hurry up, I can't wait to close my legs. It only takes a few minutes to deal with them." As he spoke, Chiu Chang walked towards Jiang Chen and grabbed his collar. "This." Chen Yu closed his eyes and mourned for Chiu Chang. These two weirdos were really a perfect match. They even chose death so accurately. First, Wang Jing angered Ji Feng, and now Chiu Chang angered Jiang Chen. I'm afraid today's incident won't end well. Look, there's a fight going on over there. There are melons to eat, go eat them. Passers-by also stopped to watch and wanted to take a bite of the melon. Fuck, isn't that young Master Jiang? It's not just young Master Jiang, those over there are all big masters. Why do I feel like the sky is about to fall in the imperial capital? Chapter 110. I'm dumbfounded. The onlookers recognized Jiang Chen and others. Everyone felt a little frightened, whether it was Jiang Chen, Ji Feng, Sun Hao, and others. Any one of them alone can cause a sensation. They are all the young masters of the most powerful bosses in a certain field. Now they are gathered here and seem to be arguing with someone. Aren't they just a few blind country folk who messed with the wrong people? How did it get involved with the sky? Next to him, a young man who knew the whole process asked in confusion. Country bumpkin? A middle-aged man glanced at the young man and sneered. If they were country folk, we wouldn't even deserve to be alive. Do you know who they are? The middle-aged man's words immediately aroused the interest of several people around him who did not know the identities of Jiang Chen and his friends. Aren't they country folk? Country bumpkins? Are you kidding me? Those guys are the top young masters in the capital. The one who spoke is Jiang Chen, the leader of the 8 heroes of the imperial capital. Hiss. Everyone around gasped and felt their scalps tingling. The 8 heroes of the imperial capital are the most outstanding young masters in the imperial capital. They are the male gods and goddesses in their eyes. The top stars in the entertainment industry have to kneel down to them. Now that you mention it, why do I feel like that person looks familiar too? Is he rich too? The person who spoke was a little girl, her eyes full of confusion. She pointed at Ji Feng and asked, "Little girl, don't point randomly." The middle-aged man quickly pulled the girl's hand down and said carefully, "Of course he is rich. He is the son of the world's mining king, the eldest son of the Ji family. After saying this, all the onlookers remembered it. Not long ago, the eldest son of the G family made the headlines on Weibo.
The title is, "A multi-million-dollar luxury car was accidentally scratched by an old man who was collecting rubbish." The old man knelt down and cried bitterly. The car owner helped him up and said, "I'm tired of driving the car, you can take it away and sell it as scrap." This piece of news dominated the charts for a week, received over 100 million likes, and received tens of millions of comments. Netizens shouted, "Next time you abandon your car, please let us know so we can pick it up." The discussions here did not reach Cho Chang's ears. The middle-aged man was afraid of getting into trouble, so he deliberately lowered his voice. Therefore, Xiao Chang, who was unaware that the truth had already been revealed, was still holding on to Jiang Chen with an attitude of superiority. "Little guy, let me tell you, this is the imperial capital, where luxury cars are everywhere, and you country bumpkins can't come here, got it? Kneel down and apologize to my woman immediately, otherwise, you will be put in jail."
Xiao Chang is very arrogant and looks like a playboy. His attitude immediately made all the young masters unhappy. They were all wealthy, but none of them was as arrogant as Xiao Chang. At this time, the crowd was boiling again.
Fuck, is that guy mentally handicapped? How dare he do that in front of all the young masters?
I'm going to broadcast it live. It'll be hard for me not to become famous now.
A little girl was quite bold. After knowing the identities of Jiang Chen and Ji Feng, she did not want to leave this dangerous place quickly, but took this opportunity to add fuel to the fire. This made the middle-aged man speechless, thinking that the girl was really fearless.
Tianhao Hotel, in an ordinary private room. A boss was watching videos out of boredom when suddenly a pop-up window popped up. Big event at Tianhao Hotel.
With the intention of killing time and enjoying some gossip, he clicked into the live broadcast room.
The first thing that caught my eye were two young men.
Hey, why is Xiao Chang still on the live broadcast? These two people were none other than Xiao Chang and Jiang Chen, and the boss was Xiao Chang's boss, Zhou Wang.
Zhou Wang is the boss of a listed company and he met with an important client at Tianhao today.
Xiao Chang and Wang Jing are here because of him.
Zhou Wang asked Xiao Chang to send him a document.
Xiao Chang felt that this was an opportunity, so he thought of sending Wang Jing to Zhou Wang's bed in exchange for his own promotion. At the same time, it can also allow Wang Jing to get a good job.
Kill two birds with one stone. Unexpectedly, I met Chen Yu and others at the hotel entrance.
Thinking that he would soon be promoted and get a raise, and would move to a higher level, Xiao Chang became very confident and felt that no one was better than him. But at this moment, Zhou Wang was sweating profusely on his back. As the camera switched, he saw Jiang Chen, Ji Feng, and the rest of the young masters. I even heard what Xiao Chang said during the live broadcast. "You country bumpkins, I'll scare you to death if I tell you. I am an employee of a listed company. The connections I have are beyond your imagination. Now, I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down and apologize immediately. Otherwise, I'm going to use the company's connections to deal with you. Damn it, Xiao Chang, if you want to die, don't take me with you." Zhou Wang exclaimed and rushed out of the door. He realized that the live broadcast was taking place at the hotel entrance. At the entrance of the hotel, Xiao Chang was still pressing forward. If Jiang Chen hadn't seen that someone was live streaming, he would have slapped him in the face.
"Xiao Chang, what the hell are you doing?" Zhou Wang appeared hurriedly at the entrance of the hotel.
His clothes were disheveled, and even one of his slippers was missing.
When Xiao Chang saw Zhou Wang appear, he became even more proud. He looked at Jiang Chen jokingly and said coldly, "Your chance is gone. My boss is here. He's a big boss worth hundreds of millions.
If I tell him, you country bumpkins will cause trouble for me. My boss will definitely stand up for me and put you all in jail." As he said that, Xiao Chang let go of Jiang Chen and strode towards Zhou Wang. "Mr. Zhou, these country bumpkins are causing me trouble and wasting my time.
Otherwise, I would have sent the documents to you a long time ago." Xiao Chang thought Zhou Wang came in a hurry because he was concerned about a document.
He felt secretly delighted, as long as he could push all the faults onto Chen Yu and the others.
Then Zhou Wang will definitely vent all his anger on them.
"Mr. Zhou, it's these country bumpkins who have been blocking me from entering.
That's why I haven't sent the documents to you yet." Xiao Ben thought that Zhou Wang would rush over to question Chen Yu and others.
He was thinking about how to exaggerate the situation and get Zhou Wang to help deal with Chen Yu and the others. Zhou Wang had already strode up to him.
"Boss." Xiao Chang was about to speak. Bang! Zhou Wang raised his hand and slapped Xiu Chang in the face. Xiu Chang was stunned. He covered his beaten cheek and looked at Zhou Wang in confusion. Mr. Zhou, what do you mean? This is not my fault. They stopped me and I was unable to deliver the documents to you in time. Xiu Chang was still thinking about letting Chen Yu and others take the blame. Get lost. Zhou Wang slapped Xiu Cheng hard again, causing him to fall to the ground, and he then cautiously came to Jiang Chen. Jiang. Young Master Jiang, I was wrong. Zhou Wang fell to his knees with a plop. Bang. Then he slapped himself hard in the face. Mr. Jiang, this is all my fault. I didn't educate my employee well, and he offended you. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Zhou Wang beat himself wildly and begged for mercy. This scene left Xiu Chang dumbfounded.